Chapter 1. A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Be careful. Under the blazing sun, the bustling streets were alive with a cacophony of vehicles and pedestrians during peak traffic hours. As the green light illuminated, the long-waiting pedestrians eagerly stepped onto the crosswalk, hurrying toward the other side. Yet, none could anticipate the heart-stopping calamity that was about to unfold. A BMW, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, hurtled towards the crosswalk with alarming speed. The piercing roar of the engine shattered the street's clamor, causing onlookers to widen their eyes in terror and flee in all directions. Among the crowd stood a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, whose reflexes were remarkable. Upon sensing the imminent danger, he instinctively sidestepped. However, the car's velocity was too formidable, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him to end that critical moment. As the vehicle bore down on him, the man unhesitatingly summoned all his strength, shoving a mother and her daughter out of harm's way. A deafening crash ensued as the BMW collided violently with a nearby lamppost, its front crumpling and the windshield shattering into countless shards that scattered across the pavement. The man, propelled by the tremendous force, was thrown into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from various wounds, staining the earth beneath him crimson. Panic-stricken, bystanders rushed to his aid. Some dialed emergency services while others attempted to assist the injured and in the chaos. No one noticed a barely visible figure hovering above, silently observing the scene unfold. That figure murmured, "It's you," as if harboring a peculiar interest and expectation for the man. That on April 2nd, 2001, under a radiant sun, the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas, was abuzz with excitement, filled to capacity. The highly anticipated NCAA final was underway, featuring a match between Michigan State University and Duke University. I could see that moment. The first half of the game was fiercely contested. The powerful Duke University displayed overwhelming dominance, their offense crashing like a tidal wave against the defenses of Michigan State. Meanwhile, Michigan State appeared somewhat on the back foot, struggling to find effective counterattacks against Duke's relentless pressure. As halftime concluded, the second half commenced, and the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Michigan State made a pivotal substitution, introducing their defensive stalwart, Su Yu. Upon entering the court, he became an impenetrable barrier, swiftly neutralizing Duke's key perimeter players and altering the flow of the game. With Su Yu's exceptional defense, Duke's offense faltered, unable to score with the same ease as in the first half. Simultaneously, Michigan State seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, employing intricate teamwork and decisive breakthroughs to gradually narrow the score gap. The audience's fervor ignited, erupting into waves of cheers and shouts, echoing throughout the arena. As the contest drew to a close, with mere seconds remaining on the clock, Michigan State University found themselves trailing by a single point. Logically, they could have opted for a safe two-point shot. Ball at that moment, Su Yu, standing just a meter beyond the three-point arc, called for the ball. His teammate hesitated briefly before delivering the pass to him. Receiving the ball, Su Yu leaped without hesitation, launching a shot from his position outside the three-point line, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop. The head coach of Michigan State University, gripped by tension, clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "Foo." However, before he could finish his thought, a resounding swish echoed through the arena as the ball found nothing but net. In an instant, the entire Alamo Dome erupted like a volcano, filled with thunderous cheers and screams. The audience waved their flags and banners, exuberantly expressing their elation and excitement. With Su Yu's astonishing long-range three-pointer, Michigan State University surged ahead, the score now 70-68. With only 6.3 seconds left on the clock, the balance of victory began to tilt in favor of Michigan State University. Duke University had one last chance to attack. The collective heart of the audience raced, their eyes fixated on the central figure controlling the ball. The star player of Duke University, he dashed across the court like a bolt of lightning, dribbling the ball with fervor. Tasked with guarding the superstar was none other than Su Yu. That moment, a flurry of dazzling numbers flashed before Su Yu's eyes. Break left 83, break right 10, direct shot 7. These figures appeared as a mysterious code, decipherable only by Su Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly shifted his body to the left, extending his remarkable 218 centimeters wingspan like an iron barrier before his opponent. With a sharp thud, Su Yu executed a perfectly timed poke, stripping the ball from his adversary's grasp. At that instant, the clock struck 0. Beep, beep. With the sound of the final whistle, Michigan State University was crowned the champions of the 2001 NCAA tournament. The players erupted in jubilant celebration. surging towards Su Yu, their exhilaration palpable. Even the usually composed head coach could not contain his joy, rushing forward to join the festivities. Who could have imagined? This young man, once doubted as merely a beneficiary of nepotism to join the team, had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past year. He not only repeatedly emerged in critical moments to rescue his team, but also, on this ultimate stage of the finals, sealed the victory with a stunning display of offense and defense, securing for Michigan State University their first NCAA championship in history. In a single night, the previously unremarkable Su Yu ascended to fame, becoming the focal point of attention across the United States. Major media outlets rushed to cover his story, eager to unveil the mysteries surrounding this extraordinary young man. That evening, Su Yu invited all his teammates and the exuberant cheerleaders to a bar to celebrate the team's championship victory. Inside the bar, dazzling lights illuminated the scene as thunderous music filled the air. The players reveled in dance, expressing their joy and passion. As time passed, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant, with everyone lost in the merriment. That moment, Su Yu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the captivating Orlena Hammond among the cheerleaders. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her alluring figure and graceful curves made her the center of attention within the cheerleading squad. You had long desired her, having attempted to make advances over the past year, yet always falling short. What a pity. However, tonight was a moment of splendid opportunity. A sly smile graced Su Yu's lips as he approached Orlena with an air of confidence. Leaning slightly towards her, he offered a sincere invitation. "Beautiful Miss Hammond, might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" His striking features, illuminated by the ambient lights, exuded an irresistible charm, as if imbued with an enchanting allure. Instantly captivated by the handsome stranger before her, Orlena found herself momentarily entranced. Recalling Su Yu's athletic grace on the court earlier that evening, a ripple of excitement stirred within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she readily nodded in agreement. The two soon found a relatively quiet corner to sit and began to engage in lively conversation. Discussing their interests and life aspirations, one topic flowed seamlessly into another, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly amiable. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and their proximity began to diminish. Su Yu, attuned to this subtle shift, decisively accelerated the pace of their interaction. Seizing the romantic ambience of the night, he boldly proposed, "Dear Hammond, in such a splendid setting, why not join me at my home to continue this delightful evening?" Initially taken aback by Su Yu's directness, Orlena felt a blush rise to her cheeks. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently nodded in agreement. Overjoyed by her response, Su Yu sprang to his feet, effortlessly taking her soft hand in his and leading her towards the luxurious car parked outside the bar. As the car door closed, the engine roared to life, and the opulent vehicle sped away like an arrow, heading towards Su Yu's residence. Throughout the journey, their hearts raced in sync, composing a symphony of anticipation and desire. At last, the car came to a gentle stop at Su Yu's doorstep. With gallant grace, Su Yu opened the door for Orlena. Taking her hand as they entered the house, at a moment of springtime delight awaited them, worth its weight in gold. Not long after, the sounds of a fierce battle between a dragon and a phoenix reverberated through the room. Chapter 2. What's the big deal about 20 championships? I can handle it. Su, it's time to rise. As the sun ascended the next day, a robotic entity appeared at Yi Su's bedside, incessantly calling out Su Yu. Awakened by the commotion, Su Yu could only groan, all right, Blitz, and getting up. A wave of exasperation washed over Su Yu ever since he had become bound to the system. He had been greeted daily by the punctual sunrise at 6 in the morning. Indeed, Su Yu was a reincarnate, reborn into the body of a 15-year-old biracial boy in the United States who bore the same name. His father hailed from China, while his mother was American. As Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a powerful tide. This influx of knowledge did not originate from him, but rather belonged to the original owner of this body. The original owner's parents had tragically perished in a car accident. This abrupt and devastating news was a fatal blow for the original owner, whose fragile spirit could no longer withstand such immense sorrow, ultimately leading to a choice of suicide as an extreme means to escape life. In the instant of the original owner's demise, Su Yu unexpectedly reincarnated and took over this body. He felt both bewildered and exhilarated by this turn of events. After all, who wouldn't wish to live? His previous life had ended rather tragically thanks to that reckless BMW driver. However, although he had been granted a second chance at life, he now had to bear the consequences left by the original owner's hospital stay. In the days that followed, Su Yu was compelled to remain in the hospital for treatment and rehabilitation. After a full month, he finally awaited the day of his discharge. As the sunlight bathed him, a warm sensation enveloped him, and a smile crept onto Su Yu's lips. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the NBA 2K system. Would you like to bind it? Just as he stepped out of the hospital, a voice echoed. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Initially, Su Yu felt a surge of excitement, pondering whether it could be a system of immense wealth or some extraordinary capability. However, upon hearing the details, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly dousing his enthusiasm. What the hell? Though he had watched the NBA in his past life, the notion of being compelled to play basketball was absurd. Having been reborn, why would he concern himself with basketball? Thus, Su Yu resolutely declined the binding. Afterward, leveraging the knowledge acquired from his previous life, Su Yu swiftly earned his first pot of gold. With this initial capital, he thrived, embarking on a journey of wealth accumulation through strategic investments. His discerning eye for opportunities resulted in substantial returns, leading to a rapid accumulation of wealth. In the span of just 1 year, Su Yu achieved a remarkable transformation. He moved into a lavish villa, drove top-tier luxury vehicles, and embraced a life of enviable opulence. Although his current assets paled in comparison to those of renowned business magnates, they were more than sufficient to satisfy all his expenditures for this lifetime. At this moment, the intelligent system abruptly awakened, introducing itself as Blitz. What was even more astonishing was that this entity possessed a tangible form, visible to the naked eye. This unforeseen turn of events startled Su Yu greatly. However, Blitz quickly clarified that aside from Su Yu, no one else could perceive its existence. Then, Blitz began to eloquently expound on a multitude of its functionalities and the assistance it could offer, before extending a heartfelt invitation to bind with Su Yu once more. Apologies, Blitz, but I feel quite content with my current life and see no need to rely on any system to alter my circumstances, Su Yu firmly declined, feeling immense satisfaction with all he possessed. And oh no, Su. I have granted you a second chance at life, yet you treat me this way? What am I to do if you refuse to bind with me? Blitz exclaimed, its expression filled with grievance, proceeding to throw a childish tantrum on the ground. Observing Blitz's antics, Su Yu shook his head in resignation. Blitz, you could easily seek out someone who is passionate about basketball. I'm certain they would eagerly accept your binding. Su Yu offered the suggestion, feeling grateful for the second chance Blitz had provided him. Yet he found himself less interested in basketball now. After all, he had acquired wealth and could savor life at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing Su Yu's advice, Blitz sat up abruptly, its face etched with sorrow. It is not that simple. Once you are chosen as the host, it cannot be changed. With that, it let out a heavy sigh. What are we to do now? We cannot remain in this stalemate indefinitely, Su Yu remarked, arms crossed, watching Blitz with keen interest. Of course, you must bind with me immediately. Blitz urged eagerly. Absolutely not. I refuse. Su Yu replied without hesitation. Thus ensued a prolonged and intense tug-of-war between the two. Regardless of how Blitz pleaded passionately, even painting vivid visions of a promising future daily in a bid to brainwash Su Yu, he remained unmoved. Nevertheless, despite not formally binding with Blitz, each time Su Yu encountered difficulties or challenges, Blitz would unhesitatingly extend a helping hand. With Blitz's unwavering support, Su Yu gradually made a name for himself in the business world, steadily establishing his own vast commercial empire. His ventures spanned numerous fields, with shares in many industry-leading companies. As time flew by, days turned into months, and months into years. Finally, after enduring 3 full cycles of the seasons, on February 1st, 2000, Su Yu, having pondered deeply, ultimately decided to bind with the system. He was ready to embark on new challenges, for in the realm of business warfare, no one stood a chance against him with Blitz's assistance. Moreover, Su Yu reveled in the thrill of conquest, much like his enjoyment of strategy and management games. Now that he has nearly exhausted this game, it is time to transition to another. Come on, NBA. Upon the binding with Su Yu, Blitz exclaimed with fervor, "Wah! 3 whole years. It has truly been a challenge." However, Su Yu remained unfazed by Blitz's dramatics, retorting with a hint of jest, 3 years is but a trifling matter. For you, it is merely a piece of cake." Upon hearing this, Blitz was incensed, his eyes widened, and with a fierce demeanor, he shouted at Su Yu, "Umph. I couldn't care less, Su. Since you have made me wait for so long, you must provide some form of compensation. You are obliged to bring back 20 championships, otherwise, I might just release those videos of you and the ladies engaging in activities on the bed to the internet." "I apologize, but I cannot assist with that." Upon hearing this, Su Yu was immediately consumed by rage. exclaiming a vehement curse before lunging forward in a swift motion. He grasped Blitz firmly, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon him. This tempest of violence persisted for a full half-hour, leaving Blitz battered and bruised, his body a patchwork of injuries. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself breathless and drenched in sweat from the exertion. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the very next moment, the once miserable Blitz would reappear before Suyu, seemingly unscathed, like a specter. With a mischievous grin, he taunted Suyu, "Come on, keep hitting me, Su. Why have you stopped? Are you not well fed? The slight force of your blows is utterly insignificant to me." Suyu was filled with a mixture of frustration and helplessness, yet he found himself unable to contend with Blitz. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, saying, "Is it merely 20 championships? I shall take on that challenge." Chapter 3. The plan. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the spacious and opulent bedroom. Orina Hammond slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually emerging from the depths of slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she instinctively turned to her side, only to find the space beside her desolate and devoid of any presence. With great effort, Orina propped herself up and clumsily rose from the soft, comfortable bed. As her feet touched the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Nevertheless, she persevered through the discomfort, unsteadily making her way toward the door. Each step felt laborious, as if the entire world were swaying around her. At last, she successfully crossed the threshold that led to the outside world. Just then, a uniformed servant appeared before her like a specter, smiling warmly as he said, "Miss Orina, you are awake. The master has specifically instructed that if you awaken, I am to escort you to the dining table. May I ask what you would like for lunch?" Taken aback by his words, Orina found herself momentarily speechless. Coming from an ordinary background, she had never experienced such lavish treatment and attentive service. Faced with this unexpected situation, she felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to respond. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and softly replied, I am fine with anything." The servant nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Noticing her unsteady gait, he quickly stepped forward to support her arm, carefully guiding her down the stairs. As they descended, Orina gazed around in wonder at the magnificent villa. It was far grander and more luxurious than she had ever imagined, with exquisite decorations, opulent furnishings, and dazzling crystal chandeliers that left her in awe. Thus, under the attentive care of the servant, Orina made her way to the dining room on the first floor after what felt like an eternity. The dining table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, exquisite tableware, and fresh flowers. Once Orina was settled into her seat, the servant gently said, "Miss Orina, please wait a moment. The kitchen will soon prepare a delicious meal for you." "Thank you," Orina replied gratefully. "You're most welcome. This is a task personally entrusted to me by the master." The servant responded with a courteous smile. Before turning and slowly making her way towards the kitchen. However, just as she was about to leave, it seemed she remembered something. Pausing slightly in her steps to glance back at the somewhat bored Orina Hammond seated at the dining table, she quickly approached the table, gently pressed the remote, and switched on the television, hoping to alleviate Orina Hammond's impatience as she waited. After attending to this, the servant finally felt at ease and proceeded into the kitchen to prepare for the upcoming lunch. As time passed, approximately 20 minutes later, the once barren dining table gradually transformed into a lavish spread of delectable dishes. The culinary delights, resplendent in color and aroma, were utterly tantalizing. Orina Hammond, who had been enduring hunger, could no longer suppress her longing for food upon seeing the exquisite fare before her. Eagerly, she grasped her utensils and began to indulge. The exertion from the previous night had drained her of considerable energy, and her stomach was now growling, as if it could devour an entire cow. In a mere 10 minutes, Orina Hammond efficiently cleared most of the food from the table, leaving behind only a few remnants. With satisfaction, she set down her utensils and gently caressed her now rounded belly with her right hand, her face glowing with happiness and contentment. After a brief respite, Orina Hammond suddenly lifted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and inquired of the servant standing nearby, "Hello, I would like to ask, where is Sue at this moment?" Upon hearing this question, the servant promptly replied with respect, "Miss Hammond, the boss is currently training at the gym. If you wish to find him, I can escort you there." Without hesitation, Orina Hammond nodded in agreement, then rose to follow the servant as they departed the dining room, heading towards the training facility. At that moment in the training gym, a figure was immersed in intense training, and it was none other than Suyu. Since early morning, aside from the time taken for meals and restroom breaks, Suyu had dedicated nearly 4 hours to training. As time ticked away, when Blitz announced, "Su, your training time has reached 4 hours. You may take a break," Suyu immediately halted, leaning heavily on his knees as he gasped for breath. After a moment of recovery, Suyu grumbled, "Had I known your worthless system was this troublesome, I would never have bound it. I want to unbind." The so-called NBA 2K system can be succinctly described as an intense regimen of practice. For every minute spent training off the court, one earns a single point. Conversely, for each point scored during a game, one accumulates a staggering 100 points. These points serve the purpose of upgrading one's abilities. For ability ratings below 50, every 10 points can enhance an attribute by 1. For ratings between 60 and 69, 100 points are required for a 1-point increase in an attribute. For those between 70 and 79, 1,000 points are necessary for the same enhancement. For ratings from 80 to 89, the requirement escalates to 10,000 points for a single attribute increase. Finally, for ratings between 90 and 99, a monumental 100,000 points are needed for a mere 1-point enhancement. After more than a year of rigorous training, Suyu's personal statistics are as follows. Name: Suyu. Gender: male. Height: 198 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Wingspan: 218 centimeters. Speed: 80. Explosiveness: 80. Strength: 80. Vertical leap: 80. Stamina: 80. Agility: 80. Injury immunity: 80. Stealing: 80. Blocking: 80. Layup: 80. Dunk: 80. Mid-range shot: 80. Three-point shot: 80. Shooting off dribble: 80. Free throw: 80. Passing vision: 71. Playmaking ability: 73. Defensive capability: 80. Offensive capability: 71. Ball handling: 73. Passing: 73. Rebounding: 76. Overall strength: B-. Skills: defensive analyst, capable of analyzing an opponent's offensive intentions, usable 5 times in a single game. Guaranteed shot, regardless of shooting choice within half court. The attempt will always succeed, but can only be utilized once per game. And so, you may take your leave. Blitz remains unfazed, having thoroughly discerned Suyu's character. As soon as Suyu embarks on a task, he is unwavering, resolutely committed until the very end, never contemplating surrender. Frustrated, Suyu delivered a swift kick to Blitz, who merely let out a symbolic yelp. Indifferent to Blitz's reaction, Suyu sauntered to a nearby bench by the court, picked up a water bottle, and began to hydrate. Seizing the opportunity while Suyu was drinking, Blitz remarked, "Su, strive to elevate all your attribute values to 80 to unlock your third skill." "I know. No need to remind me," Suyu replied with an expression that conveyed his awareness. This system differed from its predecessors, seemingly pursuing a sense of equilibrium. Each time all attribute values reached an integer, a skill would be randomly drawn. However, as Blitz mentioned, only upon reaching 60 would the first skill become available. The defensive analyst skill was randomly acquired by Suyu when all his attribute values hit 60, while the unmissable skill was drawn once they reached 70. Both skills proved exceptionally useful, albeit with restrictions. Nevertheless, Blitz indicated that upon achieving 80 in all attributes, not only could another skill be drawn, one of the existing skills could also be enhanced. Consequently, Suyu planned to train for 12 hours each day, accumulating 720 points daily. Over the course of a month, this would amount to 21,600 points, allowing for the elevation of 21 attribute values. Currently, he was just 43 points away from attaining 80 in all attributes, meaning he could unlock the second skill in 2 months. However, this journey was arduous. After all, Suyu had only been playing basketball for a year. He had also gained entry into the Michigan State University team through substantial financial means and connections. Yet, with the backing of the system and his own diligence, he had made remarkable progress, becoming a key player and even aiding the team in clinching the first NCAA championship in the school's history. At that moment, Orina Hammond entered the gym, and upon spotting Suyu, she called out, "Su." Hearing her voice while resting by the court, Suyu swiftly turned around, their eyes meeting. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on his face, reminiscent of sunlight, and the memories of the previous night's revelry flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. In that moment, he felt invigorated, as if all fatigue had vanished in an instant. Suyu rose without hesitation, striding confidently towards Orina Hammond. "Orina, undeterred by the dampness of Su Yu's sweat-soaked attire, opened her arms to embrace him. The two locked in a fervent embrace, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Soon after, Su Yu, unable to contain his emotions, pressed his lips against Orina's luscious ones, their tongues entwining in a passionate dance, fervent and lingering. This heartfelt kiss extended for what felt like an eternity until Su Yu gently released Orina, softly saying, "Allow me to take a quick shower and change into something fresh, and then I shall take you out for a drive." Orina nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed, responding, "That sounds delightful." Thus, Su Yu turned and exited the gymnasium, making his way to his room, where he indulged in a warm shower. Shortly thereafter, he donned a stylish and chic casual outfit, and when he emerged, Orina's gaze was riveted upon him, as if she wished to absorb every aspect of his being. "Shall we?" Su Yu took Orina's hand and led her to the garage. The garage housed a collection of sports cars, and Su Yu selected a Lamborghini, driving Orina out into the open road, speeding ahead with exhilaration. The breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing sense of comfort. After half an hour, Su Yu brought the car to a smooth stop at the yacht dock, where numerous yachts were anchored, one of which was the grandest and most luxurious, Su Yu's own. After Su Yu led Orina Hammond aboard the yacht, he eagerly enveloped her once more in his embrace, his fervent breath whispering in her ear, "My darling." Before his words could fully escape, he could no longer contain the surging emotions within, lifting Orina and swiftly entering the cabin's room. They indulged in playful antics, completely oblivious to the night that had quietly descended around them. It was only when the city lights began to twinkle that they reluctantly made their way back. Still yearning for more, Su Yu first safely delivered Orina Hammond to her doorstep, watching her enter her home and wave goodbye. He then turned away and drove swiftly towards his own villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he glanced at the clock and noted that there were still a full 2 hours until midnight. With this in mind, Su Yu decisively resolved to commence his training immediately. As the minute hand gradually crept toward 12, Blitz spoke up. "Su, you have only trained for 6 hours today, which is a significant shortfall of 6 hours compared to your original plan. If you do not swiftly make up for this lost time, it may prove challenging to achieve your goals as scheduled." In response to this, Su Yu, panting heavily, replied, "I understand. Starting tomorrow, I will increase my training by an additional hour each day." With that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and strode purposefully towards his room. Once inside, Su Yu quickly dashed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to a sweet slumber. Chapter 4. Haha, who else? Su, have you truly made up your mind to enter the draft? Why not play another year in the NCAA? This upcoming season, I had planned to build the team around you as the cornerstone. Head coach Tom was taken aback by Su Yu's decision to enter the draft. Initially, Coach Tom intended to construct the team around Su Yu for the next season, aiming once again for a thrilling March Madness. Therefore, upon learning of Su Yu's intention to join the NBA draft, he hurried to visit Su Yu's home, eager to persuade him to reconsider. With a serene smile, Su Yu replied calmly, "Coach, to be frank, the NCAA no longer presents any challenge for me. I thrive on the pursuit of lofty goals. It is this very challenge that fuels my relentless drive forward." Upon hearing Su Yu's resolute declaration, Coach Tom was momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth, but the carefully crafted words intended to persuade Su Yu to stay became lodged in his throat, rendered utterly speechless by an invisible force. No one understood Su Yu's extraordinary talent better than he did. Just a year prior, Su Yu was merely a novice, lacking any comprehension of basketball, struggling even with dribbling. Yet, in the span of a mere year, Su Yu underwent a remarkable transformation, not only honing his skills, but also leading Michigan State University to clinch the NCAA championship trophy through his exemplary performance. The extent of his progress was staggering, and more importantly, he exhibited an unparalleled dedication and work ethic. Coach Tom often witnessed the scene. After team practices concluded, while others departed, Su Yu remained, tirelessly honing his skills until the late hours of the night. The following morning, he was invariably the first to arrive at the court, embarking on yet another day of training. This unwavering commitment to intense practice was truly admirable. Genius combined with diligence equals success. In recent days, Coach Tom's mind had been preoccupied with Su Yu's pivotal offensive and defensive maneuvers during the NCAA finals. That breathtaking performance, akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky, was indelibly etched in his memory. Each time he recalled it, he couldn't help but marvel in awe. With a gentle sigh, Coach Tom slowly extended his right hand, lightly patting Su-yu on the shoulder, and earnestly declared, "Su, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. I wholeheartedly support your choice to enter this year's NBA draft." As the words left his lips, a look of relief spread across Coach Tom's face. Hearing this, Su-yu smiled and replied, "Thank you, Coach." However, he keenly sensed a lingering hint of displeasure in Coach Tom's demeanor. Thus, he instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast to honor Coach Tom. Believing that a delightful meal could uplift one's spirits, readers before the screen might consider trying this as well. Coach Tom, upon savoring the delectable dish, felt the tension that had previously etched itself upon his face dissipate in an instant, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. Content. He smacked his lips, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned with keen interest towards Su-yu beside him, and inquired curiously, "Su, by the way, how are your parents faring these days?" In truth, Coach Tom had long held the misconception that Su-yu was a privileged scion born with a silver spoon. Upon hearing this question, Su-yu replied in a calm tone, "They have been gone for several years now." Coach Tom was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that he had broached a rather inappropriate topic and awkwardly scratched his head, his face awash with remorse as he uttered, "I apologize, Su. I was unaware." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Su-yu, with a gentle smile, interjected, "It's quite all right, Coach. Please do not dwell on it." After a brief pause, Coach Tom's curiosity remained unabated, and he could not resist pressing further. "Is this inheritance from your parents?" In response to Coach's relentless inquiries, Su-yu appeared remarkably composed, responding without hesitation, "Certainly not. All of this is the result of my own hard work." As the words left his lips, Coach Tom's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su-yu for an extended moment, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Su-yu was not merely a rich heir but rather a self-made success. A wave of admiration for Su-yu surged within him. Subsequently, Su-yu extended an invitation to Coach Tom to partake in a round of golf. The two reveled in the lush expanse of the golf course, swinging their clubs and basking in the warmth and comfort of the afternoon sun. The entire afternoon slipped away in this joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Before they knew it, nightfall approached, signaling the time for dinner. However, Coach Tom chose not to linger for the meal, bidding farewell to Su-yu before departing his residence. Once Coach Tom had left, Su-yu promptly returned to the gym, immersing himself back into training. Thus, in the ensuing days, Su-yu devoted nearly all his time and energy to his training, unwavering and relentless. As time gradually passed, with the NCAA concluding its season, the highly anticipated NBA entered its playoff phase. This year, fans remained optimistic about the reigning champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers did not disappoint their vast fan base. In the first round of competition, they faced the challenge posed by the Portland Trail Blazers. Against this opponent, the Lakers exhibited absolute dominance, leaving little room for respite as they swept through with an overwhelming force, triumphing decisively with a 3-0 scoreline, thereby securing their advancement to the next round. However, the subsequent second-round showdown proved to be far from smooth sailing for the Lakers. Their adversary this time was the Sacramento Kings, who ranked third in the Western Conference. In stark contrast to their effortless victory in the first round, the Kings presented a considerably tougher challenge. The two teams engaged in a series of heart-stopping battles over the first 4 games, with 3 of those matches remaining fiercely contested until the very last moments. Yet, in crucial moments, the reigning champions, endowed with greater experience and superior tactical execution, the Los Angeles Lakers, consistently seized fleeting opportunities. With their formidable prowess and indomitable spirit, they ultimately triumphed again with a sweeping 4-0 victory, advancing confidently to the Western Conference Finals. Thus far, the Lakers had navigated the Western Conference with relentless momentum. Awaiting them in the finals was the San Antonio Spurs, who had earned the top seed with an impressive record of 58 wins. Leading up to the match, there was a prevailing belief that this clash of titans would be explosive, with some even speculating that the Spurs might manage to snatch at least one victory from the formidable Lakers. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the outcome remained overwhelmingly one-sided. The Los Angeles Lakers continued to maintain their exceptional form, again triumphing with a commanding 4-0 advantage, thus advancing to the finals undefeated. At this moment, Su-yu was filled with exhilaration, for after 2 months of diligent effort, he had finally elevated all attributes to the remarkable level of 80. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-yu immediately activated the skill package he had just acquired. With a flash of golden light, Suyu obtained an extraordinary ability, the unmatched marksman, achieving a 100 success rate for three-point shots when in absolute space during a match. Wow! Even Blitz exclaimed, astonished by the miraculous talent Suyu had unlocked. Suyu boasted arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, who else is there?" Soon after, he seized the opportunity to enhance his skills and decisively upgraded his defensive analyst ability. With the enhancement, the defensive analyst could now analyze opponents' offensive intentions, usable 10 times per match. Seeing this, Suyu's 40-meter dagger was unable to contain itself. He was eager for blood, determined to penetrate the NBA, to vanquish one player after another, and to dominate the league. Chapter 5. The 00-01 season comes to a close in the office of the San Antonio Spurs general manager. Greg Popovich, who is not only the head coach but also the general manager, was engaged in discussions with assistant general manager R.C. Buford regarding potential draft picks. Even though the 00-01 NBA season had not yet concluded, for the San Antonio Spurs, it was already over. They had been eliminated in the Western Conference Finals, suffering a 0-4 defeat to the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. Popovich recognized the urgent need to strengthen the team. As the head coach, he was acutely aware of the Spurs' glaring deficiency, a core defender for the perimeter. Throughout the series, their outer defense had been as fragile as paper, completely shattered by the Lakers. In particular, the Lakers' perimeter star, Kobe Bryant, descended upon the court like a war god, relentlessly scoring an average of 33 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.8 blocks per game. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Kobe single-handedly dismantled the Spurs' hopes. Popovich understood that if they wished to overcome the Lakers in the upcoming season and emerge victorious from the fiercely competitive Western Conference, they must find a way to contain Kobe. It was evident that they needed to strengthen their perimeter players during the offseason. However, R.C. Buford surprisingly recommended a young dynamo from Paris, Tony Parker, entrusting his assistant Sam Presti to procure a tape of Parker's games, imploring Popovich to give the young man a chance. To this, Popovich remained unimpressed. He believed that selecting a slender, undersized player with a first-round pick would be a blatant waste. With a grave expression, he gazed deeply into R.C. Buford's eyes and earnestly advised, "Buford, you might want to take a closer look at this young man." As soon as the words were spoken, Popovich gently pressed the play button, and a videotape began to turn slowly. Seconds ticked by, and R.C. Buford was utterly engrossed in the screen. As the footage progressed, his brow furrowed, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, when the recording concluded, R.C. Buford let out a deep sigh, and the notion of insisting that Popovich select Tony Parker with their first-round pick vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart regarding Parker. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed to Popovich, "Greg, how about we use our first-round pick to secure this player, and then utilize our second-round pick to acquire Parker? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Popovich was momentarily puzzled and inquired, "Do you genuinely hold such high regard for him?" R.C. Buford nodded resolutely, responding with unwavering conviction, "Absolutely." Observing this, Popovich pondered briefly before nodding slightly in agreement, saying, "All right, since you are so confident, let us proceed as you suggest and bring him on board with the second-round pick." Subsequently, Popovich pointed at the television, contemplatively continuing, "However, in my view, selecting this young man with the 28th pick in the first round may indeed be somewhat perilous. Therefore, before the draft officially arrives, I intend to explore potential trade opportunities to ensure absolute certainty." At this juncture, a slight smile of confidence graced Popovich's lips, as if he had the entire situation firmly in his grasp. R.C. Buford raised no objections to Popovich's plans and arrangements, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement and support. As time elapsed, the date arrived, June 6th. The magnificent Staples Center in Los Angeles held its breath in anticipation of a basketball spectacle, the 2000-2001 NBA Finals, featuring the Los Angeles Lakers versus the Philadelphia 76ers. In the lead-up to the game, nearly everyone favored the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers had surged through the playoffs with an unstoppable momentum, achieving an unblemished record as they advanced to the finals, seemingly poised to clutch the championship trophy firmly in their grasp. Just when it appeared that the outcome of this series was a foregone conclusion, a diminutive player, standing at merely 183 centimeters, named Allen Iverson, stepped into the spotlight. Though small in stature, his spirit burned with fierce determination. Facing the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, Iverson showed no fear. He was intent on proclaiming to the world that, regardless of how powerful the adversary, he possessed the confidence to lead his team to victory over the Lakers. As the match whistle echoed through the arena, both teams' players swiftly engaged in a fierce contest. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with every offensive and defensive maneuver tugging at the hearts of the spectators. Allen Iverson darted across the court like a bolt of lightning, his agile and dynamic dribbling skills mesmerizing all, as he repeatedly breached the defenses with unwavering determination. This prolonged battle endured for an arduous 53 minutes, with the scoreline remaining tightly contested. At last, in the dying moments of overtime, Allen Iverson rose to the occasion, scoring an astonishing 7 points, leading the Philadelphia 76ers to a 107-101 triumph over the Los Angeles Lakers, thereby securing the first victory of the finals. In this match, Allen Iverson etched his name in legend, amassing an impressive 48 points, along with 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 steals. Alas, despite such a stellar performance, it could not alter the ultimate outcome. The Los Angeles Lakers, spearheaded by the formidable O.K. duo, surged forward with unstoppable momentum, displaying seamless coordination and mastery on both ends of the court. Ultimately, the Lakers, like a juggernaut, clinched for consecutive victories, triumphing over the Philadelphia 76ers with a staggering series score of 4-1, reclaiming their position atop the NBA and lifting the championship trophy for the 2000-2001 season. This marked the Lakers' second consecutive championship title, etching a glorious chapter in the annals of history. Shaquille O'Neal, with an average of 33 points, 15, 8 rebounds, 4, 8 assists, and 4 blocks per game, earned the Finals MVP award. As the NBA 2000-2001 season drew to a close and the smoke cleared, the remaining 28 teams in the league immediately plunged into a flurry of activity. Team managers worked tirelessly to prepare for the upcoming draft, hoping to unearth potential stars and bolster their rosters. The two-time champion Los Angeles Lakers were no exception. Meanwhile, Suyu participated in tryouts with several teams that had expressed interest in him. At this juncture, he harbored no particular preferences. His singular ambition was to successfully step onto the NBA stage and embark on his professional career. Regardless of which team he ultimately joined, he aspired to stand at the pinnacle of the NBA. Blitz, onward. Suyu. Chapter 6. Here I come, NBA. Pep, accompany me to New York. Suyu turned his gaze towards the impeccably dressed butler, Pepter, standing beside him, and spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Pepter paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, restoring his characteristic serene demeanor, and responded, "Of course, sir." This butler, named Pepter, had been meticulously selected by Blitz after a rigorous screening process. Suyu had always placed unwavering trust in Blitz. Consequently, for years ago, he had unhesitatingly appointed Pepter as his butler. Over the years, Pepter had proven himself, managing various affairs with remarkable efficiency and flawless execution. The reason for bringing Pepter along was inspired by the sight of NBA draft candidates often accompanied by family. And one of them, alone and solitary, he decided it best to have Pepter accompany him. Soon after, the two boarded a private jet bound for New York. After a while of smooth flying, the aircraft landed gracefully at New York Airport. As they stepped out of the cabin, Pepter had already arranged for a vehicle to greet them, respectfully ushering Suyu into the car. This vehicle was to take them directly to Suyu's luxurious residence in New York. It is worth mentioning that Suyu possessed lavish homes in several cities across the country. Although he typically sought out romantic escapades during his visits to New York, today was different. His spirits were subdued, as tomorrow marked the day of the draft. In Suyu's heart, a trace of tension was inevitable. However, today Suyu chose not to train. Instead, he instructed Pepter to arrange for a full-body massage to help him relax. Thus, Suyu comfortably reclined on the soft massage table, indulging in the exquisite techniques of a professional masseur while leisurely watching a movie. Time quietly slipped away in this atmosphere of comfort and tranquility, and before he knew it, the day had passed in the blink of an eye. The following day, Suyu, accompanied by Pepter, made their way to the venue of the draft event at Madison Square Garden. The place was bustling with activity, filled with numerous aspiring basketball players, all hoping to shine at the draft and embark on their illustrious professional careers. Amidst the crowd, Su occasionally spotted some familiar faces, former formidable opponents from his NCAA days, as well as renowned stars from his previous life, such as Pau Gasol, Joe Johnson, and Richard Jefferson. Yet, Su had no inclination to approach them for conversation. He simply sought a relatively secluded corner to sit quietly. Pepter remained steadfastly by his side. Noticing Pepter standing beside him, Su smiled and gently patted the empty seat next to him, saying, "Pep, please sit down." Upon hearing this, Pepter, not daring to delay, quickly walked to Su's side and sat down with an upright and dignified posture. After a brief pause, Su turned to Pepter, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and uncertainty, and softly inquired, "Pep, do you think I will be selected?" In response to this question, Pepter was momentarily taken aback, then slowly shook his head, answering sincerely, "Sir, I cannot say for certain, but I have witnessed your hard work all along, and I believe you will achieve something today." After hearing Pepter's honest words, Su couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling his previously anxious heart calm slightly. As time passed, the moment arrived when President David stepped onto the stage, marking the official commencement of the 2001 NBA Draft. David Stern greeted the audience with a warm smile. "Welcome to the annual NBA Draft." After a brief opening statement, the proceedings swiftly moved to the main event. The Washington Wizards selected Kwame Brown, hailing from Green College High School in Georgia. The 2001 NBA #1 pick made his spirited entrance onto the stage, embracing David Stern and receiving the cheers and blessings of the crowd. However, little did Kwame Brown know that this marked the beginning of his nightmares. One by one, David Stern announced the names of the selected players, each confidently stepping onto the stage. Soon, it was time for the 12th pick, the Seattle Supersonics. Su also participated in a trial with one of the teams, and the general manager had previously assured him that a selection would be made, which left Su feeling somewhat hopeful. However, the Seattle Supersonics opted for Vladimir Radmanovi from Yugoslavia instead. This decision left Su feeling slightly disgruntled, prompting him to silently note the Supersonics in his little notebook. Following shortly after, at the 21st pick, the Boston Celtics, with whom Su had also trialed and received a promise, similarly chose not to select him, instead favoring Joseph Ford from the University of North Carolina. What a disappointment. Su couldn't help but curse. "You dare to betray me time and again. Each one of you is doomed." In his heart, Su silently pronounced a death sentence upon the Seattle Supersonics and the Boston Celtics. Ding. The system detected the host's immense aversion towards these two teams. And from now on, whenever they faced each other, the host's attributes would increase by 50%. Suddenly, Blitz spoke up. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Su's lips as he cast a knowing glance at Blitz. Blitz replied, "Su, there's no need for gratitude. I possess a natural understanding of your sentiments." Just as Blitz finished speaking, David Stern on stage announced, "The San Antonio Spurs select Su from Michigan State University. Congratulations, boss. You've been chosen." Pep Dor promptly exclaimed. Su paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He rose to embrace his butler, Pep Dole, before striding purposefully toward the stage. David Stern beamed with delight, his eager gaze fixed on the approaching Su. To David Stern, Su was nothing short of a precious gift from the heavens. For years, he had harbored an ambitious plan to successfully penetrate the vast and promising market of Z country. As early as that frigid day in 1985, David Stern had personally brought two carefully prepared NBA videotapes, brimming with anticipation, to the chilly transmission room of CCTV. He patiently awaited the staff member responsible for external purchases, enduring several hours of waiting. This prolonged vigil was solely to offer the broadcasting rights of NBA games to Z country free of charge. Subsequently, he remained ever vigilant regarding the dynamics of the basketball scene in Z country, leaving no stone unturned in his quest to discover exceptional players brimming with potential, capable of gracing the NBA stage. He understood that it was only when players from Z country truly stepped onto the court that symbolized the pinnacle of global basketball that the door to the vast market of Z country would finally swing open. However, after months of arduous searching, just as he was on the brink of despair, the Z country-born Su emerged like a dazzling ray of light, suddenly entering his line of sight. From that moment onward, David Stern firmly believed that Su might indeed be the candidate he had longed for. And now, Su had officially made his debut in the NBA. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Z country, countless fervent fans rejoiced upon hearing the exhilarating news. a player of Z country heritage, had been selected by the San Antonio Spurs in the first round of the draft. Instantly, basketball enthusiasts were ablaze with excitement, their joy palpable. In the streets and across social media platforms, discussions surrounding Suyu surged, with everyone expressing high hopes for their compatriot, eagerly anticipating his dazzling performances on foreign courts, bringing glory to their nation. "Su, welcome to the NBA," David Stern exclaimed, enveloping Suyu in a warm embrace. As Suyu stepped off the stage after expressing his gratitude to Commissioner David Stern, he was approached by a middle-aged gentleman, distinguished by his glasses and golden hair, who wore a warm smile. Upon reaching Suyu, the gentleman paused, extending a cordial greeting. "Hello, Su. I am R.C. Buford, the Vice President of Basketball Operations for the San Antonio Spurs. It is truly a pleasure to meet you here today. We warmly welcome you to our Spurs family." With that, R.C. Buford extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Upon witnessing this, Suyu graciously nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you." Simultaneously, he swiftly extended his hand to shake with the other party. Suyu's composure took R.C. Buford by surprise. However, Buford quickly realized that such a calm and steady demeanor could indeed serve a professional basketball player well. After all, in the fiercely competitive arena of the NBA, possessing a sound mindset is essential for navigating various challenges and pressures. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Buford promptly addressed the matter at hand, inviting Suyu to another room to discuss the specifics of the contract. Without hesitation, Suyu agreed to the invitation, reassured by the presence of Blitz, who would ensure he was not taken advantage of. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in a protracted negotiation over the contract terms. As per standard practice, NBA first-round rookies typically sign a 4-year contract, commonly referred to as the 3-1 model. The first 3 years constitute a guaranteed contract, while the final year is a team option. This means that if the team is dissatisfied with the player's performance, it can opt not to execute the final year of the contract. However, in a bold move, Suyu proposed an additional stipulation for the final year, a player option. This would grant him the autonomy to decide whether to remain with the team. In exchange, he was willing to make certain concessions regarding his salary. Buford did not provide an immediate response to Suyu's proposal, fully aware of its significance. He knew he needed to confer with the team's general manager and head coach, Greg Popovich, before making a decision. Thus, the discussion regarding the contract details was temporarily paused, awaiting further communication and coordination. When Popovich learned of this unprecedented request for a player option, he was momentarily taken aback. Such a request was indeed unexpected, yet after careful consideration, he ultimately nodded in agreement. It turned out that Popovich had his own plans in mind. During the upcoming offseason, he intended to recruit an exceptional perimeter player, Bruce Bowen. The addition of this formidable talent would undoubtedly enhance the team significantly. Given that San Antonio is not a metropolis like New York or Los Angeles, the team must exercise caution in its financial dealings, ensuring that every dollar is spent wisely. Therefore, saving on expenses was crucial for them. Meanwhile, Suyu also had his own considerations. Suyu is acutely aware that the true leader of the San Antonio Spurs will forever remain Tim Duncan, and he harbors a disdain for the city's modest size. 3 years is ample time for him to fully mature. Thus, after 2 days of further negotiations, Suyu ultimately fulfilled his aspirations by officially signing a 4-year contract worth $48 million with the San Antonio Spurs. The first 3 years of this agreement are designated as guaranteed, ensuring Suyu a stable income during his initial seasons. Most crucially, the 4th year grants him the autonomy to determine his future, embodied in the player option. Furthermore, when it came to selecting his jersey number, he unhesitatingly chose number 22, a tribute to his entry into the NBA in 2001 as the 22nd overall pick. Suyu, I have arrived, NBA. Chapter 7, Buford. Behold the vision I possess in contrast to yours. Upon finalizing the contract, Suyu instructed his steward Pepter to attend to the villa situated in San Antonio. Yes, sir. Pepter, receiving the task, felt no hesitation and immediately immersed himself in his duties. The villa in San Antonio was as grand as Suyu's current residence, expansive and replete with numerous intricately decorated rooms, rendering the task of tidying it up quite formidable. After a relentless 15 days of tireless labor, Pepter ultimately succeeded in this arduous endeavor. The villa now radiated a renewed brilliance, each corner gleaming with an aura of cleanliness and warmth. With everything in readiness, Suyu finally set forth to relocate to his new abode. However, this moving endeavor was solely undertaken by him, without the need to carry any luggage. Naturally, the servants accompanied him closely. As for the villa he was vacating, Hector arranged for dedicated personnel to regularly maintain and clean it, ensuring it remained in impeccable condition. Throughout the entire off-season, Suyu engaged in rigorous training, dedicating a full 10 hours each day. Regrettably, even with such diligence, he only accumulated a mere 600 points in a day. Presently, Suyu's attributes had reached 80, and thereafter, each increment in an attribute would require a staggering 10,000 points. This meant Suyu would need to train diligently for a full 17 days, investing 10 hours daily, just to elevate a single attribute. Finding this pace exasperating, he even contemplated extending his daily training hours. However, Blitz promptly intervened, cautioning, "Su, I must clarify that given your current physical condition, enduring 10 hours of high-intensity training each day is already at your maximum capacity. Exceeding this duration will undoubtedly lead to accumulated fatigue carrying over to the following day. Consequently, you become particularly susceptible to injuries during training." After hearing Blitz's admonition, Suyu, who had initially been eager to increase his training time, found himself wavering. He understood that the consequences of overtraining could be detrimental. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Suyu reluctantly nodded in acceptance of Blitz's counsel. After all, he recognized the distinction between merely being satiated and truly being fulfilled. Thus, throughout the entirety of the off-season, Suyu steadfastly adhered to his regimen of 10 hours of rigorous training each day. Perseverance bore fruit. After this prolonged period of relentless effort, Suyu amassed a remarkable 54,000 points. With only one day remaining before heading to the San Antonio Spurs training camp, Suyu unhesitatingly allocated all his points to enhance his speed attribute. In an instant, the system interface reflected a surge in speed from the previous 80 to 85. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. At this moment, Suyu was brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming new season. The following morning, he drove his sports car with exhilarating speed towards the San Antonio Spurs training facility. Before long, he arrived at his destination. As he stepped out of the car, Suyu noticed that most of his teammates had already arrived ahead of him. With a warm smile, he greeted everyone with genuine friendliness. Some players responded with equal enthusiasm, exchanging pleasantries. However, a few others appeared less cordial, even neglecting to acknowledge him. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed by this demeanor. He had extended the courtesy expected of him, and how others perceived or acted was beyond his control. Without further ado, Suyu immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. At that moment, fellow rookie Tony Parker approached with a smile. He moved with a light step, his eyes radiating warmth and camaraderie. "Hey Su, I watched your performance in the NCAA finals. That last offensive and defensive play was simply phenomenal," Tony Parker exclaimed with admiration. Upon hearing these words, Suyu could not help but display a proud smile on his face as he replied, "Thank you, Tony." Tony Parker then extended an invitation to train together, saying, "What do you think? Shall we practice together?" In truth, Tony Parker's gesture carried a sense of camaraderie, as it is essential for newcomers to support one another and progress collectively within the team. Suyu nodded without hesitation and agreed, "Certainly." If I recall correctly, Tony Parker secured his position as the starting point guard in his very first season. Establishing a good rapport with the future starting point guard is indeed a wise endeavor. Thus, the two engaged in training together. Approximately half an hour later, with a steady and commanding stride, Coach Greg Popovich entered the training facility, accompanied by his assistant coaches. One of the assistants called out, "Gather around." Upon hearing the command, the San Antonio Spurs players promptly ceased their activities and swiftly assembled at the designated spot. Popovich stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant group of players before him, and began, "Good day to you all. I am Greg Popovich, your head coach. Here, I extend a warm welcome to each new member joining our family. However, I must remind you that starting today, the forthcoming training sessions will be exceedingly arduous. Even if you find it difficult to endure, you must persevere, particularly you rookies." After hearing these words, Tony Parker instinctively swallowed hard, silently praying to endure this challenging training period. In contrast, Suyu remained unfazed. After all, it was merely training. How tough could it be? I managed to survive 10-hour days, so a little team practice is hardly daunting. Now, we shall proceed to the fitness assessment. Should anyone fail this evaluation, well, Don't say I didn't warn you. As Coach Popovich's resonant voice, laced with authority, faded, the veteran players sprang into action. Racing towards the fitness area like arrows released from a bow. Suyu and Tony Parker hastily followed suit. After the fitness assessment concluded, Tony Parker, hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath as if he had just survived a fierce battle. After catching his breath, he lifted his head, instinctively searching for Suyu, hoping to find some solace in shared struggle. To his astonishment, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground upon seeing Suyu. After completing the fitness test, Suyu had not even broken a sweat, his expression as calm as still water, as if the entire ordeal had been merely a trivial matter to him. Murd. Tony Parker was taken aback. Just then, Coach Popovich bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get up and warm up. Then we will continue training." Upon hearing these words, although everyone internally groaned in despair, they obediently rose to their feet and commenced their warm-up exercises as instructed by the coach. Without a moment's respite, the formal training session commenced. Waves of high-intensity drills surged forth like tumultuous ocean tides, relentlessly testing the physical limits of each team member. Ultimately, after enduring several rounds of grueling exertion, Tony Parker could no longer bear it and, with a sudden heave, vomited. Alas, his physical endurance was rather mediocre, to say the least. Witnessing this scene, Popovich could do nothing but shake his head in resignation. He had never held much faith in the scrawny Tony Parker. It was R.C. Buford who believed in his potential, leading to Parker being selected with a second-round pick. Subsequently, Popovich's gaze shifted to Suyu, his eyes betraying an unreserved admiration. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the young talent he had chosen exhibited superior stamina compared to some of the veteran players on the team, a true gem indeed. Had R.C. Buford been present, Popovich would have reveled in the moment, exclaiming, "Buford, behold the difference between our visions." R.C. Buford. Popovich then organized a 5-on-5 training session. Throughout this scrimmage, he focused more intently on Suyu. The young player excelled defensively, resembling a precise machine, consistently anticipating the movements and intentions of his opposing players. Each time an opponent attempted to break through or take a shot, Suyu swiftly responded, using his agile footwork and keen judgment to thwart their efforts before they could even materialize. This brought Popovich quiet joy, affirming that his decision to trade up for Suyu had been well worth it. As time progressed and the training session neared its conclusion, Popovich assessed the situation on the court and deemed the day's workload sufficient. He blew his whistle and proclaimed, "All right, that concludes our first day of training. Great job, everyone. Now, head to the locker room for a shower and some relaxation." Upon hearing the coach's instructions, the players of the San Antonio Spurs felt a wave of relief as they hurried towards the locker room to change out of their sweat-soaked jerseys and head home for some much-needed rest. However, Suyu remained behind, resolutely continuing his training. After all, the duration of his practice had yet to reach the standard he typically maintained. Witnessing this scene, Coach Popovich wore a satisfied smile. It is well known that the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA is never short of talented players. Yet, those who truly stand out and achieve success are often those who possess not only remarkable talent, but also exceptional self-discipline and a relentless work ethic. Clearly, Suyu exemplifies such a rare breed of athlete. Coach Popovich refrained from interrupting Suyu's training. Instead, he turned to the nearby physiotherapist and instructed, "Once Suyu concludes his training, please assist him with a thorough massage to relax his muscles. We must ensure this young man does not overexert himself." With that, Popovich departed the court, leaving Suyu to diligently pour forth his sweat. However, this left the physiotherapist in quite a predicament, as he ended up waiting for several hours for Suyu to finish. He was on the verge of tears. He had intended to return home to spend time with his children and family, but instead, Suyu completely overlooked him, only realizing it after the training had concluded. Upon noticing the physiotherapist's rather grim expression, Suyu immediately deduced the cause. He then retrieved a few $100 bills from his locker and handed them to the physiotherapist, saying, "I apologize for delaying your departure. Please consider this as a token of overtime compensation." The physiotherapist was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first experience receiving money from a team member. As Suyu observed that he was not taking it, she directly slipped it into his pocket, stating, "You may as well finish your shift. There is no need to assist me with a massage, as I have engaged a professional for that purpose." Having said this, Suyu hurriedly took her change of clothes and went to freshen up. After completing her ablutions, she drove home. Upon her arrival, Pepter and the servants warmly welcomed Suyu back home. Suyu promptly instructed, "Pep, please find someone to give me a massage." "Right away, boss," replied Peptor, who swiftly set about arranging it. Before long, a specialist arrived to massage Suyu, who soon found himself comfortably drifting into slumber. Chapter 8. Becoming the most dazzling star on the court. Su, you certainly arrived quite early. The following day, Tony Parker adhered to the training schedule, arriving at the training facility a full half-hour ahead of time. As he stepped through the entrance, he was surprised to find that more than half of the team members had already arrived. Simultaneously, he noticed Suyu diligently occupying one half of the court, engrossed in his training. At that moment, Suyu was drenched in sweat, appearing as though he had been at it for quite some time. Tony Parker felt a surge of curiosity and instinctively approached Suyu, inquiring, "Good morning, Tony." Upon hearing the greeting, Suyu merely lifted his head slightly to acknowledge Tony Parker before immediately returning to his intense training. This deeply moved Tony Parker, who silently resolved to arrive an hour earlier the next day. However, the intensity of the training on the following day left Tony Parker utterly exhausted. Dragging his weary body home, he collapsed onto his bed like a limp rag, unwilling to move. Despite this, on the third day's dawn, he persevered through the aches and pains, struggling to rise from his bed, and successfully reached the training facility an entire hour early. Yet, when he eagerly pushed open the door to the training hall, he was disheartened to find fewer players present than the previous day, with only a handful in attendance. To his astonishment, among them was the familiar figure of Suyu. "Mert," Tony Parker muttered under his breath in frustration. He could not fathom how, despite arriving an hour early, he still fell short in comparison to Suyu. It was not that Tony Parker sought to rival Suyu. Rather, circumstances compelled him to draw a comparison. After all, both he and Suyu were rookies on the team, yet within just 2 days of training, the disparity between them had become glaringly evident. Suyu's performance utterly overshadowed his own. Confronted with this harsh reality, Tony Parker clenched his teeth and vowed to persist, determined not to yield. This was not a matter of harboring any ill will towards Suyu. It was simply a refusal to be outdone. Such is the attitude expected of a professional athlete. Otherwise, one cannot hope to survive in the NBA. "Su, that kid Tony is quite overconfident. He insists on competing with you," Blitz remarked with a chuckle, having keenly observed Tony Parker's expressions over the past 2 days. Suyu paid no heed to Bryce. He was indifferent to others and felt no need for comparison. His only benchmark was his past self. Time swiftly passed to the third day, and the team's vice president, R.C. Buford, visited the training facility to observe the players' progress. Popovich, who was on the sidelines guiding the players, noticed Buford's arrival, and a triumphant expression emerged on his face as he sauntered over to him. With an air of pride, he remarked, "So, Buford, are you beginning to appreciate the depth of my insight? After just 2 days of training, the disparity in our judgment is glaring, is it not?" Naturally, R.C. Buford was not easily swayed by Popovich's bravado and offered a few retorts. However, after witnessing a full day of training, Buford was compelled to acknowledge the significant gap between Suyu and Tony Parker. Suyu has seamlessly adapted to the team's training intensity, exhibiting remarkable ease. In stark contrast, Tony Parker lags significantly behind. Consequently, R.C. Buford could not help but give a thumbs up to Popovich, sincerely expressing his admiration. "I must concede that your insight this time is indeed exceptional." Although R.C. Buford recognizes Tony Parker's potential, the difference when compared to Suyu is nothing short of astronomical. In Suyu, R.C. Buford perceives a perimeter version of Tim Duncan. "Su is currently far superior to what we observed in the tape," Buford exclaimed. "Particularly, his offensive prowess is truly astonishing. Did you know? Within just 2 days of internal training, Su has provided me with immense surprises in his perimeter shooting, especially his open shots, which have been nothing short of impeccable, boasting an astonishing 100 shooting percentage over these 2 days." Popovich struggled to contain his excitement, eagerly sharing this delightful news with R.C. Buford. For once Suyu's artillery is so precise, Popovich wondered who would dare to double-team their imposing frontcourt duo. Upon hearing Popovich's words, R.C. Buford's mind began to race. If that's the case, are we not poised for greatness in the upcoming season? Popovich nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed. Yet everything hinges on whether Su can exhibit excellence akin to Tim's and swiftly adapt to the high-intensity competition and fast-paced games of the NBA. A glimmer of hopeful anticipation shone in Popovich's eyes. Time swiftly passed like a fleeting shadow, and soon the preseason of the new season arrived. The San Antonio Spurs faced off against the Orlando Magic in their first preseason game at home. In the locker room before the game, when Popovich announced the starting lineup, the players were momentarily taken aback, their faces displaying a collective expression of surprise as Suyu was named the starting guard. Suyu, however, was not at all surprised, as he had dominated the previous season's starting guard in internal training, proving to be far superior both offensively and defensively. If he were not a starter, it could only mean that Popovich was blind. Popovich. The atmosphere in the player tunnel was thick with tension and excitement. Go, Su. Tim Duncan approached Suyu, gently patting his shoulder and encouraging him with a smile. Hearing Duncan's words, Suyu lifted his head, nodding resolutely. Tim Duncan holds high hopes for Suyu, eagerly anticipating his rapid development. He yearns to grasp the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy once more. He aspires to secure another title before the retirement of his elder brother, David Robinson, and to achieve this, they must first overcome the formidable challenge posed by the Los Angeles Lakers. At that moment, another pivotal figure of the team, David Robinson, approached with a warm and affable smile. He patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "Young man, don't be anxious. Relax a bit. Just perform at your usual level." In response to the encouragement from the two elder statesmen of the team, Suyu did not display excessive excitement or joy. He merely nodded calmly once more. Observing Suyu's composed demeanor, David Robinson could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, you truly are remarkably calm. This is excellent in critical moments. A steady and composed mindset like yours is essential. I admire that quality in you." "Thank you, I appreciate that too," Suyu replied. David Robinson's laughter resonated throughout the player tunnel. As the passionate and fervent introduction from the announcer filled the air, the entire arena was instantly engulfed by the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. Amidst the rising waves of shouts and encouragement, the players of the San Antonio Spurs strode forth with resolute and powerful steps, emerging one after another from the player tunnel. When the final player, Tim Duncan, gradually came into view, the already fervent atmosphere was ignited to its zenith. In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. "Tim, Tim, Tim." This chorus, imbued with fervor and admiration, reverberated throughout the entire venue like thunder, creating a colossal momentum that seemed capable of lifting the Alamo Dome itself. At that moment, Suyu stood quietly in the center of the arena, gazing at the exhilarating scene before him, feeling a tinge of envy stir within his heart. He watched Tim Duncan, exuding confidence and poise under the spotlight, and felt the unwavering love and support of the 20,000 home fans directed towards him. Suyu clenched his fist tightly, silently vowing within his heart that one day he too would shine as brilliantly as Tim Duncan, becoming the most dazzling star on the court. Chapter 9. Overwhelmed with the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. With a sharp crack, David Robinson led the charge, redirecting the ball back to the backcourt. The San Antonio Spurs secured their first offensive possession of the match. Antonio Daniels swiftly retrieved the ball, dribbling it across half-court. Just as he crossed the midline, Tim Duncan erupted from the paint like an indomitable fortress. However, his trajectory was not directed towards Antonio Daniels, but rather towards the side where Suyu stood, offering a screen. Tim Duncan's imposing figure effectively blocked the defender, Tracy McGrady. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Suyu darted away from his defender like a nimble cheetah. Antonio Daniels, quick on the uptake, delivered the ball to Suyu without delay. The moment Suyu received the ball, a dazzling green light suddenly radiated from beneath his feet. This was the unmistakable sign of his skill, the open shot sharpshooter, coming into effect. Suyu sprang into action, his body gracefully suspended in the air for a fleeting moment before decisively releasing a shot that could only be described as a perfect three-pointer. The ball soared like a shooting star, tracing a beautiful and awe-inspiring arc across the sky. Every pair of eyes in the arena was riveted on its trajectory, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. With a satisfying swish, the ball passed through the hoop with unerring precision, landing firmly in the net. 3 points scored. The score instantaneously transformed to 3 o'clock. Suyu opened the scoring for the team with a splendid three-point shot. The moment echoed with cheers and shouts within the Alamo Dome. The fans in attendance, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively rose to their feet, waving their flags and banners, exuberantly celebrating the newcomer's impressive performance. "Well done, Su. That was a beautiful shot." The players on the court praised him enthusiastically. Observing from the bench, Coach Popovich could not suppress a smile. He had initially selected Su Yu for his defensive prowess, yet he was astonished to discover that Su Yu was a hidden gem. Not only was his defense formidable, but he also possessed remarkable offensive skills, particularly in capitalizing on open three-point opportunities. With the sharpshooter joining the team for the new season, the squad's competitive edge was undoubtedly elevated. Popovich was eager to see if Su Yu could somewhat contain McGrady's offensive maneuvers. As the Orlando Magic initiated the play, the ball was passed to Darrell Armstrong, who swiftly dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the line, Armstrong delivered the ball to McGrady. Receiving the pass, McGrady promptly attempted to isolate Su Yu. However, being a rookie, Su Yu was still finding his footing, and given that it was merely a preseason game, McGrady appeared somewhat lackadaisical. He opted for a straightforward jump shot over Su Yu. But in the next instant, it seemed as though Su Yu was aware that McGrady would opt for a shot. As Su Yu swiftly employed his defensive skills, he discerned that Tracy McGrady was poised for a pull-up jump shot with a remarkable rating of 97. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu leapt a full second before McGrady. Seizing the opportunity before McGrady reached his apex, Su Yu extended his right hand, fueled by a surge of determination, and forcefully swatted the ball from McGrady's grasp. With a resounding slap, the ball soared towards the backcourt, ultimately careening out of bounds. In that instant, the entire Alamodome fell silent. They could scarcely fathom that Su Yu had just executed a face-to-face block against the previous season's average scorer of 26. 8 points, McGrady. 2.5 seconds later, the atmosphere within the AT&T Center ignited with fervor as fans erupted in chants of Su. 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 Even Greg Popovich could not contain his excitement. Rising from his seat to applaud Su Yu's exquisite defensive play, Popovich observed keenly, noting how Su Yu seemed to instinctively anticipate McGrady's intentions. Leaping preemptively and capitalizing on McGrady's momentary inability to reach his peak height, delivering a decisive blow to the ball. McGrady, momentarily dazed by the block, found himself confronted by a rookie despite his towering height of 203 centimeters and an impressive wingspan of 221 centimeters. Yet, astonishingly, he had been thwarted by this newcomer. As McGrady regained his composure, a subtle shift occurred in his gaze. It was as if an inferno had ignited deep within his eyes, transforming his presence into something far more formidable than before. Meanwhile, Su Yu was quick to notice this change. Rather than feeling intimidated, he wore a slight smile, his lips curving upwards. For him, there was no fear of McGrady embracing a serious demeanor. In fact, he welcomed it. He understood that only when facing a fully committed McGrady could he truly gauge the disparity between himself and the league's luminaries. Soon enough, Su Yu would witness firsthand the depth of that challenge, even as he had activated his skill, defensive analyst. As McGrady swiftly advanced to the left, reaching an impressive height of 91, Su Yu instinctively darted towards him, attempting to intercept. In the blink of an eye, McGrady's form abruptly shifted, executing a breathtaking change of direction with remarkable speed. The ball, which was initially in his left hand, seemed to vanish like magic, reappearing in his right. With a firm grip on the ball, he propelled himself towards the opposite side of Su Yu with astonishing velocity, leaving Su Yu utterly unprepared to respond effectively. At that moment, McGrady swept past Su Yu like a tempest, effortlessly breaching his defenses. He then took a significant leap, momentarily pausing in midair, before flicking his wrist delicately to send the ball soaring towards the hoop. It traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net with a satisfying sound, transforming the score to 3-2. After scoring, McGrady turned to gaze intently at Su Yu, eager to catch a glimpse of disappointment or despair on the rookie's face. To his surprise, he was met with a countenance brimming with excitement, as if Su Yu were itching to engage him in a fierce battle for supremacy. This unexpected display of determination sparked McGrady's interest, who had initially approached the preseason game with a casual attitude. He pondered how he had not anticipated encountering such a spirited rookie in a seemingly inconsequential preseason match. Resolute to teach this overzealous opponent a lesson about the disparity in their abilities, McGrady transformed the game into his own stage. He wreaked havoc on the court like a whirlwind, showcasing his skills through sharp drives and precise shooting, each executed to perfection. Despite Su Yu's relentless efforts to thwart McGrady's scoring, the chasm in their capabilities proved insurmountable. No matter how diligently he defended, he failed to impede McGrady's prowess. By halftime, McGrady had single-handedly amassed an astonishing 38 points, dominating Su Yu with an almost overwhelming display. The entire Alamo Dome reverberated with the awe inspired by McGrady's extraordinary performance. Upon returning to the locker room, Tim Duncan sought to console Suyu, but was taken aback when Suyu, unfazed, turned to Coach Popovich and asked, "Coach, if McGrady takes the court again in the second half, could you arrange for me to continue defending him?" Upon hearing these words, Popovich was momentarily taken aback. But soon he could not resist teasing, "Sue, have you not yet given up?" To which Suyu replied without hesitation, "Coach, this is merely a preseason game. It offers a perfect opportunity to refine my defensive skills. An exceptional opponent like McGrady is not someone one encounters every day. As the saying goes, opportunity knocks but once. It would be a pity not to seize such a valuable training opportunity." One can only imagine McGrady's reaction upon hearing this. "Dude, who is your training partner?" Unfortunately, McGrady did not return for the second half, and without him, the Orlando Magic stood no chance against the San Antonio Spurs. Although Popovich substituted all but Suyu among the starting five, under the leadership of the two rookie talents, Suyu and Tony Parker, the team surged with an impressive offensive run of 32-19 in the third quarter, outscoring the opponents by 13 points in a single period. Just like that, the Spurs reversed the score by the end of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Suyu was also taken off the court by Popovich. However, by this time, the San Antonio Spurs had firmly seized control of the game. Even with the bench players, they maintained an efficient offense and a tight defense, leaving no chance for the Orlando Magic to mount a comeback. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the Magic with a score of 109-99, securing a 10-point victory in this preseason opener. As the game concluded, Blitz remarked, "Sue, congratulations on earning 100 points. Keep up the good work." Hearing Blitz's words, Suyu inquired, "Does this count for the preseason?" "Absolutely." In that moment, a bold idea blossomed in Suyu's mind. Chapter 10, Tim Thomas. "Congratulations, boss, on your first victory in the NBA." As Suyu entered the spacious and bright doors of the villa with a spring in his step, the butler, Peptor, along with a group of servants, warmly welcomed him. Their faces radiated excitement and joy, celebrating Suyu's outstanding performance in the NBA preseason. "Thank you, everyone. Now please return to your tasks." With a gentle smile, Suyu addressed the gathering in a warm tone. Upon hearing her words, the servants nodded in acknowledgement and departed in an orderly fashion, leaving only the butler, Pep Hader, standing respectfully in place. Subsequently, Pep Hader slightly bowed and politely inquired, "Sir, would you like me to arrange a massage for you?" Suyu gently waved his hand, replying, "No need, Pep. However, you might assist me in arranging some food first. I am quite famished." "Of course, boss. Please hold on for a moment," Peptor responded promptly, turning hurriedly to make the necessary arrangements. In just over half an hour, a beautifully arranged and elegant dining table was set with a sumptuous dinner. The alluring aroma of sizzling steak filled the air, while succulent chicken breasts exuded an enticing fragrance, accompanied by an array of vibrantly colored fresh vegetables neatly arranged beside them. Since Suyu embarked on his basketball career, his daily diet has been meticulously managed by professional nutritionists. These experts tailor meals rich in protein, low in sugar, and nutritionally balanced, based on Suyu's detailed training regimen and the specific demands of each game. This meticulous planning effectively supports Suyu's rigorous training and intense competitions. Immediately, Suyu, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. There was no alternative. He was simply too hungry. After satisfying his hunger and quenching his thirst, Suyu contentedly patted his belly and remarked, "Pep, after games at home, I would prefer to replenish food directly in the locker room." "Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements," Peptor replied, swiftly reaching into his suit pocket to retrieve a small, exquisite notebook, diligently noting down Suyu's request. After recording, Pep raised his head and inquired, "Boss, should arrangements be made for away games as well?" Upon hearing this, Suyu did not respond but instead inquired, "Is it possible to arrange this?" Peptor immediately understood Suyu's intention and promptly nodded, assuring him, "Of course, there is no problem. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements." Satisfied with the affirmative answer, Suyu nodded appreciatively. He then rose from his chair and made his way toward the staircase. After taking a few steps, he seemed to suddenly recall something, turning sharply to look at Peptor and saying, "Oh, by the way, Pep, there is one more thing I need your assistance with. Please contact CAA and have them find a suitable agent for me. This individual will primarily be responsible for handling some of my business affairs." but it is imperative that you convey my preference clearly. I do not appreciate individuals who presume to dictate my actions or take liberties. Therefore, when communicating with them, ensure that my sentiments are expressed accurately. It is crucial that this is not mishandled. CAA, or Creative Artists Agency, ranks as the foremost elite talent agency in the world, with a vast representation that spans film, television, music, theater, sports, video games, and the internet. Notably, Suyu is a shareholder in this esteemed agency, holding a 13% stake. Understood, boss. I will arrange this immediately. Pepter promptly dialed Richard Lovett's number. Richard Lovett is the president of CAA. It wasn't long before the call was answered, and a deep, resonant voice came through. Hello, may I ask who is calling? Pepter replied politely. Good day, Mr. Lovett. I am Pepter, the butler of Mr. Suyu. I am reaching out to convey some important matters on behalf of my employer. However, before Pepter could finish his sentence, he was quickly interrupted by Richard Lovett's eager voice. Wait a moment. Did you just say who? Is it the shareholder, Mr. Suyu? Upon hearing that name, Richard Lovett felt a jolt of surprise, and an immediate tension enveloped him. It is essential to note that despite the vastness and renown of their CAA group, he could not afford to underestimate the young man named Suyu. After conducting thorough and meticulous investigations, he was astonished to discover that this seemingly youthful Suyu held shares in numerous Fortune 500 companies worldwide. Even more astonishing was the fact that, to this day, few have been able to truly fathom the formidable background and influence concealed behind Suyu. Furthermore, Richard Lovett knew that several influential forces had attempted to uncover Suyu's true identity, only to meet with utter failure. Alarmingly, shortly after these investigations, all of these entities suffered significant setbacks in their subsequent business ventures. Over time, it became abundantly clear to all that this was undoubtedly a stern warning from Suyu. Consequently, within their social circle, Suyu had always been regarded as a figure shrouded in mystery, endowed with an awe-inspiring strength. While everyone eagerly engaged in hushed discussions about Suyu, none could have anticipated that a year prior, this enigmatic and formidable young man would undertake such a surprising endeavor. He enrolled in school. Not merely attending classes, he participated in NCAA competitions, excelling remarkably. To their astonishment, he ultimately succeeded in reaching the NBA, the pinnacle of the basketball world. On this very night, an unexpected phone call shattered the tranquility. The caller was Pep Dor. Suyu's steward. Indeed, my employer is Mr. Suyu. Pep Dor's voice brimmed with pride. Since taking on the role of steward for Suyu, he had profoundly sensed the vast differences between Suyu and the previous employers he had served. He had witnessed his former employer groveling and flattering certain individuals. Yet now the tables had turned. It was those once lofty figures who were now bowing and scraping before Suyu, naturally elevating Pep Dor's own status. Not a problem. What conditions does Mr. Su require? I shall arrange everything immediately. Richard Lovett did not dare to exhibit any semblance of negligence and promptly responded. Over the next few minutes, the two engaged in a detailed discussion over the phone regarding Suyu's specific needs and related matters. After concluding the call, Richard began to swiftly mentally sift through several suitable agents within the company. After considerable contemplation, he finally selected one and unhesitatingly dialed their number, instructing them to arrive as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tim Thomas hurriedly arrived at the opulent entrance of Richard Lovett's residence. He gently pressed the doorbell, which was promptly answered by a butler-like figure who guided him into the living room. Upon seeing Richard seated on the sofa, Tim quickly approached, slightly bowing, and respectfully inquired, "President Lovett, may I ask the reason for your summons?" However, Richard Lovett did not immediately respond to his question. Instead, he slowly rose, walked over to Tim's side, gently patted his shoulder, and then spoke. "Thomas, the reason I called you today is to entrust you with an important task." Tim's heart tightened involuntarily, and he quickly replied, "Please, President, give your instructions. I shall exert every effort to fulfill the task." Richard Lovett nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Shortly, a very special client will arrive, and I wish for you to be responsible for welcoming and serving them throughout their visit. Remember, regardless of the requests or directives this client makes, you must comply unconditionally, without any personal thoughts or opinions. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Richard's words, Tim was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a situation. However, after a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement without hesitation. At this juncture, Richard further elaborated, This client is one of the major shareholders of our CAA company, and his name is Suyu. Suyu? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Tim murmured softly. Before he could ponder further, Richard added, Suyu is no ordinary individual. He is a player who has recently succeeded in joining the NBA and currently plays for the San Antonio Spurs. Due to certain business matters requiring attention, he specifically requested a reliable agent to assist him. After careful consideration, I have decided to entrust this significant responsibility to you. You must exercise utmost caution. If he feels dissatisfied, not only will you face repercussions, but I shall also bear the consequences. Do you comprehend? Richard's final words bore an unmistakable warning. Understood, President Lovett. I will not let you down, Tim Thomas promptly responded. Soon after, Richard Lovett provided Tim Thomas with an address, instructing him to meet Suyu there the following day. Chapter 11. The probationary period. The next morning, Tim Thomas, with a heart full of trepidation, slowly approached the grand and imposing entrance of Suyu's villa. A servant at the door respectfully guided him through a tranquil and lengthy corridor, ultimately leading him to a spacious and brightly lit living room. As soon as he stepped into the room, the butler, Pep Dor, quickly approached with a welcoming smile, saying, You must be Mr. Tim. Welcome. I am the butler here. Pep Dor, you may simply call me Pep. Upon hearing such warm words, Tim Thomas hastily replied with politeness, Hello, Pep. It is a pleasure to meet you. Following this, Pep Dor slightly bowed and gestured for Tim Thomas to take a seat, promptly arranging for a servant to bring forth a fragrant cup of coffee and exquisite pastries. Before long, Tim Thomas, seemingly unable to contain his rising impatience, finally inquired, I apologize for the interruption, but may I ask if Mr. Su is at home? Pep Dor, maintaining a gentle smile, responded in a calm manner, Indeed, the master is at home. However, he is currently training in his personal gym and may require some time to finish. Therefore, it seems I must trouble you to wait a little longer, Mr. Tim. Upon receiving this reply, Tim Thomas pondered for a moment and then, filled with anticipation, asked, Might I be permitted to go to the gym to await him? Pep Dor readily nodded and answered, Of course, no problem at all. Please, follow me. As he spoke, he personally led Tim Thomas towards the direction of the gymnasium. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Suyu's private basketball court. Upon pushing open the heavy door, a cacophony of intense dribbling sounds immediately filled the air. Tim Thomas fixed his gaze and beheld Suyu, completely immersed in his practice, perspiring profusely at the center of the court. Witnessing this scene, Tim Thomas could not help but nod in silent admiration, his respect for Suyu deepening further. Although he was perplexed as to why someone so affluent would choose the path of a professional basketball player, the dedication and meticulousness with which Suyu approached his training certainly warranted high praise and recognition. Furthermore, Tim had conducted a thorough investigation into Suyu the previous night. After his detailed research, he concluded that with careful planning and vigorous promotion, transforming Suyu into a superstar would be far from insurmountable. After all, Suyu's innate talent was undeniably formidable. Coupled with appropriate marketing strategies, his potential influence would surely be beyond imagination. Yet, all of this remained merely a figment of Tim's contemplation. He was unaware of Suyu's true sentiments. Meanwhile, he kept in mind the stern warning issued by President Richard. At no time or place was he permitted to harbor any personal thoughts or opinions. All decisions must strictly adhere to Suyu's own wishes. With such complex emotions swirling within him, Tim Thomas stood quietly at the edge of the court, silently observing Suyu's training for what had unknowingly turned into a full half hour. At that moment, after completing a round of intense training, Suyu was preparing to take a brief respite and hydrate to alleviate his parched throat. It was then that he inadvertently caught sight of two figures standing at the edge of the court. One was his familiar butler, Pep Dor, while the other was an entirely unfamiliar face. Suyu could not help but feel a surge of curiosity, promptly turning to the butler, Peppold, to inquire, Pep, who is this? Upon hearing Suyu's question, Peppold hurriedly replied with utmost respect, Sir, this is Tim Thomas, the agent specifically arranged for you by CAA. After listening to Peppold's introduction, Suyu nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. He then turned to Tim Thomas and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Tim. Upon receiving the greeting, Tim Thomas beamed with a broad smile and quickly responded, Greetings, Mr. Su. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an agent from CAA. How may I assist you today? Suyu nodded and candidly articulated his intentions. I am in urgent need of an experienced and exceptionally capable agent to assist me in managing some intricate business affairs. These matters are rather cumbersome, and I wish not to squander my time on them. Naturally, the ultimate decision-making authority for all significant choices remains firmly in my hands. Therefore, I would like to inquire whether Mr. Tim Thomas is capable of fulfilling this role. Upon hearing this, Tim Thomas promptly nodded, responding without hesitation, "That is certainly not a problem, Mr. Sue. You can entrust it to me without worry." Tim Thomas had no intention of relinquishing this golden opportunity. Observing Tim Thomas's eagerness and humble demeanor, Sue felt quite satisfied and continued, "Very well, let us proceed with a 3-month trial period. During these 3 months, if you excel in your performance, successfully complete all tasks, and meet my expectations, you will officially become my exclusive agent." Upon hearing this, Tim Thomas felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly addressed him with respect. "Thank you, Boss Sue, for granting me this opportunity. I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations and will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to every task." Sue nodded slightly and then turned to the butler, Pepidor, who stood by, instructing, "Pep, please bring him the contract that has been prepared in advance." After uttering these words, he ceased further conversation and returned to the court, immersing himself once again in training. "Please, Mr. Tim." Pepidor understood the cue from Sue and swiftly gestured for Tim Thomas to follow him back to the living room. Upon entering the living room, Pepidor retrieved the pre-prepared contract and presented it to Tim Thomas. Without even glancing at the contents, Tim Thomas confidently signed his name on the document. This series of decisive and rapid actions left Pepidor, who stood nearby, somewhat astonished, prompting him to jest, "Mr. Tim, aren't you going to take a closer look at the contract? There may be clauses that warrant further discussion." In response to Pepidor's inquiry, Tim Thomas merely smiled faintly and replied firmly, "No need. I have complete trust in Mr. Sue." He did not trust Sue out of any particular regard for him, but rather understood that there was nothing about himself that would warrant Sue's concern. Thus, he believed there was no way this affluent individual would attempt to deceive him through the contract. It simply defied logic. Hearing this response, Pepidor couldn't help but chuckle as well. After signing, Tim Thomas did not linger and took his leave. A few hours later, upon returning from training, Sue was immediately approached by Pepidor, who handed him the signed contract. The moment he received the document, Sue turned to Blitz, his gaze brimming with inquiry. He insisted that Blitz review it once more. Even though it was prepared by his own team, human error was always a possibility. Blitz, being an intelligent system, was different. Understanding Sue's intent, Blitz meticulously scrutinized each clause of the contract, remaining silent. After 2.5 seconds, Blitz stated, "Sue, everything is in order." With Blitz's affirmative response, Sue did not hesitate for a moment and inscribed his signature on the contract. At that instant, Tim Thomas officially became Sue's agent. Chapter 12, Conflict. San Antonio Spurs locker room. "Sue, what on earth were you doing in the first half?" The second preseason game proceeded as scheduled, taking place once again at the Alamodome. The opponent was the underwhelming Washington Wizards. Initially, Coach Popovich believed that given his team's capabilities, they should effortlessly widen the score against such a feeble adversary. Once the lead grew substantial, he could promptly substitute the bench players, allowing the starters ample rest while simultaneously providing the younger players with invaluable experience. However, the unfolding events took him completely by surprise. Rookie Sue fervently unleashed a barrage of shots in the first half, not merely from open positions, but audaciously shooting over defenders. At first, as Sue sank his first, second, and even third baskets, Popovich managed to maintain his composure, reasoning that it was merely a preseason game, intended for players to acclimate to the rhythm of competition and rediscover their form. Furthermore, as a key prospect under the team's development, a few attempts from Sue were understandable. Yet, as time progressed, Popovich sensed that something was amiss. Throughout the entire first half, Sue astonishingly attempted 17 shots, accounting for half of the team's total attempts. Such a frenetic and irrational shooting frequency not only failed to secure a lead for the team, but also significantly diminished their offensive efficiency. Upon returning to the locker room, Popovich, who had been waiting impatiently, could no longer contain his fury and confronted Sue vehemently. His voice resonated so powerfully that the entire locker room fell silent, with teammates rendered mute, fearful of provoking their notoriously temperamental coach. In contrast, Sue calmly raised his head and replied, "Coach, I sent preseason about honing skills. I just wanted to test my rhythm, And it turned out well. I made 8 of 17 shots in the first half. Popovich, incensed by Su Yu's audacity to defend himself, felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him fiercely, transforming into a veritable dragon of wrath as he unleashed his fury upon Su Yu. Su Yu, indifferent to the remarks, allowed them to pass through one ear and out the other. After the conclusion of the first preseason game, upon hearing Blitz mention that points could be earned even in preseason, he resolved to unleash a barrage of shots in the remaining 6 games. Although Popovich disapproved of Su Yu's style of play, he still afforded him an opportunity and issued a warning just before the start of the second half. Su Yu responded nonchalantly, acknowledging with a simple, "Understood." Following this, he indeed tempered his approach, attempting only 6 shots in the third quarter. By the end of the third, with Su Yu having restrained himself, the San Antonio Spurs swiftly took control of the game, widening the point gap. In the fourth quarter, Su Yu was substituted out, and ultimately, the Spurs secured their second victory of the preseason without any surprises. Su Yu concluded the game with an impressive record of 11 out of 23 from the field, 3 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable total of 27 points, which translated to a bounty of 2,700 points. Su Yu was in an exceptionally jovial mood as he returned to the locker room, savoring a sumptuous dinner delivered by Pep Dole under the envious gazes of others. However, he had barely taken a couple of bites when the door was abruptly thrust open, revealing none other than Coach Popovich. With a dark expression, Popovich immediately spotted Su Yu, glaring at him with an unmistakable fury and coldly reprimanding, "Get out. Who permitted you to eat in the locker room?" This unexpected confrontation ignited a surge of anger within Su Yu, who indignantly thought to himself, "Such unnecessary meddling. While I can tolerate your rigorous demands during practice or games, I cannot believe you would interfere even when I am merely having dinner after a match." With this thought, Su Yu's already displeased countenance grew increasingly grim. He stood up abruptly and strode purposefully towards Popovich. Upon nearing, he halted, adopting a condescending stance as he fixated on the coach, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Coach, in consideration of our past relationship, I shall respectfully address you as coach. However, should I decide not to extend you this courtesy, do you believe I would hesitate to put you in your place?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Su Yu swiftly extended his right hand, firmly grasping the collar of Popovich's shirt. Such impulsive and audacious behavior from Su Yu left the other players of the San Antonio Spurs utterly astonished. They hastily set aside their belongings and rushed over in an attempt to mediate the impending conflict. However, at that moment, Su Yu was already blinded by rage. Despite being forcefully restrained by numerous teammates, he remained unyielding, incessantly shouting, "Old man, during the game or practice, if I make a mistake, I can accept whatever scolding or reprimand you dish out. But now that the game has concluded, all I want is to have dinner because I'm hungry. Is that too much to ask? Damn it, you've provoked me. If necessary, I'll just buy the Spurs and the first to be dismissed will be you. Let go." With that, Su Yu turned and shouted at the teammates who were pulling him back. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him, creating an invisible pressure that compelled his teammates to instinctively release their grip. Su Yu approached his locker, retrieved his belongings, and casually addressed Pep Dore, "Pep, please tidy up my meal. I shall take my leave." Once the words escaped his lips, Su Yu pushed open the door and exited the changing room. "Understood, boss," Pep Dore called after Su Yu's departing figure, promptly setting about to clear the remnants of Su Yu's dinner. The rest of the San Antonio Spurs looked on, bemused, as Pep Dore organized the meal. After finishing, Pep Dore surveyed the group and remarked, "I apologize on behalf of my employer's conduct. However, my boss is typically quite amiable, even towards us subordinates. Yet, once his boundaries are breached, he can unleash his fury. To speak candidly, what my boss just articulated is the truth. He is not merely a second-generation wealthy individual, but a first-generation magnate with the means to acquire the entire San Antonio Spurs. In his presence, Peter Holt is inconsequential. He chooses to abide by the rules of mere mortals solely for the sake of his dreams and aspirations. Apologies for my verbosity." With that, Pep Dore took his leave, leaving the changing room in a state of shock, their minds reeling from his recent declarations. Even Coach Popovich appeared momentarily bewildered, his anger having long since dissipated. He promptly turned to contact his boss, Peter Holt, relaying the entirety of the recent events and inquiring whether Pep Dore's statements held any truth. Peter Holt sighed, "Indeed, Greg. This is entirely my fault. I should have informed you sooner. My hesitation stemmed from a desire to spare you undue stress. Upon hearing Holt's words, Popovich felt a jolt of anxiety. Despite his strict demeanor during games and practices, he was surprisingly diplomatic in personal interactions. Before Popovich could voice his thoughts, Peter Holt interjected, "Do not worry, Greg. I will speak with Suyu." With that, Peter Holt swiftly ended the call and hurriedly boarded his private jet, visiting Suyu just past midnight. However, Suyu was still awake, taken aback by Peter Holt's unexpected arrival. "Peter, long time no see." "Sue, indeed, it has been a while." The two exchanged a friendly embrace. After which Suyu instructed Pep Dor to bring forth their finest wine to properly host Peter Holt. Moments later, Peter Holt got straight to the point, saying, "Sue, the reason for my visit today is to discuss Greg." Before he could finish, Suyu interrupted, "Peter, I am already aware of what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I merely spoke in jest. I have no intention of acquiring the Spurs, nor do I wish to impose upon him." He paused, then added, "However, I do hope that when it comes to my player option in 3 years, the team will not attempt to hinder me, if that can be arranged." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Peter Holt felt a sense of clarity, realizing that he could not retain Suyu any longer. Many of the NBA owners envied Peter Holt, for he had the rare opportunity to engage closely with the enigmatic Suyu. "Very well, I shall comply," Peter Holt replied without the slightest hesitation. "Then let us indulge ourselves tonight." Although they had agreed to remain sober, Peter Holt succumbed to inebriation after merely 2 bottles, rendering him utterly unconscious. Observing this, Suyu promptly entrusted him to the care of the butler, Pep Dor, and retired to bed, as he needed to awaken early for training the following day. Chapter 13. The new season approaches. The next morning, Tim Duncan approached the training facility with a heart full of trepidation. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a wave of discomfort washed over him. In his view, both Coach Popovich and the rookie Suyu were at fault. Suyu's actions were undeniably impulsive. As a rookie in the NBA, openly confronting a coach is hardly a wise decision. Moreover, the events of last night extended far beyond mere confrontation. Suyu was on the verge of throwing a punch. Such an extreme reaction will undoubtedly lead to significant troubles for him. However, Coach Popovich is not entirely blameless either. It is essential to recognize that a player like Suyu, with a unique background, necessitates a distinctive approach to guidance and management. Clearly, Popovich failed to fully comprehend Suyu's circumstances before resorting to stringent measures, which exacerbated the situation. At this moment, Tim Duncan was filled with concern. He feared that Suyu, due to this conflict, might be relegated to the bench by Popovich, losing the opportunity to showcase his talent. Simultaneously, he worried that the fiercely spirited Suyu might recklessly attempt to oust Popovich from the team. Regardless of the eventual outcome, it would be detrimental to the team, especially with the new season on the horizon. Their goal was to exact revenge on the Los Angeles Lakers and return to the finals to claim the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy for the second time in his career. Suddenly, he forcefully pushed open the somewhat heavy door, which creaked slightly on its hinges. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Suyu, drenched in sweat and dedicatedly training. Witnessing this scene, Tim Duncan could not help but smile appreciatively. He cleared his throat and then called out loudly, "Sue, good morning." As Suyu turned his head in response to the voice, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. "Good morning, Tim," he exclaimed, before promptly refocusing on his training. Observing this, Tim Duncan wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the locker room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged clad in a comfortable athletic outfit, ready to engage in earnest warm-up exercises. He executed a series of movements, stretching, leg presses, and jumps, with fluid grace, gradually elevating his body temperature in preparation for the forthcoming intense training session. Upon completing his warm-up, Tim Duncan approached Suyu, joining him in the rigorous and orderly training regimen. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, it seemed that Tim Duncan could no longer contain his thoughts. He slightly slowed his movements and turned to Suyu, saying, "Sue, actually, however," before he could finish, Suyu interrupted him. "Tim, I understand what you're about to say. Last night was indeed impulsive on my part, and I caused concern for everyone. I will sincerely apologize to the coach shortly." As Suyu panted heavily, he spoke with unwavering determination. Tim Duncan hastily waved his hand and replied, "No, no, no. In truth, the coach has made some missteps as well. We all strive for the good of the team. There is no need to shoulder all the responsibility alone." Upon hearing Tim Duncan's words, the corners of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly as he softly remarked, "All right, Tim, let us set these matters aside for now. We must focus on continuing our training. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile and immersed themselves fully in their practice. As time passed, more and more players from the San Antonio Spurs gradually entered the training facility. In truth, each of them shared the same anxious mindset as Tim Duncan, their hearts fluttering with unease. However, the moment they stepped into the gym, their gazes were irresistibly drawn to a familiar figure, Suyu, who was, as always, engrossed in his training. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had been lodged in their throats eased slightly. Yet, the moment of relief was short-lived. Just as they began to relax, Coach Popovich strode into the training hall. Instantly, the players' newly calmed hearts were once again thrown into turmoil. Filled with apprehension, would there be yet another confrontation? They pondered silently. What was surprising, however, was that despite the tense atmosphere surrounding them, the principal figures, Popovich and Suyu, appeared entirely unfazed. The former continued to methodically guide the players in their training, while the latter remained focused on completing his own tasks, as if nothing had transpired. Thus, amidst the seemingly tranquil yet subtly turbulent environment, the players anxiously fulfilled their training obligations for the day. After the session concluded, Coach Popovich specifically asked Suyu to stay behind, and the two exited the training facility side by side. This action startled the other players, who feared a resurgence of heated arguments or even physical altercations, prompting them to follow closely behind. However, due to the distance, all they could discern was a vague image of Popovich and Suyu engaged in animated conversation, entirely unreflective of their earlier discord. The specifics of their discussion were lost to the players, as they could not hear the words exchanged. Approximately half an hour later, Suyu returned to the locker room with a smile on his face. "So, how did it go? Did you reach an understanding with the coach?" As Suyu returned to the locker room, Tim Duncan approached him with genuine concern. The other teammates in the locker room immediately perked up their ears. Suyu gently patted Tim Duncan's shoulder and smiled, reassuringly saying, "Tim, rest assured, I have had a candid conversation with the coach." Upon hearing this, Tim Duncan finally relaxed. At that moment, David Robinson chimed in with a cheerful grin, saying, "Sue, you were truly remarkable last night, but I would advise against opposing the coach, considering you are still a rookie." "I understand," Suyu answered with a smile. In that moment, David Robinson felt a fleeting disorientation, struggling to reconcile the furious Suyu from the previous night with the amiable individual before him, as if they were two entirely different people. Meanwhile, Popovich, having reached an understanding with Suyu, hurried back to his office. Upon entering, he eagerly picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Peter Holt's number. The call connected swiftly, and Popovich got straight to the point. "Hey, Peter, the issue has been resolved." Hearing this, Peter Holt felt a weight lift from his heart, nodding in satisfaction as he responded, "That's excellent, Greg. In that case, let us discuss the matter we previously addressed." "Oh, you refer to my resignation from the general manager position?" Popovich inquired candidly. "Precisely, that is the matter at hand. After consideration, I concur with your perspective," Peter Holt replied without hesitation. A smile spread across Popovich's face upon receiving this affirmative response, as he joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful. This will allow me to devote myself more fully to coaching the team." It turned out that Popovich had long felt overwhelmed by the dual responsibilities of being both general manager and head coach, finding it challenging to balance both roles. Therefore, he had proposed to Peter Holt that he relinquish the general manager duties to concentrate entirely on the team's training and games. The day after they reached this consensus, the San Antonio Spurs officially announced via their social media channels that Popovich would no longer serve as general manager. Concurrently, various media outlets reported on the matter. However, the announcement was misunderstood by the Spurs players, who erroneously believed that Popovich had relinquished the general manager position due to his impulsive behavior during the conflict with Suyu, resulting in severe repercussions from the owner. This misunderstanding only deepened the players' respect for Suyu, as they marveled at his ability to influence the typically formidable Popovich in such a manner. Suyu immediately sensed a change in the attitude of his teammates towards him. He had his suspicions, but chose not to address them. Instead, he was more concerned with accumulating as many points as possible before the arrival of the new season. During the forthcoming 5 preseason games, Suyu maintained a remarkably high shooting frequency, averaging 20 attempts per game. In response, Coach Popovich continued to admonish Suyu, urging him to play more for the team. Suyu often lets words flow in one ear and out the other, consistently promising change, yet failing to deliver. Coach Popovich is tempted to bench Suyu from the starting lineup, but his defensive prowess makes it difficult to let him go. Popovich has resolved to observe a few games in the upcoming season before making a decision. If necessary, he will make a change. For the San Antonio Spurs, strategy revolves around the dominance of their twin towers in the paint. Meanwhile, Suyu is in high spirits, having averaged 300 points per game over the course of 7 preseason matches, and with 10 hours of daily training, he has amassed a total of 700 points. Blitz, level up. Suyu boosts his jumping ability. Jumping, 80 to 82 remaining points, 9,400. As the preseason draws to a close, the new NBA season is on the horizon. Set to commence on October 31st, with the San Antonio Spurs facing off against the Los Angeles Clippers in their inaugural game. Chapter 14. Is this our home court? On October 30th, at the Alamodome in San Antonio, the season opener between the San Antonio Spurs and the Los Angeles Clippers is about to take place. Amid the announcers' introductions and the cheers of the fans, the San Antonio Spurs emerge one by one from the player tunnel. The moment the last player, Tim Duncan, steps onto the court, the entire Alamodome ignites with fervor. As the grand opening ceremony concludes, both teams engage in warm-ups. Upon completion of the warm-ups, the starting players shed their jackets and make their way onto the court. The announcer seizes the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups. San Antonio Spurs starting lineup: Antonio Daniels, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, David Robinson. Los Angeles Clippers starting lineup: Jeff McInnes, Eric Piakowski, Lamar Odom, Elton Brand, Michael Olowokandi. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commences. The ball is tipped, and David Robinson is the first to make contact, sending the ball back to the rear court, granting the San Antonio Spurs the first offensive possession of the match. Antonio Daniels swiftly retrieves the ball and dribbles across half court. As he crosses the midline, Tim Duncan, like an immovable mountain, swiftly occupies a favorable position and signals for the ball. Despite Elton Brand's desperate attempts to block him, the disparity in strength proves insurmountable. He simply cannot hinder Tim Duncan. In the blink of an eye, Tim Duncan firmly positions Elton Brand behind him. Antonio Daniels keenly seizes this opportunity, unhesitatingly delivering a precise pass to Tim Duncan in the paint. The moment Tim Duncan receives the ball, the entire arena seems to hold its breath. Instantly, the Los Angeles Clippers players converge to tighten their defense against Tim Duncan. Meanwhile, on the perimeter, Antonio Daniels sprints to Suyu's side, providing a solid screen with his body. As Suyu intuitively grasps the situation, he sees this exceptional opportunity to dart towards the arc's apex like an arrow released from its bow. Just as he reached the top of the arc, the ball in Tim Duncan's hands seemed to be enchanted, traveling to Suyu with astonishing speed and precision. To his astonishment, there was not a soul within a meter of him, instantly triggering Suyu's skill, the open shooter. In that moment, the floor beneath his feet erupted in a dazzling green light, propelling him into the air as though equipped with rocket boosters. He soared to the pinnacle of his jump, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, the ball soared through the air like a shooting star, tracing a breathtaking arc. As he released the shot, a confident smile graced Suyu's face, and he even celebrated prematurely. With a satisfying swish, the ball effortlessly found its way through the net, landing gracefully in the warm embrace of the hoop. Suyu successfully landed this three-pointer, marking his very first points in the NBA. The scoreboard flickered as the score transformed to 3 o'clock. "Oh my goodness! A three-pointer! Our rookie Su!" the commentator exclaimed with fervor. In an instant, the entire Alamodome erupted in a fervor. Amidst the roaring cheers, the visiting Los Angeles Clippers prepared to inbound the ball, which was passed to Jeff McInnes. As he dribbled across half-court, McInnes cast a keen gaze over the unfolding scene, decisively delivering the ball to Lamar Odom stationed on the wing. Odom, with his remarkable height and perimeter prowess, stood like an insurmountable mountain before his adversary. Faced with the shorter Bruce Bowen, Odom boldly opted for a forceful drive to the basket. Despite Bowen's valiant efforts, the disparity in height and strength rendered him powerless against Odom's advance. In a flash, Odom bypassed Bowen, charging toward the interior of the San Antonio Spurs defense. However, in the next moment, Tim Duncan emerged like a bolt of lightning from the flank, arriving just in time to provide support. Observing this, Odom swiftly altered his strategy, deftly passing the ball inward to Elton Brand, who had been patiently positioned in the paint. As Brand received the pass, he had little time to execute further maneuvers before another Spurs stalwart, David Robinson, closed in with remarkable speed. Robinson soared into the air, arms outstretched like an impenetrable wall, obstructing Brand's path to the basket. Recognizing the dwindling space for a shot, Brand decisively opted to pass once more, flicking the ball to Michael Olowokandi, who was deeper in the paint. Without hesitation, Olowokandi leaped, attempting to deliver a powerful dunk. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Duncan descended from above, demonstrating astonishing reflexes and explosiveness, rising to emphatically block Olowokandi's attempt. Simultaneously, Robinson leapt, securing the deflected ball mid-air, successfully claiming the valuable rebound. The Spurs' Twin Towers had effectively thwarted the Clippers' offensive endeavor. Upon landing, Robinson promptly passed the ball to Antonio Daniels. Daniels, like a bolt of lightning, surged past the half-court line toward the opposing territory. Meanwhile, CU shadowed him closely, keeping pace. The Clippers players were slow to retreat, and Eric Piatkowski, originally tasked with guarding CU, had no choice but to abandon that assignment and desperately rush toward the ball handler, Antonio Daniels, in an attempt to halt his advance. In an instant, Daniels perceived the opponent's intentions, unhesitatingly executing a cross-court pass to the unmarked CU. With the ball in hand, CU took 2 steps forward, arriving at the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he squared up, leaping high as if propelled by an unseen force, gracefully launching his shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Once again, CU began to celebrate prematurely, his confidence radiating even more than in the previous play. He landed, hardly glancing back to see if the shot had gone in, before turning and sprinting toward his team's bench. Observing this spectacle from the sidelines, Coach Popovich shook his head in exasperation before erupting into a tirade. Yet, before he could finish his words, the ball sailed through the air, piercing the net with precision, a perfect swish. What a shot! The pressure on Popovich compelled him to alter his stance. Less than a minute into the match, CU had already netted his second three-pointer, propelling the score to 6-0. CU's premature celebration detonated like a bomb within the already fervent arena, instantly igniting the passion of all the fans and plunging the entire venue into utter madness. The spectators, adorned in team jerseys and wielding banners and placards, could no longer contain their excitement and exhilaration as they synchronized their voices in a resounding chant. Sue, Sue, Sue. Each fervent call surged forth like tumultuous waves, crashing against the eardrums of those present, creating an overwhelming cacophony that was nothing short of deafening. In that moment, CU on the court could certainly feel the tidal wave of applause emanating from every direction. A slight smile, imbued with confidence and a hint of mischief, crept upon his lips. He then playfully cupped his hand to his ear, seemingly beckoning the home crowd to amplify their cheers, wishing to hear their adulation and support more clearly. The photographer on site astutely captured this electrifying moment, swiftly locking the lens on his CU. Thus, his charismatic gesture was unabashedly displayed on the colossal screen for every fan in attendance to behold. Recognizing the significance of the moment, the fans were invigorated, their cheers rising in a crescendo that seemed capable of lifting the roof off the arena. Even the seasoned players of the San Antonio Spurs found themselves momentarily bewildered, particularly David Robinson, who had dedicated the longest tenure to the team. His eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the almost frenzied crowd, silently pondering, is this truly our home court? Chapter 15. The season's first victory, get back on defense. The head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers was evidently displeased with the team's recent defensive transition speed, and he raised his voice from the sidelines. The Clippers resumed play from the backcourt, passing the ball to Jeff McInnes. He swiftly dribbled past half-court. As he reached the midcourt line, Elton Brand surged forth with impeccable timing, as if rehearsed countless times, executing a flawless screen and roll with Jeff McInnes. This was one of the classic strategies that had consistently proven successful for the Los Angeles Clippers. Jeff McInnes, skillfully utilizing Elton Brand's cover, surged towards the interior of the San Antonio Spurs with the swiftness of lightning. In the very next moment, the imposing figure of Tim Duncan, akin to a towering mountain, abruptly materialized before McInnes, obstructing his path forward. Without a moment's hesitation, McInnes swiftly made a decision, returning the ball to the awaiting Elton Brand, who stood ready to receive it. Upon receiving the pass, Brand exhibited no pause. He leaped effortlessly into the air, executing a fluid motion. What followed was a remarkably precise mid-range jump shot. The mid-range jumper has consistently been one of Brand's most relied upon scoring techniques. In the previous season, his exceptional touch and refined skills allowed him to achieve an impressive mid-range shooting percentage of 43.9, surpassing that of several perimeter players. He averaged 6.3 points per game through this method. With a resounding thud, the The ball struck the backboard before rebounding into the hoop, breaking the scoring drought for the team. The score on the court subsequently transformed to 6-2. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Antonio Daniels, who dribbled across half-court. As soon as he crossed the midline, Daniels glanced towards the side where Suyu awaited. Suyu did not rush forward with fervor. Rather, he remained steadfast in his position. This was not a sign of apathy on his part, but rather a reflection of the team's current strategy, which revolved around the dominance of the Twin Towers in the paint. At that moment, Tim Duncan, resembling a formidable tank, thundered out of the key and positioned himself directly in front of Antonio Daniels, erecting an impenetrable wall of defense. In an instant, taking advantage of Duncan's masterful screen, Daniels surged towards the basket like an arrow released from its bow. His decisive movement immediately drew the attention of the defending players from the Los Angeles Clippers. Observing this, Daniels remained unflustered. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he sent the ball hurtling back to the perimeter, where Tim Duncan had been waiting with bated breath. Upon receiving the pass, Duncan found himself presented with an exceptional opportunity for an open shot. Normally, he would have leapt without hesitation to take the shot. However, tonight's circumstances were different, for Suyu's shooting touch was exceptionally hot, his form remarkably sharp. Thus, Tim Duncan opted to create a shooting opportunity for Suyu. He cast a glance in Suyu's direction. Suyu instantly comprehended the significance of the moment, as he felt a surge of energy beneath his feet, propelling him towards Tim Duncan with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Eric Piankowski, tasked with shadowing Suyu, was equally diligent, closely tailing his movements in an attempt to thwart this offensive maneuver. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had surged to the front of Tim Duncan. With a graceful extension of his arm, Tim Duncan securely passed the ball into Suyu's hands. In executing this pass, Duncan cleverly utilized his robust physique to obstruct Eric Piankowski, who was intent on pursuing Suyu, thus creating an opportunity for his teammate. In an instant, Eric Piankowski lost sight of Suyu. At this juncture, Suyu seized the chance to shoot. He swiftly adjusted his body posture, raised the basketball high above his head, and assumed a standard yet flawless shooting stance. Beneath Suyu's feet, a dazzling green radiance erupted. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this brilliance vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Like a ferocious beast, Lamar Odom lunged towards Suyu, intent on thwarting his advance. In response, Suyu exhibited remarkable agility. With a deceptive feint executed in the blink of an eye, he successfully bewildered Lamar Odom. Following this, he deftly maneuvered, evading Odom's defensive lunge with the swiftness of lightning, taking a step forward while dribbling. Simultaneously, another radiant green glow surged forth from beneath Suyu's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu leapt into the air with unwavering resolve, his form suspended in midair as though he were soaring through the heavens. The ball in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own. With a subtle flick of his wrist, it soared forth, tracing an exquisitely graceful arc. With a swish, the ball glided effortlessly through the net, settling gently into the warm embrace of the hoop. Suyu made 3 shots, hitting all 3, single-handedly securing the team's initial 8 points. His breathtaking performance resembled a blazing torch, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire Alamodome. The fans united in a resounding chant, "Su! Su! Su!" This deafening, overwhelming cheer surged like a tidal wave, resonating through every corner of the arena. Suyu relished the deafening cheers, turning to the unseen Blitz and exclaiming, "Blitz, this is exhilarating." Floating in the air, Blitz replied, "Enjoy it to the fullest, Su." If in the past Suyu played to repay him, at this very moment he seemed to revel in the experience, which was delightful news for Blitz. "Timeout," exclaimed the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, utterly astonished by the prowess of this rookie. At this juncture, Suyu strode back to the bench with an air of confidence. Upon returning, he was enveloped by his teammates, greeted with a cascade of generous praise and enthusiastic embraces. Even Popovich, at that moment, wore a barely perceptible smile, giving Suyu a thumbs up in approval. In this instant, Popovich witnessed the thunderous applause reverberating within the Alamodome. He silently reflected, "I have coached this team for 6 years, enduring nearly 300 home games, yet never has a night evoked such fervor among the audience." Indeed, under Popovich's guidance, the San Antonio Spurs had previously projected an aura of steadiness, lacking in fervor, with few players capable of instantly igniting the fans' passions. However, Suyu's emergence had irrevocably transformed this narrative. He shone like a brilliant shooting star, streaking across the tranquil night sky, swiftly capturing everyone's attention. The ensuing game unfolded with a decidedly lopsided dynamic. With Suyu positioned at the perimeter like an impeccably accurate cannon, the Clippers dared not employ a double-team strategy against the formidable Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, within the paint. Consequently, as the Twin Towers took charge, the San Antonio Spurs surged ahead with unstoppable momentum. In a mere 3 quarters, they secured their victory early on. The final score settled at 111-88. A staggering 23-point triumph over the visiting Los Angeles Clippers, marking a triumphant beginning to the new season. Suyu's performance was remarkable. He achieved 8 out of 9 field goals, 4 out of 5 three-pointers, amassing 20 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Chapter 16. Is the world going mad? This year's best rookie Su. Popovich's vision is unmatched. In a single game, Su has captivated the Alamo Dome. This year, the Spurs are poised to become the most formidable obstacle for the Los Angeles Lakers in their quest for a 3rd consecutive championship. The following day, it seemed as though the entire nation was engulfed in fervor. Major media outlets, social platforms, and sports forums were abuzz with enthusiastic discussions surrounding Suyu's astonishing performance in his debut match. This nascent rookie quickly drew attention with his distinctive and audacious style. Throughout the game, Suyu demonstrated extraordinary talent and confidence, unabashedly celebrating each score ahead of time. Such a flamboyant personality piqued the interest of bystanders and fans alike, transforming even those initially indifferent into ardent followers, captivated by his charisma and eagerly anticipating his subsequent games. The most fervent supporters, of course, were the fans of the San Antonio Spurs. Since the conclusion of the first match, they have been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the second home game. Whether through televised broadcasts or in-person attendance, the enthusiasm surrounding this event has reached unprecedented heights. Consequently, when tickets for the second game were officially released, they were snatched up in mere moments, leaving onlookers astounded by the speed of the sellout. Amidst this frenzy, the newly appointed general manager R.C. Buford found himself in a state of deep concern. He was acutely aware of the fans' passion for the team, yet he also had to consider the logistical challenges posed by the venue's capacity. After all, the Alamo Dome, utilized by the San Antonio Spurs, was not specifically designed for basketball. This multipurpose arena primarily hosts large-scale events such as soccer and football matches, particularly soccer. Thus, it presents a significant issue. Its capacity is overwhelmingly large. The expansive venue can accommodate up to 65,000 spectators. When the Spurs play at home, the actual attendance often falls far short of this maximum capacity, necessitating the use of large curtains to obscure half of the arena, allowing only the other half for the game. In effect, the Spurs typically sell around 30,000 seats to the public. Recognizing this predicament, the team's management realized that action was imperative and decided to construct a brand new AT Center. On August 24, 2000, the groundbreaking for the AT Center officially took place. According to the initial plans, this state-of-the-art arena was expected to be operational by the following season. However, just as everything appeared to be progressing smoothly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded with the arrival of Suyu. The performance of Suyu in just a single game has utterly enthralled the fans, igniting a fervor akin to that of a championship final. The pressing question of whether to increase the seating capacity has become an urgent dilemma for R.C. Buford. In response, R.C. Buford convened a meeting with numerous executives, ultimately deciding to expand the availability of seats for fans. Initially, an additional 10,000 seats were made available, and to everyone's astonishment, these tickets were completely sold out within a mere 3 hours. This astonishing demand for tickets not only surprised all but also vividly demonstrated the overwhelming enthusiasm and support of the fans for their team. Witnessing this phenomenon, R.C. Buford wasted no time and promptly released another 5,000 tickets. As expected, these additional tickets were likewise snatched up in no time. The subsequent home games set an incredible record, with R.C. Buford's bold decisions leading to a staggering total of 47,563 tickets sold, marking a pinnacle in ticket sales in recent years. In a lavish villa nestled in a corner of the bustling city of San Antonio, a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit stood solemnly in a spacious and bright living room, reporting the progress of work to Peter Holt, who was seated on the sofa. "Boss, I have some significant news to share. Our Spurs have achieved remarkable ticket sales in the second game of the new season, totaling 47,000 tickets sold. The middle-aged man's tone was steady, yet his excitement was palpable. Upon hearing this figure, Peter Holt was momentarily taken aback, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. As the custodian of the team, he was acutely aware of the Spurs' historical ticket sales performance. Typically, even with a commendable team record, such astonishing sales figures were hard to attain. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Oh, this is quite unexpected. What has led to such a surge in ticket sales?" Without hesitation, the middle-aged man replied, "It is all thanks to Mr. Suyu. His dazzling performance on the court has drawn numerous fans to watch the games." The mention of Suyu's name only heightened Peter Holt's astonishment. After all, he regarded Suyu as an accomplished businessman. While he was competent in basketball, this level of impact had far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, as if anticipating the boss's reaction, the middle-aged man swiftly retrieved a meticulously prepared videotape from his briefcase, respectfully presenting it to Peter Holt, saying, "Boss, please take a moment to view this tape. I believe it will elucidate the reasons behind this phenomenon." Peter Holt received the videotape and placed it into the player. As the screen illuminated, a scene of intense competition unfolded before him. The figure of Suyu, the center of attention on the field, darted between opponents with the agility of a sleek cheetah. Each time he seized the ball, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers and roars. The most striking moment, however, came when the ball was still soaring through the air, and Suyu had already preemptively gestured in triumph. His confident and flamboyant demeanor made it seem as though the entire stadium had transformed into his personal stage. Peter Holt fixated on the screen, a subtle smile gradually gracing his lips. Clearly, he was deeply captivated by Suyu's unparalleled charisma. Once the video concluded, he eagerly rose to his feet and decisively commanded, "Arrange for me to attend the next match in person at once." The middle-aged man promptly replied, "Of course, boss. I will take care of it right away." As Suyu's popularity surged, his agent, Tim Thomas, found his inbox inundated with collaboration offers from numerous prestigious brands. Faced with such an overwhelming and enticing array of contracts, Tim initially struggled to believe the sheer magnitude of the situation, deeming it almost exaggerated. However, after careful contemplation, he swiftly came to a realization. The enthusiasm of these high-end brands to partner with Suyu stemmed not only from his current immense popularity, but also from the intrinsic value he represented. Despite grasping the essence of the matter, Tim refrained from making unilateral decisions on Suyu's behalf. Instead, he dutifully conveyed the intentions of each brand to Suyu in detail. In response, Suyu unhesitatingly declined all offers, exhibiting a particular interest only in the sneaker brand endorsements. After all, securing a sneaker endorsement equates to an athlete's pinnacle in the industry. Among the renowned sneaker brands reaching out to Suyu were industry titans like Nike and Adidas. Yet, Suyu's attitude towards these prestigious labels remained remarkably nonchalant. He merely glanced at the related materials before casually handing them over to Blitz for further handling. "Suyu, Blitz, get to work." Blitz, before long. Blitz swiftly presented a detailed proposal to Suyu. The document clearly stated that Nike was to offer a 5-year endorsement contract worth up to $100 million, while Adidas would need to propose a 5-year deal amounting to $120 million. When Tim Thomas witnessed the astonishing figures put forth by Suyu, he was utterly astounded. He couldn't help but ponder, are Nike and Adidas truly such naive entities? How could these prominent brands possibly agree to such outrageous sums? To put things into perspective, superstar Allen Iverson's sneaker endorsement contract was merely for 10 years at $50 million. However, upon seeing the attached conditions from Suyu, Tim Thomas experienced an epiphany. The stipulations were nothing short of extreme. The specific requirements included becoming an all-star player within just 2 years, securing an NBA championship within 3 years, and within the 5-year period, not only achieving the MVP honor, but also winning at least 2 championships, along with accomplishing at least one of the All-NBA or All-Defensive Team distinctions. Should any of these criteria go unfulfilled, Nike or Adidas, as the contracting party, would be entitled to reclaim all payments made to Suyu. When the executives at Nike and Adidas received Suyu's return contract, their reactions were worlds apart. The president of Adidas was infuriated, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this guy out of his mind? How dare a mere rookie demand a contract worth $120 million? Does he truly think we're fools?" In contrast, the president of Nike did not erupt in rage like his Adidas counterpart. After all, he had previously met Suyu at a gala. After a moment of calm reflection, the Nike president concluded that the proposal was not entirely unfeasible. After all, If Suyu managed to accomplish these nearly insurmountable tasks, Nike could potentially cultivate him into another superstar akin to Michael Jordan. Even if Suyu ultimately fell short of all expectations, investing $100 million to associate with such an influential figure could hardly be deemed a loss. Consequently, Nike promptly initiated contact with Tim Thomas, expressing a desire to discuss the contract. Tim Thomas was utterly bewildered, never anticipating such a turn of events. Did Nike truly agree? Once he regained his composure, he wasted no time relaying this news to Suyu. Upon hearing it, Suyu remained remarkably calm, simply responding, "Let us not rush. I'll make a decision after my second game." Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas can hardly believe it. Is the world going mad? A rookie dares to propose such an exacting sneaker endorsement contract, and Nike actually agrees. Even more astonishingly, the rookie shows no urgency, stating he wishes to wait until after the second game to discuss further. Chapter 17. Peter's reward. On November 2nd, sunlight poured over the vibrant city of San Antonio, and the atmosphere within the Alamo Dome was thick with excitement and tension. A staggering 47,000 fans filled the arena, with nearly 200,000 more gathered outside, unable to secure tickets, a true spectacle of crowding. In this match, the San Antonio Spurs were set to face off against the Seattle Supersonics. Prior to the game, Peter Holt, the owner of the San Antonio Spurs, made a personal appearance. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he walked purposefully toward the team's locker room. The moment Peter stepped inside, the previously boisterous room fell into an immediate hush, all players fixating their gazes upon him, their eyes wide with astonishment as if they had encountered a rare visitor. Only one among them remained remarkably composed, Suyu. He sat quietly in his chair, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Peter Holt began by warmly greeting each player present, then delivered an impassioned speech to rally their spirits. Inspired by their owner's encouragement, the players responded enthusiastically, proclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Holt. We will give our all to secure this victory." Pleased by their fervent attitude, Peter nodded in approval. He then stepped directly in front of Suyu, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he said, "Su, it has been a while." At this moment, Suyu rose slowly from his seat, still wearing that signature smile, and replied, "Peter, your memory seems a bit faulty. We met not too long ago." With that, they exchanged a knowing smile. "Ha ha. It appears my memory is indeed failing me." Peter Holt erupted into hearty laughter. Subsequently, he opened his arms and embraced Suyu as if they were long-lost friends. In that moment, the players of the San Antonio Spurs felt a heightened sense of admiration and trepidation towards Suyu, while Peter Holt's gesture only served to further affirm Suyu's status as a true magnate. They found it nearly inconceivable that someone so affluent would still choose to play basketball. This conundrum mirrors the age-old question of why the wealthy relentlessly pursue more wealth. For affluent individuals, work transcends mere survival. It becomes a conduit for self-actualization and a source of fulfillment. The achievements and progress derived from one's labor can evoke profound satisfaction. The same holds true for Suyu. Although he possesses an inexhaustible fortune, he finds little gratification in the realm of business. However, within the world of basketball, when he hears the resounding cheers of the fans, he experiences an intense sense of fulfillment. "Peter, you, the industrious magnate, how is it that you have the time to come and watch the game today?" With a countenance full of curiosity, Suyu gazed at Peter Holt and could not help but inquire. Peter Holt chuckled heartily, responding, "Ah, Su, I would never presume to call myself a big boss in your presence. I made a special trip to watch the match, and it is all due to you. Look, your remarkable performance in the first game has led to the sale of an astounding 47,000 tickets for this match. Su, you are truly remarkable, and my admiration for you is genuine." His words were imbued with sincerity and appreciation. Peter Holt felt an overwhelming respect for Suyu, as he had only been engaged with basketball for a little over a year, yet had achieved such astonishing results. It was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, a sly smile curled at the corners of Suyu's mouth as he said, "Well, boss, since you hold us in such high regard, might there be any tangible rewards? Perhaps a bonus for our team members?" In response to Suyu's suggestion, Peter Holt nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Of course, that is certainly no problem. Su, pray tell, what manner of reward do you desire? As long as it is reasonable, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes." With that, he cast this challenging question back into Suyu's hands. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu replied with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, it is not particularly difficult, boss. You surely will not suffer any losses. Let's make a pact. If we can surge forward triumphantly and seize the championship by June of this year, you must generously reward us." Upon hearing these words, Peter Holt waved his hand grandly, promising with great enthusiasm, "No problem. If the team indeed fulfills its aspirations and claims the championship this season, every player shall receive a substantial bonus of $1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the players of the San Antonio Spurs erupted with jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring as if they had been invigorated, dancing with unbridled joy, as if the mountain of bonuses was already rushing towards them. For those players with modest salaries, this truly represented a fortune. Did everyone hear that? If we succeed in winning the championship this season, Peter will reward each player with an incredible bonus of $1 million. So, what do you all believe should be our ultimate goal for this season? As Suyu seized the moment, he raised his voice, calling out to his teammates with fervor. To be candid, Suyu's ambition for his inaugural season was none other than the championship, a goal he has consistently pursued each season. "Let us act decisively," he declared. No sooner had his words echoed through the locker room than a thunderous, harmonious chorus erupted in response. "Championship! Championship! Championship!" The fervent shouts surged like tumultuous waves, engulfing the entire locker room, the overwhelming momentum seemingly destined to burst through the ceiling and ascend to the heavens. Soon after, under the guidance of Coach Popovich, the entirety of the San Antonio Spurs strode forth with resolute steps, gathering in the player tunnel, poised for their grand entrance. Accompanied by the impassioned commentary of the announcer and the fervent cheers from an audience of 47,000 ecstatic fans, the Spurs players filed onto the court. As Suyu, the fourth from last to emerge, stepped out of the tunnel, the entire Alamo Dome was ignited, plunging into a frenzied sea of excitement. Countless fans, overwhelmed with emotion, chanted in unison, "Sue! Sue! Sue!" The resounding roar crashed against the eardrums like a tidal wave, stirring a fervor within all present. In the face of such fervent enthusiasm, Suyu maintained a serene smile, gracefully welcoming the overwhelming cheers as he confidently made his way to the center of the arena. Following the grand entrance ceremony, both teams swiftly engaged in their warm-up routines. Once warmed up, the starting players shed their jackets and took to the court. The announcer seized the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups to the audience, both in attendance and watching at home. The San Antonio Spurs lineup included Antonio Daniels, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The Seattle Supersonics lineup featured Gary Payton, Brent Barry, Rashard Lewis, Vin Baker, and Calvin Booth. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially commenced. Chapter 18, Old Man, Who Gave You the Courage? With a sharp crack, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, deftly redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs the initial offensive possession. Antonio Daniels retrieved the ball and dribbled past the half-court line. Just as he crossed the midline, Gary Payton surged forward like a ravenous tiger, closely shadowing Antonio Daniels and applying immense defensive pressure. Gary Payton understood all too well that their team's interior players were at a distinct disadvantage against the formidable twin towers of the San Antonio Spurs frontcourt. To triumph over the Spurs, the perimeter players, led by himself, would need to exert significantly more effort to create ample opportunities. It could even be said that any team in the league faces a disadvantage when matched against the Spurs' imposing frontcourt. Shaquille O'Neal, who said that? In that moment, Gary Payton's eyes narrowed with determination, fixating intently on the ball in Antonio Daniels' hands. Opportunity. With lightning speed, Payton launched himself, executing a clean and decisive steal from Antonio Daniels. What? Antonio Daniels was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden theft. Seizing the moment, Payton scooped up the fallen ball and sprinted towards the opposing basket like an arrow released from its bow. Antonio Daniels, realizing the gravity of the situation, was struck with alarm and hurriedly turned to pursue, but despite his best efforts, he was unable to catch up to the swiftly accelerating Payton. Suyu was quick to pursue, but positioned at the corner, he was simply unable to catch up. He could only watch helplessly as Gary Payton charged toward the basket. Subsequently, Payton leapt high and effortlessly scored, altering the score to 0-2. Gary Payton's steal initiated the team's first points. Meanwhile, on the San Antonio Spurs bench, Popovich's mustache twitched in frustration. How could the starting point guard commit such a fundamental error? Nevertheless, Popovich restrained his anger, refraining from calling a timeout or making substitutions. His gaze remained fixated on the court, akin to a hawk poised to swoop down on its prey. Should another blunder of this nature occur, he would not hesitate to call for a stoppage. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play from the backcourt, passing the ball to Antonio Daniels. Having just experienced a steal in the previous play, Antonio Daniels now approached the game with utmost caution, passing the ball before even crossing half-court. The crowd erupted as the ball was delivered to Suyu, who, upon receiving it, ignited the atmosphere within the Alamodome. Meanwhile, Brent Barry, tasked with guarding Suyu, swiftly adopted a defensive stance, having reviewed video footage of Suyu's debut match prior to the game. The confidence exuded by Suyu, his poise and premature celebration, is something even Brent Barry, a seasoned shooter, would not dare to emulate. While Brent Barry possesses a commendable self-assurance in his shooting, he refrains from celebrating too soon. To him, Suyu's shooting seems to transcend his own capabilities, instilling a sense of restraint and showcasing his shooting prowess. Suyu, however, does not opt for a one-on-one against Brent Barry. Instead, he lofts the ball into the low post to successfully position Tim Duncan. As Tim Duncan receives the ball in the low post, the Seattle Supersonics perimeter players swiftly retreat, particularly Gary Payton. Tim Duncan passes the ball to Antonio Daniels at the arc. Immediately, Gary Payton lunges forward, only to see Antonio Daniels feint a shot before driving past him. After taking a step forward, he leaps into the air, releasing a mid-range shot. Alas, it clangs off the rim. Wendell Beck leaps high, successfully securing the rebound. Ball. Gary Payton's urgent call resonates. Wendell Beck promptly passes the ball to Payton. Upon receiving it, Gary Payton surges forward like a wild stallion, rapidly advancing with the ball. Observing this, Antonio Daniels rushes in an attempt to thwart Payton's offensive momentum. Yet, Gary Payton, quick-witted and agile, seizes the moment, executing a sudden change of direction that easily eludes Antonio Daniels' defense. He then barrels towards the heart of the San Antonio Spurs defense, where the formidable Tim Duncan stands as the last bastion. Tim Duncan, with his quick reflexes, moves with the swiftness of lightning to contest Payton's advance. Faced with the interception from one of the league's elite power forwards, Gary Payton remains undaunted. With adept precision, he gathers the ball and, with a powerful push from his legs, launches himself skyward like a rocket. In tandem, Tim Duncan also springs into action, and the two collide mid-air with a resounding crash, akin to two meteors colliding in the cosmos. Despite the fierce confrontation, Gary Payton maintains a firm grip on the ball. Truly deserving of the moniker the Glove, he displays remarkable resilience. Stabilizing his center of gravity, he swings his arm forcefully, accurately launching the ball toward the basket. In that very instant, Cus' agile figure darts in from the side, arriving with astonishing speed to emphatically block Gary Payton's high-arcing shot. The deflected ball loses control, rolling out of bounds. The possession remains with the Seattle Supersonics. The commentator, filled with exuberance, shouted with fervor. In an instant, the entire Alamodome erupted, as the audience joined in unison, chanting, "Sue! Sue! Sue!" The roar reverberated throughout the Alamodome, as if it might lift the dome off its foundations. What an impressive display! Sue! Tim Duncan, unable to contain his delight, reached out and affectionately ruffled Suyu's hair, beaming with praise. Hearing Tim Duncan's commendation, Suyu couldn't help but smile, responding, "It is truly thanks to you, Tim, for your exceptional defense. If you hadn't effectively thwarted the opponent's offensive routes, I would not have had such an opportunity to execute that block." Indeed, Tim Duncan's defense was impeccable. He raised his arms high, resembling an unyielding fortress, standing resolutely in front of Gary Payton. This block was so airtight that it left Gary Payton with no room to maneuver. Faced with such stringent defense, Payton had to alter his strategy, attempting a challenging high-arcing shot to bypass Duncan's line of defense. Consequently, his focus was entirely consumed, rendering him oblivious to Suyu's swift approach from the flank, akin to a leaping cheetah. The Seattle Supersonics resumed play from the sidelines. The ball once again in Gary Payton's hands. He swiftly dribbled to the top of the arc. At that moment, Vin Baker dashed out from the paint, providing Payton with a timely screen. Utilizing the pick, Payton successfully evaded Antonio Daniels. He then advanced a step, leapt swiftly, hung in the air, and decisively released the ball. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for Tim Duncan to recover. The ball traced an exquisitely beautiful arc through the air. With a gentle swish, it passed cleanly through the net, settling securely in the hoop. Gary Payton had scored again, and the score instantaneously shifted to 0-4, marking a dream start for the Seattle Supersonics. After scoring, Gary Payton, with a smile, called out to the nearby Suyu, "Hey, rookie, don't think that just because you blocked me once, you can stop me from scoring." Peyton was still irked about being blocked by the rookie. But the moment he uttered those words, he felt considerably relieved. Little did he expect that Suyu would retort, "You old man, what gives you the audacity?" At this juncture, Suyu paused briefly, contemplating how to counter Gary Peyton, that old-timer, armed with the insights provided by Blitz. Suyu immediately retorted, "Old man, if I played for 12 seasons without winning a championship, I might as well be dead." With that, he did not give Gary Peyton a chance to respond and sprinted ahead. Gary Peyton, watching Suyu's retreating figure, gritted his teeth in frustration, inwardly vowing to teach this rookie a lesson. Chapter 19. Back-to-back victories. The San Antonio Spurs initiated their offensive play, passing the ball to Antonio Daniels, who swiftly dribbled across half-court. As he crossed the midline, Gary Peyton charged at him like a ravenous tiger, causing Antonio Daniels to hastily pass the ball. The sphere arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the hands of Suyu. Upon receiving the ball, Suyu quickly signaled for a screen. Understanding the cue, Tim Duncan darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, positioning himself firmly to provide solid protection for Suyu. With Tim Duncan's screen, Suyu surged forward like a wild stallion, effortlessly shaking off the defender and racing toward the interior of the Seattle Supersonics zone. Observing this, Finbeck and Lewis rushed to provide assistance. In response, Suyu flicked his wrist lightly, and the ball seemed to be enchanted, soaring from his hands and landing accurately in the corner with Bruce Bowen, who stood completely unguarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Bruce Bowen leapt into the air, momentarily suspended, before forcefully releasing the ball. With a resounding clang, the shot struck the rim and bounced out. Fortunately, David Robinson, dominating Calvin Booth, secured the offensive rebound. Realizing this, Van Beck wasted no time and quickly retreated, positioning himself alongside Calvin Booth in an attempt to thwart Robinson's second chance. Instead of forcing a shot, David Robinson calmly surveyed the court and promptly passed the ball to the open Tim Duncan on the perimeter. Without any hesitation, Tim Duncan secured the ball, took decisive strides forward, and charged toward the basket like a heavy tank. With one step, then another, he effortlessly leaped. At the apex of his jump, he gently released the ball, which flew toward the hoop like a bolt of lightning. With a satisfying swish, Tim Duncan scored, breaking the scoring drought for his team. The score now stood at 2-4. As the Seattle Supersonics initiated a play from the backcourt, the ball was passed to Gary Peyton, who skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Upon crossing the midcourt, Peyton glanced towards Brent Berry on one side and gestured for him to swiftly approach and set a screen. A flicker of uncertainty passed through Brent Berry's mind, as the tactical arrangement was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, he complied with the team leader's request and moved in to set the screen. Utilizing Berry's pick, Peyton surged toward the paint with determination. At that moment, Suyu was rapidly approaching to provide defensive support. Noticing this, a subtle and cunning smile crept onto Peyton's lips. He then executed a sudden stop, dribbled between his legs, and skillfully maneuvered the ball away. Upon witnessing this, Suyu promptly followed closely, anxious to prevent any breach in their defense. Meanwhile, Brent Berry swiftly grasped Gary Peyton's intentions. Consequently, he quickly sidestepped, drawing away the defenders, leaving only Gary Peyton and Suyu on the court to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. "Rookie, open your eyes and watch closely as I completely dismantle you," Gary Peyton boasted with bravado. As soon as he finished his taunt, he surged forward like a wild stallion, charging fiercely towards Suyu. Yet, in the next moment, Suyu seemed to possess foresight. With a swift motion, he deftly sidestepped to his left, effectively blocking Peyton's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu extended his long arm decisively, executing a lightning-fast steal with the ferocity of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a resounding slap, the steal was executed impeccably, causing the basketball in Gary Peyton's possession to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. Suyu reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly bending down to retrieve the ball that had bounced off the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and dribbled, racing like the wind towards the backcourt of the Seattle Supersonics. At that moment, the Alamo Dome erupted with excitement due to Suyu's outstanding performance. His steal was akin to a resounding slap in the face of Gary Peyton, who had just boasted with bravado. The public humiliation ignited a fierce rage within Peyton. His eyes ablaze with fury. In a fit of wrath, he abruptly turned, charging at Suyu like an enraged bull, disregarding everything in his path. The distance between the two closed rapidly, Peyton's speed astonishing, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. At last, he caught up to Suyu just before the free-throw line. However, In the face of Peyton's aggressive pursuit, Suyu remained unfazed. Calmly, he cradled the ball, skillfully shifting it to the opposite side of his body to thwart Peyton's attempt to swipe it away. Then, Suyu took his first step, followed by a second, before leaping high to execute a layup. Although Peyton lacked Suyu's height and wingspan, in his furious state, he paid no heed to these disadvantages. Without hesitation, he leapt after Suyu, colliding with him midair and desperately outstretching his arms in an attempt to block the layup. Yet, no matter how vigorously he extended his limbs, he could not reach the ball that Suyu held firmly in his grasp. In the air, Suyu withstood Peyton's fierce impact and forcefully launched the ball towards the hoop. Beep. Almost simultaneously, the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, decisively calling a foul on Peyton. All eyes in the arena fixed upon the ball as it soared toward the rim. It circled the edge of the hoop for a full 2 rotations, as if playfully teasing, before finally settling gently into the welcoming embrace of the net. Suyu executed a stunning steal and converted it into a 2-1 play. The atmosphere in the Alamodome erupted with excitement as fervent fans chanted his name, Su, Su, Su. Even Peter Holt from the V Room could not contain his enthusiasm, applauding fervently for Suyu. In that moment, he finally comprehended the adoration the fans held for him. As Suyu celebrated his triumph, he spread his arms wide towards the stands, gesturing emphatically as if to amplify the cheers of the spectators. The fans in the Alamodome responded in kind, their roars crescendoing with each passing moment, their excitement echoing clearly even a kilometer outside the venue. Teammates rushed to embrace Suyu, exchanging high fives in celebration. Relishing in the encouragement from fans and teammates alike, Suyu approached Gary Payton, tauntingly remarking, "Old man, thanks for the point." Gary Payton swiftly retorted with a barrage of expletives, but Suyu dismissed the insults, unfazed, as such banter held no weight for him. In Suyu's eyes, striking at the heart of the matter was crucial. "Old man, you've aged, destined to lead the Seattle Supersonics nowhere near a championship. You're truly irrelevant." This provoked an irate response from Payton, who charged at Suyu, headbutting his chest while gripping his collar and hurling insults. Yet, Suyu remained unflinching, looking down at Payton with an air of superiority. Simultaneously, the San Antonio Spurs players rushed to protect their own, viewing Suyu as their second-in-command. Notably, Bruce Bowen dashed forward to shove Payton away. The Seattle Supersonics players quickly followed suit, and the referees immediately blew their whistles, striving to quell the escalating situation. Throughout the commotion, Suyu stood his ground, gazing at Payton, who was restrained by his teammates, akin to a toothless tiger confined in a cage. With a dismissive gesture of a thumbs down towards Payton, Suyu further incited his ire. Payton shouted to his teammates, "Let me go. I need to teach that rookie a lesson." Unperturbed, Suyu called out to the referee, "Ref, are you not going to issue a technical foul? He slammed into my chest, it really hurts, and he wants to fight me." The referee, visibly exasperated, had never encountered such an audacious rookie. Yet, acknowledging Payton's aggression, he promptly issued him a technical foul, while simultaneously penalizing Bruce Bowen as well. Bowen grimaced, aware that a technical foul incurred a fine of 2,000. Suyu noticed his teammates' dismay and vowed to make amends for it. Subsequently, Suyu stepped up to the free throw line for an additional shot. With a swift swish, the ball passed through the net effortlessly. Suyu's remarkable performance helped his team to seize 3 crucial points, enabling them to surpass their opponents and score. This maneuver ignited the spirits of the San Antonio Spurs, setting their morale ablaze. In stark contrast, the Seattle Supersonics, playing away, resembled a deflated balloon, lacking vigor and resilience. A team once brimming with potential now found themselves utterly incapable of retaliation. Particularly, their star player Gary Payton found himself ensnared in a quagmire of isolation plays. Devoid of team collaboration, he frequently dribbled and attempted to penetrate the defense. Yet each endeavor was thwarted by the well-structured defensive line of the Spurs. Coach Greg Popovich, astutely observing the shift in momentum, promptly called for a timeout, initiating a comprehensive reconfiguration of their defensive strategies. Under his decisive guidance, the Spurs' defense became impenetrable. Consequently, Payton's success rate in one-on-one situations plummeted, rendering each offensive attempt exceedingly arduous. Capitalizing on this stringent defense, the Spurs seized opportunities to score repeatedly, gradually widening the gap against the Supersonics. As the first half concluded, the score settled at 55-43, with the Spurs enjoying a 12-point lead. Upon entering the locker room, Suyu eagerly rushed to his locker, swiftly opening it to retrieve a hefty stack of cash. A cursory estimate revealed it to be nearly $10,000. Without hesitation, he approached Bruce Bowen and handed him the bundle, saying, "Bruce, take this to cover your fine. The remainder shall serve as your reward." It was not that Suyu was unwilling to offer more, but merely that he had a limited amount of cash on hand. Bowen was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. His eyes widened as he gazed at the substantial cash in Suyu's hands, filled with astonishment and gratitude. Before he could utter a word, Suyu pressed the money into his palm and promptly turned to take a seat on the sidelines to rest. This gesture not only left Bowen feeling honored, but also attracted envious glances from many players around. They couldn't help but lament that had they known such fortuitous events would occur, they too should have been the first to offer assistance. Especially Antonio Daniels, who, witnessing this unfold, felt a pang of regret. However, this incident undoubtedly garnered Suyu numerous allies willing to step forward and protect him on the court. As the second half commenced, the fans at the Alamodome were finally treated to a glimpse of Suyu's pre-celebration. In the second half, Suyu was granted 2 open shooting opportunities. Faced with such a rare chance, how could Suyu possibly let slip an opportunity to showcase his prowess? The conduct of Suyu has regrettably influenced his teammates. When they observed Suyu prematurely celebrating, they too began to imitate him, striking exaggerated poses of jubilation. This spectacle elicited a resigned shake of the head from Coach Popovich on the sidelines, who silently lamented the unsavory trend. Nevertheless, despite Popovich's disapproval of such antics, the undeniable truth remained. Suyu not only successfully executed those 2 shots but had also never experienced the embarrassment of being thwarted due to premature celebration. Beep. As the whistle signifying the end of the third quarter echoed, the scoreboard unmistakably revealed that the San Antonio Spurs had extended their lead to 21 points. Suyu was compelled to clock out early after 3 quarters. His personal statistics were remarkable, recording 6 successful shots out of 8 attempts. 2 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and 3 out of 3 from the free throw line, totaling 17 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Seattle Supersonics with a commanding score of 108-84, marking their second consecutive victory since the start of the season. Chapter 20. Post-game interview. In the post-game interview, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed journalist eagerly posed the first question. "Su, what inspired your confident early celebration?" Upon hearing the question, Suyu did not hastily provide an answer. Instead, he wore a smile and, with a penetrating gaze, meticulously examined the golden-haired beauty of a reporter, as if he sought to absorb every intricate detail of her being. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. "Hi, you were truly exquisite." The golden-haired reporter, clearly unperturbed by such flattery, gracefully replied, "Thank you." Subsequently, with a playful wink, she deftly steered the conversation back to the original inquiry, yearning for Suyu's elucidation regarding the reasons for the early celebration. Suyu spoke slowly and deliberately. "In fact, I have already answered your question." Upon hearing this, not only did the blonde reporter wear a perplexed expression, but the other journalists present were equally bewildered, entirely at a loss as to where Suyu had provided an answer. Observing the confusion etched on their faces, Suyu elaborated. "When I complimented your beauty just now, you accepted my praise without the slightest hesitation, did you not? That is because you are fully aware of your own captivating allure. In a similar vein, my confidence in celebrating prematurely stems from my unwavering belief that I will indeed succeed in making those shots. This conviction is as steadfast and indisputable as your recognition of your own beauty." Suyu's words struck the minds of those present like a bolt of lightning, illuminating their understanding in an instant. Soon after, a blonde-haired journalist could not help but lead the applause, her bright claps echoing through the air, inspired by her enthusiasm. The other reporters present joined in with fervent applause, and for a moment, the entire interview area was engulfed in thunderous applause. As the clamor began to subside, a bespectacled Caucasian male journalist swiftly seized the opportunity to inquire, "Su, during the match, we observed that you had a confrontation with Gary Payton. Could you please elaborate on the circumstances that unfolded on the court at that time?" Suyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he responded with an air of ease. "In truth, there is nothing of great significance. It seems that Gary, this fellow, feels utterly humiliated by my block as a rookie. Thus, upon scoring, he audaciously chose to provoke me. Without hesitation, I retorted that after 12 long years in his professional career, he has yet to even catch a glimpse of a championship ring. Perhaps he should just give up altogether." Suyu's incisive response was akin to a powerful bombshell, instantly creating a tumult among the gathered media. The previously tranquil atmosphere transformed into one of fervor. With reporters buzzing with excitement, invigorated by the long-awaited explosive news material that they could now elaborate upon extensively. Amidst the crowd, a tall journalist with a dark complexion eagerly shouted, "Sue, your professional career has only just begun. When do you believe you will secure a championship title?" Faced with this sharp and direct inquiry, Sue displayed no signs of retreat, confidently responding, "Perhaps this season, or maybe next season to achieve that goal. Of course, it's also possible that it may take a bit longer. However, one thing I can assure you is that my time to claim the championship will undoubtedly come sooner than Gary Payton's." Continuing with remarkable composure, Sue adeptly handled a barrage of peculiar questions from the reporters. At times, his humor elicited hearty laughter from the audience, while at other moments, his incisive remarks left opponents struggling to respond. The scene was exuberant until nearly all inquiries had been addressed, finally bringing this intense post-game interview to a close. As soon as the interview concluded, Sue darted towards the locker room like an arrow released from a bow. He swiftly gathered his belongings, exchanged brief farewells with his teammates, and left the locker room without a backward glance. Subsequently, Sue strode purposefully down the long corridor, reaching the end and turning a corner, where he immediately spotted Pep Dole, who had been waiting there for some time. "Boss, congratulations on yet another victory. Your performance in this match was truly outstanding," Pep Dole praised. "All right, Pep, let's get going," Sue replied. With a smile, Sue replied and strode purposefully toward the outdoor parking lot of the arena. Pep Dole, not daring to lag behind for even a moment, closely followed in his wake. Along the way, they encountered a multitude of exuberant fans. These ardent supporters instantly recognized Sue, erupting in excited cheers. "Sue, your performance tonight was absolutely spectacular. Each shot was breathtaking. Please continue to maintain this form. I will definitely be there in person for your next match to cheer you on. Go, Sue. We will always support you." In the face of the overwhelming tide of praise and encouragement from the fans, Sue maintained a smile, graciously and warmly responding to each one. Under the watchful gaze of the fans, Sue and Pep Dole finally arrived at a colossal trailer. This vehicle was nothing short of a behemoth, measuring an astonishing 16 meters in length and 6 meters in width. It was a dining haven meticulously prepared by Pep Dole for Sue. Moreover, the chefs inside had long been busy crafting a sumptuous feast, and the rich aromas wafting from within were utterly tantalizing. As Sue ascended the steps of the trailer, the intoxicating scent seized his senses like an invisible hand, compelling him to inhale deeply, lost in the delightful fragrance. "Boss." At the sound of a synchronized cheer, 6 chefs stood in a row within the trailer, their faces beaming with smiles as they greeted Sue in unison. "Thank you for your hard work." With a smile gracing his lips, Sue swiftly directed his gaze toward Pepter, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. Without hesitation, Pepter reached into his pocket, deftly retrieving several stacks of cash. Methodically, he approached each chef, presenting them with 10 crisp 100 yuan notes while proclaiming, "This is a special tip from our esteemed boss." "Thank you, boss. Please enjoy your meal." Each of the 6 chefs, unable to contain their joy, gratefully accepted the generous bundles, collectively expressing their heartfelt appreciation to Sue. At this moment, hunger gnawed at Sue, compelling him to hasten to the dining table, where he unceremoniously sank into a seat, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. He devoured the food before him without a care for decorum. Ever since Sue took up basketball, his appetite had grown exponentially. Once content with 3 to 4 meals a day, he now found himself consuming at least 6 to 7, with each meal comprising nearly 3 times the quantity he previously required. The trend showed no signs of abating. However, Sue remained unfazed, for with his substantial financial resources, such expenses were but a trifling matter. Coupled with the exquisite culinary creations of the talented chefs surrounding him, he found it utterly irresistible. Once satiated, Sue let out a contented burp, gradually rising from his seat and stepping lightly out of the mobile home. He then made his way toward the Lamborghini parked nearby. With a swift motion, he opened the door, nimbly slid into the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. The powerful, resonant roar of the vehicle echoed as Sue sped away, heading homeward. Upon his return, he was greeted by a line of graceful, beautiful women, each clad in matching uniforms, standing neatly in the living room, their smiles directed at him. These enchanting ladies had been arranged by Pepter, specifically to provide Sue with massages. With practiced precision, they guided him to a comfortable massage chair, encouraging him to recline. Then, they commenced their expert techniques, some gently kneading his shoulders and neck, while others tenderly applied pressure to his legs and feet. As Suyu luxuriated in the soothing massages provided by the beautiful women, he reveled in the splendid scenery around him. The thought of working late that evening held no allure for him. After all, he had indulged in such beauty and form far too often. Not everyone has the privilege of ascending to his bed. As the massage session came to a satisfying conclusion, the ladies gazed at Suyu with hopeful anticipation, yearning for his further favor or perhaps a request to stay longer. Regrettably, Suyu merely nodded politely in acknowledgement of their services, then rose to depart. The coldness of his demeanor inevitably reflected deep disappointment in the eyes of the women. In truth, many of these moderately attractive women harbored a common aspiration: to marry into wealth. The young, affluent, and handsome Suyu before them was undoubtedly the epitome of their ideal partner. Alas, as is often the case in matters of the heart, despite their earnest attempts to please him, their desires remained unfulfilled. After the massage, Suyu felt remarkably refreshed, and with a light step, he made his way to the bedroom, eager to indulge in a restorative slumber in preparation for the training scheduled for the following day. Chapter 21. The Unrivaled Suyu. Early the next morning, Tim Thomas could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to Suyu's residence, his urgency driven by the lucrative sneaker contract at stake. Such a substantial deal was not one he wished to linger over. The sooner it was signed, the sooner he could claim the enviable manager's commission. It was the butler, Peppold, who attended to him. "Good morning, Mr. Tim. Please wait here for a moment. The boss is still engaged in his morning exercises and should return in about half an hour to freshen up and have breakfast," Peppold said with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Peppold," Tim Thomas promptly replied. "Not at all," Peppold responded graciously. Curiosity piqued, Tim Thomas then inquired, "Excuse me, Mr. Peppold, may I ask when the boss began his morning workouts?" "He rises around 6 every day," Peppold replied casually. Tim Thomas was taken aback. "OMG. The boss is indeed quite diligent." "Absolutely. Our boss possesses remarkable basketball talent, and with his daily dedication to practice, he is bound to become an NBA superstar." Peppold's face beamed with pride. Indeed, Pepperdor and Tim Thomas exchanged inquiries, each eager to glean information from the other. Pepperdor gleaned a wealth of insights regarding matters to be handled by various agents from Tim Thomas, while Tim Thomas acquired significant knowledge about Suyu from Pepperdor. However, Pepperdor refrained from disclosing anything that should remain unsaid. At that moment, Suyu, having completed his morning exercise, entered the living room with heavy footsteps, dressed in athletic attire. Beads of sweat clung to his forehead. Upon catching sight of Suyu, both Pepperdor and Tim Thomas rose from their seats, their faces beaming with smiles as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Boss. Boss." Suyu smiled and nodded gently at them as a greeting, then turned and descended the stairs. Afterward, she ascended to the upper floor to indulge in a relaxing bath, changing into a fresh set of athletic attire. Subsequently, Suyu made her way downstairs to partake in a sumptuous breakfast. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, including 3 varieties of fish, grilled chicken breast, fried eggs, and a refreshing fruit salad. Suyu savored the exquisite meal with unrestrained delight. After indulging himself, he contentedly patted his belly and gradually rose to his feet, making his way to the sofa in the living room to take a seat. He then turned to the patiently waiting Tim Thomas and remarked, "Tim, I apologize for making you wait." Tim Thomas waved his hand dismissively, responding with a smile, "Boss Su, it is I who arrived too early." Suyu gently corrected Tim Thomas, saying, "Tim, you are my agent, and there is no need for such formality between us. You may simply call me Su." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Tim Thomas felt somewhat taken aback, yet he quickly responded, "All right, Su." Suyu was exceedingly pleased with Tim Thomas's reaction and could not help but inwardly exclaim, "What a promising mentee." Shortly thereafter, Tim Thomas continued, "Su, the primary reason I came today is to accompany you in signing the endorsement contract with Nike. The appointment is scheduled for 11 a.m. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "All right, let us prepare," and set off. With that, he rose and led Tim Thomas towards his garage. The moment Tim stepped into the garage, he was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. The spacious garage housed an array of stunning sports cars, their vibrant hues shimmering under the illumination of the lights. Each vehicle, with its unique design, some with sleek lines reminiscent of flowing water, others boasting an avant-garde aesthetic, could be regarded as a masterpiece within the automotive realm. "Tim, choose one. You'll be the driver," Suyu said. "Sure thing." Tim Thomas promptly selected a Ferrari. Before long, he was behind the wheel, speeding towards the local five-star hotel with Suyu. Soon, they arrived at a private dining room in the hotel. Upon entering, they discovered that a representative from Nike had already arrived. To Tim's astonishment, it was none other than their president, Phil Knight. However, Suyu appeared unfazed, as if this revelation held no surprise for him. "Su, long time no see," Phil Knight exclaimed cheerfully, rising to greet Suyu with enthusiasm. "Phil, it has indeed been a while," Suyu replied with a slight smile. Their previous encounter had merely been a brief exchange at a gala. "Now, Phil, let us not dawdle. Let us get straight to business," Suyu stated, barely settling into his chair, eager to return to his training. "Absolutely, Su. I have prepared 2 contracts for you." No sooner had he spoken than Phil Knight's assistant produced the contracts with a flourish. Suyu took the 2 contracts that were handed to him and examined them meticulously. One was his previously proposed offer of 100 million over 5 years, while the other presented a more generous proposal of 150 million for the same duration. Upon careful comparison, he discovered that the fundamental content of both contracts was largely similar. However, the pivotal distinction lay in an additional clause present in the second contract. According to this supplementary provision, should Party B fulfill the specific conditions outlined during the contract's execution, Party A would not only possess the right of first refusal for an early renewal upon the contract's expiration, but would also extend a sincere invitation for Party B to serve as the brand's lifelong ambassador. This enticing condition undoubtedly rendered the second contract more alluring. While others might readily opt for the latter, Suyu was entirely different. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu swiftly grasped the pen and inscribed his name on the first contract. Phil Knight and his assistant exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. It is worth noting that upon learning how Suyu had successfully garnered an astounding 15,000 additional tickets for the Alamo Dome through a single game, Knight promptly drafted and presented this second, more lucrative contract. His intent was to mold Suyu into a resplendent sports icon, following in the illustrious footsteps of Michael Jordan, while also firmly intertwining him with Nike. However, what he did not anticipate was Suyu's unequivocal and decisive rejection of this enticing offer. Unable to contain his curiosity, Knight inquired, "Su, could you enlighten me as to why you chose to decline the second contract?" With a gentle smile, Suyu calmly replied, "Phil, considering our respective statuses, do you truly believe that a mere 50 million would weigh heavily on our minds?" As the words left his lips, Phil Knight suddenly grasped the profound implications behind Suyu's statement. A flush of embarrassment crossed his face as he hastily apologized. "I sincerely apologize, Su. It was thoughtless of me to act so rashly." "No worries, Phil. There will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future." Consequently, both parties enjoyed a delightful meal together before parting ways. Shortly thereafter, Nike officially announced its partnership with Suyu, appointing him as the brand's spokesperson. Simultaneously, the details of the contract were made public, igniting a considerable uproar. It is worth noting that Suyu, a fledgling player, had secured such a substantial endorsement deal, which undoubtedly stirred discontent among numerous current NBA endorsers. Nevertheless, Nike remained unfazed by the external scrutiny and expressed unwavering confidence in Suyu's potential. Thus, unbeknownst to Suyu, he had inadvertently amassed a multitude of adversaries. However, had he been aware, it is likely that he would not have been perturbed. From the very beginning, he harbored grand aspirations to vanquish all competitors and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the NBA. Time swiftly passed, and November 4th arrived. The Alamo Dome in San Antonio was set to host a highly anticipated clash between the San Antonio Spurs and the Portland Trail Blazers. This match was not only a confrontation of titans, but also marked Suyu's debut following his lucrative contract. The event drew an audience of 51,000 fans, with the game being broadcast live across the nation. Even before the match commenced, viewership numbers were soaring. Meanwhile, during a pre-game media interview, the Trail Blazers star player, Scottie Pippen, unabashedly expressed his disdain towards Suyu's endorsement deal with Nike. He boldly declared, "Nike must be blind to offer such a substantial contract to an unknown rookie. Just wait and see. I will demonstrate my prowess and decisively overpower him." Such remarks undoubtedly intensified the competitive atmosphere surrounding the game. In truth, Scottie Pippen was envious, as his entire career earnings totaled merely 110 million, while Suyu's single contract surpassed that figure. It was undeniably unfair. Scottie Pippen was resolute in his determination to overwhelm Suyu in this matchup. This sentiment was not unique to him. Even his fellow players on the Portland Trail Blazers shared the same intent to outshine Suyu. Chapter 22. My apologies, it was my mistake. As the exuberant introductions of the live commentator filled the air, accompanied by the thunderous cheers and screams of 51,000 fervent fans in the stands, the players of the San Antonio Spurs made their grand entrance. The moment Suyu, who was the fourth to last to emerge, stepped onto the court, the entire Alamodome seemed to ignite, plunging into a frenzied sea of excitement. Countless fans, overwhelmed with exhilaration, united in a chant, "Sue! Sue! Sue!" The deafening roar crashed upon the Portland Trail Blazers, leaving their players engulfed in envy towards Suyu. This was particularly true for Scottie Pippen, whose anticipation was palpable as he could hardly contain his eagerness. As the grand entrance ceremony concluded, both teams began to warm up, readying themselves for the impending competition. During warm-up, Suyu often felt the weight of gaze upon him. Indeed, he soon discovered two players from the Portland Trail Blazers on the opposite half, their eyes seemingly affixed to him, staring intently. Unfazed, Suyu speculated that it was merely his good looks that incited their envy and jealousy. Bonzi Wells? Scottie Pippen? As the warm-up concluded, both teams' starting players shed their jackets and readied themselves for the court. The live commentators seized the moment to introduce the starting lineups to the fans in attendance and those watching on television. The starting lineup for the San Antonio Spurs: Antonio Daniels, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The starting lineup for the Portland Trail Blazers: Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells, Scottie Pippen, Dale Davis, and Rasheed Wallace. Rookie. Just wait and see how I'll dominate you in this game, Bonzi Wells shouted as they positioned themselves for the jump ball. However, Suyu dismissed his words with ease, retorting, "Step aside, call your boss over. You're just a minor player still far from my level." In Suyu's eyes, Bonzi Wells was merely a rookie, averaging a mere 12. 7 points, 4. 9 rebounds, 2. 8 assists, and 1. 3 steals in his fourth year. "I can handle you easily," Bonzi Wells defiantly replied. Unfazed by the provocation, Suyu merely smiled slightly and turned his attention to the jump ball. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. The referee tossed the ball into the air. With a resounding clap, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs the initial possession. Antonio Daniels retrieved the ball and dribbled past half-court. Once over, Tim Duncan emerged like a moving fortress, quickly providing a perfect screen, effectively blocking the defender Damon Stoudemire. Seizing the opportunity, Antonio Daniels dashed toward the basket without hesitation. Noticing that the Portland Trail Blazers had failed to provide timely help defense, he abruptly halted, leapt high into the air, and decisively opted for a mid-range jump shot. Bang! With a resounding thud, the ball struck the rim, lacking the necessary force, and ultimately ricocheted away. Antonio Daniels failed to ignite the scoreboard for his team, shaking his head in disappointment at the squandered opportunity. Meanwhile, beneath the basket, Rasheed Wallace swiftly maneuvered into a favorable position, leaping with determination to secure the defensive rebound. As his feet landed firmly, he gained control of the ball and promptly passed it to Damon Stoudemire. Upon receiving the ball, Stoudemire wasted no time, dribbling forward with the swiftness of a whirlwind, aiming to initiate a fast break. However, the Portland Trail Blazers found only Bonzi Wells capable of keeping pace with Stoudemire, while Suyu shadowed him closely, denying any chance for a pass. Coupled with the San Antonio Spurs' coordinated and timely retreat, they swiftly erected an impenetrable defense, thwarting Portland's attempt at a counterattack. With no options left, Stoudemire halted his advance, awaiting his teammates to position themselves. 2.5 seconds later, the Blazers settled into their places. At that moment, Stoudemire keenly spotted Scottie Pippen on the side of the court and unhesitatingly delivered the ball to him. Just as Pippen reached out to catch the pass, Rasheed Wallace, who had been stationed in the paint, suddenly darted toward the perimeter as if premeditated. This unexpected maneuver caught his defender, David Robinson, off guard, who struggled to keep up with Wallace's swift movement, especially at the age of 36. Recognizing Wallace's trajectory immediately, Pippen wasted no time in accurately passing the ball into Wallace's hands. With the precision of a released arrow, Wallace sprang into the air, momentarily suspended, and released the shot. The ball soared gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc as it headed toward the hoop. Accompanied by the delightful sound of net meeting ball, it swished through cleanly. Thus, Rasheed Wallace, with this mid-range jumper, successfully put the visiting Portland Trail Blazers on the scoreboard first, breaking the deadlock. The San Antonio Spurs commenced their inbounds play, delivering the ball to Antonio Daniels. This time, a pick and roll between Daniels and Tim Duncan unfolded. Daniels swiftly initiated his move, leveraging Duncan's robust frame as a shield, darting through the defense towards the basket. Yet, despite the promising offensive opportunity created by the pick, the shot failed to find its mark, as Antonio Daniels penetrated the defense, drawing the attention of multiple opponents. He deftly executed a no-look pass, delivering the ball with precision to the open Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan secured the ball firmly, rising without hesitation to unleash a beautiful mid-range bank shot, fluidly executed in one motion. Alas, the ball struck the rim lightly, ultimately failing to find its mark. In that moment, the ever-alert Rasheed Wallace soared high to claim the rebound. With remarkable quickness, Rasheed swiftly passed the ball to his teammate, Amare Stoudemire. Upon receiving the ball, Stoudemire refrained from hastily launching a fast break, having witnessed the San Antonio Spurs' swift defensive recovery in the previous possession. Thus, he calmly dribbled across the midcourt line. As Stoudemire entered his own half of the court, he promptly shifted the ball to the side where Bonzi Wells awaited. Locking his gaze on the forward, Suyu, Bonzi contemplated how to initiate an offensive maneuver. Just as Bonzi prepared to take on Suyu, Scottie Pippen unexpectedly extended his arm, signaling for the ball. In response to the request from his elder teammate, Bonzi hastily passed the ball. However, at that precise moment, Suyu, who had been intently focused on defense, seemed to sense an opportunity. He lunged forward with his right foot, and with the swiftness of a striking arrow, his right hand shot out to intercept the airborne ball with remarkable speed and accuracy. This decisive action thwarted Bonzi Wells' pass, sending the ball hurtling out of bounds like an unleashed cannonball. The possession remained with the Portland Trail Blazers. Seizing the moment, so you couldn't resist teasing Bonzi Wells. Remarking on his lack of initiative, they say you can't do it. You just pass when asked. If it were me, I wouldn't pass. Shut up, Bonzi retorted, taken aback by the disruption of his pass. Oh, garbage, so you replied nonchalantly. Following this, Bonzi, seemingly rattled, launched into a tirade of trash talk directed at Suyu. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other, as if chanting a mantra. Even when play resumed, Bonzi continued his verbal barrage, oblivious to the ball soaring towards him like a meteor. With a resounding thud, the ball flew out of bounds, marking a serious blunder. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyu could not help but burst into applause, a mocking smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, "You truly are a talent." Upon hearing these words, Bonk Wells was rendered speechless, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at Suyu. Meanwhile, Damon Stoudemire seethed with rage, for this blunder would certainly be attributed to him. "Bonk, what on earth are you doing?" Damon Stoudemire bellowed at Bonk Wells. "I apologize, it is my fault," Bonk Wells, realizing his misstep, quickly bowed his head in contrition. Standing nearby, Suyu mimicked Bonk Wells' earlier tone of apology, saying, "I apologize, it is my fault." This phrase acted as a spark, igniting the flames of Bonk Wells' fury. "Fuck, shut your mouth," Bonk Wells shouted in exasperation. "Oh, fool," Suyu retorted defiantly. Thus, the two continued their heated exchange, hurling insults at one another as they swiftly dashed toward the front court, ready to engage in the next round of fierce offensive and defensive competition. The atmosphere of the entire arena grew increasingly tense, fueled by their quarrel. Chapter 23. 3-1 turns into 3-2. The San Antonio Spurs initiated a backcourt inbound, passing the ball to Antonio Daniels, who skillfully dribbled past half-court. As he crossed the halfway line, Suyu, positioned at the left corner, took off like an arrow from a bow, racing along the baseline with the speed of a tempest. Along his path, David Robinson intuitively set up a formidable wall to block, allowing Suyu to break free from the clutches of Bonk Wells. As Suyu darted to the right corner, Antonio Daniels wasted no time in delivering a precise pass into his awaiting hands. The moment the ball nestled securely in Suyu's grasp, he instinctively prepared to shoot. However, just then, Bonk Wells, having recovered from the screen, lunged forward in an attempt to thwart his shot. Simultaneously, Scottie Pippen charged from another angle, creating a formidable double team. In the face of this imposing twin assault, Suyu displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, he chose to confront the challenge head-on. It was bound to go in. In an instant, Suyu unleashed a skill that was destined to succeed. With all his strength, he leaped into the air, his body soaring like a rocket. In midair, he arched his back dramatically, presenting an elegantly extended posture, the ball raised high in his hands, aimed precisely at the basket. However, in the very next moment, Bonzi Wells and Scottie Pippen lunged towards him. The formidable defensive pressure they exerted was akin to a mountain crushing an egg, particularly from Scottie Pippen, who, propelled by his momentum, was unable to rein in his force and fully committed himself to the assault on Su Yu. This sudden onslaught caused Su Yu, who had been maintaining his balance in the air, to instantly lose his center of gravity, his body involuntarily plummeting downwards. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Su Yu desperately hurled the ball forward. There was a resounding crack. Su Yu fell heavily to the hard floor like a meteorite, the impact causing him considerable pain that surged over him like a relentless tide, prompting him to grimace. Yet, with the referee's whistle piercing the air, he momentarily forgot his agony and swiftly assumed a celebratory pose of victory. Simultaneously, the ball he had forcefully thrown traced an elegant arc through the air, culminating in a resounding swish as it effortlessly nestled into the hoop, akin to a child finding solace in a mother's warm embrace. A three-point shot, followed by a free throw. This flawless 3-1 not only penetrated the tightly woven defense of the Portland Trail Blazers, but was executed under the formidable pressure of two opposing players. The arena, the Alamo Dome, erupted like a powder keg ignited, the atmosphere electric with excitement. The fans, engulfed in fervor, chanted in unison, "Su! Su! Su!" The deafening cheers rose in waves, as if they might lift the very structure of the Alamo Dome. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs players surged towards Su Yu, their spirits soaring as they rushed to lift him from the ground, exchanging high fives in celebration of this splendid basket. Su Yu did not hesitate to mock Bonchi Wells, saying, "Trash, thank you for the point." Upon hearing this, Bonchi Wells was instantly enraged, retorting furiously, "Fuck, it wasn't my foul." Unfazed by Bonchi Wells' furious rebuttal, Su Yu merely shrugged nonchalantly. He then deliberately directed his gaze towards Scottie Pippen, who stood not far away, raising his voice intentionally as if he feared the former basketball giant might not hear him, exclaiming, "Oh, it's not you, trash. It's another piece of garbage who gifted that point." Su Yu was well aware of Scottie Pippen's remarks prior to the game. The media, always eager to stir the pot and create headlines, would never let such explosive news slip by. Consequently, Pippen's comments naturally reached Su Yu's ears in their entirety. However, in the face of such provocation, Su Yu chose not to respond excessively, understanding that the best reply lies on the court. Scottie Pippen retorted sharply, "Fuck. Who are you calling trash? Rookie." Hearing this, a smirk of disdain appeared on Su Yu's lips as he coldly countered, "I'm talking about you, Scottie, the eternal second fiddle, who merely rode on Jordan's coattails to 6 championships. You truly think highly of yourself. Without Jordan, you are nothing but a worthless nobody. Just take a look at your career earnings. They barely add up to a single endorsement deal for my sneakers. How pitiful and sad." Indeed, Su Yu's words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into the most sensitive and fragile areas of Scottie Pippen's psyche. It is well known that Pippen detested being referred to as the eternal second fiddle and could not bear anyone belittling his accomplishments after leaving Jordan and his meager salary. At that moment, each of Su Yu's words hit these sore spots with uncanny precision, causing Scottie Pippen to lose his composure entirely. Seething with rage, Pippen's eyes blazed like a furious beast as he charged directly at Su Yu. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Bruce Bowen and David Robinson swiftly stepped in, one on each side, effectively blocking Su Yu and preventing Pippen from acting on his impulse. Yet, Su Yu had no intention of letting Pippen off the hook, continuing, "What's the matter? Angered by shame, eternal second fiddle." Scottie Pippen, the provocative words of Su Yu ignited Scottie Pippen's fury like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly setting ablaze the wrath that simmered within him. His eyes widened in anger, his face flushed with crimson, as he exerted all his strength to thrust aside the formidable barriers posed by Bruce Bowen and David Robinson. However, Bowen and Robinson were not to be trifled with. They would not easily allow Pippen to pass. Thus, an intense confrontation erupted, the court descending into chaos, filled with shouts and curses that reverberated through the air. Despite Pippen's agility, he found himself retreating against the combined might of Bowen and Robinson. At that moment, Su Yu seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil, stealthily extending his foot to deliver a sharp kick to Pippen's calf, avenging the earlier collision. The piercing shrill of a whistle suddenly sliced through the commotion as referees rushed in like arrows released from a bow, striving to quell the escalating conflict. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands erupted with exuberance, their spirits soaring as they cheered and danced, as though witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Soon, the players embroiled in the fray were forcibly separated by the officials. After a tense deliberation, the referees decisively assessed a technical foul against Scottie Pippen. Upon hearing this ruling, Suyu could not suppress a triumphant smile. However, in the blink of an eye, his grin faded as the referee approached him directly, delivering an unyielding verbal warning. Suyu, although not directly involved in the fray, was undoubtedly the instigator of the incident. Scottie Pippen, referee, are you blind? He kicked. While exchanging banter on the court is typically tolerated, this particular situation was exceptional, prompting the referee to unflinchingly issue Scottie Pippen a technical foul. Adhering to principles of fairness and impartiality, the referee also delivered a verbal warning to Suyu. He accepted this admonition without protest. At this moment on the bench, Coach Popovich observed the unfolding events with keen attention. Upon witnessing Suyu successfully convert a potential 3-1 opportunity into a 3-2, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Since the last confrontation with Suyu, Popovich had been relentless in his pursuit of understanding the young man. He had taken the initiative to consult with the team's owner, Peter Holt, to delve into Suyu's background. Initially, Popovich had mistakenly assumed that Suyu was merely a privileged offspring of wealth. However, after an in-depth discussion with Holt, he was astonished to learn the truth. Suyu was not only a young man of remarkable business acumen but also shrouded in an air of mystery. Reflecting on the various incidents during games, whether in the previous match or the current one, it was evident that Suyu had a knack for provoking the core players of the opposing team. This underscores that Suyu's prowess on the court transcended mere physical talent. It was his extraordinary intellect that often dictated the course of the game. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that in each confrontation with rivals, it was invariably Suyu's side that emerged advantageous. Take, for instance, the seasoned Gary Payton from the last game and the veteran Scottie Pippen in this match, both of whom had long thrived on the court. Yet, when faced with Suyu, they appeared to yield gracefully. Subsequently, Suyu approached the free throw line for 2 shots. Swish, swish. Both free throws found their mark, adding 5 points to the scoreboard, bringing the score to 5-2. Suyu assisted the team in regaining the lead. Immediately thereafter, Suyu stepped to the free throw line to take 2 shots. Swish, swish. Both shots were successful, adding 5 points to the score. The tally now stood at 5-2. Suyu helped the team regain the lead. Chapter 24, The Excellent Children of Others. In a luxurious residence in Seattle, Scottie, it seems he has fallen under that kid's spell just like I did. Gary Payton, enjoying a leisurely day at home without a game, was intently focused on the television screen, where a matchup between the San Antonio Spurs and the Portland Trail Blazers was unfolding. As he observed Suyu incessantly taunting his counterpart, Bonzi Wells, Payton pondered to himself, when will Bonzi Wells finally crack? However, to everyone's surprise, before Bonzi Wells could lose his composure, it was Scottie Pippen who first succumbed to impatience. Although Payton was unaware of the disparaging remarks Suyu had directed at Pippen, he could surmise, based on his understanding of such scenarios, that the eventual outcome would likely mirror his own previous experiences. As anticipated, after receiving a technical foul, Scottie Pippen appeared to be entirely consumed by fury, disregarding the coach's tactical directives and opting instead for solitary play. In response to this predicament, the San Antonio Spurs swiftly devised a counter-strategy, deploying Bruce Bowen to tightly mark Scottie Pippen. Simultaneously, both the perimeter players Suyu and the interior force Tim Duncan stood ready to provide assistance or double-team Pippen. Under such stringent defense, Pippen's offensive efficiency plummeted. To make matters worse, Pippen's obstinacy thoroughly disrupted the previously fluid offensive rhythm of the Portland Trail Blazers. The San Antonio Spurs astutely seized this opportune moment, steadily increasing their lead under the guidance of their core players, Tim Duncan and David Robinson. With the clear and resonant sound of the first quarter's buzzer echoing, the scoreboard unmistakably displayed 28-15. The San Antonio Spurs unleashed their full offensive prowess, scoring a remarkable 28 points in the quarter. Meanwhile, they restricted the Portland Trail Blazers to a mere 15 points, allowing the San Antonio Spurs to secure a 13-point advantage in the first quarter. In the second quarter, after Scottie Pippen took a brief respite, the Trail Blazers gradually regained their composure and initiated a counterattack. However, the seasoned Spurs denied their opponents any opportunity, maintaining a firm grip on the game and preserving their 13-point lead until the conclusion of the first half. As the teams returned to the court, Coach Popovich meticulously devised a series of tactical arrangements targeting Suyu. Suyu navigated the court with agility, skillfully utilizing his teammates' solid screens and active off-ball movements to continuously seek optimal shooting opportunities. Once he found himself open, Suyu unleashed his sharpshooting prowess, Demonstrating extraordinary form in the third quarter, he dominated the game, scoring 17 points by converting 6 of his 8 attempts, including an astonishing 5 three-pointers. With Suyu's formidable outside shooting, the Spurs surged forward, and by the end of the third quarter, the point differential had swiftly ballooned to 22. At this juncture, the outcome of the match seemed all but determined, entering garbage time. In the fourth quarter, Popovich opted to substitute his starters, yet the Trailblazers refused to concede, exhibiting unwavering tenacity and resolve. Despite trailing significantly, they relentlessly pursued every scoring opportunity in an effort to narrow the gap, clearly unwilling to accept a humiliating defeat. After a fierce battle, although the Trailblazers ultimately succumbed, they managed to close the gap to 12 points. The final buzzer sounded, and the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Portland Trailblazers with a score of 106-94, marking their third consecutive victory. With this win, they boasted an impressive record of 3 wins and 0 losses, heralding a promising start to the season. CU concluded the game with an impressive performance, hitting 12 of 15 shots, 6 of 8 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, amassing a game-high 34 points. Along with 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The astonishing performance of Suyu has undoubtedly demonstrated to the world why Nike would unhesitatingly secure his allegiance with a colossal 5-year contract worth $100 million. Immediately following the conclusion of the match, then NBA Commissioner David Stern issued directives to ensure the league would vigorously promote this emerging prodigy. He recognized the immense potential and commercial value embodied by Suyu and aspired to elevate the awareness of this new darling of basketball among fans worldwide through comprehensive marketing efforts. Reflecting on the past 3 games, Suyu has shown like a dazzling star on the court. He attempted 32 shots in total, successfully netting 26, resulting in an astonishing shooting percentage of 81.3. From beyond the arc, his performance was even more remarkable, as he converted 12 of 15 attempts, achieving a staggering accuracy rate of 80. Over these 3 games, he averaged an impressive 23.7 points, 4 rebounds, 1, 3 assists, 2, 7 steals, and 1 block, leaving fans in awe of his multifaceted prowess. The following day, headlines across major sports media were dominated by the name Suyu, boldly proclaiming, "NBA Supernova Suyu." This news swiftly permeated the entirety of country, igniting fervent discussions among basketball enthusiasts worldwide. Particularly, fans from the distant Dragon country were exceptionally elated, for they finally witnessed their national players making a remarkable impact on the NBA stage. Presently, whenever the San Antonio Spurs play, the sports channels in Dragon country broadcast the matches in their entirety, solely to allow viewers to witness Suyu's splendid performance on the court. These live broadcasts not only provide a visual feast for the multitude of fans, but also inspire many players striving in domestic leagues. Among them, the illustrious Yao, who plays in the magical metropolis, is profoundly motivated. Observing Suyu's stellar performance in the NBA on television ignited a fervent aspiration within him. He is acutely aware that, despite achieving commendable success in the domestic league, he seems to have reached a plateau. To elevate his skills and prowess further, he must ascend to a higher platform such as the NBA to seek a breakthrough. Thus, Yao resolutely pledged to pursue his dream in the NBA next year. Meanwhile, within the training facility of the Washington Wizards, the atmosphere was notably tense and oppressive. Ever since this morning's reports regarding Suyu, the team's cornerstone, Jordan, had heightened his demands on the first overall pick, Kwame Brown. If Kwame faltered even slightly during training, he was met with Jordan's unrelenting admonishments. Poor Kwame was utterly bewildered regarding his shortcomings, silently enduring the barrage. However, he was not the sole recipient of such treatment. Other rookies from the same draft class also sensed inexplicable pressure from their respective coaches. It seemed as if, overnight, every coach had elevated their standards and expectations for the rookies. After all, how could they not, with a prodigious talent like Suyu emerging among this year's draft class? Chapter 25, Back-to-back matches. The following morning, Suyu, as per his usual routine, completed his morning training early and returned to the living room. Upon entering, the household staff gathered around, showering him with compliments. Even the butler, Pei Pudwa, approached with various sports newspapers reporting on Suyu, eagerly preparing to read them to him. Although Suyu responded, "Pei, please don't read them. I am already aware of all this," his heart was filled with gratitude. However, Peptor was well aware of Suyu's character and understood that he secretly relished the feeling of being praised. Thus, Pep Dor continued to read aloud with great enthusiasm. Look here, boss. The Sports Weekly declares that your performance in the first 3 matches of the season is nothing short of perfection, he recited passionately from the newspaper's accolades. At that moment, Suyu appeared nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the compliments, as if such praise were mere trifles to him. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his true emotions. In reality, he was secretly elated, akin to a tempest stirring the clouds with excitement. Perhaps this was what they termed Sundara. Once Pep Dor finally finished reciting the various commendations from the sports press regarding Suyu, the latter feigned calmness and waved his hand lightly, adopting a tone of indifference as he remarked, "All right, Pep, these are just minor accolades after all. It's only been 3 matches. Nevertheless, the unmistakable smile that adorned his face could hardly be concealed. Pep Dor, who had been observing closely, did not miss this detail, and upon witnessing his boss's charming reaction, he too couldn't help but smile, his lips curling slightly upward. In comparison to his previous employers, Pep Dor found himself increasingly fond of this seemingly proud, yet genuinely kind, and amusing new employer, Suyu. As for who his former employer was? Former employer? Boss, would you like me to arrange for someone to come and give you a massage to help relax your muscles? Pep Dor inquired thoughtfully, fully aware of Suyu's upcoming schedule, which included a back-to-back challenge against the formidable Sacramento Kings. Thus far this season, the Kings boasted an impeccable record of 3 wins and 0 losses, a remarkable feat achieved even in the absence of their star player, Chris Webber, due to injury. Last season, Webber averaged 27.1 points, 11.1 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 1.3 steals, and 1.6 blocks per game. In the absence of Chris Webber, the Sacramento Kings had displayed extraordinary competitiveness, garnering widespread acclaim as one of the teams capable of thwarting the Los Angeles Lakers' pursuit of a 3-peat championship. So you returned with a smile? Soon, Pep Dor arranged for a group of skilled masseuses to attend to him. Each of these ladies employed their utmost talents and unique techniques, hoping that their attentive service would win the favor and admiration of the affluent and charming Suyu. However, contrary to their expectations, no matter how diligently they endeavored, Suyu remained indifferent. He displayed no signs of attraction, nor did he take the opportunity to indulge in any frivolous actions. Ultimately, as he rose to leave, the masseuses exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether their allure had fallen short. After his massage, Suyu made his way to the home theater, where the massive screen was showcasing the highlights of the Sacramento Kings' first 3 games of the season. Today, Suyu would not be training. He intended to conserve his energy for the back-to-back games scheduled for the evening. Thus, he immersed himself in the replays, meticulously analyzing the tactics, player characteristics, and overall performance of his opponents, with Blitz present, offering precise and insightful commentary from time to time. It felt as though Suyu was engaged in numerous intense confrontations with the Sacramento Kings in his mind, deepening his understanding of the adversaries. So, with unwavering focus, Suyu gazed at the screen, missing no detail, unaware that noon had arrived. It was only when his stomach began to rumble that he realized it was time to indulge in a sumptuous meal to replenish his energy. He then rose and made his way to the dining room, relishing a lavish lunch. After satisfying his hunger, he took a brief respite before returning to his room for a comfortable afternoon nap. When the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, rejuvenated and full of vigor, he meticulously selected a sports car from the garage and sped towards the Alamo Dome. Meanwhile, Pep Dor was also preparing to depart, waiting for the chefs to load an array of fresh ingredients into the RV. They would then head to the open parking lot of the Alamo Dome to provide Suyu with a hearty supper after the game. For dinner, Suyu would settle for a modest meal at the team cafeteria. Upon arriving at the locker room, he was immediately whisked away by David Robinson and Tim Duncan to the dining hall. The 2 veterans were quite fond of the rookie, with him on the perimeter. They thrived in the paint, no longer facing the intense double teams that had plagued them in previous seasons. Suyu's presence even instilled in them a renewed hope for their 2nd championship ring. "Su, keep it up. Make sure to sink a few more 3-pointers tonight." The resounding cries surrounded Suyu as he followed Tim Duncan and David Robinson towards the cafeteria. Along the way, they encountered numerous busy staff members. However, these individuals seemed oblivious to the 2 superstars beside him, their attention solely fixated on Suyu, who was met with a chorus of encouragement. Tim Duncan, David Robinson. Tim Duncan and David Robinson exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting confusion. What was happening? Was there truly no one to cheer them on and bolster their spirits? After all, they were the star players of the team. Yet, The staff's lack of enthusiasm towards the duo was not born out of disrespect or dislike. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that their playing styles were relatively composed and understated, lacking the spark of fervor and vitality that could instantly ignite the audience's passion. In stark contrast, Suyu exuded exuberance on the court, with his pre-celebration gestures consistently eliciting thunderous applause and roars from the crowd. This infectious display compelled the staff to fervently discuss him, even amidst their duties. "Thank you, everyone. I shall strive to give my utmost." With a smile gracing her lips, Suyu responded courteously and warmly to those around her. The cheers and encouragement resonated with a sincerity that starkly contrasted the insincere praises often heard at previous gatherings. They were imbued with genuine emotion and anticipation, allowing Suyu to truly feel recognized and cherished. In that moment, she found herself inexplicably falling deeply in love with the sport of basketball. Blitz, resting upon her shoulder, sensed this transformation within Suyu, and a smile crept upon his lips, as if sharing in her newfound joy. The trio savored their meal at a leisurely pace, relishing each bite while engaging in cheerful conversation. As time flowed gently by, they unwittingly spent nearly an hour indulging in the sumptuous feast. Once their dining experience concluded, they took a brief respite before returning to the lounge for a moment of relaxation, seeking to regain some energy and vitality before heading to the locker room to make final preparations for the impending match. Inside the locker room, Suyu donned her headphones, immersing herself in music as a means of pre-game relaxation. Meanwhile, her teammates each adopted their own methods to adjust their focus. Some, like Suyu, listened to music. Others delved into books, while a few gathered together, animatedly chatting. Each individual selected a pre-game activity that suited their personal preferences, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony as they awaited the game. When Coach Popovich entered the locker room, the players instinctively ceased their pre-game rituals, their collective gaze turning toward him. With a serious demeanor, Popovich took his stance, cleared his throat, and began to elaborate on the key points that required special attention for the upcoming match. Foremost among these was the imperative task of effectively containing the opposing team's star player, Peja Stojakovic. To this end, Popovich meticulously devised a strategy, instructing Bruce Bowen to closely shadow Stojakovic, exerting every effort to disrupt and prevent him from receiving the ball. Additionally, he urged Suyu to remain vigilant, ready to swiftly assist in defense should any openings arise. "Understood, Coach. We comprehend." The players responded in unison, signaling their complete grasp of the tactical arrangements. Once the instructions were thoroughly conveyed, under Popovich's guidance, the entire San Antonio Spurs team strode purposefully toward the player tunnel, preparing to face the forthcoming back-to-back match. As the announcer's voice echoed through the arena and the cheers of 55,000 fans crescendoed, the Spurs players emerged one by one from the tunnel. When Suyu, the third to last, stepped out, the entire Alamodome erupted in fervor, chanting her name, "Su, Su, Su." As Suyu stepped into the center of the court, he was greeted by the exuberant cheers of 55,000 fans. David Robinson, the penultimate player to emerge from the tunnel, glanced back at Tim Duncan and remarked, "Tim, standing behind Su puts immense pressure on me. Perhaps I should suggest to the coach that we let Su be the last to enter next game." "It's your turn." Before David could finish his sentence, Tim Duncan physically interrupted him, pushing David forward. Momentarily taken aback, David quickly made his way to the center of the court. Amidst the roaring applause of the crowd, Tim Duncan confidently strode to the center. Once the pre-game ceremony concluded, both teams wasted no time in warming up. After the warm-up, the players shed their jackets and stepped onto the court. The commentator took the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups to the fans both in the arena and watching on television. The starting lineup for the San Antonio Spurs: Antonio Daniels, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, David Robinson. The starting lineup for the Sacramento Kings: Mike Bibby, Doug Christie, Peja Stojakovic, Scott Pollard, Vlade Divac. With the sound of the whistle, the back-to-back game for the San Antonio Spurs officially commenced. Chapter 26, Su. Together we have reached the grand stage of the finals this season. With a sharp clap, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the Spurs their first offensive possession of the game. Antonio Daniels retrieved the ball and swiftly dribbled past half-court. As soon as he crossed the midline, David Robinson surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, perfectly positioning himself in front of Antonio Daniels to provide an impeccable screen. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the screen, Antonio Daniels launched himself toward the basket with fervor. His movement resembled a whirlwind, instantly drawing Peja Stojakovic, who was guarding the corner, to retreat rapidly, while Vlad Divac, the opposing center, hurriedly shifted over in an attempt to impede Antonio's advance. In response, Antonio Daniels made a split-second decision, passing the ball to none other than Su Yu, who stood on the perimeter. A wave of confusion washed over Su as he saw the ball soaring toward him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Upon receiving the ball, Su Yu swiftly redirected it with lightning speed. This time, the ball flew accurately into the hands of Bruce Bowen, stationed in the corner. Without hesitation, Bruce Bowen leaped into the air, momentarily suspended, and then confidently released the basketball, sending it on a beautiful arc straight toward the hoop. With a resounding clap, the ball met its target. In the next moment, the previously retreating Peja Stojakovic astonishingly surged forward with remarkable speed. Utilizing his exceptional height and wingspan, he leapt high into the air, successfully swatting away Bruce Bowen's corner three-point attempt. The possession remained with the San Antonio Spurs. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu swiftly approached Antonio Daniels and urgently inquired, "Antonio, why did you choose to pass the ball to Bruce just now?" In response to Su Yu's question, Daniels, with a look of helplessness, replied, "The situation was too urgent. My line of sight was completely obstructed by the opponent, and I could not discern Bruce's exact position at all." Su Yu, no, you should have memorized your teammate's position in advance. Even that short Tony Parker can remember, yet you can't? Tony Parker. With that, Su Yu silently turned and walked away. At that moment, on the bench, Popovich found himself thinking the very same thoughts as Su Yu. He couldn't help but ponder. This ball could have easily been passed to the unguarded Bruce in the far corner at the first opportunity. So why was it necessary to first pass it to Su Yu? Simultaneously, Popovich was increasingly dissatisfied with Antonio Daniels' performance this season. It is worth noting that this season marks the fourth year of Antonio Daniels' professional career, and the team has invested 3 full seasons nurturing him. Regrettably, his performance this season showed almost no improvement compared to the last, stagnating in place. Consequently, Popovich had to seriously contemplate whether it was time to change the starting point guard. In fact, he had entertained this thought during the previous couple of games, particularly due to the remarkable performance of rookie Tony Parker in practice. Especially when paired with Tim Duncan, he was able to leverage Duncan's formidable presence, easily penetrating the paint. The diminutive player, standing even under 190 centimeters, was scoring repeatedly in the paint, a sight that left Popovich incredulous. Moreover, with Tony Parker's exceptional court vision and exquisite passing skills, Popovich had deliberately allotted him considerable playing time in the last game. As a result, Parker played for 26 minutes, contributing 15 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. In Popovich's eyes, this was the level expected from their starting point guard for the San Antonio Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Antonio Daniels. Daniels brought the ball to the top of the arc. Meanwhile, Tim Duncan swiftly surged from the paint, setting a solid screen for Su Yu, who was stationed in the left corner. With the aid of Tim Duncan's screen, Su Yu sprinted swiftly towards the perimeter. "Quick! Cover him! Quick, cover him!" Doug Christie, obstructed by Duncan, was frantic, his voice hoarse from urgency. This was due to Su Yu's astonishing three-point shooting percentage in the previous 3 games, which had left the Sacramento Kings coach in a state of agitation, repeatedly emphasizing to his players that they must not allow Su Yu any open shot opportunities. At that moment, Scott Pollard, like a ravenous tiger, charged towards the rapidly advancing Su Yu. As Su Yu reached the left corner of the three-point line, Antonio Daniels delivered the ball with impeccable precision. Without hesitation, Su Yu leapt into the air. "Not on my watch." Just as he was about to release the shot, the defending Scott Pollard leaped high, attempting to disrupt Su Yu's aim. However, facing the formidable Pollard, Su Yu deftly pulled the ball back mid-air, swiftly passing it instead. A fake shot, a genuine pass. What? Pollard could only watch in disbelief as the ball sailed past his arm, landing perfectly in the hands of Tim Duncan, who had cut into the lane following the screen. With remarkable ease, Duncan dribbled forward and executed a graceful layup. Swish! The ball found the net without contest, securing the first points of the game at 2-0. The crowd at the Alamodome erupted as if ignited, a cacophony of cheers and shouts filling the air. Tim Duncan quickly turned to Su Yu, exclaiming, "Su, that was a beautiful pass." Since joining the NBA, Duncan had participated in over 300 games, yet he had never encountered such a seamless scoring opportunity as today. All thanks to Su Yu's extraordinary shooting prowess. In his heart, Duncan resolved, Sue. Together we shall reach the finals this season. Chapter 27. Who gave you the courage? Team second. Defense. 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 Amidst the resounding cheers of 55,000 fans at the Alamodome, the visiting Sacramento Kings prepared to inbound the ball. As they crossed half-court, the formidable Vlade Divac surged forth like a mobile fortress, positioning himself firmly in front of Mike Bibby, creating an impenetrable wall of defense. Understanding the play, Bibby utilized this solid screen and darted toward the basket like an unleashed arrow. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to swiftly reach the free throw line. This audacious advance drew the attention of the San Antonio Spurs defense, prompting Tim Duncan to abandon his designated area and rush to thwart Bibby's progression. Anticipating this move, Bibby executed a sudden stop and pivot, casting a glance back before delivering the ball to Divac, who remained steadfast at the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Divac assumed a textbook shooting posture. Witnessing this, the entire Spurs roster braced themselves, believing Divac was poised to take the shot. Even Duncan and David Robinson swiftly repositioned themselves, ready to contend for the rebound beneath the basket. However, Divac eschewed the shot, and at the critical moment, flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring toward the corner where Peja Stojakovic lay in wait. Like a cheetah, Stojakovic pounced on the ball, disregarding the tight coverage from Bruce Bowen, and leapt into the air. Bowen, realizing the impending shot, desperately leaped to obstruct Stojakovic's attempt, extending his arms like a ravenous tiger lunging for its prey. Despite his height and reach not being in his favor, Bowen exerted every effort to hinder Stojakovic's scoring opportunity. Yet, Stojakovic exhibited remarkable composure midair, maintaining his balance against Bowen's fierce challenge and successfully withstanding the interference. In a decisive moment, Stojakovic unleashed his shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, tracing an exquisite trajectory before swishing through the net. 3 points scored. The scoreboard now read 2-3 as Stojakovic propelled his team into the lead. As he landed, he cast a glance toward Suyu, who was nearby. While many lauded Suyu, Stojakovic believed his own three-point prowess surpassed that of his counterpart. He was, indeed, the most formidable long-range shooter of his era. Suyu also observed the vision of Peja Stojakovic, yet he remained unimpressed, for ever since signing that Nike shoe contract, which NBA star wouldn't wish to devour him. The San Antonio Spurs commenced their backcourt play, with the ball passed to Antonio Daniels, who swiftly dribbled past half-court. Once across the line, Tim Duncan, akin to a nimble cheetah, unfurled his broad and powerful arms, effectively shielding the defender Scott Pollard behind him. Without hesitation, Tim Duncan called for the ball from Antonio Daniels. Daniels, showing no signs of hesitation, delivered a high lob pass that landed securely in Duncan's grasp. Upon receiving the ball, Tim Duncan surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the steadfast Scott Pollard. Pollard, gritting his teeth, summoned all his strength to withstand Duncan's formidable momentum. Observing that Pollard could withstand his initial charge, Duncan made a swift adjustment and propelled himself once more against Pollard. Utilizing the rebound effect from their physical contact, Duncan executed a rapid pivot and leaped high, preparing to unleash a hook shot. Pollard reacted with remarkable speed, leaping in pursuit. Not only that, but another interior player from the Sacramento Kings, Vlade Divac, darted in like a flash of lightning. Together, their forehands formed an impenetrable barrier, intent on sealing off Duncan's shooting trajectory. Faced with this dual blockade, Tim Duncan opted for finesse rather than force. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he appeared poised to shoot, yet executed a masterful feint instead. He deftly redirected the ball to the unguarded David Robinson beneath the basket. Robinson received the ball and effortlessly completed a layup, the sphere swishing through the net, securing 2 points. The score now stood at 4-3. The jubilant Robinson beamed with delight, giving Duncan a thumbs up. Moments later, a sharp clap resonated as the duo celebrated their synergy with a high five. They swiftly turned to transition back on defense, ready for the ensuing defensive sequence. Peja, you must provide timely support. Divac urgently reminded Stojakovic. My apologies, Vlade. It is my oversight. Peja Stojakovic sincerely acknowledged his shortcomings, as the head coach had indeed outlined this strategy prior to the game, given the formidable presence of the San Antonio Spurs Twin Towers in the paint. However, during the previous defensive possession, he failed to execute the plan effectively. Vlade Divac chose not to elaborate further, merely offering a reassuring pat on Stojakovic's back before swiftly retrieving the ball and passing it to Mike Bibby. Bibby, with a composed demeanor, dribbled across half-court. As he crossed the midline, Divac immediately approached, setting a high screen for Bibby. Utilizing the pick, Bibby deftly eluded Antonio Daniels and took a step forward, landing precisely at the three-point arc. Meanwhile, Tim Duncan hesitated, not expecting Bibby to utilize a high screen. Observing the absence of defenders just a meter in front of him, Bibby wasted no time, leaping into the air for a three-point attempt. Alas, the ball struck the rim but failed to find its mark. However, the rebound ricocheted far, landing back in Bibby's possession. "Ball!" shouted Stojakovic from the sidelines. At that moment, Bruce Bowen, tasked with defending him, sprang into action, attempting to thwart Stojakovic's access to the ball. In the next instant, Stojakovic decisively turned his back to Bowen, using his body as an impenetrable wall, effectively blocking Bowen's path. Despite Bowen's utmost effort to maneuver past him, Stojakovic remained as steadfast as a rooted tree, leaving Bowen with no viable options. Seeing this, Bibby executed a precise lob pass that found Stojakovic's hands perfectly. Upon receiving the ball, Stojakovic displayed fluidity in his movements, swiftly pivoting with the agility of lightning, adopting a stance ready to drive to the basket. Realizing the impending danger, Bowen instinctively took a half-step back, attempting to broaden his defensive range. Stojakovic keenly detected Bowen's vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, he propelled himself upward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from a bow. In midair, it felt as though time had suspended for him. He then released the ball with an elegant and fluid motion, sending it soaring towards the hoop. In disbelief, Bowen could only watch in astonishment as the sequence unfolded too rapidly for him to react, witnessing Stojakovic's prowess firsthand. With a swish, the ball cleanly found its way through the net. With this successful three-pointer, the score swiftly shifted to 4-6. Peja Stojakovic once again propelled his team to reclaim the lead. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich wore a rather grim expression, completely taken aback by how effortlessly Bruce Bowen had been outmaneuvered. Stojakovic's shooting before Bowen was executed with such finesse, as if it were second nature. However, Popovich refrained from immediately calling a timeout, instead engaging in hushed deliberations with his assistant coach. The game continued, with the San Antonio Spurs resuming play, once again directing the offense to Tim Duncan in the low post for an isolation play. Duncan attempted to pivot for a hook shot, but Vlade Divac swiftly arrived to provide assistance. Faced with the dual blockade, Duncan opted to pass. This scenario mirrored the previous possession, yet the outcome would be markedly different. Thanks to Stojakovic's rapid retreat, he deftly intercepted the ball from David Robinson, who was poised to leap. This effectively thwarted the Spurs' offense. The deflected ball was swiftly retrieved by Mike Bibby, who launched a counterattack with remarkable speed. The three perimeter players of the Spurs hastily scrambled back on defense, demonstrating impressive urgency. Witnessing this, Bibby halted at half court. In the next moment, Stojakovic shouted, "Ball." Without a moment's hesitation, Bibby accurately delivered the ball into Stojakovic's hands. Upon receiving it, Stojakovic transformed into a fierce cheetah, his movements sharp and unencumbered. With no hesitation, he leapt from a full meter beyond the three-point line. His body gracefully extended in midair, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, showcasing astounding hang time. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the ball shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the hoop. At that moment, the gaze of 55,000 spectators was riveted upon the rapidly spinning basketball. They widened their eyes, holding their breath, their hearts racing in sync with the ball's trajectory. Time seemed to freeze, as if the world had narrowed down to that singular sphere hurtling towards the basket. With a swish, the ball passed through the center of the hoop with an exquisite precision, akin to a sword piercing through the enemy's heart, seamlessly settling into the net. In that instant, the entire Alamo Dome fell silent. The scoreboard reflected the change, now reading 4-9. Stojakovic's remarkable 3-for-3 shooting in just 3 minutes had amassed an impressive 9 points. Such a display of prowess left everyone in awe, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The goal scorer Peja Stojakovic was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain the surging passion within him, and he instinctively erupted into loud cheers. Meanwhile, the nearest player, Mike Bibby, unhesitatingly lunged towards Stojakovic. A timeout ensued, and concurrently, the San Antonio Spurs were compelled to halt their play. Seizing the moment, Stojakovic shouted towards the backdrop of Suyu, "Rookie, I am the ultimate sharpshooter." Suyu abruptly halted his steps, turning to regard Peja Stojakovic with a piercing gaze. "Who granted you the audacity, second in command of the team?" With that, he pivoted and strode towards his bench. Peja Stojakovic could only remain silent. Chapter 28. Raise your voices. Upon the resumption of the game, players from both teams returned to the court. As soon as he re-entered, Suyu fixed his predatory stare upon Peja Stojakovic, as if to convey, "Trash. You have captured my attention." Whether on the court or in the realm of business, once Suyu sets his sights on someone, there is little hope for a favorable outcome. "Hey, second in command of the team." Suyu couldn't help but bypass Doug Christie, approaching Peja Stojakovic with a smile. "You fool." Stojakovic was increasingly irritated by the name. Initially, Suyu had been relentless. He had completely forgotten that the team also had an injured veteran, Chris Webber. In Stojakovic's eyes, even in Webber's absence, the Sacramento Kings would still advance to the playoffs and reach the finals under his leadership. Chris Webber, 0-0. Consequently, he unleashed a torrent of profanity directed at Suyu. In response, Suyu merely dug at his ear and remarked, "Which dog was just barking?" "Oh, it turns out to be you, the team's second in command." Stojakovic. Suyu continued, "The Kings are incomplete without Webber." "Damn, you said it yourself." "Under my leadership, the Kings could defeat you," Peja Stojakovic retorted. "Is that so? Then let us wait and see," second in command. With that, Suyu turned away, not allowing Peja a chance to respond. Meanwhile, a photographer swiftly adjusted the lens, precisely focusing on the interaction between Suyu and Peja, magnifying the scene without hesitation. The fans in attendance clearly saw the two engaged in a cordial exchange on the large screen, although the audience could not discern the content of their conversation. The taut expressions and charged glances exchanged between them suggested that their words were anything but amicable. As tensions mounted, and it seemed a physical confrontation was imminent, the crowd erupted with fervor, transforming the previously subdued atmosphere of the Alamo Dome into a cacophony of excitement. Enthusiastic fans began to hurl vehement insults at the Sacramento Kings players. Previously, Peja's remarkable streak of 3 consecutive three-pointers had plunged the San Antonio Spurs' morale into a valley, even silencing the Alamo Dome for a time. Yet, the situation took a dramatic turn. With the eruption of conflict between Suyu and Peja, the Spurs' morale surged like a volcano, dispelling the earlier gloom in an instant. Seated on the bench, Coach Popovich watched in astonishment. In that moment, he had to concede that he had indeed underestimated Suyu. Initially, Popovich had selected Suyu for his exceptional defensive prowess. However, he was unprepared for Suyu's equally formidable offensive capabilities, particularly his astonishing accuracy from beyond the arc. Following that, Suyu continued to surprise Popovich with his unique style of play. His fluid and unconventional approach shattered the fans' preconceived notions of the Spurs' traditionally rigid and methodical gameplay. At first glance, Suyu's playing style seemed somewhat at odds with the Spurs' identity. Yet, it became evident that this very distinctiveness was pivotal in securing victories for the team. To Popovich, Suyu had undoubtedly become an indispensable cornerstone of the squad, his significance rivaling that of Tim Duncan. In this moment, Popovich yearned to stride up to Phil Jackson and proudly declare, "Phil, don't think you're the only one capable of coaching such exceptional superstars. Look at my team. We now have two." To speak candidly, deep within his heart, Popovich has always harbored a profound admiration for Phil Jackson. After all, Jackson first achieved remarkable success by coaching the basketball deity Michael Jordan and his esteemed partner Scottie Pippen, and subsequently led the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, known as the 0K combination. To date, Phil Jackson's illustrious coaching career has amassed an astonishing total of 8 NBA championship trophies. In stark contrast, Popovich finds himself in possession of but a solitary championship trophy. However, in that fleeting moment, his envy towards Jackson dissipated entirely. For he firmly believes that under the leadership of Tim Duncan and Suyu, the San Antonio Spurs are destined to encounter numerous glorious moments, reaping countless gleaming championship trophies. Of course, the immediate priority is to exact revenge on the Los Angeles Lakers this season, resolutely thwarting their quest for a three-peat. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. The San Antonio Spurs execute an inbounds play, delivering the ball to Antonio Daniels, who skillfully dribbles past half-court. Upon crossing the midline, Suyu darts towards Antonio Daniels like an arrow released from a bow. Observing this, the defensive player, Doug Christie, remains vigilant, closely shadowing Suyu in an effort to thwart the impending offensive advance. In the blink of an eye, Suyu dashed to the side of Antonio Daniels. The two shared an unspoken understanding, seamlessly executing a handoff pass. Following the pass, Antonio Daniels immediately positioned himself to shield the approaching Doug Christie. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu swiftly maneuvered away from Doug Christie, advancing the ball rapidly towards the right side. After just 2 dribbles, Suyu suddenly came to a halt, raising both hands high with the ball, adopting a shooting stance. "You shall not shoot here." A furious shout reached Suyu's ears. It was Mike Bibby who, with astonishing speed, had rushed to switch defense. As Suyu lifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. How dare this little imp attempt to thwart me? It is worth noting that Mike Bibby stood at a mere 185 centimeters, while Suyu, towering at 198 centimeters, could effortlessly eclipse him with a slam dunk. However, Suyu was insatiable. He yearned for more than just a three-pointer. He aspired to achieve a 4-point play. With a subtle shake of his shoulder, the ball in his hand appeared poised for release. In an instant, Mike Bibby leapt into the air, attempting to disrupt Suyu's rhythm. Alas, in midair, Mike Bibby realized that Suyu had yet to leave the ground, a sinking feeling creeping into his heart. Only then did Suyu ascend, propelling his body toward Mike Bibby. With a resounding thud, the two collided mid-flight. Remarkably, Suyu maintained his balance and released the ball. It was a surefire shot. Simultaneously, Suyu activated his one-time use skill, ensuring a perfect shot for the game. The ball, as if enchanted, soared from Suyu's hand like a precision-guided missile, heading straight for the hoop. With a swoosh, it effortlessly swished through the net, nestling into the warm embrace of the basket. After scoring, Suyu did not hear the whistle and cast a puzzled glance at the referee, who signaled that the three-pointer was valid, no foul committed. Although the outcome fell short of his expectations, a hint of disappointment lingered in Suyu's heart. Nevertheless, with this three-pointer, the Alamo Dome erupted in euphoria, the fans roaring with fervor, "Su! Su! Su!" Meanwhile, the on-site photographers turned their lenses towards Suyu, observing his expression. The commentator could not resist the urge to jest. It appears Su is somewhat dissatisfied with not achieving a 3-1 play. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. The score stood at 7-9, with the San Antonio Spurs trailing by 2 points. The Sacramento Kings initiated the ball from the backcourt, passing it to Mike Bibby, who skillfully dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the line, Peja Stojakovic swiftly maneuvered without the ball, seeking an open position, but Bruce Bowen relentlessly pursued him, akin to a hound on a scent. Simultaneously, Bruce Bowen's hands were in constant motion, endeavoring to impede Peja Stojakovic's path. Infuriated, Peja felt the urge to throw a punch at Bruce Bowen. "Bruce Bowen, come at me." As Mike Bibby observed Peja Stojakovic struggling to free himself from his defender and find an open position for an offensive play, he swiftly called for a pick. Without hesitation, Scott Pollard burst forth like an arrow released from a bow, positioning himself firmly in front of Mike Bibby, establishing a robust barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Mike Bibby accelerated forward, utilizing Pollard's screen to drive towards the basket. Tim Duncan promptly shifted to provide defensive support, attempting to thwart Bibby's advance. Unfazed by Duncan's intervention, Mike Bibby deftly flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring in a graceful arc towards the rolling Scott Pollard. Pollard, having secured the ball, was poised to charge towards the basket with determination. However, Tim Duncan would not allow him an easy path. Reacting swiftly, Duncan took a decisive step to the left, resembling an insurmountable mountain, effectively blocking Pollard's progression. Scott the ball. At that moment, Peja Stojakovic cleverly maneuvered using Vlade Divac's screen, successfully shaking off Bruce Bowen to discover an exquisite open spot beyond the three-point line. Pollard, understanding the situation perfectly, flicked his wrist to pass the ball to the open Stojakovic. Just as the ball was about to reach Peja's hands, a massive hand descended from above, abruptly intercepting the pass. Upon focusing his gaze, Stojakovic realized it was Suyu, clad in the black jersey number 22. "Got you." On Suyu's face, there was a manifestation of satisfaction akin to that of a predator who has successfully captured its prey. In an instant, he deftly propelled the ball before him, charging towards the backcourt of the Sacramento Kings like a tempest. This unforeseen turn of events left the Kings somewhat taken aback. By the time they regained their composure, Suyu had already dashed past the halfway line with remarkable speed. The players of the Sacramento Kings could only watch in astonishment as Suyu showcased his brilliance. With unyielding speed, Suyu swiftly crossed the free throw line. He then took a small step forward, before launching into the air with an explosive leap, his right foot springing upward as if equipped with powerful springs. He soared high, resembling a majestic eagle in flight. His right hand, gripping the ball, descended like an unstoppable sledgehammer, crashing down towards the hoop with an earth-shattering roar, echoing like thunder. Suyu executed a remarkable one-handed dunk, astonishing all spectators. The score instantly leveled at 9-9, bringing both teams back to a fresh starting point. Upon resuming play, Suyu swiftly scored 5 consecutive points, aiding his team in equalizing the score. The commentator, microphone in hand, passionately called out Suyu's name with fervor. Meanwhile, the 55,000 fervent fans in the stands erupted in unison. Su, Su, Su. Facing the audience, Suyu seemed to beckon them, urging them to amplify their cheers. The spectators, exhilarated by the moment, shouted with fervor, their voices rising in a crescendo, as if the entire arena might be overturned by their enthusiasm. Chapter 29, the final 6 minutes 29-27. As the first quarter concluded, the San Antonio Spurs led the Sacramento Kings by 2 points. Initially, Peja Stojakovic's explosive performance propelled the Kings to a lead, but Suyu's 5 consecutive points quickly leveled the score. Under Suyu's leadership, the Spurs gained momentum, gradually seizing control of the game. However, Sacramento center Vlade Divac and point guard Mike Bibby rose to the occasion, supporting their team in the wake of Stojakovic's efforts. Particularly, Divac was phenomenal, shooting 5 out of 6 and sinking both free throws, amassing an impressive 12 points, alongside 6 rebounds and 1 block in the quarter. His leadership enabled the Kings to closely trail the Spurs, reducing the deficit to a mere 2 points. As the second quarter commenced, both head coaches began to strategize, substituting in their bench players. The moment the substitutes entered the game, the Kings swiftly found their rhythm, attacking with the ferocity of a descending tiger. In just 3 minutes, they launched a thrilling 9-4 scoring surge, reversing the scoreline to 36-33, now leading by 3 points over the Spurs. Timeout. Witnessing this turn of events, Coach Popovich decisively called for a timeout. With a grave expression, he gathered his players to outline tactics and promptly adjusted the lineup, reintroducing the starters to stabilize the situation. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs starters re-entered the court. Soon, under their guidance, the team gradually regained composure, narrowing the score gap point by point. Yet, just as the Spurs were on the verge of equalizing, Sacramento's point guard Mike Bibby stepped up. Receiving the ball beyond the arc, he decisively took the shot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. Immediately following, he replicated his earlier success, scoring yet another long-range shot. These 2 pivotal baskets not only stabilized the team's position but also firmly secured their lead. Thus, the contest intensified, with both sides exchanging blows, unwilling to yield an inch. As the game entered a fevered stage, time swiftly slipped away amidst the fierce competition, and before long, the first half approached its conclusion. With a sharp whistle from the referee, signaling the end of the half, the Sacramento Kings held a slender advantage over the San Antonio Spurs, leading 53-52. Faced with the reality of trailing at halftime, Suyu could not help but feel a twinge of helplessness. He and Bruce Bowen had exerted every effort to contain the formidable outside shooter, Peja Stojakovic. However, it appeared that Stojakovic had altered his tactical approach, completely abandoning ball-dominant plays. Instead, he utilized agile off-ball movement to disrupt the Spurs' defensive formation. Consequently, although Stojakovic did not score directly, he adeptly created numerous prime scoring opportunities for his teammates. Among them, Vlade Divac and Mike Bibby shone exceptionally bright, seizing these precious chances with aplomb. By the end of the first half, Divac had amassed an impressive 14 points, while Bibby was not far behind, contributing 13 points of his own. Together, they combined for a remarkable 27 points, propelling their team forward and maintaining their lead as the first half concluded. Even Coach Popovich found himself in a state of frustration. The once impenetrable twin towers of the interior defense, typically flawless, revealed significant vulnerabilities in this back-to-back matchup. Notably, David Robinson seemed overwhelmed while defending Divac. After careful consideration, Popovich surmised that Robinson's stamina might be waning, given his age and the nature of the consecutive games. Thus, during the halftime break, he made a decisive personnel adjustment, substituting in Amare Stoudemire while moving Tim Duncan to the center position to specifically guard Divac. This strategic change proved immediately effective. As the second half commenced, Divac felt the formidable pressure from Duncan, and his previously unrestrained offensive rhythm was abruptly curtailed. Yet, this merely constrained Divac. One must not forget, the Sacramento Kings still had Mike Bibby on the court. Mike Bibby not only excelled in scoring, but also orchestrated his teammates, amassing 6 points and 5 assists within a single quarter. Simultaneously, Peja Stojakovic experienced a resurgence, seizing the rare opportunities to find space. With precision, he executed two crucial three-point shots that significantly aided in keeping the Sacramento Kings closely tethered to the San Antonio Spurs. The resounding beep signaled the conclusion of the third quarter, with both teams locked in a tie at 77. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Popovich was hesitant to substitute his starting lineup entirely, mindful of the second quarter when his bench had been overwhelmed. He certainly did not wish to witness another offensive surge from the Kings. Consequently, Popovich opted to retain both Su Yu and Bruce Bowen on the court, accompanied by three other bench players to navigate this challenging juncture. As time inexorably passed, the duration of this quarter swiftly approached its midpoint. Su Yu and Bruce Bowen, accompanied by three substitutes, adeptly accomplished their mission, successfully keeping pace with the Sacramento Kings. As the quarter progressed, the competition remained fiercely contested, with both teams locked in an intense stalemate. The score was once again tied at 91. Observing this, both head coaches swiftly made strategic adjustments, returning their starting lineups to the court in preparation for the climactic showdown. After a rest of 1.5 quarters, David Robinson was once again summoned by Popovich. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings, refusing to yield, promptly made their personnel adjustments, reintroducing their starters. Thus commenced the final, desperate struggle. The outcome remained uncertain, hinging on the next 6 minutes. The atmosphere within the Alamo Dome was thick with a palpable blend of tension and excitement, as every spectator held their breath, fixated on the rapidly evolving game. Chapter 30. We shall not score, and neither shall you. Go Spurs! Go Spurs! Go Spurs! Amidst the deafening cheers of the fans, the San Antonio Spurs prepared to inbound the ball. It was passed to Antonio Daniels, who swiftly dribbled across half court. As he crossed the line, Su Yu, stationed in the right corner, darted towards the three-point arc, ready to receive the ball. The moment he arrived, the pass found him perfectly. Antonio Daniels immediately delivered the ball to him. With the ball in hand, Su Yu was poised to initiate an offensive play, but defender Doug Christie lunged at him with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. In that moment, Su Yu hesitated, regretting the use of his guaranteed skill earlier in the game, which could only be employed once per match. Typically, when he exudes momentum, the team's imposing twin towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, would shoulder the responsibility of clinching the game. However, the progression of this match had proven far from favorable. Instead of securing victory, they found themselves ensnared by the relentless Kings. The battle raged on into the fourth quarter. Resolutely, Su Yu lofted the ball into the paint, delivering it accurately to Tim Duncan, who had established position in the low post. Without hesitation, Tim Duncan received the pass, swiftly pivoted, and leapt to execute a clean, precise 45-degree bank shot. Bang! With a resounding thud, the ball unfortunately failed to find its mark within the hoop. However, fortuitously, David Robinson had already established an exceptional position beneath the basket. He leapt into the air, akin to a majestic eagle soaring through the skies, and deftly secured the rebound. At that moment, the atmosphere on the court grew tense. David Robinson, resembling a fierce tiger, prepared to leap for a second offensive attempt. Vlade Divac was not one to concede easily, charging forward with the swiftness of lightning, arms raised high like an indomitable barrier, determined to obstruct Robinson's path. In response, Robinson, quick-witted and decisive, promptly delivered a precise pass. The ball found its way into the hands of Antonio Daniels at the top of the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Daniels transferred the ball once again, this time sending it swiftly toward the corner where Bruce Bowen awaited, unguarded. Bowen, having already prepared for the opportunity, received the ball and sprang into action without a second thought. His body extended in midair, seemingly suspended, with a hang time that was nothing short of astonishing. Without delay, he launched the three-pointer, the ball racing towards the hoop like a shooting star. Every spectator's gaze followed its trajectory, hearts collectively in their throats. With a resounding clang, the ball struck the rim, ricocheting away from the target. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings had evidently learned from their earlier mistakes. Aware that they could not afford to allow David Robinson another chance at seizing the offensive rebound. Consequently, four players from the Kings converged beneath the basket, diligently guarding the defensive rebound. Observing this, Tim Duncan and David Robinson swiftly pivoted, racing back toward their own half to initiate defensive efforts. As the transition unfolded, it was the Sacramento Kings' turn to mount an offensive. Mike Bibby swiftly dribbled across the midcourt line. Upon entering the opposing half, Peja Stojakovic burst into a fervent off-ball run, akin to a wild stallion. Bruce Bowen, tasked with his defense, closely shadowed him, refusing to relent. Simultaneously, Vlade Divac emerged from the paint, using his imposing physique to create a sturdy wall for Mike Bibby. Skillfully utilizing this screen, Bibby evaded his defender's grasp, seizing the moment before Tim Duncan could adjust. He decisively stepped forward, leaping high into the air, the ball propelled from his hands like a cannonball. The sphere traced a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for the basket. Bang! With a resounding thud, the ball struck the edge of the rim, falling just short of the target. The missed opportunity elicited a collective sigh of relief from the spectators present. Underneath the basket, David Robinson diligently safeguarded the rebound. Once he landed firmly, he swiftly cradled the ball and, in a flash, passed it to Antonio Daniels. Without a moment's hesitation, Daniels surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. As he sprinted, Daniels keenly spotted Suyu, who was also racing ahead and had crossed the half-court line. With a decisive flick of his arm, he executed a bounce pass that landed perfectly in Suyu's hands. After receiving the ball, Suyu instinctively adopted a shooting posture. However, the defending player, Doug Christie, was not deceived. Since the conclusion of the first quarter, Christie had transformed into a relentless guardian, doggedly shadowing Suyu and denying him any opportunity for an unobstructed shot. This relentless defense thwarted Suyu's numerous attempts at open shots. Lacking his specialized skills, Suyu's shooting abilities for both mid-range and three-point shots were restricted to a mere 80. Faced with the defensive pressure, his shooting accuracy dwindled, and in this critical moment, he opted not to force a shot. Instead, he passed the ball back to the onrushing Antonio Daniels. Upon receiving the ball, Daniels dribbled to the top of the arc and paused momentarily to allow his teammates to position themselves effectively. Once they were in place, Daniels raised his right hand, signaling for a pick and roll. Tim Duncan, stationed in the paint, promptly emerged to execute the screen in perfect synchrony with Daniels. Following the successful pick, Daniels charged toward the basket with the ferocity of a wild stallion, drawing the attention of the Sacramento Kings defenders. In a swift motion, Daniels flicked his wrist, delivering a precise pass to the descending Tim Duncan. Upon receiving the ball, Duncan barreled toward the Kings' interior with determination. Observing this, two of Sacramento's interior defenders lunged at him like famished predators. Duncan, exhibiting remarkable strength, absorbed the defensive pressure and launched his shot. Bang! With a sharp crack, the ball mercilessly collided with the rim, rebounding outwards, failing to break the deadlock on the court. Immediately following this, the momentum shifted, and it was the Sacramento Kings' turn to mount an offensive. After a series of deft passes and off-ball movements, they finally uncovered a magnificent scoring opportunity. However, Peja Stojakovic's eventual shot veered off course, missing the target once more. For the ensuing 3 minutes, both teams seemed ensnared in a scoring drought. Regardless of which side initiated the assault, they were unable to convert their efforts into points. Simultaneously, as the intensity of the game escalated, the players' defensive maneuvers grew increasingly assertive, each physical confrontation charged with tension. It seemed a tacit understanding had formed among the players. If we cannot score, neither shall you. The atmosphere in the arena thickened, signaling that a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 31. Securing the lead, the San Antonio Spurs initiated a backcourt inbound pass, delivering the ball to Antonio Daniels, who swiftly dribbled across half-court. Upon crossing the midline, Antonio Daniels passed the ball to his teammate, Suyu, stationed to the side. Upon receiving the ball, Suyu immediately signaled for a pick and roll. Inside, Tim Duncan surged forward like a gust of wind to set the screen for Suyu. As Suyu deftly maneuvered around Tim Duncan's screen, he swiftly stepped forward. In an instant, a brilliant green light illuminated beneath his feet. Without the slightest hesitation, he gathered the ball and leaped. Yet, in the next moment, the green glow vanished. Scott Pollard, like a bolt of lightning, rushed to defend, while Doug Christie, having been momentarily obstructed, lunged at Suyu with the ferocity of a famished tiger. Alas, this was indeed a formidable challenge. In midair, Suyu quickly retracted the ball, executing a deceptive pass instead of a shot. He sent the ball soaring to Tim Duncan, who had rolled down after the screen. With perfect positioning, Duncan received the ball without a defender in sight. Without a moment's pause, he leaped, momentarily suspending himself in the air before releasing a mid-range shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc as it soared through the air. With a crisp swish, it fell securely through the hoop. With Duncan's basket, the lengthy 3-minute drought of scoring was finally broken. The score transitioned to 93-91, with the San Antonio Spurs leading by 2 points. A wave of exhilaration surged through the entire Alamo Dome. as the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, overwhelming the visiting Sacramento Kings with immense pressure. Timeout. The head coach of the Sacramento Kings promptly called for a timeout, aiming to disrupt the flow of the game and strategize for the next offensive play. This ensuing possession was crucial for the Kings. Failure to score could very well spell the end of the game. That last pass was simply phenomenal. After the timeout, Tim Duncan immediately rushed over to Suyu. There was no choice. Both of those guys were coming right at me. Suyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Tim Duncan couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, the two returned to their respective benches, where Popovich promptly devised the forthcoming defensive strategy. After a brief pause, both teams resumed play on the court. The Sacramento Kings initiated the inbound pass, delivering the ball to Mike Bibby, who swiftly dribbled across half-court. Just after crossing the midline, Mike Bibby found himself momentarily frozen, confronted by none other than Suyu, who was tasked with defending him. Suyu has already employed his defensive analysis mode with remarkable proficiency, with a staggering probability of 87 for driving left off the pick and roll. He sprang into action like a flash of lightning upon receiving the cue. He deftly positioned himself in front of Mike Bibby, who was attempting to shake him off with the screen. Mike Bibby was utterly unprepared for Suyu's rapid response, as if the pick and roll had never transpired. In the blink of an eye, Suyu lunged at Mike Bibby with the ferocity of a tiger, using his body to relentlessly challenge Bibby, leaving him no room to dribble and forcing him to pass the ball. With no other options, Bibby hastily distributed the ball to Doug Christie. Immediately, he intended to engage in a handoff with Christie, but Suyu intercepted him. Mike Bibby found himself unable to receive the ball for the moment. Inside the paint, Vlade Divac anxiously shouted, "Time." As the shot clock dwindled, Doug Christie decisively opted to take matters into his own hands. He skillfully executed a crossover dribble, then quickly gathered the ball with both hands and leaped high, momentarily suspended in the air. At that instant, he released the ball, which soared toward the basket from mid-range. Antonio Daniels leapt with all his might in an attempt to disrupt the shot, but the ball traveled with such speed and height that it sailed over his head like a shooting star. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. At that moment, Tim Duncan displayed remarkable agility, leaping almost instantaneously as the ball bounced out, successfully securing the defensive rebound. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Antonio Daniels. After receiving the ball, Daniels calmly dribbled and advanced across half-court. After all, they were in the lead. There was no rush. Just past half-court, Suyu swiftly moved to receive the ball. Daniels promptly passed it to him. Upon catching the ball, Tim Duncan, like an arrow released from a bow, darted towards Suyu, and they executed another seamless pick-and-roll strategy. With the space created by the screen, Suyu momentarily evaded the defender's grasp. In an instant, a brilliant green light burst forth from beneath his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu leaped as if ignited by a rocket, delivering a flawless jump shot from his original position. This time, the green light did not fade. Just as in the previous play, Tim Duncan quickly cut into the paint after completing the screen. Perhaps this was the reason that two Sacramento Kings players, disregarding everything, lunged towards Duncan in an attempt to thwart his advance. How advantageous this was for Suyu. "Suyu, I shall graciously accept these 2 points." As he released the ball, he eagerly commenced his celebration. The ball seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring directly into the embrace of the hoop. With a swish, Suyu's mid-range shot found its mark. He aided his team in widening the lead, bringing the score to 95-91. The atmosphere erupted. In that fleeting moment, the entire Alamo Dome reverberated with exuberance as the fans erupted in cheers, collectively chanting, "Su! Su! Su!" The preemptive celebration initiated by Suyu ignited a fervor within the entire Alamo Dome arena. "Well done, Su. What a shot!" Echoed praises from the San Antonio Spurs players directed towards Suyu. A timeout was called, and the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, in a state of desperation, utilized the last remaining timeout of the game. During this brief interlude, he urgently outlined a critical three-point strategy for his players. The athletes listened intently to every directive, acutely aware that the success or failure of this tactical execution would dictate the outcome of the match. As the game resumed, the players swiftly adhered to the established strategy. Everything appeared flawless. The three-point play was successfully orchestrated. However, unexpectedly, Peja Stojakovic, the designated executor of the tactic, failed to convert this pivotal three-point shot. The ball arced through the air, only to cruelly strike the rim and bounce off. In that moment, it seemed as though the Sacramento Kings had lost their last glimmer of hope, and the prospect of victory was receding from their grasp. Next, it was the San Antonio Spurs' turn to initiate an offensive sequence. They maintained composure, patiently seeking the optimal opportunity to shoot. As time ticked away, Antonio Daniels eventually opted to take his shot just as the 24-second clock was about to expire. A resounding clang echoed as the ball struck the rim and ricocheted high. Yet, fortune appeared to favor the San Antonio Spurs. Tim Duncan, like a fierce beast, leveraged his exceptional athleticism and keen rebounding instincts to leap and secure this crucial offensive rebound. With only a few seconds remaining in the game, the San Antonio Spurs were on the brink of victory. They no longer rushed to attack. Instead, they meticulously controlled the ball, awaiting the final seconds to elapse. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings had conceded, showing no intention of continuing their defense. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 95-91. With the San Antonio Spurs narrowly triumphing by a mere 4-point margin in this exhilarating contest, securing a consecutive victory. The Spurs continued to lead the Western Conference with an impressive record of 4 wins and 0 losses. For Suyu, this match marked one of his more subdued performances of the season, as he attempted 15 shots, successfully hitting 8, including 2 out of 6 from beyond the arc, and made both of his free throw attempts, ultimately accumulating 20 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Chapter 32. Greg. This guy indeed possesses a remarkable eye for talent. After the match, Suyu approached Peja Stojakovic with a slight smirk, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. As he drew near, Suyu remarked, "Hey, second fiddle of the team, what a shame. The victors today are none other than our San Antonio Spurs. And I must say, your prideful 3-point shooting skills are rather dismal. They failed to make any impact during crucial moments. So you typically showed no mercy to those who dared to provoke him, even going so far as to kick them when they were down." Meanwhile, Peja Stojakovic's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed with anger. The defeat had already put him in a foul mood, and now being humiliated face-to-face by this rookie ignited his fury even further. Before he could muster a retort, Suyu continued his sarcastic tirade. "What's wrong? Lost for words? Did I strike a nerve? Don't think I'm unaware. With your level of skill, you can only shine occasionally." At last, Peja could no longer contain his rage and shouted, "Fuck, you insufferable rookie. Just wait until our next encounter. I will make you regret this. I will defeat you." With that, he swung his fist like a vengeful wolf, exclaiming, "I will return." Upon hearing this, Suyu merely chuckled softly, unfazed. He turned his back and strode confidently towards the players' tunnel, leaving Peja Stojakovic with a striking silhouette. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Peja clenched his teeth in frustration. His hands balled into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. He silently vowed, in the next game, "I must win at all costs and show that arrogant rookie my true prowess." As Suyu entered the players' tunnel, he instinctively quickened his pace, driven by hunger as his stomach grumbled incessantly. This match marked his inaugural experience in the NBA, having played through to the 4th quarter. He could only blame the teams he faced in the previous 3 games for their lack of challenge: the Los Angeles Clippers, the Seattle Supersonics, and the Portland Trail Blazers. As Suyu dashed into the locker room, he swiftly seized his clothes and hurried towards the shower. In a brief moment, he emerged, revitalized and dressed. Just then, his teammates returned to the locker room. Upon seeing Suyu's hurried demeanor, Tony Parker could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Hey, Sue, judging by your rush, are you off to meet a beautiful lady?" Before Suyu could respond, David Robinson quickly stepped forward, draping an arm around Suyu's shoulders, and cheerfully remarked, "Haha, Sue. You're not planning to celebrate, are you? If so, don't forget to take me along." The commotion drew the attention of other teammates, who turned to listen. However, to their disappointment, Suyu waved his hand and replied, "No date. I'm just hungry. My chef is waiting outside with delicious food." Delicious food? At Suyu's words, his teammates felt their appetites awaken. Tim Duncan looked at Suyu with eager anticipation and implored, "Sue, could you please ask your chef to prepare an extra portion? I'm starving, I assure you. I will pay." As soon as he finished speaking, David Robinson chimed in, Yes, Sue, I want one too." The locker room erupted with enthusiastic requests for extra food from the teammates. Faced with their fervent demands, Suyu quickly raised his hands and declared, "All right, everyone, quiet down. There will be enough for all. Just hurry and finish your showers." With that, he turned and exited the locker room without looking back. Once Suyu stepped out the door, the previously tranquil atmosphere inside transformed into a lively scene. The teammates, as if activated by a switch, rushed towards the showers, eager to clean up and then head to Suyu's vehicle. When Popovich returned to the locker room, he paused, noticing only a few individuals remaining. "Bruce, where did everyone go?" Popovich asked, perplexed. Without lifting his head while hastily dressing, Bruce Bowen replied, "They all ran outside to Suyu's vehicle for the food. Coach, I need to hurry as my stomach is rumbling." With that, Bruce hastened his dressing. Popovich nodded in resignation and said, "All right, then off you go." As he watched Bruce's retreating figure, Popovich mumbled, "Sue, why didn't you invite me? I'm hungry too." At this very moment, the super luxurious RV parked in the open-air parking lot stood out remarkably, as teammates from the Suyue team began to arrive in droves. The butler Peptor decisively elevated the retractable roof of the RV's second floor. In the blink of an eye, the upper level transformed into an immense dining table, seemingly crafted exclusively for the members of the San Antonio Spurs. The players, filled with exuberance, ascended to the second floor and settled into their designated seats. A gentle, cool breeze caressed their faces, instilling a sense of tranquility. As they leisurely reveled in this rare moment of relaxation, they gazed with keen interest at the enthusiastic fans gradually departing from the venue. Unable to contain his curiosity, David Robinson inquired, "Sue, this RV is simply magnificent. How much did you spend on it?" Suyu smiled and shrugged, candidly responding, "Well, I'm not quite sure about the exact price." He then turned to the butler, Peppold, who had been standing nearby. Peppold, understanding the cue, cheerfully remarked, "Mr. David, this motorhome costs a total of $25 million. Upon hearing this staggering figure, David Robinson's jaw nearly dropped, and the other teammates widened their eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that David Robinson's annual salary exceeds $11 million this year. Yet after taxes, the amount he could take home might barely suffice for such a purchase. He still has to sustain his living, rendering such extravagance unattainable. Even Tim Duncan wouldn't dare to indulge in such luxury. It was then that the teammates seized the opportunity to inquire about Suyu's wealth. Suyu casually replied, "It's through investments." Subsequently, he proceeded to enlighten his teammates on the fundamentals of business investment. While the teammates found themselves somewhat bewildered, Tim Duncan listened intently, his eyes sparkling with interest. Tim Duncan, after all, is an individual of considerable education, having earned a master's degree in psychology from Wake Forest University. Although playing in the NBA yields a lucrative salary, the career span is relatively short, and the earnings may not guarantee a comfortable retirement. While one can receive a pension after 3 years in the NBA, that pension is hardly sufficient for a life of affluence. Thus, Tim Duncan had long harbored thoughts of investing. The moment Suyu spoke, Tim quietly resolved to seek his counsel when the opportunity arises. As the group sat together, engaging in light-hearted conversation, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Just then, an array of aromatic delicacies was meticulously directed and assisted by butler Peppold, gradually making its way to the second floor. Observing this scene, individuals like Tony Parker naturally could not remain idle and eagerly volunteered to assist. After all, they were there to enjoy a meal, and it would be rather impolite to partake without contributing. Consequently, after a flurry of activity, all the culinary delights were successfully laid out on the table. Having long been ravenous, Suyu could no longer restrain himself. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and promptly lifted a delectable morsel to his mouth. Witnessing this, the other teammates followed suit, brandishing their knives and forks, unwilling to be outdone, and indulged in the sumptuous feast before them. "Wow, this flavor is absolutely exquisite," exclaimed one teammate, savoring the food. "Indeed, Sue, I must say, your chef is truly remarkable." Another team member echoed in agreement. Amidst the accolades from her teammates, Suyu was preoccupied with devouring her meal, hardly able to respond, merely managing to nod in acknowledgement of their praise before plunging back into her feast. As time progressed, exquisite dishes continually graced the table. These culinary delights, not only diverse in variety but also a feast for the senses, elicited a mouth-watering allure. The chefs responsible for the cooking busily labored for 2.5 hours, transforming all the ingredients into delectable offerings. By the time the final dish was served, the chefs were drenched in sweat, yet their faces radiated satisfaction. Before Suyu could utter a word, the butler, Peptor, stepped forward to each chef, smiling as he presented them with thick wads of cash. A quick estimation revealed that each bundle contained approximately 50 bills. "Thank you, boss," exclaimed the chefs, their eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. The fatigue from their long hours of toil evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheer joy. They expressed their heartfelt thanks to Pepper, their voices resonating loudly enough to reach Suyu, who was dining upstairs. Hearing the commotion from below, a subtle smile played at the corners of Suyu's lips. She then turned to her teammates surrounding her, smiling as she said, "Hey, if you all wish to linger here for a while longer to relax, that is perfectly fine. If you're thirsty or desire anything to eat or drink, feel free to inform DOP, and he will make arrangements for everyone. However, I must take my leave first." "All right, Sue," one teammate replied with a grin. "Take care on your way." Another teammate waved goodbye. Suyu nodded, then rose and made his way towards the staircase. Upon descending to the first floor, he found Pepdol and briefly conveyed a few words. Subsequently, he strolled briskly towards his sports car, opened the door with flair, and elegantly settled into the driver's seat. With the engine's deep and powerful roar, the sports car darted away like an arrow, swiftly vanishing at the end of the road. Meanwhile, on the second floor, David Robinson quietly observed the direction in which Suyu had departed. As he watched the car fade into the distance until it disappeared completely, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Sue's addition is simply perfect. Greg truly has an exceptional eye for talent." Chapter 33. Jessica Alba. The following morning, after finishing his workout, Suyu slowly emerged from the gym. Beads of crystalline sweat glistening on his forehead, his robust physique particularly striking in the morning light. At that moment, the butler Pepdol had already been waiting at the entrance, hurrying forward with a towel and water bottle in hand. "Thank you." Suyu took the towel and water bottle, first wiping the sweat from his forehead with the towel. He then twisted off the bottle cap and tilted his head back, taking several hearty gulps of refreshing water, producing a gratifying sound in his throat. After a brief respite, Suyu began to stride toward his home. Meanwhile, Pepdol, who had been following him at a respectful distance, spoke with deference. "Boss, I just received news that Mr. Winter has specifically invited you to attend the soiree in Orlando tonight. Coincidentally, Orlando is also the city of your next match." Upon hearing this, Suyu paused momentarily, contemplated for a brief moment, and replied, "Oh, in that case, I shall attend. However, please inform the team that I will not be traveling to Orlando with them. By the way, we depart in the afternoon." "Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements immediately." Pepdol responded with a nod before hurriedly turning to manage the necessary matters. Suddenly, Blitz, perched on Suyu's shoulder, interjected with his opinion. "Sue, why are you slacking off again?" "Sue," and you immediately retorted, "Blitz, do not slander me. Even when hanging, one must have a breath of fresh air, let alone my 4 consecutive victories." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck Blitz with considerable force, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Although Blitz felt no pain, he still wore a disgruntled expression as he complained, "Sue, you have gone too far." Suyu feigned ignorance, resolutely striding forward with a determined gait. This afternoon, clad in a meticulously crafted yet comfortable casual outfit, she arrived at San Antonio International Airport, accompanied by her butler, Pepper. Subsequently, she boarded a private jet, bound for Orlando. The 2.5-hour flight passed in the blink of an eye, and the aircraft gracefully touched down on the runway of Orlando International Airport. Upon exiting the airport terminal, a luxurious black sedan awaited her in the parking lot, with a sharply dressed driver standing attentively by the vehicle. This arrangement had been meticulously orchestrated by her butler, Pepper. Suyu and Pepdol swiftly entered the car, which glided smoothly as it sped toward their destination. After a brief journey, the vehicle finally came to a halt before a magnificent and grand mansion. This estate was nestled in a picturesque and tranquil area of Orlando, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant blooms, resembling a veritable paradise. This was, in fact, one of Suyu's properties in Orlando. As soon as Suyu stepped through the doorway, a group of fashionably attired individuals wielding various makeup tools immediately approached him. To his astonishment, these stylists enthusiastically referred to Pepdol as their boss. Taken aback by this address, Pepdol's expression soured, and he quickly turned to Suyu, eager to provide an explanation. However, before he could utter a word, Suyu smiled and waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, Pep. The soiree will not commence just yet. I shall ascend to my room for a brief respite." With that, Suyu turned and made his way up the staircase, casually selecting a room before gently closing the door, ready to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Today, he had decided to temporarily set aside his training, granting himself a day of leisure to rejuvenate both body and mind. Frustrated, Blitz felt an urge to chastise Suyu, but alas, the system forbade him from striking his own host. Meanwhile, Pepdol, seething with anger, bellowed from downstairs. Are you lot blind? The gentleman who just ascended is my actual boss. Had time not been of the essence, Pep Dole would have unhesitatingly dismissed this inept crew for their lack of discernment. He privately mused about their incompetence, incredulous that they could misidentify someone so glaringly. 2 hours later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes and, after stretching leisurely, descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. As soon as his figure appeared at the top of the staircase, Pep Dole, who had been anxiously awaiting below, instantly donned a beaming smile and hurriedly approached, respectfully inquiring, "Boss, may I prepare some food for you?" Suyu gently waved his hand in response, saying, "No need for any trouble. There will be ample food at the soiree tonight. However, do arrange for someone to assist me with some light grooming. But remember, no makeup on my face, please." Upon hearing this, Pep Dole quickly affirmed, "Certainly." He swiftly signaled to the stylist team, which had been waiting patiently behind him, to commence their work. After more than half an hour of intense yet orderly preparation, Suyu's previously disheveled hair was meticulously styled into a sleek all-back hairstyle. This new look not only conferred upon him an air of maturity and composure, but also exuded a casual, unrestrained masculinity. Complemented by a well-tailored black suit that perfectly accentuated his tall, statuesque figure and muscular physique, Suyu instantly transformed into a more three-dimensional and strikingly handsome presence. Furthermore, the exquisite watch adorning his wrist added an extra touch of sophistication, enhancing his aura of aristocratic elegance. Once all was in readiness, Suyu, accompanied by Pep Dole, ascended into a luxurious sedan and sped towards their destination, Lake Nona. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the venue of the soiree. Upon entering, the host, Winter, immediately approached them with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Su, you have finally arrived." He then warmly enveloped Suyu in a hearty embrace. Suyu gently embraced in response. Meanwhile, Suyu's presence astonished the majority of the attendees at the banquet. Those familiar with Suyu's status recognized him as being of considerable standing within the industry. However, many of those of lesser repute were largely unaware of his true identity, perhaps only knowing him as an NBA athlete. "Su, it has been a long time. I have not missed a single one of your matches. They were truly spectacular." The distinguished and notable individuals at the banquet all eagerly approached Suyu to greet him. Su and you responded amicably to everyone. Just as the conversation was lively and spirited, a sudden growl emanated from Su's stomach. Suyu felt no embarrassment whatsoever. With an open demeanor, she gazed at the crowd and cheerfully inquired, "I have come to this banquet merely to indulge in the delicacies. Winter, are there any delights to savor?" "Indeed there are." Winter responded with a grand gesture, leading everyone to a large dining table on the second floor, where an array of exquisite dishes was beautifully displayed. Suyu, unabashed, immediately indulged in the feast before him. This scene astonished everyone, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, for who could challenge Suyu? "Suyu, have you seen the collaboration in the South?" Wente seized the opportunity to discuss matters of partnership. As Suyu listened intently, he scrutinized the analysis presented by Blitz. Once Winter concluded his remarks, Suyu responded readily, "Very well, you may discuss the subsequent matters with Annie." Annie was the CEO that Blitz had meticulously selected for Suyu. However, typically, Annie was solely responsible for executing Suyu's directives. For instance, regarding partnerships, Annie would never agree without Suyu's approval. "Pleasant collaboration, Su," Winter exclaimed cheerfully, extending his hand. "Winter, my hands are a tad greasy." As Suyu was about to extend his hand, he caught sight of the grease on his palm and quickly retracted it. Nevertheless, it was a great honor for him to shake hands with Su and I. Winter, however, was indifferent to the grease on Suyu's hand and promptly reached out to grasp it. With Winter initiating the conversation, the others at the dining table also began to entertain thoughts of collaboration with Suyu. However, Suyu did not agree to every proposal indiscriminately. Instead, he finalized the intent to cooperate based on the analysis provided by Blitz. "Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me for a moment. I must step downstairs to find my companion for the evening." After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Suyu took the initiative to rise and headed downstairs, for he had no desire to remain amidst a group of gentlemen for the entirety of the soiree. As Suyu returned, he immediately attracted a number of individuals eager to engage in conversation, for they had all witnessed his earlier exploits. However, Suyu had no intention of indulging them. He offered only perfunctory responses before swiftly diverting his gaze elsewhere in search of his next target. Before long, his attention was captivated by a figure not far away. There stood a woman, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, glistening with an enchanting luster under the lights. Her eyes were deep and enigmatic, reminiscent of a crystal-clear lake, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Her features were exquisite and strikingly three-dimensional, as if crafted by a master sculptor, with every contour perfectly defined. Moreover, her sun-kissed skin radiated a unique charm, creating a stark contrast with the pristine white dress she wore, resembling a vibrant flower blooming in the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Suyu involuntarily raised his glass and, with an air of elegance, strode directly towards the enchanting lady. Upon reaching her side, he slightly bowed, revealing a gentlemanly smile, and softly inquired, "Might I be so bold as to take a seat beside you, my beautiful lady?" The lady, her deep, mesmerizing eyes glancing at Suyu, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, laced with a hint of playful teasing as she replied, "What if I were to say that I do mind?" Suyu responded with calm composure, "That is of no consequence, as I do not mind." No sooner had he spoken than he graciously took a seat, directing his gaze unwaveringly towards the lady. Upon witnessing this bold and forthright gesture, the lady could not help but let out a soft laugh, her face blossoming with a radiant smile akin to the splendid flowers of spring. "I wonder, in your eyes, do I qualify as beautiful, Mr. Sue from the San Antonio Spurs?" she inquired playfully, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. It was evident that she had recognized the young man before her as the much-admired rising star of the NBA. "Oh, I am pleasantly surprised that you know me. It seems you are also a devoted fan of the NBA, lovely Miss Jessica." Suyu feigned surprise, yet was fully aware of the identity of the Hollywood star, Jessica Alba. Subsequently, they engaged in a brief yet delightful conversation, traversing topics from basketball to cinema, and from trivial life matters to grand ideals. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly like a continuous stream, growing increasingly harmonious. As their exchange deepened, Suyu astutely sensed an opportunity. With determination, he seized this rare moment and sincerely invited Jessica Alba for a more profound discussion. In response to Suyu's heartfelt invitation, Jessica Alba readily accepted, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Thus, the two departed from the bustling venue side by side, embarking on a swift journey in Suyu's car towards his private villa in Orlando. Upon reaching their destination, they resembled two sparks ignited in an instant, brimming with passion and barely able to contain themselves. Chapter 34. A comfortable victory over the Orlando Magic at 7 p.m. on November 8th, the Amway Center in Orlando was packed to capacity, anticipating a match between the Orlando Magic and the San Antonio Spurs. In the pregame locker room, Coach Popovich incessantly urged his players. Although the Orlando Magic were not a formidable team, they boasted the league's superstar scorer, Tracy McGrady. To date, McGrady had averaged an impressive 27.5 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, and 1 block per game this season, showcasing his versatility. Unfortunately, the team's record stood at a modest 2 wins and 3 losses. Thus, it could be said that the Orlando Magic were determined to secure a victory, even against the undefeated San Antonio Spurs, currently leading the Western Conference. Popovich was acutely aware of this, yet he did not assign Suyu to defend McGrady. Instead, he tasked Bruce Bowen with that responsibility, while Suyu's role was to provide assistance. This decision surprised many players, as Suyu's defensive prowess was widely acknowledged to surpass that of Bowen. However, there was no dissent regarding Popovich's strategy, not even from Suyu himself. Deep down, he could surmise the intent behind Popovich's arrangement. Perhaps it was to safeguard him from being completely overwhelmed by McGrady. It was worth noting that, in a prior preseason game, McGrady had thoroughly outperformed him. Although Suyu had indeed made some progress since then, it was but a slight improvement, negligible in comparison to McGrady's prowess. To put it plainly, if Suyu were to defend McGrady alone, it would be virtually certain that he would be thoroughly outmatched, with the likelihood approaching 100%. It is precisely for this reason that Popovich has meticulously devised such a comprehensive strategy, with Bruce Bowen assigned to closely guard McGrady and Suyu providing lateral interference. Complemented by Tim Duncan stationed in the paint, ready to offer support, they have established an impenetrable defensive line. One cannot deny that Popovich's tactical arrangement is indeed astute and thorough. Deep within, Suyu harbors an intense desire to vanquish McGrady through his own prowess. However, confronting the harsh realities, he understands that allowing himself to defend McGrady alone would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone, an exercise in futility. Thus, it remains paramount for him to steadily enhance his abilities, avoiding any hasty actions. As the enthusiastic voice of the commentator reverberated through the venue, and the deafening cheers of the fans echoed throughout the arena. The players of the Orlando Magic emerged one after another from the tunnel, brimming with energy. The grand entrance ceremony concluded, and both teams promptly commenced their warm-up routines. During this time, Suyue approached the front row with a smile, unhesitatingly walking towards Jessica Alba, who had come to watch the game, and enveloped her in a warm embrace. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. With all cameras instantly honing in on the duo, flashes illuminating the scene, forever capturing this moment in eternity. Simultaneously, the astute media reporters on the sidelines, akin to sharks sensing blood, fervently clicked their shutters, eager not to miss any thrilling instant. After all, the individual before them was none other than the rising NBA superstar Suyue, whose skills are exceptional, looks striking, and charisma undeniable. On the other side stood the much-lauded Hollywood starlet, Jessica Alba, blessed with an angelic visage and captivating figure. This stunning pairing was undoubtedly a conversation starter, making it nearly impossible to avoid creating a stir. Oh my goodness! How does Suyue know Jessica? My goddess Jessica is actually embracing Suyue. In no time, gasps of astonishment and murmurs of speculation arose from the audience. Even the players of the San Antonio Spurs, engaged in their warm-up, found their attention diverted. Astonishment and envy etched across their faces as they witnessed Suyue approach Jessica Alba and embrace her. Who would have imagined that Suyue had befriended such a breathtakingly beautiful figure as Jessica Alba, with their relationship appearing quite intimate? If these players were to learn that Suyue had even exercised with Jessica the previous night, they might well be tempted to rush over, dragging him aside for a reckoning. Nonetheless, amidst the surrounding clamor and the attention of the crowd, Suyue and Jessica seemed entirely unfazed. Suyue simply gazed at Jessica Alba and softly inquired, "My dear, would you care to join me for dinner this evening?" Upon hearing these words, Jessica Alba's lips, as radiant as rose petals, gently curved upward, revealing an enchanting smile as she replied tenderly, "Of course." The memories of last night's activities lingered delightfully. "Please wait for me." "All right, I shall do my best." As Suyue returned to the court, he was immediately surrounded by his teammates. However, he remained unfazed and pointed to the frowning figure of Coach Popovich on the bench. Chuckling, "You all carry on, but the coach is watching." Popovich, bewildered, was unaware that his stern demeanor was entirely a result of Suyue's antics. Not only had he refrained from boarding the team plane or attending practice, but now, during warm-ups, he had the audacity to flirt with fans in the stands. Such behavior was quite excessive. Nevertheless, due to Suyue's esteemed status, Popovich had granted him considerable freedom. Yet, there was a limit to this leniency. Inwardly, Popovich vowed that if Suyue underperformed in the game, he would certainly reprimand him afterwards to instill some discipline. Upon hearing Suyue's words, the players dispersed with laughter and resumed their warm-ups. As the warm-up concluded, the starting players from both teams shed their jackets and took to the court, with the match on the verge of commencing. With a sharp and crisp whistle, akin to a lightning bolt piercing the sky, the atmosphere in the arena was ignited with fervor and excitement. Accompanied by this exhilarating sound, the game officially began. From the outset, both teams swiftly found their rhythm and engaged in a fierce contest. Under the leadership of Tracy McGrady, the Orlando Magic surged forward like a mighty torrent, launching relentless offensives against the San Antonio Spurs. However, the more formidable Spurs were undeterred, leveraging their exceptional teamwork and rigorous defensive strategy to withstand the onslaught from the Magic. In that moment, the court became a battleground of exchanges, with neither side yielding an inch, as the score fluctuated with intense competitiveness. Yet, as time ticked away, McGrady's stamina waned, inevitably leading to a decline in his offensive efficiency. Concurrently, Suyue and Bruce Bowen of the San Antonio Spurs ignited a spectacular display from beyond the arc, sinking three-pointers that widened the gap to double digits. Faced with such a daunting deficit, the Orlando Magic appeared increasingly beleaguered. Despite their utmost efforts to narrow the margin, the Spurs, riding high on momentum, firmly controlled the tempo of the game. In both offense and defense, the Spurs exhibited flawless execution, leaving their opponents no room to breathe. Thus, the gap continued to widen, and the Magic gradually lost hope for a comeback. As the third quarter concluded, the scoreboard cruelly displayed the score: San Antonio Spurs 85, Orlando Magic 66, leading by 19 points. For the Spurs, victory seemed all but assured, marking yet another leisurely and triumphant three-quarter workday. In this match, Suyue performed commendably, with personal statistics reflecting 16 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing a well-rounded contribution. as the final whistle blew. The score settled at 114-89, with the San Antonio Spurs triumphing over the Orlando Magic by a remarkable margin of 25 points, securing their fifth consecutive victory and elevating their overall record to an impressive 5 wins and 0 losses. Following the conclusion of the match, Tsuyu approached Jessica Alba in the front row, extending an arm to gently embrace the slender waist of the captivating actress, leading her towards the players' tunnel. This unexpected scene left the Spurs players and staff utterly astonished, momentarily rendering them speechless. "I shall take you to my mobile restaurant." Tsuyu smiled warmly at Jessica Alba. "A mobile restaurant?" Jessica Alba inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before long, Jessica Alba beheld what Tsuyu had referred to as the mobile restaurant, a luxurious RV parked in the outdoor lot outside the arena. She could not help but be taken aback. The vehicle before her resembled a lavish miniature palace. At that moment, Pep Dor, who had been waiting at the RV door, promptly stepped forward and respectfully greeted Tsuyu and Jessica, saying, "Boss, Miss Alba, dinner is ready." Tsuyu nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction, and then turned to Jessica Alba, softly suggesting, "Shall we ascend?" Upon boarding the RV, Tsuyu instructed Jessica Alba to accompany Pep Dor to the second floor, while he himself retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Shortly thereafter, having completed his ablutions and donned a clean outfit, he ascended the stairs to the RV's upper level with a buoyant stride. As he stepped onto the staircase, he beheld a remarkable transformation. The previously unremarkable dining table had been meticulously arranged into a romantic haven. Flickering candles cast their gentle glow, bathing the entire space in an ethereal light. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, each dish a feast for the senses, enticing enough to elicit salivation at first glance. Additionally, a bottle of fragrant wine stood quietly to the side, seemingly awaiting the moment when someone would unveil its mysterious cork. This enchanting setup was orchestrated by Tsuyu, and it appeared to have achieved the desired effect splendidly. Tsuyu gracefully approached the dining table, extending his hand to gently pull out a chair with an air of elegance and chivalry. He then seated himself steadily, perfectly positioned beside Jessica Alba. In that moment, the two sat face to face, their gazes intertwining, as if the world around them had faded into insignificance. "Thank you, Sue, for allowing me the opportunity to experience such a unique and romantic candlelit dinner in an RV. It feels absolutely wonderful," Jessica Alba expressed, her face radiant with joy, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Because you deserve all the beautiful things this world has to offer, my dear." With deep affection, Tsuyu responded, and before his words could fully escape his lips, he instinctively leaned closer to Jessica Alba, gently capturing her luscious lips in a tender kiss. Jessica, taken aback by this sudden display of affection, quickly regained her composure and eagerly wrapped her arms around Tsuyu's neck, fervently returning his kiss. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them in an isolated world. Unfortunately, the setting was not conducive for such an intimate encounter. Despite Tsuyu's overwhelming desire to embrace Jessica fully, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. After a brief interlude, they reluctantly parted their lips. They then proceeded to savor a lavish candlelit dinner, enjoying delectable dishes while engaging in delightful conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Once they had indulged in their feast, Tsuyu rose with a smile and said to Jessica, "My dear, let us change the scenery." He then took her hand, leading her down from the RV and into a nearby sports car. Skillfully starting the engine, the car roared to life and sped away like an arrow, racing swiftly towards the villa. Upon their return, without a moment's hesitation, Tsuyu swept Jessica Alba into his arms and carried her towards the room. Blitz truly could not bear to watch. Whenever Sue encountered a beautiful woman, he seemed destined to work late into the night. Chapter 35, premiered by Tony Parker the following day, Jessica Alba languidly awoke from her slumber, blinking her captivating eyes as her gaze instinctively drifted to the empty space beside her. She was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, she quickly sat up, hastily donned her clothes, and leapt from the grand bed, striding toward the door. As she pushed it open, she was startled to find a servant standing outside. This unexpected encounter caused Jessica to gasp in surprise. The servant, noticing her reaction, hurriedly apologized. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Alba. I did not mean to frighten you. The boss specifically instructed me to attend to you as soon as you awoke." Regaining her composure, Jessica nodded slightly, indicating that she was unharmed, and then eagerly inquired, "Where is Sue? Where has he gone?" In that brief span of 2 days, she had utterly succumbed to this man. However, the servant's response sent her spirits plummeting. I regret to inform you, Miss Alba, that the boss left early this morning. He has accompanied the team to their next away game. Upon receiving the news, Jessica Alba could hardly conceal the disappointment etched upon her face. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure, refusing to let her emotions spiral out of control. At that moment, the servant inquired, "Miss Jessica, do you wish to have lunch now?" "Very well. Please prepare a meal for me," Jessica replied, for she was indeed feeling quite famished. Shortly thereafter, having satisfied her hunger at Suyu's villa, Jessica returned to the hotel under the watchful escort of her driver. As soon as she stepped into her hotel room, her manager, Lynn Hirschberg, burst in with palpable urgency. His face was flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. As he breathed heavily and spoke with a slight tremor of exhilaration, "Jessica, you are about to make it big. Tell me, what clever tactic did you employ to strike up a conversation with Sue?" Taken aback by this statement, Jessica Alba initially appeared bewildered, her expression one of confusion as she uttered a brief, "Huh?" Without missing a beat, Lynn eagerly began to recount the events of the day. It turned out that this morning, upon awakening, he was astonished to find himself inundated with endorsement offers from numerous prestigious brands, alongside a plethora of grand film projects extending their olive branches. It is worth noting that prior to this, although Jessica had garnered a modicum of fame from her role in the first season of Apocalyptic Angel, the sudden surge of attention she was now receiving was a stark contrast to her previous standing. It would be no exaggeration to say that after her association with Sue, this once-emerging star had swiftly ascended to become a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. Faced with such a staggering transformation, even Jessica herself was left in utter disbelief. After all, in an industry marked by fierce competition, who wouldn't yearn for fame and recognition? Yet, the harsh reality remains that without a formidable background or exceptional talent to support one, securing high-quality resources in this realm is akin to scaling a daunting mountain. Especially for women, they often face the grim choice of either compromising their bodies and dignity to appease those in power or enduring a fate of neglect and disregard. Fortunately, Jessica Alba possesses unwavering principles and boundaries. The prospect of accompanying men old enough to be her father or even grandfather is utterly out of the question. What a preposterous notion. However, to put it differently, if the object were to be someone as youthful and dashing as Suyu, the circumstances might indeed be entirely different. Upon contemplating this, Jessica Alba felt a subtle flush rise to her cheeks, silently pondering that to have an intersection with such an enchanting man might indeed be a delightful and unforgettable affair. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu, having returned to the team, was catching up on sleep during the flight. He had stayed up late the previous night and was abruptly roused early by Blitz for training. Although Suyu retaliated by giving Blitz a good thrashing, it was to no avail. Blitz remained unfazed. Consequently, Suyu had no choice but to obediently engage in training. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of his high school days, being jolted awake at 6 in the frigid winter by an alarm clock. Regardless of his reluctance, he would still rise from his bed to attend school. "Sue, wake up, we've arrived." After the plane landed, Suyu remained asleep, prompting Tony Parker to come over immediately to rouse him. As Suyu gradually awakened, he rubbed his eyes and inquired, "Tony, have we arrived?" "Indeed, we have, Sue." Upon hearing Tony Parker's words, Suyu stretched languidly, gathered his luggage, and descended from the aircraft. He subsequently boarded the team bus en route to the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel, Suyu changed into a fresh outfit and proceeded directly to the gym to continue his training. While training, he was subjected to Blitz's incessant chatter. "I've told you, Sue, women will impede your basketball prowess." Suyu retorted, "Blitz, without women, I would lose my desire to play basketball." In that instant, Blitz fell silent, realizing he depended on his host, Suyu, for sustenance. Noticing this, a slight smile crept upon Suyu's lips. In truth, he did not mind Blitz's nagging. Sometimes, having someone to chatter away was a form of happiness. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the 8th arrived. The Time Warner Center in Charlotte was poised to host the matchup between the San Antonio Spurs and the Charlotte Hornets. Prior to the commencement of the game, Coach Popovich made a pivotal decision to place rookie Tony Parker into the starting lineup. He sought to observe Parker's performance in a formal match. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially began. Tony Parker, in his inaugural start, displayed no signs of trepidation. He maneuvered through the court with the finesse of a seasoned veteran, effortlessly controlling the dynamics of the game. Whether executing personal attacks or orchestrating plays for his teammates, Parker showcased talent surpassing that of Antonio Daniels. By the end of the first quarter, Parker had achieved 4 out of 8 from the field, 2 out of 2 from beyond the arc, amassing 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. Under his leadership, the Spurs concluded the first quarter ahead of the Hornets with a score of 31-20, an 11-point advantage. Coach Popovich was exceedingly pleased, solidifying Parker's position as a starter. Meanwhile, Antonio Daniels on the bench wore a gloomy expression, acutely aware that his starting role was in jeopardy. The Charlotte Hornets attempted to narrow the gap, yet the San Antonio Spurs persistently denied them any opportunity, preventing the Hornets from closing the score to single digits. In fact, as the third quarter commenced, Suyu capitalized on screens to find open shots, scoring consecutively from the perimeter, effectively sealing the match. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Charlotte Hornets with a resounding victory of 107-85, achieving their 6th consecutive win and elevating their record to an impressive 6 wins and 0 losses. In this match, Tony Parker delivered an outstanding performance, shooting 8 out of 14 from the field, 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists. Meanwhile, Suyu also showcased a commendable display, achieving 11 out of 16 shooting, 3 out of 4 from three-point range, and scoring the team's highest at 25 points, along with 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. After the game, David Robinson, brimming with excitement, turned to Tim Duncan and exclaimed, "Tim, we have truly never played such a lavish game." Tim Duncan, affirming Robinson's sentiment, nodded in agreement. This game was undeniably a walk in the park for the formidable Twin Towers in the paint. Chapter 36. Suyu, please call me the living lay phone. Thank you. Bruce. After triumphing over the Charlotte Hornets, the San Antonio Spurs swiftly moved on to their next battlefield in Atlanta, where they were set to face the Atlanta Hawks. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich considered the exceptional performance of the Hawks' core perimeter player, Sharif Abdur-Rahim, who was averaging an impressive 21.3 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 1 block per game this season. Consequently, Popovich decided to assign Bruce Bowen to directly guard this key player. Suyu was designated to provide side assistance and disrupt Abdur-Rahim's rhythm. Popovich's strategy was aimed at fully leveraging Suyu's formidable offensive prowess from the perimeter. Although Suyu's defensive skills might slightly surpass those of Bruce Bowen, Popovich recognized after the game against McGrady that this personnel arrangement was more sensible, allowing for the optimization of the team's overall strength. After several fierce battles at the season's inception, Popovich had firmly established his ideal starting lineup for the championship run this season, comprising a powerful trio of perimeter players, Tony Parker, Suyu, and Bruce Bowen, alongside the solid defensive foundation of the Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson. This starting five was a formidable blend of offense and defense, instilling fear in rival teams. However, Popovich harbored some concerns regarding the apparent lack of firepower from the bench, despite the stellar capabilities of the starting players. Basketball is inherently a team sport. If the substitutes cannot rise to the occasion and share the burden during critical moments, the aspiration to advance triumphantly through the lengthy season and ultimately hoist the championship trophy may prove to be a formidable challenge. To address this, Popovich was actively contemplating ways to further enhance the competitive state and scoring ability of his bench players, ensuring that the team would be impeccable in every facet. Achoo! In the Italian Basketball League, an individual inexplicably sneezed. Upon hearing once more of Coach Popovich's tactical arrangements, Suyu instinctively reached out to gently pat Bruce Bowen's broad shoulder. After all, these were originally responsibilities that he was meant to undertake. However, following the match against the Orlando Magic, Popovich made such adjustments. In the previous game against the Charlotte Hornets, Popovich had assigned Bruce Bowen the task of defending Jamal Mashburn from the Hornets' perimeter. In the current match, Popovich again entrusted Bowen with the defense against the opposing perimeter star, Sharif Abdur-Rahim. Bruce Bowen shook his head and remarked, "Sue, this is my sole weapon for establishing myself in the NBA." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Indeed, defense served as a formidable weapon for Bruce Bowen, enabling him to carve out a niche in the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA, where talent abounds. Out of concern for his teammates and the integrity of the game, Suyu would occasionally offer gentle reminders to Bruce. "Bruce, I understand that you need to employ subtle maneuvers to hinder your opponents and help the team secure victory. However, it is crucial to maintain moderation, never aim to harm intentionally. We are here to play basketball. Bruce Bowen would graciously accept Su Yu's counsel, keeping it close to heart. Moreover, the reason behind Bruce's frequent use of cunning tactics on the court, which eventually escalated into a ruthless approach aimed at dismantling his adversaries, stemmed from a place of necessity. After all, in the NBA, a stage replete with extraordinarily gifted players, those like him, who lack exceptional physical attributes, would find it challenging to survive without resorting to every means at their disposal. In essence, all those seemingly unsavory actions were merely a quest for livelihood. Bruce Bowen's defensive prowess was characterized by strategic finesse, displaying remarkable acumen. When his assigned opponent failed to receive the ball, he would engage them with a tangle of physicality, shielding them with his body, then tugging with his arms, employing bodily contact to obstruct their passing lanes and prevent them from receiving the ball. If the opponent managed to secure possession, Bruce would adapt his approach, lowering his center of gravity to mirror their movements, steadfast against their feints and ensuring he did not lose his defensive stance by recklessly reaching for the ball. He constantly adjusted his footwork and posture, striving to remain in front of his adversary. Employing a strategy that appeared simple, yet was exceedingly challenging in execution, Bruce adeptly confronted each player he defended. It was this distinctive methodology that, despite his limited natural gifts, allowed him to establish himself in the cutthroat environment of the NBA and gradually emerge into prominence. However, as time progressed in his previous life, Bruce's defensive style underwent a profound transformation. Initially aimed at curbing opponents' effectiveness, it devolved into an unyielding quest to annihilate them by any means necessary. Such extreme tactics earned him notoriety, inciting intense disdain from rivals and even discontent from fans. It is vital to recognize that when an individual's actions become excessively radical, the repercussions will inevitably return to haunt them, much like a boomerang. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Bruce Bowen encountered Su Yu. Su Yu deeply understands the capabilities and value of Bruce Bowen, wishing to prevent him from repeating the mistakes of his past life. The simplicity of Bowen's willingness to listen lies in Su Yu's presence. He does not need to obliterate his adversaries, but rather to relentlessly entangle them, exhausting their stamina. Bruce Bowen possesses a clear self-awareness of his role. It can be stated that, due to Su Yu's emergence, the destinies of numerous players have been altered in this lifetime, with Bruce Bowen being one of the most notable examples. Su Yu, please call me a living lay phone. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially commences. From the outset, both teams engage in a back-and-forth exchange, neither yielding an inch. However, as Bruce Bowen and Su Yu exert pressure from the perimeter, continuously restricting their opponents, the shooting accuracy of the Atlanta Hawks plummets. The San Antonio Spurs seize the opportunity to gradually widen the gap. Beep. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Spurs lead the Hawks 29-16, achieving a 13-point advantage in the quarter. In the second quarter, both teams introduced their bench players. Under the leadership of Dean Glover and Chris Crawford, the Atlanta Hawks mount a spirited comeback, narrowing the deficit to just 7 points within a mere 3 minutes. A timeout ensues, prompting the San Antonio Spurs to regroup. During the pause, Popovich swiftly makes substitutions, bringing Su Yu and Tim Duncan back onto the court. Upon their return, the duo immediately stabilizes the situation and carries their lead into halftime. At the intermission, the San Antonio Spurs lead the Atlanta Hawks 53-44, a 9-point cushion. As the second half begins, Tim Duncan and David Robinson experience a remarkable surge, dominating the paint. In the third quarter, they collectively score 18 points and secure 8 rebounds, including 5 offensive boards. Under their command, the Spurs establish a commanding 20-point lead by the end of the third quarter, rendering the match a mere formality. In the final quarter, Popovich fields his bench players to maintain the advantage. Ultimately, the reserves hold steady, resulting in a decisive victory. The final score reads 110-88, with the San Antonio Spurs triumphing by 22 points over the Atlanta Hawks, achieving a 7-game winning streak and solidifying their record at 7 wins and 0 losses. Firmly perched atop the Western Conference. Chapter 37, Texas Derby TNT Commentary Suite. Wow. Look at this year's San Antonio Spurs. Their prowess is simply unparalleled. Kenny Smith cannot help but express his heartfelt admiration, his gaze reflecting a profound respect for the team. Here, I must commend Greg for his exceptional insight and outstanding coaching abilities. After a brief pause, he shifts his attention to his 2 colleagues, continuing. What are your thoughts on the recently concluded thrilling match and the Spurs' performance this season? Upon hearing Kenny Smith's inquiry, Charles Barkley was the first to seize the opportunity to respond, stating, There is no doubt that the Spurs secured an exceedingly effortless victory today. Following this triumph, they have achieved an impressive 7 consecutive wins, and during this remarkable streak, they have often vanquished their opponents by margins exceeding 20 points. Such formidable dominance is truly astonishing. Personally, I hold a rather optimistic view of the Spurs' prospects for this season. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that the Los Angeles Lakers possess the capability to accomplish the remarkable feat of a three-peat, especially with their formidable duo, the OK combination. As soon as Charles Barkley concluded his remarks, Ernie Johnson promptly shared his perspective. Indeed, as everyone can observe, since the rookie Sue joined the Spurs, the entire team appears to have undergone a profound transformation. Thus far this season, Sue has exhibited exceptionally impressive averages, delivering a noteworthy stat line of 29 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 9 blocks per game. It is no exaggeration to say that he has demonstrated an extraordinary standard on both the offensive and defensive ends, establishing himself as an exemplary two-way player. His presence has infused the Spurs with boundless potential and possibilities. Therefore, I too am exceedingly optimistic and filled with anticipation for the Spurs this season. After listening to the captivating insights from his colleagues, Kenny Smith smiled and nodded in agreement and appreciation, subsequently stating, "Thank you both for your splendid commentary and insights." Thus, we must bid farewell to our viewers for this evening's NBA broadcast, and we look forward to seeing you all in our next program. Following their victory over the Atlanta Hawks, the San Antonio Spurs did not linger in Atlanta for even a day, but rather returned to San Antonio that very night, all due to their upcoming opponent, the Houston Rockets. It is worth noting that this match is not merely a routine regular season contest, it is, in fact, a highly anticipated Texas rivalry showdown. Indeed, whether it be the San Antonio Spurs, the Houston Rockets, or the equally formidable Dallas Mavericks, the rivalry among these three teams, all hailing from the great state of Texas, has always been intensely fierce. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Here, we find three powerful titans vying for dominance. Each encounter between them sparks a spectacle akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, as each team fervently yearns for victory, unwilling to concede defeat easily. At the onset of this season, the Houston Rockets have displayed remarkably exceptional performance. Their impressive start can be attributed to the stellar contributions of their two core backcourt players, Steve Francis and Cuttino Mobley. To date, Steve Francis has averaged an astounding 21.6 points, 7 rebounds, and 6.3 assists per game, alongside contributing 1.2 steals. His partner, Cuttino Mobley, has equally matched his prowess, averaging 21.7 points, 4.1 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and 1.5 steals. It is through the formidable offensive output of this dynamic duo that the Houston Rockets have surged forth, currently holding the 4th position in the Western Conference with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. Faced with this daunting backcourt duo, Coach Popovich promptly decided to deploy Suyu and Bruce Bowen to contain them. However, Suyu could scarcely believe that Popovich had assigned him the task of guarding Steve Francis. In Popovich's eyes, Steve Francis is undoubtedly the linchpin of the Houston Rockets. Hence, he entrusted the more defensively adept Suyu with the responsibility of limiting Francis' impact. Before the game, Popovich patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "Sue, this game rests on your shoulders. Keep a close watch on that guy, Steve. Rest assured, Coach, I will not let you down." With unwavering confidence, Suyu responded. Through Blitz's analysis, Suyu grasped the characteristics of Steve Francis. This fellow's offensive prowess was nothing short of ferocious. He predominantly relied on his muscular physique to attack, demonstrating a greater affinity for breaking through defenses rather than shooting. His technical skills and physical attributes formed a flawless amalgamation. He even managed to translate the dazzling streetball crossover into the NBA arena. Should he penetrate the paint, it would be formidable, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable opponents. His playing style was undeniably aggressive, unafraid to confront towering figures in the paint directly. Thus, CU concluded that as long as he could contain Francis's drives, allowing him to shoot would suffice. After all, his shooting accuracy from beyond the arc was relatively modest, boasting a mere 32.4 three-point shooting rate and 35.6 for mid-range shots this season. Consequently, Suyu quietly accessed his personal panel before the game. After recent matches, combined with his usual training and the remaining points from last time, he had accumulated a total of 235 points. Blitz enhanced speed, up from 85 to 87. While this speed of 87 might still seem insufficient against Steve Francis, with his anticipatory skills and primary defense, Suyu estimated he could keep pace with Francis. Moreover, it was not imperative for Suyu to completely neutralize Francis. A few successful defensive plays would be enough. Besides, even if he were to be beaten, the imposing twin towers in the paint awaited his support. Therefore, there was no need for excessive contemplation. He simply needed to act decisively. As the announcer introduced the players amid the cheers of 65,000 fans, the San Antonio Spurs players emerged one by one from the player tunnel. Since Suyu's arrival, tickets for every game at the Alamodome had sold out. This prompted the Spurs general manager to open all seating options, resulting in such a splendid spectacle. Although the viewing experience might have been slightly less than ideal, it could not dampen the fans' enthusiasm. Simultaneously, this left Spurs owner Peter Holt in a quandary, especially with the new arena nearing completion, expected to officially open next season. Should they remain in the old venue or transition to the new one? This was indeed a delightful dilemma. Ultimately, Holt leaned towards moving. Given the substantial investment in the new arena, it would be unwise to let it go to waste. Finally, it was Suyu's turn to take the court, and the crowd erupted as if ignited, chanting, "Su! Su! Su!" Hearing the long-awaited cheers of the home fans, Suyu strolled leisurely from the tunnel to the center of the court, greeting the enthusiastic spectators along the way. This only heightened the excitement of the fans. The grand opening ceremony concluded, and both teams swiftly engaged in warm-up exercises. Once the warm-ups were finished, the starting players from each team removed their jackets and stepped onto the court. The commentators seized the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups to the fans present and those watching on television. The San Antonio Spurs lineup included Tony Parker, Siua, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The Houston Rockets lineup featured Steve Francis, Cuttino Mobley, Glenn Rice, Kevin Cato, and Kevin Willis. With a sharp whistle, the much-anticipated Texas Derby officially commenced. In Chapter 38 of the Texas Derby, Part 2, with a decisive leap, Tim Duncan claimed the tip-off, granting the San Antonio Spurs the first offensive possession. Tony Parker swiftly retrieved the ball and, with remarkable agility, raced toward the half-court. Upon crossing the halfway line, Tim Duncan emerged like a formidable fortress, positioning himself firmly in front of Tony Parker, creating an impenetrable wall. Observing this, Kevin Cato immediately shadowed Parker, intent on thwarting any attempt to penetrate the lane. However, he grossly underestimated Parker's speed and explosive power. Utilizing Duncan's perfect screen, Parker made a sudden, powerful push, accelerating past Cato like a gust of wind. Heading straight for the Rockets' interior, Kevin Willis, the last line of defense for Houston, unhesitatingly abandoned his position, lunging at Parker. Yet, Parker remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of panic. It is noteworthy that back in 1998, Parker had already showcased his exceptional talent by earning a spot on the French youth national team, making his mark on the international stage. By 2001, he donned the jersey of the French national team, competing in the European Championships and delivering outstanding performances. Thus, this moment was nothing new for Parker. He navigated it with ease. With unflinching calmness, Parker executed a delicate flick of his wrist, sending the ball soaring past Willis at a sharp angle, as if enchanted, landing perfectly in the hands of the unguarded David Robinson near the basket. Robinson effortlessly leaped and scored, marking the first points of the game at 2-0. The Spurs bench, led by Popovich, nodded with delight, since Parker's inclusion in the starting lineup. The team's offense had become a dazzling spectacle, leaving their opponents utterly bewildered. "Well done, Tony." As David Robinson scored, he immediately turned to Tony Parker, affectionately patting his bald head while showering him with praise. A radiant smile blossomed on Tony Parker's face. Receiving accolades from one of the team's luminaries, David Robinson, brought him immense joy. The Houston Rockets initiated a play from the backcourt, passing the ball to Steve Francis, who skillfully dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the midline, Steve Francis momentarily hesitated, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he realized he was being guarded by the burgeoning basketball sensation, Suyu. He had not anticipated facing Suyu in defense. However, within an instant, the intensity in Steve Francis's gaze ignited, burning with the fervor of two fierce flames. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He was determined to overpower this rising young star. Swiftly, Steve Francis launched into offensive mode. He adeptly dribbled the ball with his left hand, while his right foot forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling his entire body forward like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards Suyu's left side, The astonishing burst of speed erupted like a lightning bolt across the court, startling Su Yu considerably. Fortunately, Su Yu, with his quick reflexes, had already taken a step back even before Steve Francis made his move. This crucial step granted him ample time and space to respond. Just as Steve Francis was about to glide past him, Su Yu swiftly maneuvered laterally, positioning himself firmly in the path of Steve's advance. Concurrently, Su Yu activated his defensive analyzer, 97, changed direction to the right. Almost in perfect synchrony with the system's alert, Su Yu lunged toward the right side without hesitation. At that moment, Steve Francis was taken aback by Su Yu's swift and precise anticipation of his actions. Before he could regain his composure, Su Yu had already shadowed him closely, successfully thwarting his drive and forcing him to clutch the ball tightly to prevent a turnover. Ball, Steve. On one side, Cuttino Mobley swiftly approached to support. In a moment of resignation, Steve Francis passed the ball. Immediately after executing the pass, he launched himself forward, like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Cuttino Mobley in hopes of reclaiming the ball. However, in that instant, Su Yu suddenly surged forward with remarkable acceleration, akin to a fierce leopard, heading straight for Steve Francis. With a resounding thud, Su Yu's body collided forcefully with Steve Francis, the sheer impact causing him to lose his balance, as if struck head-on by a speeding truck. He was propelled backward and crashed heavily onto the unforgiving wooden floor. Yet, the referee on the sidelines did not blow the whistle. Instead, he signaled for the game to continue. In the referee's view, Su Yu's action did not constitute a foul. Observing the referee's decision, Su Yu wasted no time turning to charge towards Cuttino Mobley, shouting, "Double team." Almost simultaneously, Bruce Bowen sprang into action, darting towards Cuttino Mobley like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Bruce Bowen reached Cuttino Mobley and delivered a fierce physical challenge, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Concurrently, Su Yu also lunged in, creating a formidable double team against Cuttino Mobley. At that moment, Cuttino Mobley found himself in a perilously precarious position, desperately seeking to pass the ball, yet utterly deprived of any opportunity, as his passing lanes were completely obstructed. With no other recourse, Cuttino Mobley could only clutch the ball tightly to his chest to prevent it from being snatched away by his opponents. Su Yu seized the opportunity, suddenly extending his left hand, swiftly reaching for the ball cradled in the arms of Cuttino Mobley with the speed of lightning. Beep. In the next moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. A foul. Both Su Yu and Bruce Bowen instantly perceived a foul, quickly glancing towards the referee. However, upon observing the referee's signal, they realized it was a 24-second violation, resulting in a turnover, and the possession returned to the San Antonio Spurs. Splendid. Su Yu and Bruce Bowen joyfully exchanged high fives to celebrate their successful defense. The sound of their exuberance echoed, and even Coach Popovich, unable to contain his excitement, rose from the bench to applaud the remarkable defensive prowess exhibited by their Spurs. When has their perimeter defense ever been this formidable? This year has been truly extraordinary. With the presence of Su Yu and Bruce Bowen invigorating the team, without a doubt, they must triumph over the Los Angeles Lakers this season. A gleam of exhilaration sparkled in Popovich's eyes. Chapter 39, Texas Derby, Part 3. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who skillfully dribbled past half court. As he crossed the line, Steve Francis charged at him like a furious beast, his robust physique crashing towards Parker with the force of steel, seemingly intent on avenging the previous play where Su Yu had sent him sprawling to the floor. With a resounding thud, the collision reverberated through the arena. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Tony Parker felt a surge of panic, yet his reflexes were swift. He immediately clutched the ball to his body, shielding it from Francis's grasp. "Pass the ball, Tony." At that moment, Su Yu rushed to support Parker. Quick-witted and agile, Parker promptly passed the ball to Su Yu and dashed towards him, executing a seamless handoff that showcased their remarkable synergy. Su Yu passed the ball back to Tony Parker, momentarily obstructing the advancing Steve Francis. However, Steve Francis showed no mercy, delivering a brutal elbow strike that struck Su Yu squarely in the abdomen. Goodness! As Su Yu was struck by a sudden, excruciating pain, it felt as though a heavy hammer had forcefully collided with his abdomen. A surge of fury ignited within him. He aimed to recklessly charge at Steve Francis and deliver a powerful punch. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that this was the team's offensive moment. Any rash actions leading to a foul or conflict would be detrimental to his side. Thus, Su Yu endured the agony, silently committing Steve Francis's treacherous elbow strike to memory. In that instant, Tony Parker seized the opportunity, skillfully extricating himself from the defensive player's grasp and surged towards the basket. He leaped gracefully, momentarily suspended in the air like a delicate bird, before decisively releasing the ball. It soared through the air, tracing an exquisitely beautiful arc as it headed straight for the hoop. With a satisfying swoosh, the ball nestled securely within the net. A mid-range shot succeeded, bringing the score to 4 o'clock, heralding a promising start for the San Antonio Spurs. "Sue, your support was impeccable," Tony Parker remarked, glancing at Suyu. "Tony, you owe me an elbow," Suyu replied. Tony Parker's face was a canvas of confusion. Suyu could not help but continue. "I will shield you from the screen. That fellow delivered an elbow to me. Damn it, that wretched man." Upon hearing Tony Parker's words, Suyu's lips curled into a smirk. "Never mind. I shall reclaim my honor myself." As Suyu's words faded, in the next round, when Steve Francis had just dribbled past the half-court, Suyu charged directly at him, not aiming for the ball, but for the man himself. With a resounding thud, with all his might, Suyu delivered a powerful elbow strike to Steve Francis's abdomen, causing the latter to collapse to the ground in agony. Suyu stood over the fallen Francis, gazing down upon him from his elevated position. The referee's whistle pierced the air, promptly signaling a foul against Suyu for his defensive actions, accompanied by a stern warning to refrain from overly aggressive maneuvers. Suyu could not help but retort, "This is due to your poor eyesight. In the previous round, I was elbowed, and I must." Before Suyu could finish his sentence, Cuttino Mobley charged in from the side, pushing Suyu from behind while exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing?" Startled by the sudden attack, Suyu immediately sprang to his feet and retaliated with a punch aimed at the assailant, only to be intercepted by the referee. Tim Duncan swiftly intervened, urging Suyu to calm down, while Cuttino Mobley was also restrained by his teammates. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the court, truly reminiscent of a Texas rivalry. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed the replay, revealing the reason behind Suyu's retaliation against Steve Francis in the preceding round. Steve Francis had elbowed Suyu during a screen, an action that the referee had overlooked. This context elucidated the ensuing altercation. After both parties were separated, several referees conferred and ultimately issued a technical foul to Cuttino Mobley for his unprovoked attack. This decision was met with discontent from Mobley and the entire Houston Rockets team, who deemed the ruling unjust, asserting that Suyu should have also received a technical foul. However, the referees, having reviewed the footage, understood Suyu's reaction and opted not to escalate his foul. In response to the Rockets' grievances, the referees provided an explanation, ultimately upholding their original decision. Suyu was assessed a defensive foul, while Cuttino Mobley received a technical foul. As for the ensuing free throw from the technical foul, Suyu confidently approached the line and, without hesitation, made the shot, bringing the score to 5-0. After scoring, Suyu cast a peculiar smile towards the distant Cuttino Mobley, as if he were about to devour him whole. As the Houston Rockets prepared for an inbound pass, Steve Francis attempted to rush forward to receive the ball. However, Suyu swiftly intercepted him, resulting in an intense physical confrontation between the two. The force of their collision seemed to cause the very air around them to tremble, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Due to Suyu's interference, the ball failed to reach Steve Francis. Reluctantly, the player in charge of the inbound pass redirected the ball to another core teammate, Cuttino Mobley. Without hesitation, Mobley swiftly dribbled towards the arc's apex. Simultaneously, he signaled to his teammate Kevin Willis in the paint, who understood immediately and charged out from the key to set a screen for Mobley. Meanwhile, David Robinson refrained from blindly pursuing. He was acutely aware that his age no longer permitted him to engage in fast-paced movement and recovery too frequently. Thus, he chose to remain steadfast beneath the basket, safeguarding his team's final line of defense. Noticing that Robinson had not followed, a glint of determination flickered in Mobley's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, suspended in midair, and forcefully launched the basketball towards the hoop. With a resounding smack, just as everyone anticipated the shot would find its mark, Suyu emerged like a wraith. With astonishing speed, he surged toward Mobley, leaping high and extending his long arm to swat the ball away from Mobley's grasp. Moreover, due to the momentum of his block, Suyu's body could not halt in time, barreling forward like an uncontrollable heavy truck, colliding squarely with the still airborne Mobley. With a thud, Mobley plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The sharp whistle of the referee pierced the air, signaling Suyu's second foul. With both feet firmly planted, Suyu looked down from his elevated position at the fallen Mobley, an involuntary smirk gracing his lips. This foul had been premeditated. Even if he was to incur a penalty, avenging himself was paramount. However, Coach Popovich was far from pleased with the call, believing it to be an extraordinary block. Yet despite Popovich's protests, the referee stood firm, leaving Suyu no choice but to be substituted out due to his accumulated fouls. The fans present at the scene expressed their discontent with the referee's decision, shouting fervently. The referee, taken aback, appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, the fallen player, Cuttino Mobley, took a considerable time to rise from the ground, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse the divine. He then approached the free throw line to execute 2 shots. With a resounding thud, the first attempt missed its mark. However, with a swift swoosh, he succeeded in the second, scoring 1 point and bringing the tally to 5-1. As the first quarter concluded with the final whistle, the scoreboard displayed a close score of 24-23, with the San Antonio Spurs holding a slender advantage. Following Suyu's exit due to accumulating 2 fouls, Steve Francis surged forth like a wild stallion across the court, unstoppable in his momentum. During this quarter, he appeared almost supernatural, making 5 out of 7 shots, including a 3-pointer, amassing an impressive 11 points alongside 2 assists and 1 steal. Under his formidable influence, the Houston Rockets kept pace with the San Antonio Spurs, the score remaining tightly contested. On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich turned to Suyu with a serious tone, advising him to manage his fouls wisely. Losing a player of Suyu's caliber, who significantly impacts both offense and defense, would be a considerable blow to the team. It is no exaggeration to state that the overall strength of the team would diminish by a level in both offensive and defensive capabilities. While they continued to score frequently in the paint, thanks to the stellar performances of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, their perimeter defense had been thoroughly compromised. Particularly, Tony Parker found himself nearly powerless to contain the on-fire Steve Francis. Suyu silently nodded. After being substituted, Blitz incessantly chattered in his ear, driving him nearly to distraction. Therefore, in the subsequent match, Suyu resolved not to act impulsively again. He certainly did not wish to afford Blitz another opportunity to transform into a relentless mentor. Blitz, afraid? Let us see if you dare act recklessly again. Suyu. However, despite Suyu's intentions, should a situation arise akin to that of the first quarter, he would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if they provoke me, I shall certainly retaliate. As Suyu returned to the court for the second quarter, the commentator could not help but exclaim loudly. The enthusiastic crowd of fans rallied with chants, "Sue! Sue! Sue!" Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. The Houston Rockets initiated the play, passing the ball to Muchinoris, who dribbled across half-court. Just past the halfway mark, Muchinoris unhesitatingly passed the ball to the side to Cuttino Mobley. Upon receiving the ball, Mobley instantly entered a combat-ready state, skillfully adjusting his steps and posture, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce, exuding a fierce desire to attack. At that moment, the responsibility of defending Cuttino Mobley fell to Suyu. Suyu was completely engrossed, his eyes fixated on every movement of Cuttino Mobley, as if he could perceive everything. Simultaneously, Suyu had activated his defensive analysis. The result revealed that Cuttino Mobley's shooting accuracy soared to an impressive 96. Suyu was somewhat taken aback. However, he held an unwavering confidence in his assessment of the system's abilities. In an instant, he leapt into action, striving to thwart his opponent's shot. Cuttino Mobley, witnessing Suyu's decisive jump, was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that his intentions would be so effortlessly discerned by Suyu. Yet, with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to release it. Cuttino Mobley gritted his teeth and leapt with all his might, determined to execute the shot. However, he had clearly underestimated Suyu. Suyu not only possesses commendable leaping ability, but also boasts an impressive wingspan. More significantly, his timing in taking off is nearly half a beat ahead of that of Cuttino Mobley. Consequently, as Mobley begins his ascent, Suyu has already soared into the air, resembling an insurmountable mountain standing before him. With a resounding clap, Suyu skillfully seized the ball launched by Cuttino Mobley with remarkable precision. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, igniting the entire Alamo Dome as if it were a powder keg, bursting into a frenzy of excitement. The fans unleashed a thunderous cacophony of applause and screams, creating an atmosphere charged with unparalleled fervor. Upon landing, Suyu sprang forth like an arrow released from its bow, dashing towards the Houston Rockets backcourt at a breathtaking pace. His agile form sliced through the court like a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the vicinity of the Rockets' basket. With a powerful thrust from his right leg, he propelled himself into the air, soaring like a majestic eagle ascending to the heavens. In mid-flight, he showcased his exceptional leaping ability and physical coordination, soaring high with the ball firmly gripped in his right hand, his arm muscles taut and exuding strength. Without hesitation, he swung his right arm, forcefully slamming the ball towards the hoop. The thunderous impact reverberated throughout the Alamo Dome like a clap of thunder. Accompanied by this deafening sound, the ball surged with unstoppable momentum into the hoop, colliding violently with the backboard before plummeting accurately into the net. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving everyone in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before them. Suyu executed a breathtaking one-handed slam dunk, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere throughout the arena. The scoreboard flickered to life, displaying a lead of 26-23, as Suyu propelled his team ahead by 3 precious points. Meanwhile, the already vibrant Alamo Dome erupted in an even greater fervor. The audience united in a jubilant chant of Su, Su, Su. Their voices soared to the heavens, a resounding swell that seemed capable of lifting the very roof off the arena. Both the spectators in the stands and the personnel on the court were left in awe by Suyu's stunning display, rising to their feet to express their exhilaration and excitement. Even the teammates, both on and off the court, could not contain their joy, erupting in cheers for Suyu's remarkable defensive and offensive prowess. Applause erupted from Coach Popovich himself, acknowledging Suyu's impressive play. Now, let's focus on defending the next possession. Suyu called out to his teammates, who eagerly responded in unison. At that moment, the San Antonio Spurs were riding a wave of momentum. Had the Houston Rockets called a timeout, they might have stifled the Spurs' advance, yet their coach refrained from doing so. Seizing the moment, the Spurs, under Suyu's leadership, unleashed a devastating 11-2 scoring run in just 3 minutes, widening the gap to double digits and solidifying the foundation for victory. Only then did the Houston Rockets coach belatedly call for a timeout, although he had delayed his decision. Substitutions had already been made. Several starters, led by Steve Francis, had been waiting at the scorer's table for an extensive period, yet the game continued unabated, leaving them unable to enter the fray. They could only watch in silence as the score disparity widened. Well done, Su. Su, great shot. Su. As Suyu returned to the bench, he was immediately met with accolades from his teammates for his contributions during the recent offensive surge, which saw him directly involved in the scoring of 11 points. Suyu and his teammates exchanged high fives. On the Houston Rockets bench, the coach instructed Steve, "Be relentless with Su. He is already burdened with 2 fouls. Take him down, do you understand?" Steve Francis nodded, his gaze sharp with determination. However, the outcome on the court was unexpectedly contrary. Steve Francis attempted to isolate Suyu repeatedly, yet each time, Suyu's defense proved immaculate, affording Francis no opportunities to draw fouls. Concurrently, Francis's offensive efficiency waned compared to the first quarter, allowing the San Antonio Spurs to extend their lead. With the sound of the whistle, the first half concluded. The Spurs dominated the second quarter with a staggering score of 31-11, establishing a solid foundation for victory. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs offered the Houston Rockets no chances, triumphing with a resounding 104-76, a 28-point victory in this Texas showdown. This marked their 8th consecutive win, solidifying their record to an impressive 8 wins and 0 losses, firmly placing them atop the Western Conference. Chapter 41. Allow me, the three-point king, to impart some wisdom on this rookie regarding the art of shooting from beyond the arc. After defeating the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs welcomed the challenge from the Eastern Conference's weaker team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, on the evening of the 16th. The Spurs concluded the battle in just 3 quarters, securing a decisive 105-81 victory, thereby extending their winning streak to 9 games and improving their record to 9 wins and 0 losses. The following day, the entire San Antonio Spurs team traveled to Seattle, where they would face the formidable Seattle Supersonics, a team that had previously bested them. The Supersonic star player, Gary Payton, was notably exhilarated. Having eagerly awaited the chance to confront the Spurs once more, he had longed for this moment to avenge their last encounter. In this matchup, Coach Popovich unhesitatingly deployed Suyu to contain Gary Payton. It was evident that Peyton sensed Su Yu's movement was swifter than in their previous clash. Furthermore, Su Yu appeared to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate Peyton's every offensive maneuver. The result was that Peyton's fierce assaults were thwarted time and again by Su Yu's defense. It is worth noting that Gary Payton is the engine of the Seattle Supersonics. Should this engine be effectively restrained, the Supersonics would struggle to gain momentum. Although Su Yu did not entirely neutralize Peyton under his defense, Peyton's shooting percentage dropped below his usual standards, while his error rate soared. Damn it! Faced with this predicament, Gary Payton erupted in an angry tirade. Yet, no matter how vexed he felt, he was left in a state of helplessness. For before him, Su Yu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. Each time Peyton prepared to launch an offensive maneuver from the left, Su Yu would invariably anticipate his move and pounce to the left with remarkable agility. This extraordinary defensive prowess caused Peyton immense frustration and discomfort, compounded by Su Yu's astonishing wingspan of 218 centimeters, which loomed before him like an insurmountable wall. While 218 centimeters may not seem particularly impressive in isolation, when juxtaposed with Su Yu's height of merely 198 centimeters, it becomes evident that his wingspan exceeds his height by 20 centimeters, epitomizing the concept of long reach. In stark contrast, the embodiment of short wingspan is none other than Blake Griffin, who stands at 209 centimeters with a wingspan of just 211 centimeters. As Su Yu effectively curtailed Peyton's offensive efforts, bolstered by the formidable presence of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, the twin towers of the paint, the San Antonio Spurs swiftly demonstrated their overwhelming dominance. Their synergy was seamless, and their tactical execution precise, akin to a finely tuned machine that relentlessly assaulted the defensive line of the Seattle Supersonics. The score gap gradually widened, with the Spurs firmly controlling the dynamics of the game. Each offensive sequence flowed with effortless grace, while their defense was impenetrable, leaving the Supersonics struggling to identify viable counterattack opportunities. As time ticked away, despite the Supersonics exerting every ounce of effort to close the gap, the Spurs maintained their high level of performance, steadfastly preserving the lead until the final whistle. Ultimately, the score settled at 110-93, a resounding victory by 17 points, as the San Antonio Spurs celebrated a triumphant win, marking their extraordinary 10th consecutive victory. Thus, the team's record for the new season ascended to an impressive 10 wins and 0 losses. Damn it, how could we lose to him again? After the match, Gary Payton was filled with regret. He had initially believed that by controlling his fiery temper and concentrating on the game, he would surely avenge his previous defeat. However, following this intense confrontation, he came to a profound realization. He had grossly underestimated the rookie, Su Yu. This young man exhibited an array of cunning strategies on the court, making him utterly unpredictable. Moreover, he showcased remarkable prowess on both offensive and defensive ends. His technical maneuvers were smooth and polished, devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with novices, instead resembling the seasoned composure of a veteran who has battled in the league for years. Reflecting on the entire game, Su Yu made 9 out of 14 attempts, including 4 out of 6 from beyond the arc, efficiently accumulating 22 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 1 assist, for steals, and 2 blocks. In contrast, while Gary Payton also delivered respectable statistics with 9 out of 22 attempts, 2 out of 5 from three-point range, and 1 out of 1 from the free throw line. Totaling 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists, he committed a staggering 5 turnovers. Observing Su Yu surrounded by his jubilant teammates, Payton, now 33 years of age, found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. Was it truly a consequence of my advancing age? Have my skills diminished in comparison to these rising stars? At that moment, the thought of departing from the Seattle Supersonics crossed Gary Payton's mind, for he realized that if he did not leave soon, he might never grasp the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy. Meanwhile, Su Yu noticed Payton's gaze but dismissed it, having no intention of taunting him, especially since tonight Payton had refrained from any outburst. Su Yu has always been exceptionally kind towards well-behaved dogs. He swiftly returned to the dressing room to change and shower, subsequently missing the post-match interview, and hurriedly made his way to the RV outside the arena for a late-night snack. After all, food is the essence of life, and nothing could possibly take precedence over his meal. Although missing the post-match interview incurs a penalty, Su Yu is financially well off, so he can afford to pay it without concern. After spending a night in Seattle, the San Antonio Spurs promptly boarded a flight to their next away game in Indiana to face the Indiana Pacers. The once mighty Indiana Pacers have faltered since the departure of coach Larry Bird. It is worth noting that during the 1997 to 2000 seasons, the Pacers were a formidable force, consistently ranking among the top teams in the regular season, either first or second in the Eastern Conference. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals twice and even advanced to the NBA Finals, only to be defeated by the Los Angeles Lakers. Led by the formidable duo of Kobe and Shaquille, missing out on the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy. This was also the closest Reggie Miller ever came to claiming that illustrious trophy. Shortly after the loss, Larry Bird announced his retirement, and since then, the Pacers, having lost their guiding star, seemed to have lost their way. By the 2000 to 2001 season, despite little change in the team's roster, they could only manage to secure the 8th position in the Eastern Conference, a disappointing outcome that evoked much lamentation. This underscores the immense significance of a skilled head coach to a team's success. As for this season, the Indiana Pacers' performance remains lackluster, with a record of merely 8 wins and 7 losses. Prior to the game, everyone assumed that the San Antonio Spurs would easily triumph over the Indiana Pacers, resulting in mediocre viewership for the match. After all, who would want to watch a game that seemed predetermined? However, a single comment from Reggie Miller during a pre-game interview ignited a stir. "Let me, the king of three-pointers, teach this rookie how to shoot." His words were directed at none other than Su Yu, who has made an impressive 65 three-pointers this season. In the San Antonio Spurs locker room, Su Yu was met with playful jibes from his teammates, who remarked, "Haha, Su, it seems you've ruffled quite a few feathers. Many of the old-timers have their sights set on you, eager to take you down." The players had all heard the remarks made by Reggie Miller during a pre-game interview, and they were eager to tease Su Yu. However, Su Yu remained unfazed by their banter. A slight smile graced his lips as he nonchalantly retorted, "Humph, that old-timer? After 14 seasons, he still hasn't managed to secure a championship ring. In my opinion, he'd be better off finding a couple of bricks to end it all." Upon the conclusion of Su Yu's remarks, the once boisterous dressing room fell into an unexpected silence. Yet, mere moments later, as if a collective realization had dawned upon them, an eruption of hearty laughter ensued. David Robinson was nearly in tears from laughter, wiping the corners of his eyes while gasping for breath. "Su, your words are truly scathing," he exclaimed. "If that statement reaches Reggie, he might very well explode with fury." "Huh, I'm not afraid of his outbursts. If he is capable, let him bring it on. Just wait until the game. You'll see how I'll defend against him relentlessly." With an air of unwavering confidence, Su Yu coldly laughed. He had always adhered to a principle: if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, they would not escape his merciless retribution. At this moment, Su Yu had secretly resolved to ensure that Reggie Miller would suffer greatly in this match. After all, those who dared to show him disrespect would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Amidst the announcers' introductions and the jubilant cheers of the fans, players from the Indiana Pacers emerged one after another from the tunnel. Following the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, both team starting players shed their jackets and took to the court. Upon spotting Su Yu, Reggie Miller wasted no time in delivering a harsh taunt. "Rookie, allow the reigning three-point king to show you how to shoot a three-pointer." Without hesitation, Su Yu retorted, "Three-point king? I have no interest in that. What I desire is a championship title. Spare me your meaningless chatter. After 14 seasons, you still haven't secured a championship, and you dare to lecture me? Step aside." With that, Su Yu forcefully pushed Reggie Miller aside. Taken aback by Su Yu's audacity, Miller rushed towards him, but the referee swiftly intervened, warning both players. "What do you think you're doing? This is a competition venue, not a battleground. If you wish to fight, I will issue each of you 2 technical fouls and send you both to the locker room to settle your differences there." Su Yu, displaying an innocent demeanor, replied, "Sorry." Reggie Miller silently scoffed within himself, thinking, this rookie is quite the pretender, showing no signs of a newcomer. Despite the disadvantage, Reggie Miller did not throw up his hands in defeat. He had no intention of seeking the referee's assistance, opting instead to reclaim his ground on the court. Once both players settled, the referee approached the center of the court, preparing for the jump ball. With the sound of the whistle, the game commenced. Without hesitation, Su Yu charged at Reggie Miller, using his body to collide forcefully, accompanied by a sharp elbow to Miller's side, showing no regard for age or experience as he relentlessly attacked. In response, Reggie Miller retaliated without a word. The court echoed with the sound of their bodies colliding. A symphony of thuds as their muscles clashed, elbows exchanged like sparks flying in a tempest of energy. It was as if they were engaged in a brutal struggle within an octagonal cage, each move infused with strength and intent to dominate. The two seemed to detach from the game itself, rendering the entire first half irrelevant to their confrontation. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich observed the unfolding scene with a calm expression, showing little sign of concern. He perceived his team's overall prowess to be significantly superior to that of the Indiana Pacers, thus believing that Suyu's actions would not jeopardize the match. Instead, he chose to allow Suyu the freedom to confront his opponent in his own manner, trusting in his ability to navigate the situation. With the sound of the whistle marking the end of the first half, the San Antonio Spurs led with a score of 49-41, an 8-point advantage. Upon returning to the locker room, Suyu promptly removed his jersey, revealing an array of bruises adorning his torso. "Oh my God, Su, what have you done? Did you just get into a fight on the court?" The sight of Suyu's bruised upper body alarmed his teammates, who immediately began to jest. In response, Suyu merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Coach Popovich promptly signaled for the team doctor to check on Suyu's condition. Meanwhile, in the Indiana Pacers locker room, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Reggie Miller sat silently in a chair, his expression grim. Slowly, he removed his shirt, revealing a torso marred by numerous injuries. The bruises and swellings were even more severe than Suyu's. "Damn it," Reggie muttered under his breath, filled with frustration and indignation. As a seasoned star in the league, he had expected to easily handle this rookie, but he found himself utterly outmatched and in a dire state. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently vowed to reclaim his dignity in the second half. As the brief halftime respite concluded and the players returned to the court, the two faced off again. "Rookie, if you can't handle it, just roll off," Reggie declared. "Old man, just don't expect to be carried off on a stretcher," Suyu retorted, refusing to back down. The two soon resumed their tussle, employing all manner of sly tactics and physical maneuvers against each other. "Greg, aren't you going to intervene?" Assistant coach John inquired, watching Suyu relentlessly challenge Reggie. "No need. This is a perfect opportunity for Su to experience the intensity of the playoffs," Popovich replied. He then added, "John, look at Su's determination. He seems eager to take Reggie down. If you substitute him now, he might just take you down instead." Assistant coach John remained speechless. In the third quarter, Tim Duncan dominated the paint, scoring 12 points and grabbing 8 rebounds, leading the team to a 27-19 quarter, a net gain of 8 points. By the end of the third quarter, the San Antonio Spurs had extended their lead to 16 points. Normally, Popovich would substitute in his starters. But tonight he paused to ask Su, "Do you want to go back in?" "Coach, if Reggie is on the court, then I want to play," Suyu replied. Upon hearing this, Popovich chuckled. He appreciated Su's tenacity in standing up to Reggie Miller. Ultimately, Reggie did not return in the fourth quarter, and Suyu remained quietly seated on the bench. The San Antonio Spurs triumphed decisively over the Indiana Pacers with a score of 99-79, marking their 11th consecutive victory and bringing their overall record to an impressive 11 wins and 0 losses. In this game, Suyu attempted only 5 shots, making 3 of them, including both of his 3-point attempts, totaling 8 points, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block. Chapter 43, Clash for the Western Conference Lead Rookie. "In the next game, I will definitely take you down. Just wait and see." As the referee blew the final whistle, Reggie Miller, having just concluded the match, charged towards Suyu like an enraged bull, menacingly uttering a fierce retort. Faced with the hostile advance of Miller, Suyu internally mused, "Another big bad wolf." However, he refused to concede verbally, swiftly retorting, "Humph, do you really think someone as ancient as you could ever hope to defeat me? Dream on. It would be wise for you to retire and enjoy your twilight years." Upon hearing these words, Reggie Miller's anger ignited instantly. With wide eyes, he shot back without hesitation. "You insolent brat, have you not learned your lesson from the recent game? Did you not suffer enough humiliation?" With that, he leaned in, bringing his face mere centimeters from Suyu's, creating an intense standoff. Their heights were remarkably similar, and now, with their noses nearly touching, neither was willing to back down. Their hostile glares locked in a fierce exchange. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a brawl were imminent. Yet, in that moment of high stakes, they both seemed to share an unspoken understanding and simultaneously stepped back. Suddenly, Reggie Miller broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and mockingly exclaimed, "Huh. Rookie, I played that match with unparalleled exhilaration. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away towards the player's tunnel without a backward glance. Watching Miller's retreating figure, Suyu was left in a state of perplexity. What did he mean by enjoying the game? Was Reggie Miller some sort of masochist? In any case, Suyu felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, he believed he had gained little advantage in their earlier confrontation. Resolving to rectify this, he clenched his fists tightly, vowing that next time they met, he would not rest until he had knocked him down on the court with his elbow. I thought you two were about to come to blows, Tony Parker remarked from the side. The other members of the San Antonio Spurs had gathered around, ready to intervene should Miller decide to escalate the situation. That guy is clever. He wouldn't dare throw the first punch in that scenario. David Robinson seemed to see through Miller's intentions. Indeed, as Miller entered the player's tunnel, he exhaled in relief, realizing how much the Spurs valued this rookie, who had quickly drawn their attention. Had he acted impulsively, he would have undoubtedly found himself at a disadvantage. He is certainly not foolish. Thus, he chose to sound the retreat. Nevertheless, Reggie Miller's final remark was not unfounded. He indeed played with great exhilaration. It was as if he was momentarily transported back to his youth, when he faced off against various superstars, muscle against muscle, body against body. The visceral confrontation brought him immense joy. However, after such exhilaration, the pain becomes undeniable. Reggie Miller hastened his steps, eager to have the team physician attend to the bruises adorning his body. Rookie, just wait for me, he muttered to himself as he made his way to the locker room. Meanwhile, the victorious Suyu hurried to the locker room as well, seeking the physician's expertise for his own collection of bruises. Soon, the San Antonio Spurs locker room echoed with heart-wrenching cries. As the physician, Jalen, attended to Suyu's injuries, he expertly maneuvered his tools while furrowing his brow, sternly admonishing, "Su, now you understand the pain, don't you? I had warned you not to be so reckless. Yet you chose to ignore me." Earlier, during halftime, Jalen had already cautioned Suyu to take care of himself, but in his fervor, Suyu had dismissed the advice as mere background noise. In the second half, he recklessly engaged in fierce competition with Reggie Miller, ultimately leading to his current predicament. "I understand now, Jalen. Please, be gentle." Suyu hurriedly pleaded for mercy, yet his entreaties seemed to have little effect. No sooner had he spoken than the team physician, Jalen, intensified his efforts with an even greater force. A piercing scream erupted once more. Thus, under the ruthless ministrations of Jalen, time dragged on. And after what felt like an eternity, over half an hour, the long ordeal finally came to an end. By this point, Suyu was utterly exhausted, collapsing weakly into his chair, as if he had endured a tremendous trial. After a brief respite, he mustered the strength to rise, dragging his weary feet towards the bathroom to freshen up. After washing and changing into fresh attire, he proceeded to the post-match interview. This evening, he was not particularly hungry, allowing him the time to participate in the media session. As the reporters caught sight of Suyu's arrival, they erupted with excitement, bombarding him with questions. "Su, does your recent outstanding performance stem from the rigorous training regimen you have been undergoing?" One eager journalist posed. Another journalist, unwilling to be outdone, quickly inquired, "Do you have any specific tactical plans for the upcoming matches?" Some shifted the focus from the court to his personal life, asking curiously, "Many are intrigued about your relationship with Hollywood star Jessica Alba. Could you share some insights?" In the face of this barrage of inquiries, Suyu maintained his composure. With a slight smile, he replied nonchalantly, "Jessica and I are merely very good friends." "A girlfriend? That is non-existent. How could one forsake a forest for a single tree?" That very night, as Suyu lay in bed preparing to drift into slumber, he received a call from Jessica Alba. Upon hearing her voice, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Her tone carried an undertone of dissatisfaction and inquiry. Suyu silently cursed his misfortune, but drawing upon years of cultivated adaptability, he hastily unleashed a barrage of sweet words, striving to placate Jessica. After much coaxing, he ultimately succeeded in soothing her emotions, allowing her radiant smile to reemerge. Once he hung up the phone, Suyu could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, recalling Jessica's alluring form, with its captivating curves, his body involuntarily grew warm. In exasperation, he rose to take a cold shower, attempting to regain his composure. The following day, they boarded a flight to their next away game in Minneapolis, where they would face the Minnesota Timberwolves. Chapter 44, The Clash for Western Supremacy, Part 2. In anticipation of this highly anticipated Western showdown, media outlets descended upon the event with the frenzy of sharks sensing blood in the water, launching extensive and nearly frenzied coverage. Currently, the San Antonio Spurs boasted an impeccable record of 11 wins and no losses, while the Minnesota Timberwolves stood at 10 wins and 1 loss. The two teams were closely matched in terms of performance. Moreover, the core players of both squads, Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett, have been subjects of comparison ever since their entry into the NBA. This season, Tim Duncan continued to display his brilliance, averaging 25, 5 points, 12, 5 rebounds, 3, 7 assists, 0, 5 steals, and 2, 5 blocks per game. Conversely, Kevin Garnett was equally formidable, contributing an average of 22, 2 points, 12, 8 rebounds, 5, 1 assists, 1, 2 steals, and 1, 5 blocks. It is undeniable that both players were remarkably matched in prowess, standing among the elite power forwards in the league. Consequently, Coach Popovich understood that the key to victory in this critical matchup did not lie within the paint. After all, the influence of these two superstars on the court could nearly negate each other. Thus, to secure a triumph in this pivotal contest, the outstanding performance of other players would be paramount, particularly those stationed on the perimeter who would need to step up and shoulder a greater share of the scoring and playmaking responsibilities. Popovich entrusted this significant task to the two rookies, Siu and Tony Parker. The Spurs' remarkable 11-game winning streak this season was largely attributable to these two newcomers, who collectively averaged 32 points, significantly alleviating the scoring burden on the Twin Towers in the paint. The emergence of Siu has instantaneously enhanced the already formidable Twin Towers of the San Antonio Spurs, rendering them even more imposing. It must be acknowledged that this trio constitutes an exceptionally powerful ensemble. While Siu possesses an extraordinarily precise shooting ability from beyond the arc, Coach Popovich has still chosen to prioritize the Twin Towers as the primary offensive nucleus of the team. In Popovich's perspective, the interior game holds the key to victory. Thus, he has not devised specialized offensive strategies tailored specifically for Siu. However, this particular match was different. Popovich meticulously crafted offensive tactics for both Siu and Tony Parker, hoping they would lead the team to triumph. Upon hearing of Popovich's intention to design offensive schemes for them, the reactions of the two were strikingly contrasting. Tony Parker displayed a hint of panic, his previously confident gaze now clouded with uncertainty, as he contemplated whether he truly possessed the capability to shoulder such a responsibility. In stark contrast, Siu strode confidently towards Popovich, wrapping his strong arm around the coach's shoulders, and boldly proclaimed, "Coach, you should have designed a personalized offensive strategy for me long ago. After all, Tim and David are aging. Tim Duncan, David Robinson." Siu's voice echoed loudly, effortlessly reaching the ears of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, who were nearby. Both men turned towards Siu, their expressions revealing their displeasure. Although David Robinson felt a twinge of annoyance, he could not deny the truth in Siu's words. He was indeed no longer in his youth. In contrast, Tim Duncan, at the tender age of 26 and in the prime of his career, vehemently disagreed with the notion of aging. "But I'm only 26, he retorted, his tone laced with indignation. In response to Tim Duncan's protest, Siu remained remarkably composed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Sorry, Tim, but I'm only 21, he replied, winking playfully, seemingly reveling in his youth. This only fueled Tim Duncan's frustration, prompting him to charge towards Siu, intent on teaching this audacious young man a lesson. However, Siu displayed astonishing reflexes. Sensing the impending confrontation, he swiftly turned and sprinted away. Now was not the time to linger. The locker room erupted into a lively scene as Tim Duncan pursued him relentlessly, while Siu dashed ahead. The two engaged in a spirited chase that left their teammates utterly astonished and soon in fits of laughter. Even the usually stern Coach Popovich couldn't suppress a knowing smile at the antics of these two spirited players. After an exhilarating chase, both men finally halted, breathless and panting. The locker room was filled with jovial laughter, dissipating the tension that had permeated the air, as if they had forgotten the impending clash of paramount importance against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Nevertheless, as Coach Popovich prepared to discuss tactics, the room fell silent, each player resuming their seats and focusing intently on his strategy. They understood that the match against the Timberwolves demanded their utmost attention, as every member of the San Antonio Spurs yearned for victory, especially the proud Tim Duncan, who had long regarded this game as an exceptional opportunity to showcase his prowess. Though he refrained from publicly addressing comparisons to Kevin Garnett made by the media and fans, he was far from complacent. He was determined to lead his team to triumph over Garnett's Minnesota Timberwolves. As the announcer introduced the players amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the Timberwolves emerged from the tunnel one by one. When the team's cornerstone, Kevin Garnett, made his grand entrance, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The entire Target Center erupted as if a powerful bomb had been detonated, with the audience fervently chanting, "MVP! MVP! MVP!" The deafening roar resonated like surging waves, crashing relentlessly against the eardrums of the spectators, seemingly threatening to overturn the entire arena. As the grand opening ceremony concluded, the players wasted not a moment and immediately immersed themselves in their warm-up routines. After an exhaustive session of preparation, the starting players shed their jackets and strode purposefully onto the court. At this juncture, the announcer seized the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups to the fans both in attendance and watching from home. The starting lineup for the San Antonio Spurs consisted of Tony Parker, CU, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The Minnesota Timberwolves starting lineup featured Terrell Brandon, Wally Szczerbiak, Joe Smith, Kevin Garnett, and Rasho Nestorovic. With the sharp blast of the whistle, the clash was imminent. With a decisive slap, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, tapping it back to the backcourt, allowing the San Antonio Spurs to seize the initial possession. Tony Parker bent down, grasping the ball that had fallen to the ground, and swiftly sprang into action, dribbling past the mid-court line and advancing toward the opposing half. In the blink of an eye, Parker had maneuvered the ball to the top of the arc. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Suyu in the left corner. In an instant, Suyu launched himself like an arrow released from a bow, darting along the baseline with breathtaking speed toward the basket. Simultaneously, David Robinson, stationed in the paint, moved without hesitation to establish a solid barrier, executing a masterful pick-and-roll. With David Robinson's screen serving as a formidable shield, Suyu surged towards the right 45-degree arc beyond the three-point line, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Wallace Szczerbiak, tasked with guarding Suyu, exhibited remarkable reflexes. Despite being momentarily obstructed by Robinson, he valiantly adjusted his footing, fervently pursuing Suyu. However, just as Szczerbiak was on the cusp of catching up, a colossal figure abruptly interposed itself before him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tim Duncan. Duncan's imposing physique effectively barred Szczerbiak's path, compelling him to come to an abrupt halt. Thus, with a series of screens, Suyu deftly evaded his defender's grasp and successfully arrived at the right 45-degree three-point line. Almost simultaneously, Tony Parker, with a slight flick of his wrist, sent the ball soaring as if enchanted, perfectly landing it in Suyu's hands. Without a trace of hesitation, Suyu propelled himself into the air, his body gracefully extending, embodying the essence of an elegant jump. In a decisive motion, he launched the ball towards the hoop. At the moment of release, Suyu, brimming with confidence, had already assumed a celebratory stance. A soft swish echoed as the ball found nothing but net. 3 points scored. The score stood at 3-0. Suyu helped the team score the first point. What a fantastic shot, Su. This basket was simply exquisite. Your touch is remarkable, Su. In that moment, the players of the San Antonio Spurs on the court exuberantly shouted praises towards Suyu, lavishly expressing their admiration. However, in stark contrast, the entire Target Center fell into an eerie silence, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The impact of Suyu's play was so overwhelming that the fans in the arena dared not celebrate his first shot. They thought to themselves, "This fellow is far too audacious. If he fails to make this shot, it would surely become a grand joke, and we would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly." Yet, who could have anticipated that Suyu's shot would land perfectly in the hoop? In an instant, the fans who had prepared to ridicule him were left speechless, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The various taunts they had concocted were suddenly silenced, as if an invisible force had lodged them in their throats, leaving them utterly unable to express their thoughts. It felt as though their cheers for the home team had been abruptly choked off, an agonizing sensation. Clapping enthusiastically from the sidelines, Coach Popovich could not contain his delight. He felt genuine joy and admiration for Suyu's spectacular basket. This simple offensive strategy had remarkably showcased Suyu's strengths with such swiftness and precision. In Popovich's eyes, as long as Suyu was given the opportunity to shoot, whether in a game or practice, he had rarely missed. At that moment, it even led him to entertain the notion that Suyu might be more suited to be the cornerstone of the team than Tim Duncan himself. Tim Duncan? The Minnesota Timberwolves initiate a play from the backcourt, passing the ball to Terrell Brandon, who swiftly crosses half-court. As he does so, Kevin Garnett immediately emerges from the paint, closely followed by Tim Duncan. In an instant, Garnett sets a screen for Brandon, utilizing Garnett's pick. Brandon accelerates toward the San Antonio Spurs interior with astonishing speed. Tim Duncan, recognizing the threat, rushes to assist, yet he underestimates Brandon's explosive drive. Like a tempest, Brandon effortlessly bypasses the formidable defense of this elite interior player, charging straight toward the basket of the Spurs. David Robinson, stationed beneath the rim, senses impending danger and leaps decisively towards Brandon, aiming to thwart the offensive advance. Simultaneously, Bruce Bowen hustles over from the wing to provide support, seeking to cover for Rasho Nestorovic. Observing this, CU inches closer to the corner where Wallace Zibiak is positioned, prepared to assist in guarding him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Brandon opts neither for a forceful layup nor a pass to the strategically positioned Nestorovic or Zibiak. Instead, he unexpectedly delivers the ball to Kevin Garnett, who stands poised at the three-point line after the screen. This season, Garnett boasts an impressive mid-range shooting percentage of 48.6, rivaling that of a perimeter shooter. Upon receiving the ball, Garnett exhibits no hesitation, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. Suspended in midair, he executes a fluid and precise mid-range jump shot. The ball arcs gracefully through the air and swishes through the net. Garnett's mid-range strike scores for the team, bringing the score to 3-2. What a splendid assist, Terrell. Garnett, while transitioning back on defense, pauses to acknowledge Brandon, and the two exchange a celebratory high-five before swiftly retreating. Tim, you shouldn't have backed off just now. You should have contested Garnett, providing him with some interference. While the interior defenders were there to assist you, David Robinson promptly advises Duncan after the defensive sequence. In this team, only Robinson has the authority to speak to Duncan in such a manner. Even Suyu lacks the standing to address Duncan on the court. Perhaps this is the essence of having a true gem in the family. My apologies, David, for the oversight. Tim Duncan did not attempt to justify himself. He acknowledged his mistake and resolved to amend it in the future. David Robinson nodded in agreement and swiftly dashed towards the perimeter, preparing to inbound the ball and initiate the next offensive play. Chapter 46. The Clash for the Western Conference Supremacy, Part 4. The San Antonio Spurs were set to inbound from the backcourt, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who dribbled past half-court. As he crossed the midline, CU sprang into action, his agile frame slicing into the paint. His defender, Wallace Zibiak, aware of the urgency, pursued him relentlessly, unwilling to yield an inch. In a bid to hinder Suyu's advance, Zibiak resorted to using his robust physique to collide with him. Yet Suyu remained undeterred. In an instant, Suyu executed a sudden stop and deftly retreated a step. Within the blink of an eye, he successfully eluded the closely pursuing Zibiak. Tony Parker, ever vigilant and attuned to the evolving dynamics on the court, seized the opportunity, flicking his wrist with precision, sending the ball directly into Suyu's awaiting hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu assumed a shooting posture. However, Zibiak, unwilling to concede defeat, lunged at him like a ferocious beast, his demeanor seemingly warning Suyu, "Do not even think you can score against my defense." Yet, Suyu appeared unfazed. He resolutely leaped, momentarily suspended in the air, and decisively released the ball in a graceful arc, executing a stunning three-point shot. Just as Suyu let go of the ball, Zibiak had launched himself toward him, crashing into Suyu and sending him sprawling to the ground. In the very moment when Suyu fell to the ground, he released the ball. It was a perfect shot, as Suyu immediately employed his skill. He aimed for a remarkable 3-1. With a thunderous crash, he fell heavily onto the unforgiving court. Beep. In that very moment, the referee's sharp whistle resonated throughout the arena, signaling a foul against Wallace Zibiak for defensive interference. The next instant, with a swift motion, the ball, tracing an elegant arc through the air, found its way securely into the hoop. 3-1. The Wallace Zibiak players were left astounded. The crowd erupted with fervent cheers. Players from the San Antonio Spurs rushed over in celebration, notably David Robinson and Tim Duncan, who approached with beaming smiles, extending their hands to help the fallen Suyu to his feet. Tim Duncan even affectionately patted Suyu's head, as if to commend him for that spectacular 3-1 performance. At that moment, the once boisterous target center fell into an eerie silence. All were taken aback by the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. It was noteworthy that in the previous play, Suyu had celebrated prematurely. Now, he had executed another stunning 3-1. The prowess of this rookie was nothing short of intimidating. In that instant, The fans within the target center could not help but express their envy. They gazed in awe at the San Antonio Spurs for possessing such an extraordinary player, their hearts filled with jealousy and helplessness. Not only the fans, but even Kevin Garnett felt a pang of envy. For years, the media and fans had drawn comparisons between him and Tim Duncan, yet Garnett steadfastly believed he was in no way inferior. However, basketball is inherently a team sport, and securing the coveted championship trophy is a daunting task when relying solely on individual talent. In contrast, Tim Duncan was undeniably fortunate. From the moment he stepped onto the NBA stage, he was blessed with a superstar teammate like David Robinson. Furthermore, in just his second year in the league, Tim Duncan triumphantly lifted the coveted Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy, a prize that countless dream of. Although the rise of the OK duo later hindered the Spurs from claiming the trophy again this season under Popovich's guidance, they had selected Su Yu as the 22nd pick in the first round. Upon Su Yu's entry into the NBA, he managed to achieve an impressive average of over 20 points per game in just over 10 matches. However, after only 2 rounds, Kevin Garnett was convinced that this rookie was capable of far more than merely averaging 20 points. His potential was nothing short of terrifying. Subsequently, Su Yu approached the free throw line, received the ball from the referee, and with unwavering composure, he released his shot. With a swish, the free throw was successful, adding 4 points to the scoreboard. The score now stood at 7-2. Su Yu secured the first 7 points for his team, aiding in extending their lead to 5. The Minnesota Timberwolves initiated a backcourt inbounds pass, delivering the ball to Trier Brandon, who then dribbled past half-court. As he crossed the midline, Kevin Garnett, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward to set a screen for Trier Brandon. Seizing the opportunity, Trier Brandon deftly navigated around the defender Tony Parker and charged toward the interior of the San Antonio Spurs. In this instance, Tim Duncan refrained from his usual aerial intervention to block the shot. Observing a clear path ahead, Trier Brandon leapt without hesitation, momentarily suspended in the air before decisively opting for a mid-range jump shot. However, his shooting percentage from that distance was rather modest, standing at just 39. The ball clanged against the front rim, ricocheting away. Positioned beneath the basket, David Robinson leapt high to secure the defensive rebound. Upon landing, he swiftly passed the ball to the already accelerating Tony Parker. In an instant, Tony Parker transformed into a blazing sports car, racing toward the backcourt of the Minnesota Timberwolves with astonishing speed. His pace was so rapid that it resembled a whirlwind sweeping across the court, capturing the attention of all Timberwolves players attempting to transition back on defense. Yet, as everyone's focus fixated on Tony Parker, few noticed the shadow-like figure gliding closely behind him, none other than Su Yu. With agility and nimble footwork, he silently kept pace with Parker. In the blink of an eye, Parker had reached the vicinity of the three-point line. Confronted by tight defense, he remained composed, executing a delicate flick of his wrist to deliver a precise bounce pass into the hands of Su Yu positioned at a 60-degree angle on the right. Upon receiving the ball, Su Yu swiftly prepared to shoot as Wally Szczerbiak lunged at him like a hungry tiger. Su Yu appeared to have already discerned the intentions of Wallace Szczerbiak. At the very moment Wallace lunged towards him, he deftly sidestepped to the left, successfully evading Wallace's interception. In quick succession, he summoned immense power from his legs, leaping into the air, and released a three-point shot. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air. With a satisfying swish, it nestled securely into the embrace of the hoop. Su Yu has once again struck a three-pointer. The score now stands at 10-2, widening the gap to 8 points. At this moment, Su Yu turns towards the stands with a beaming smile, arms outstretched, reveling in the moment as if he had conquered the entire target center. His confident demeanor and dazzling performance undoubtedly make him the most radiant focal point on the court. Despite being an away player, Su Yu's audacious display leaves the home crowd utterly speechless. In less than 2 minutes, he has scored 3 three-pointers, including a remarkable 3-1, amassing a staggering 10 points single-handedly. This extraordinary scoring ability is nothing short of astonishing. Timeout. This even forces the Minnesota Timberwolves to halt their game. Chapter 47, the clash for the Western Conference title, and, from the Minnesota Timberwolves bench, lock him down. We cannot allow him to shoot so effortlessly from beyond the arc again, shouted the head coach, his voice filled with urgency and seriousness. After all, Su Yu had just racked up 10 consecutive points. If they fail to contain him, the game may very well be over. Yes, coach, came the resounding response from the Timberwolves players. The head coach then swiftly sketched strategies on the tactical board, meticulously outlining a series of defensive maneuvers aimed at curtailing Su Yu's influence. However, upon returning from the timeout, the player who had just scored 10 points seemed to vanish from the court, quietly positioning himself in a corner. No longer actively participating in the offense as the San Antonio Spurs shifted the focus to Tony Parker. Parker expertly controlled the ball, engaging in intricate pick-and-roll plays with Tim Duncan. Each time after the screen, Parker adeptly found gaps in the Timberwolves' defense, decisively launching jump shots or driving for layups. In that instant, the Timberwolves' defense appeared somewhat disjointed. Nonetheless, the Timberwolves were not without their own means of retaliation. Under the leadership of their captain, Kevin Garnett, they mounted a tenacious counterattack. Garnett, with his exceptional physical prowess and versatile skill set, made significant contributions in the paint, mid-range shooting, and rebounding battles. Each time the Spurs scored, the Timberwolves swiftly responded, either through brilliant team plays or individual efforts. Thus, the two teams engaged in an intense back-and-forth scoring duel in the first quarter, with the score fluctuating as neither side could easily establish a decisive lead. Beep. As the final whistle signaled the conclusion of the first quarter, the San Antonio Spurs led the Minnesota Timberwolves by a score of 32-23, a margin of 9 points. As the game progressed into the second quarter, both teams began to shuffle their lineups, bringing in their bench players. However, these substitutes appeared somewhat anxious and out of rhythm, leading to a series of missed shots. The Spurs were unable to extend their lead, while the Timberwolves failed to narrow the gap. With each passing moment, the tension on the court remained palpable. It was not until 7 minutes and 13 seconds had elapsed that a pivotal change occurred. Coach Popovich decisively called upon Su Yu to enter the game. The rationale behind this decision was clear and straightforward: to leverage Su Yu's exceptional scoring ability from beyond the arc to break the deadlock and alter the course of the match. As anticipated, the moment Su Yu stepped onto the court, he immediately shifted the momentum. He skillfully utilized two screens set by his teammates to elude his defenders, creating an open opportunity for a perimeter shot. Faced with this fleeting chance, Su Yu acted without hesitation, launching himself into the air with the swiftness of an arrow. His body lingered momentarily in a graceful suspended posture before his wrist flicked gently, propelling the ball with force. The orange sphere appeared to be enchanted, tracing an elegant arc through the air before flawlessly swishing through the net, producing an exhilarating sound that reverberated throughout the arena. A three-pointer, nothing but net. In an instant, the fans in the Target Center were thrown into a frenzy, wondering if this would indeed be another moment of brilliance. Often, the most unwelcome occurrences tend to manifest. This three-pointer seemed to unlock Su Yu's scoring account after nearly an entire quarter of silence. The remainder of the game transformed into his personal stage. On fire, Su Yu converted nearly every shot into a devastating blow. Throughout the second quarter, he was seemingly possessed, shooting an astounding 6 for 7, including 5 for 6 from beyond the arc, amassing a staggering 17 points in just one quarter. Thanks to his unstoppable offensive prowess, the San Antonio Spurs established a commanding lead by halftime, concluding the first half at 59-44 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Over the course of the first half, Su Yu achieved a remarkable shooting efficiency of 9 for 10, including 8 for 9 from three-point range and 1 for 1 from the free throw line, totaling an impressive 27 points. Such a terrifying scoring efficiency left his teammates exhilarated and instilled fear in their opponents. Su, you played extraordinarily well in the first half. Su, your shooting touch is absolutely phenomenal. Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates showered him with praise. Su's performance in the first half was nothing short of a personal showcase. At this very moment, the Zen master Phil Jackson, watching the game from afar in Los Angeles, wore a furrowed brow. As a seasoned coach with a discerning eye, he understood all too well that if the San Antonio Spurs were to boast another formidable scoring threat like Su Yu, the dynamics of the team would undergo a profound transformation. It is worth noting that the Spurs had already proven to be a formidable adversary in the previous season, and with the addition of such a potent player, overcoming them would be no small feat. Moreover, following 2 consecutive championship victories, certain players inevitably developed a sense of complacency, leading to a decline in the team's overall performance. In contrast, their opponents were buoyed by high spirits and continually enhancing their prowess. For Phil Jackson, who aspired to achieve a historic three-peat, this season's journey was destined to be fraught with challenges. As Phil Jackson pondered these matters, the brief halftime intermission swiftly elapsed. The starting players from both teams returned to the court, ready to engage in the fierce contest of the second half. However, influenced by the Minnesota Timberwolves' staunch defense, Suyu's first attempt at the onset of the third quarter failed to find the basket. Witnessing this, the Timberwolves players and the spectators collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, just minutes later, Suyu found himself with an open opportunity, and when given space, he converted with unwavering precision. This left both the Timberwolves players and their fans momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, Suyu's shooting attempts decreased in the third quarter. However, with only 4 attempts, he made 3 three-pointers and scored 9 points in the period, once again helping his team extend the lead to 19 points. By the end of the third quarter, he had achieved an astonishing 36 points, hitting 12 of 14 shots, 11 of 13 from beyond the arc, and 1 of 1 from the free throw line, falling just 1 three-pointer short of a single-quarter record. Yet, in the fourth quarter, Suyu remained on the bench as the game transitioned into garbage time, prompting Coach Popovich to refrain from reintroducing the starters. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Minnesota Timberwolves with a score of 114-99, securing their 12th consecutive victory and elevating their record to an impressive 12 wins and no losses. After the match, the media reporters flocked to interview Suyu. Prior to the game, everyone believed that the outcome hinged on Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. However, the match turned into a showcase for Suyu. Chapter 48. The Battle of Revenge. After defeating the Minnesota Timberwolves, the San Antonio Spurs did not linger in the frigid city of Minneapolis. It is worth noting that the temperatures in Minneapolis during November are quite low, prompting the players to eagerly board the plane for their next away challenge in San Francisco, California, where they would face the formidable Golden State Warriors. Last season, the Golden State Warriors struggled significantly, finishing with a dismal record of 17 wins and 65 losses, placing them at the bottom of the fiercely competitive Western Conference. However, this season, the Warriors appear to have undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding newfound vigor. As of now, they have achieved a record of 7 wins and 8 losses, a striking turnaround that has certainly captured attention. A crucial factor contributing to the Warriors' impressive performance is their astute selection during the draft, where they secured a talented point guard, Jason Richardson. In the first 15 games, Jason Richardson has demonstrated astonishing talent and capability, averaging 15.6 points, 4 rebounds, 5.3 assists, and 1.3 steals per game, establishing himself as a vital ally to the team's core player, Antoine Jamison. He has also been hailed by the media as one of the leading contenders for Rookie of the Year this season. In light of these two players, Coach Popovich swiftly decided to deploy his team's finest perimeter defenders, Suyu and Bruce Bowen. Suyu was tasked with defending Jason Richardson, while Bruce Bowen was responsible for guarding Antoine Jamison. Given that this game featured a direct showdown between two players who had each shone brightly for their respective teams since the 2001 draft, it garnered significant attention from numerous fans prior to the match. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to witness this spectacular contest and see who would ultimately emerge victorious. Upon hearing remarks that compared him to the likes of Jason Richardson, Suyu was immediately overwhelmed by a surge of intense dissatisfaction. He thought to himself, "How dare this rookie be placed in the same league as me? It is nothing short of a farce." Suyu unconsciously extended his tongue to gently moisten his lips, his gaze resembling that of a famished wolf, brimming with an intense and formidable aura. He resolutely vowed to completely freeze Jason Richardson in tonight's match, compelling everyone to widen their eyes and witness that in the 2001 draft, he, Suyu, was the unparalleled and invincible entity. Beep. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Suyu sprang into action like a bolt of lightning, unhesitatingly deploying his skill as a defensive analyst. In the very first defensive round, he successfully intercepted the ball from Jason Richardson. Following this, Suyu surged forward like a wild stallion, racing towards the opponent's basket, executing a breathtaking sequence of a steal and a fast break. Despite Jason Richardson's subsequent cautious demeanor, all his vigilance appeared futile in the face of Suyu's prowess. Throughout the match, Suyu embodied an insurmountable mountain, firmly suppressing Richardson's performance. Ultimately, the game concluded with Suyu achieving an impressive 7 steals against Jason Richardson. Under Suyu's stringent defense, Richardson managed a mere 1 for 7 from the field, successfully converting 2 out of 2 free throws, totaling just 4 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists, and 7 turnovers. This left Golden State Warriors head coach Dave Cowens utterly perplexed. Both players were rookies from the class of 2001. Yet the disparity between them was astonishing. Nevertheless, the facts were indisputable. In the end, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a resounding score of 104-83, securing their 13th consecutive victory. Their overall record for the new season soared to an impressive 13 wins and 0 losses, leading the league decisively. Suyu's performance in this match was remarkable, shooting 6 out of 10 from the field, 3 out of 6 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, amassing 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 9 steals, and 3 blocks. After the game, during an interview, before the media could pose their questions, Suyu pointed to himself and declared, "I am the strongest presence from the 2001 draft. Without exception, I have secured the title of this season's Rookie of the Year." His words immediately ignited excitement among the attending media. Journalists are invariably drawn to such audacious players, particularly those who possess both bravado and skill. However, this led to Suyu receiving a tongue-lashing from Coach Popovich for half an hour upon returning to the hotel. Popovich emphasized the need for humility, considering the regular season was still in its infancy, and cautioned against provoking opponents. To this, Suyu retorted, "If he dares to play rough, I will find someone to break his leg." In America, wealth truly affords one the freedom to act as they please. Popovich. Following their victory over the Golden State Warriors, the San Antonio Spurs swiftly packed their bags and set off for their next away game in Sacramento, where they would face the formidable Sacramento Kings. This match also happened to mark the conclusion of November for the San Antonio Spurs. Clinching this pivotal game would etch an undefeated legend for the month of November. It is precisely for this reason that from the coaching staff to every player, all are poised and determined to secure victory. The entire team is brimming with fervor, vowing to triumph at the Golden One Center. Likewise, the Sacramento Kings are imbued with a fervent desire and resolve for this contest. Having suffered a regrettable defeat in their last encounter, they have long harbored this grievance. Now, playing on their home turf, they are resolute in their determination to avenge past failures and refuse to allow history to repeat itself. In a pre-game media interview, the team's linchpin, Peja Stojakovic, boldly proclaimed, "The Spurs' winning streak will come to an end tonight, for we shall undoubtedly vanquish them right on our home ground." Such declarations have undeniably heightened the already charged atmosphere of the impending clash, as the passionate commentary of the announcer filled the air. Accompanied by the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the players of the Sacramento Kings emerged from the player tunnel in succession. Following the grand entrance ceremony, both teams engaged in their warm-up routines without pause. Once the warm-ups concluded, the players shed their jackets and took to the court. The announcer seized the opportunity to introduce the starting lineups to the fans in attendance and those watching from home. The starting lineup for the San Antonio Spurs: Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The starting lineup for the Sacramento Kings: Mike Bibby, Doug Christie, Peja Stojakovic, Scott Pollard, and Vlade Divac. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. Chapter 49. Mike Bibby's crucial steal. "I will ensure you are thoroughly defended, Sue," Doug Christie declared with a fierce glare directed at Manu Ginobili. In response, Ginobili merely raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. The likes of Doug Christie were hardly a concern for him. As it stands, Christie's statistics this season have been dismal, averaging a mere 12 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1.5 steals per game. Such lackluster performance could hardly capture Ginobili's attention. In stark contrast, the true perimeter cornerstone of the Sacramento Kings is none other than the exceptional sharpshooter, Peja Stojakovic. His unparalleled three-point shooting prowess has become a nightmare for opposing defenses. Thus, in preparation for the game, Coach Popovich devised a highly targeted defensive strategy. The tenacious Bruce Bowen was assigned to directly confront Stojakovic, while Ginobili was tasked with persistently harassing him from the flanks to disrupt his receptions and shooting attempts. The outcome of this tactical approach was nothing short of resounding success. Throughout the entirety of the first quarter, under the stringent defense of the formidable perimeter duo, Bruce Bowen and Peja Stojakovic managed a dismal performance of just 1 successful shot out of 6 attempts, yielding a mere 2 points. With the team's leading scorer completely stifled and unable to unleash his potent offensive prowess, the Sacramento Kings found themselves struggling on the offensive front. Ultimately, as the horn signaled the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 15-28, leaving the Sacramento Kings trailing by a substantial 13 points. As the fans, both in the arena and those gathered before their television screens, resigned themselves to the belief that the Sacramento Kings would, without a doubt, succumb to the San Antonio Spurs. The situation took an unexpected turn. The Kings bench players erupted in the second quarter, with the standout performance coming from Hidoti Arkeolu. He seemed to transform into a deity of the basketball court, igniting the crowd at the Golden One Center with every touch of the ball. Receiving a pass from a teammate beyond the three-point line, he ascended without hesitation, unleashing a shot that arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net with precision. Following this, he utilized his agile footwork and exceptional skills to score consecutively in the paint, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Throughout the second quarter, RKO appeared to be in a state of euphoria, his shooting touch radiating warmth. Whether it was a long-range three-pointer, a close-range layup, or free throws earned through drawing fouls, he demonstrated remarkable accuracy. In this quarter alone, he attempted 7 shots, successfully sinking 5, including one impeccably precise three-pointer. And he was flawless from the charity stripe, converting all 3 free throw attempts. Such an efficient performance saw him score an astonishing 14 points within a single quarter, accompanied by 3 exquisitely delivered assists. Under the guidance of Hidoti Arkeolu, the Sacramento Kings unleashed a series of exhilarating offensive surges, successfully narrowing the point gap. By the end of the quarter, they had reclaimed 7 points, transforming a double-digit deficit into a single-digit one. As the halftime buzzer rang, the score settled at 46-52, with the Sacramento Kings trailing the San Antonio Spurs by 6 points. Following a brief intermission for adjustments, both teams returned to the court as the game transitioned into the second half. At this juncture, Sacramento's starting lineup underwent a transformation, as Coach Adelman decisively opted to include the exceptionally vibrant Hidoti Arkeolu in the starting roster. This adjustment proved to be a potent catalyst, injecting renewed vigor into the already formidable offensive prowess of the Sacramento Kings, significantly enhancing their scoring capabilities. Despite the tight defense on perimeter, star Peja Stojakovic, who found it challenging to score, his presence on the court remained invaluable. Paradoxically, it was his ability to draw attention that prevented the San Antonio Spurs from allocating excessive defensive resources to other players. However, the dynamics shifted subtly with RKO taking the position of power forward as he found himself matched up against Tim Duncan. Offensively, the Sacramento Kings exhibited marked improvement. Leveraging his remarkable individual skills and versatile tactical maneuvers, RKO frequently attacked the rim with success or created excellent shooting opportunities for his teammates. Nonetheless, defensively, the Kings struggled to contain Tim Duncan effectively. Duncan displayed immense dominance, amassing 14 points in the third quarter alone, repeatedly penetrating the paint with force, rendering Sacramento's defensive efforts futile and aiding the Spurs in repelling the Kings' fierce counterattack. After 3 quarters of intense competition, the scoreboard read 80-72. With the San Antonio Spurs maintaining an 8-point advantage, momentarily suppressing the Sacramento Kings. The fervent fans at Golden One Center rallied passionately for their team. As the game entered the fourth quarter, both coaches once again rotated their benches. The Kings' reserves commenced another offensive surge, as Lawrence Funderburk and Bobby Jackson orchestrated a fierce assault, leading the team to a swift 10-2 run within just 3 minutes, leveling the score. With 9 minutes remaining in the match, both teams found themselves back on equal footing. A timeout was called. The San Antonio Spurs were halted abruptly. Coach Popovich shook his head, lamenting the absence of a consistent scoring threat from the bench. Meanwhile, a young player in the Italian league sneezed. After the timeout, both teams returned to their starting lineups for the final showdown. Upon resuming, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and exhilarating, with each side exchanging baskets in a relentless back-and-forth manner. The score fluctuated as the game reached a fever pitch. With just 23 seconds remaining, both teams were tied. The Spurs held possession, and Tony Parker advanced the ball to the top of the arc, deliberately consuming time. Defense, 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 echoed the fervent cheers from the fans of the home team. The Golden One. Time slipped away, and as the clock dwindled to 6 seconds, Tim Duncan swiftly maneuvered to set a screen for Tony Parker. Utilizing the pick, Parker charged forward, only to be met with a rapid defensive response from Hidoti Arkeolu. Observing this, Parker promptly returned the ball to Duncan, as the play was designed for him to conclude the game. Suddenly, just as the ball neared Duncan's grasp, a hand intervened to intercept the pass. What? It was none other than Mike Bibby. Anticipating Parker's return pass, Bibby had been poised for the moment. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air at that instant. With Bibby's crucial steal, he thwarted the Spurs' final offensive attempt, pushing the game into overtime. Chapter 50. I will conclude the match here. On the Spurs bench, sorry. Tony Parker expressed regret upon returning to the locker room. As the team's leader, Tim Duncan offered no words, simply patting Parker on the shoulder. Coach Popovich immediately approached to outline the strategy for overtime. Sue, I plan to entrust the overtime to you. Is that all right? Popovich inquired, directing his gaze towards Suyu. Throughout the game, in deference to the team's tactics, Sue had taken very few shots, managing only 5 attempts, with 3 successful baskets, including 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc, resulting in a modest tally of 7 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. Upon hearing Popovich's statement, Sue was momentarily taken aback, knowing that Tim Duncan had been in exceptional form. In the regular game time, he had shot 13 out of 23 from the field and 12 out of 13 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 38 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. The decision not to continue granting the ball to Duncan, given his stellar performance, was indeed unexpected for Sue. Nevertheless, he quickly responded without hesitation, of course. No problem. Upon witnessing Suyu's confident visage, Popovich could not help but smile. At this moment, Tim Duncan and David Robinson exchanged knowing glances, as if they understood the rationale behind Popovich's strategy. As the brief intermission came to a close, both teams returned to the court. The San Antonio Spurs deployed their starting lineup once more, while the Sacramento Kings opted for a new arrangement, replacing Doug Christie with starting power forward Scott Pollard to match up against Tim Duncan. They could no longer afford to let Hito T. RKO Lou face Duncan. Consequently, the Sacramento Kings transformed their entire lineup into a more substantial formation. Observing this development, Popovich's lips curled into a slight smile. He had anticipated this scenario, and it unfolded precisely as he had foreseen, particularly regarding the decision to allow Suyu to take the lead. Popovich was eager to assess Suyu's capabilities in critical moments. In essence, he intended for this overtime to serve as a valuable experience for Suyu. With the sound of the whistle, overtime officially commenced. With a swift motion, Tim Duncan was the first to make contact with the ball, redirecting it to the backcourt, granting the Spurs their first offensive possession of the overtime period. Tony Parker retrieved the ball and quickly dribbled past half-court. As soon as he crossed the midline, Parker's gaze fell upon Suyu, who was energetically moving without the ball on one side of the court. In perfect synchrony, Suyu had already sprung into action, darting like an arrow towards Parker's location. In that electrifying moment, Peja Stojakovic was not to be outdone, closely trailing Suyu in relentless pursuit. Though Stojakovic reacted swiftly, his height advantage became a constraint, rendering him slightly slower in this instance. In contrast, Suyu's lightning speed allowed him to gain the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, Suyu had surged to Parker's side. The two exchanged no unnecessary dialogue or gestures, seamlessly executing a handoff pass. Following the pass, Parker slightly pivoted, skillfully using his body to shield himself from the approaching Stojakovic. However, Stojakovic had evidently anticipated this maneuver. He made a quick judgment and adeptly maneuvered around Parker, continuing his aggressive approach towards Suyu. Yet, in the very next instant, just as Stojakovic successfully circumvented Parker, the once near Suyu inexplicably vanished from sight. Peja Stojakovic felt a sudden jolt of surprise and quickly turned to seek the presence of Suyu. It turned out that Suyu's earlier maneuver, utilizing Tony Parker's screen to break towards the right side, was merely a feint. In reality, Suyu had surged towards the entirely opposite direction. With this masterful deception, he successfully evaded Peja Stojakovic's stringent defense, creating an opportunity for an open shot. The ground beneath his feet instantly shimmered with a vibrant green glow. In the blink of an eye, he leapt high into the air, his body stretching to its utmost limits. At the pinnacle of his ascent, he launched the ball with unwavering determination. The sphere soared through the air like a shooting star, tracing a breathtaking arc as it traversed the sky. With a crisp swish, the ball found the net, securing a flawless basket. Suyu successfully made a three-pointer, bringing the score to 102-99, marking the first points of the overtime for his team. At the same time, Suyu's personal score reached double digits. "Damn!" exclaimed Peja Stojakovic, who found himself outmaneuvered by Suyu. Almost immediately, on the offensive end, Stojakovic sought to retaliate. Utilizing a screen, he successfully received the ball and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into action, launching a three-point shot. At that moment, Suyu had already leaped towards him, extending his impressive 218 centimeters wingspan to disrupt Stojakovic's shot. It is worth noting that Stojakovic's wingspan measures only 205 centimeters. The disparity in their wingspans compensated for the difference in height between Su Yu and Stojakovic. Moreover, Stojakovic was not particularly known for his superior physical attributes. One can only imagine the extent of the interference Su Yu posed. Bang! Under Su Yu's pressure, Stojakovic's three-pointer clanged off the rim. David Robinson swiftly snagged the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Tony Parker. Upon receiving the ball, Parker accelerated towards the frontcourt, his speed astonishing. Leaving the Sacramento Kings players, particularly their larger lineup, unable to react in time, Parker charged towards the basket and executed a layup. The score escalated to 104-99, widening the gap to 5 points. Applause erupted from the bench as Coach Popovich appreciated the brilliance of these two rookies. Next, it was the Sacramento Kings' turn to inbound the ball. This time, Mike Bibby, utilizing a screen, found an open shot opportunity, but he too missed, hitting the iron once more. Underneath the basket, David Robinson captured the rebound. Rather than immediately passing the ball to Tony Parker, he took a moment. Mindful of their 5-point lead and the importance of shot selection, Robinson then passed the ball to Parker, who leisurely dribbled across half-court. As soon as they crossed half-court, CU rushed over, eager for the ball, intent on sealing the game. Without hesitation, Parker swiftly tossed the ball to Su Yu. Upon receiving the ball, Su did not drive towards the basket. Instead, he took a step back, placing himself a full meter away from the three-point line. Su Yu gazed at Pages Stojakovic before declaring, "I shall conclude the match here." Pages Stojakovic wore an expression of bewilderment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Yu swiftly gathered the ball, leapt into the air, suspended for a moment, and released a shot. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, he launched an extraordinary three-point attempt from a distance. Upon completing his shot, Su Yu turned around, raising both hands with his fingers pointed towards the heavens. A swish echoed through the arena. The three-pointer was successful. The moment was punctuated by a resounding snap. This remarkable long-range three-pointer, coupled with Su Yu's premature celebration, utterly dispirited the Sacramento Kings, who found themselves haunted by the thought, "We cannot win." At that instant, the fans in the Golden One Center seemed to witness a divine presence donning the number 22 jersey. The players of the San Antonio Spurs, filled with exhilaration, charged towards Su Yu. Ultimately, with Su Yu's audacious long-range three-pointer, the contest was decisively sealed. The San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Sacramento Kings with a score of 111-103, marking an impressive 14th consecutive victory. With an overall record of 14 wins and no losses. Simultaneously, the Spurs established an undefeated legacy for the month of November. Chapter 51. Player of the Month. I shall conclude the match here. Following the game against the Sacramento Kings, Su Yu once again ignited the entire league, particularly with his emphatic statement before sinking that extraordinary three-pointer in overtime. It was nothing short of commanding. Media reporters eagerly reported on the event, with many players attempting to emulate his bravado. It was truly reminiscent of Kobe's iconic phrase, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? Of course. At this moment, Kobe had yet to utter those words. Meanwhile, David Stern further fueled the fire, propelling Su Yu to fame across the United States and even the entire globe. Just the phrase, "I shall conclude the match here," conjured images of Su Yu. Consequently, numerous luxury brands approached Su Yu's agent, Tim Thomas. However, Tim Thomas, cautious not to overstep, promptly relayed the situation to Su Yu. In response, Su Yu flatly declined, stating, "I have no interest in endorsements." Su Yu is certainly not lacking in financial resources. His previous endorsement with Nike was a necessity, as every athlete must have a signature shoe that symbolizes their identity, much like a historical status. For Su Yu, excelling in basketball is paramount. Blitz admires Su Yu's character. However, Blitz soon realized that after defeating the Sacramento Kings, the San Antonio Spurs were rewarded with a precious 3-day respite. Coupled with the team's remarkable achievement of remaining undefeated in November, Coach Popovich, without hesitation, granted the entire team a full 2 days off. This news was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, bringing immense joy to the players. Su Yu, particularly eager to seize this rare opportunity, swiftly bid farewell to his team and boarded his private jet, heading straight for Los Angeles. He found himself yearning for Jessica Alba, specifically her alluring and curvaceous figure. That evening upon arriving in Los Angeles, Su Yu was delighted to reunite with the woman he had longed for. To cultivate a romantic atmosphere, he meticulously arranged a cozy candlelit dinner. The flickering candlelight illuminated their sweet smiles, enveloping the air with an intoxicating romance. After their meal, the couple returned hand in hand to Su Yu's luxurious property in Los Angeles. What transpired next resembled a passionate storm that lasted for over 3 hours. It was only when Jessica Alba, overwhelmed by such fervent affection, pleaded for respite that Su Yu, satisfied, finally ceased his advances. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, Jessica Alba slowly awakened, only to find Su Yu's absence beside her. All that remained was a note quietly resting on her pillow, containing a few brief words of farewell. Gazing at the note, Jessica Alba couldn't help but chide. This guy really does come and go in a whirlwind. On the other side, the early rising Su Yu had already embarked on his journey home. Despite having spent an unforgettable and delightful evening with Jessica Alba, he was reluctant to linger, fearing the incessant nagging from Blitz. Upon returning to his residence in San Antonio, Su Yu wasted no time and immediately commenced his training. Observing this diligent endeavor, Blitz could not help but nod in approval, recognizing and admiring Su Yu's industrious spirit. Contemplating the situation, Blitz thought how wonderful it would be if Su Yu could also catch up on the training tasks he had neglected due to previous obligations. However, to Blitz's utter astonishment, as night fell, Su Yu sneaked back into a bar instead of continuing his rigorous practice at home. Faced with this turn of events, Blitz could only shake his head and sigh, feeling utterly powerless. For Su Yu, it was a matter of balancing diligence with leisure. Upon entering the bar, Su Yu scanned the surroundings with the keen gaze of an eagle, searching for a captivating girl to pursue as his target for the night. Unfortunately, fate did not align with his desires. He found no enchanting companion. Instead, it was he who, with his handsome and charming visage and recent stellar performances on the court, drew the attention of numerous women present, quickly becoming the favored subject of their flirtations. Although he did not find his ideal quarry, this did not dampen Su's spirits. He relaxed and engaged in light-hearted conversations with the women who approached him, exchanging banter and jokes, finding unexpected joy in the moment. Unbeknownst to him, 2.5 hours slipped by in a blink. Feeling satisfied with his evening's revelry, Su Yu decided it was time to return home. However, having indulged in a few drinks at the bar, his senses were somewhat clouded. For safety's sake, he entrusted the steering wheel to Blitz. Thus, Su's brief 2-day respite quietly came to an end. On the third day at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the windowsill, a spirited Su Yu had already packed his belongings and was the first to arrive at the team's training facility, fully immersing himself in practice. Today marked December 1st, the day the NBA officially announced the Player of the Month for November at 9 a.m. From this season onward, the Player of the Month would be divided into Eastern and Western conferences. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month for November was Jason Kidd from the New Jersey Nets, who averaged 13, 3 points, 7, 6 rebounds, 9, 6 assists, and 8 steals per game, boasting nearly a triple-double average and leading the previously fourth-to-last New Jersey Nets to a commendable 10 wins and 5 losses. The Western Conference Player of the Month for November was none other than Tim Duncan of the San Antonio Spurs. In November, Tim Duncan averaged an impressive 26, 7 points, 13, 1 rebounds, 3, 6 assists, and 3, 1 blocks per game, showcasing his exceptional performance on both ends of the court, leading the team to an unblemished record of 13 wins and no losses, thus rightfully earning the title of Player of the Month. Upon learning of Duncan's accolade, David Robinson led the cheers among the San Antonio Spurs, with the rest of the team joining in jubilantly. Tim Duncan, of course, had no objections to the celebration. To foster camaraderie and team cohesion, that very evening, he reserved a renowned local steakhouse to treat his teammates to a sumptuous steak dinner. Chapter 52, 17 consecutive wins on December 2nd, amidst the dazzling lights and bustling atmosphere of the Alamo Dome. A Texas showdown was about to unfold. The San Antonio Spurs were set to host the Houston Rockets. Perhaps inspired by his recent recognition as Player of the Month, Tim Duncan radiated an astonishing energy on the court that night. Right from the start, he displayed remarkable athletic prowess. With the agility of a cheetah, he deftly navigated the court, receiving passes, leaping, and shooting in seamless succession. Within mere minutes, he had already netted several spectacular shots, eliciting thunderous cheers from the fans at the Alamo Dome. Particularly in the first quarter, Duncan appeared almost superhuman. Undeterred by the Rockets' tight defense, he decisively took his shots, hitting 6 out of 7 attempts and sinking all 5 of his free throws. In just this singular match, he astonishingly scored 17 points, single-handedly assisting his team in swiftly establishing a commanding lead and laying a robust foundation for victory. As the game progressed, despite the Houston Rockets' relentless pursuit, they could never alter the course of the contest. Ultimately, without a hint of doubt, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Houston Rockets with a resounding score of 105-85, securing a gratifying victory. Concurrently, they extended their winning streak to an impressive 15 games, achieving a remarkable overall record of 15 wins and 0 losses, thus asserting their dominance as the unequivocal champions of the league. In this match, Tim Duncan undoubtedly shone as the brightest star. He executed 15 out of 21 field goal attempts and converted 11 out of 13 free throws, efficiently amassing 41 points, along with 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Such comprehensive statistics seem to proclaim to the world he is the sovereign capable of commanding the game. 2 days later, the San Antonio Spurs continued their homestand, facing the challenge posed by the Eastern Conference's underdogs, the Washington Wizards. Tim Duncan seamlessly carried forward his fiery form from the previous match into this encounter. From the very moment the opening whistle blew, Tim Duncan unleashed his full arsenal. He dominated the paint, with both powerful drives and deft hook shots leaving the opposition utterly helpless. Over the course of the game, he attempted 19 shots, successfully sinking 12. And from the free throw line, he converted 9 out of 10 attempts, once again delivering an astonishing stat line of 33 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Under Tim Duncan's leadership, the San Antonio Spurs maintained unwavering control over the game's tempo. The team's synergy was palpable, with their offense flowing as smoothly as mercury and their defense standing as impenetrable as a fortress. Ultimately, after 4 quarters of fierce competition, the San Antonio Spurs bested the Washington Wizards with a score of 103-88, achieving their 16th consecutive victory and elevating their overall record to an impressive 16 wins and 0 losses, continuing to inscribe their glorious chapter. With the San Antonio Spurs clinching their 16th straight win and maintaining their unbeaten record, sports media outlets buzzed with inquiries. Who could possibly defeat this formidable San Antonio Spurs team? Meanwhile, due to Tim Duncan's exemplary performance and the team's undefeated record thus far, he soared to the top of the MVP leaderboard. Following the 5th, the San Antonio Spurs hosted the visiting Atlanta Hawks in a back-to-back matchup. Tim Duncan, who had previously showcased remarkable performances, appeared to be experiencing a notable decline in form. At the onset of the game, he attempted 3 successive shots, yet each one narrowly missed its mark, failing to find the basket. Witnessing this, the players of the Atlanta Hawks felt a surge of motivation, contemplating that perhaps today was the perfect opportunity to put an end to the Spurs' impressive streak of 16 consecutive victories. Consequently, the entire Hawks roster was invigorated, each player brimming with fervor and determination as they fought valiantly on the court. Indeed, in the first quarter, the Atlanta Hawks demonstrated formidable prowess and exceptional teamwork. Their relentless offensive onslaught left the Spurs' defense bewildered, successfully sending the ball through the hoop time and again. Ultimately, as the first quarter concluded, the Atlanta Hawks held a temporary lead of 28-24, ahead by 4 points. Coach Popovich, however, remained unfazed by the unfolding situation. He swiftly implemented a tactical adjustment, shifting the offensive focus to Su Yu and Tony Parker. This strategic change produced immediate and remarkable results, as Su Yu and Tony Parker emerged like 2 unsheathed swords. They frequently breached the opposing defense, either delivering long-range 3-pointers or penetrating the paint to create scoring opportunities. Within just half a quarter, the San Antonio Spurs had successfully turned the tide, gradually increasing their lead. By the conclusion of the first half, the scoreboard revealed that the Spurs were ahead by 7 points. Observing this scene, Coach Popovich could not help but smile slightly. It is noteworthy that this season's San Antonio Spurs are vastly transformed. Last season, only 3 players managed to score in double figures, 2 of whom were the formidable Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, coupled with Derek Anderson's average of 15.5 points per game. The team's offensive firepower was rather concentrated. However, when Tim Duncan struggled offensively, the entire Spurs offensive system would fall into disarray. This season, however, is entirely different. Should Tim Duncan be stifled on the offensive end, Popovich can unhesitatingly shift the focal point of the attack to the perimeter with Su Yu and Tony Parker. Particularly, Su Yu is fully capable of shouldering the offensive burden once he finds his rhythm and sinks a few outside shots. The opponent's defensive strategy is bound to undergo significant alterations. In the second half of the game, Coach Popovich astutely detected the shift and swiftly adjusted his tactics. He decisively redirected the offensive focus back to the interior, fully leveraging Tim Duncan's formidable dominance in the paint. As anticipated, in the second half, Tim Duncan showcased his prowess, making a powerful return to the court. He and David Robinson worked seamlessly together, combining for an impressive 22 points in a single quarter, igniting the passion of the entire audience. It was through such exceptional performance that the San Antonio Spurs secured their victory. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks with a score of 120-109, achieving an 11-point advantage in this grueling back-to-back match. With this victory, they extended their winning streak to 17 games, boasting an impeccable record of 17 wins and no losses. Following the conclusion of the game, an exhilarated David Robinson rushed to the center of the court, embracing Sue Yu and Tony Parker tightly. He exclaimed, "Well done, Sue and Tony. Without your contributions, the outcome of today's game could have been quite different." In this match, Sue Yu shot 9 for 17, including 5 of 7 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, amassing a team-high 27 points, along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Meanwhile, Tony Parker recorded 15 points, 1 rebound, and 7 assists, shooting 5 for 8 overall, with 1 of 3 from three-point range and a perfect 4 for 4 from the charity stripe. Chapter 53, Thrilling. 17 consecutive wins. Just how formidable will the San Antonio Spurs winning streak become? This year, the San Antonio Spurs have been formidable, and one cannot help but commend Coach Popovich for his astute selection of Sue Yu and Tony Parker. Once again, Sue Yu has emerged as the savior of the team. Even though merely a quarter of the game has elapsed, if this trend continues, Sue Yu is poised to secure the title of Rookie of the Year with a remarkable score of 95. Following the Spurs' triumph over the Atlanta Hawks, the sports world seemed to ignite, with media reporters flocking like hounds sensing their prey and fervent fans engulfed in jubilation. Newspapers, television, and social media were inundated with coverage and discourse regarding this victory, leaving everyone curious as to how far the San Antonio Spurs could extend their winning streak. Simultaneously, the Spurs' home games have evolved into the most anticipated events in the city. Each match sees the arena filled to capacity, with over 70,000 ardent fans converging from all directions, creating a surging ocean of enthusiasm. Adorned in the team's vibrant colors, they wave flags and banners, passionately cheering for their team, their deafening roars seemingly threatening to breach the roof and ascend to the heavens. Such a thriving basketball market has not only propelled ticket sales to new heights but has also led to a meteoric rise in the sales of player merchandise and jerseys. Particularly, Sue Yu, a rising star, has captured the hearts of countless fans with his breathtaking performances and charismatic personality. His jersey sales rank second only to the team's veteran, Tim Duncan, a remarkable achievement indeed. In light of Sue Yu's compelling market appeal, the sportswear giant Nike could no longer remain passive. Initially, their plans to launch the Sue Yu signature shoe, the Sue 1, were in the nascent stages. But the urgency of the situation demanded swift action to seize this golden opportunity. Consequently, Nike's internal teams sprang into action. Designers worked tirelessly on sketches. The marketing team crafted compelling promotional strategies, and the production line operated at full capacity to create samples. In a whirlwind of activity, the entire company was dedicated to swiftly bringing the Sue 1 to market, eager not to let this lucrative chance slip away. A day later, under the spotlight, the San Antonio Spurs were set to host the reigning Eastern Conference champions, the Philadelphia 76ers. Originally, this match was anticipated to be a fierce contest for basketball enthusiasts. Regrettably, the Philadelphia 76ers star player, Allen Iverson, has been plagued by injuries, frequently sidelining him and preventing him from maintaining consistent participation. In this encounter, Iverson was once again compelled to watch from the sidelines due to his health issues. Without their pivotal leader, the 76ers found themselves at the mercy of the San Antonio Spurs, who displayed remarkable dominance. From the very outset, the Spurs controlled the flow of the game with unwavering authority, executing both offensive and defensive plays with exquisite precision. The synergy among the players was palpable, with passes delivered flawlessly, each offensive maneuver flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. After just 3 intense quarters, the Spurs had already secured their victory. Ultimately, they triumphed with a commanding score of 98-76, achieving a resounding 22-point victory. This continued their impressive winning streak, now at 18 consecutive victories. bringing their overall record to an unblemished 18 wins and 0 losses. Following their exhilarating defeat of the 76ers, the Spurs swiftly turned their attention to an away game in Toronto, where they would face the Raptors, led by the formidable Vince Carter. The prospect of this upcoming match filled Su Yu with immense anticipation, for every player dreams of the opportunity to compete against such an exceptional scorer. However, prior to the game, Coach Popovich did not grant Su Yu's wish to take on the primary defensive assignment against Carter. Instead, Popovich assigned the tenacious defender Bruce Bowen to tackle this challenging task, allowing Su Yu to remain on the periphery, ready to disrupt and assist in defense. Faced with this strategic arrangement, Su Yu could not suppress a twinge of dissatisfaction. He approached Popovich with a heartfelt request. "Coach, I truly hope to guard Carter personally in this game. Is that possible?" Popovich furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head without hesitation. "No, Su. The timing is not yet right." It was evident that Popovich believed this was not the appropriate moment for Su Yu to contend with the league's elite shooting guards. Furthermore, given the current state of the team, there was a pressing need for Su Yu to provide substantial offensive support. Thus, despite his reluctance, Su Yu ultimately nodded in acceptance of Popovich's directive after some contemplation. Observing Su Yu's decision to acquiesce, Popovich felt a sense of relief wash over him. To be candid, he had harbored concerns that Su Yu might resist and refuse to abide by the tactical plan. It is crucial to understand that had Su Yu steadfastly opposed this arrangement, Popovich, as a coach, would have had no choice but to respect the player's wishes and adjust accordingly. Tim Duncan, serving as the team's leader, perceptively recognized Su Yu's emotions and promptly approached to offer words of comfort. "Su, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to face off against players of this caliber in the future. I suspect Greg is just concerned about you getting overwhelmed and losing your confidence." "Tim, I comprehend." Su Yu nodded slightly, yet a lingering dissatisfaction brewed within him. Thus, he channeled this discontent onto the court. In this match, Su Yu played with a degree of recklessness, attempting shots even when opportunities were scarce. Coach Popovich was on the verge of reprimanding Su Yu when, with a swish, the ball miraculously found its way into the net. With Su Yu's unreasonable three-pointers and mid-range shots, the highly anticipated clash lost its suspense by halftime, with the San Antonio Spurs leading by double digits. As the first half concluded, the Spurs were ahead by a significant margin. Ultimately, under Su Yu's leadership, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Toronto Raptors with a resounding score of 110-95, extending their winning streak to 19 games and boasting an impeccable record of 19 wins and no losses. In this match, Su Yu impressively shot 13 out of 23 attempts, making 6 of 12 from beyond the arc and sinking all 6 of his free throws, amassing a game-high 38 points along with 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. Thrilled, Su Yu couldn't help but clench his fist. This game, centered around him, filled him with exhilaration, and at this moment, he yearned for the next 3 years to pass swiftly so that he could join a team that truly belonged to him. Chapter 54. So, how about that female reporter? Post-game interview. "Su, you took 23 shots in this match. Does this indicate a shift in the team's strategy?" A reporter inquired. Su Yu replied casually, "Not at all. It's merely that I felt in good form during this match, hence I took more shots." As he spoke, Su Yu glanced at the statistics sheet on the table and continued, "I made 13 out of 23 attempts, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 56.5. At this point, he directed his gaze toward the reporter, as if to inquire, "What do you think?" The reporter was momentarily rendered speechless. Shortly thereafter, a blonde female journalist inquired, "Su, a few days ago, someone captured photos of you meeting Jessica. Are you two in a relationship?" Here it comes again. Humanity's insatiable curiosity. Su Yu couldn't help but smile as she said, "What if I say it is so? What if I say it is not so? Are you feeling jealous?" As Su Yu's voice faded, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the scene. Even the blonde beauty reporter was taken aback, astonished that Su Yu had the audacity to jest with her right there. With a gentle smile, Su Yu gazed at Celine Skinner and graciously invited, "Miss Skinner, might I have the honor of your company for dinner this evening?" As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding media reporters fell silent. As if a pause button had been pressed. Almost instantaneously, their collective gaze shifted towards Celine Skinner, each face reflecting curiosity and anticipation as they awaited her response. In the face of such scrutiny, Celine Skinner demonstrated remarkable professionalism. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, responding, "Of course. It would be my pleasure to accept Sue's invitation. Please, give me a moment. With that, she turned back to her bustling interview duties. Before long, Sue concluded all post-match interviews and approached Celine Skinner, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation to accompany him to his luxurious RV parked outside for their meal. Upon stepping inside the vehicle, Celine was momentarily taken aback. The interior was spacious and brilliantly lit, adorned with opulent decorations that exuded comfort, resembling a mobile fine dining establishment. It was in that moment she truly grasped the truth behind the rumors of Sue Yu's affluent background. She had also heard that a dedicated butler always delivered meals to him after matches. Witnessing it firsthand today was a revelation. Seizing this rare opportunity, Celine Skinner was determined to delve deeper into an interview with Sue Yu. However, no matter how she framed her questions, Sue Yu skillfully sidestepped the topics or spoke in vague terms. He then turned to Pep Dor, who had been quietly standing nearby, and said, "Pep, please inform the team that I will be heading directly back to the villa." Pep Dor promptly nodded in respectful acknowledgement. "Understood, boss." Without hesitation, he exited the RV and swiftly made his way to relay Sue Yu's instructions to the team. Meanwhile, Sue Yu wore a warm smile and gazed intensely at Celine Skinner, softly suggesting, "Miss Skinner, perhaps you might wish to confirm the details yourself?" As soon as the words left his lips, he stepped forward without hesitation, his body slightly leaning in, one hand naturally encircling the delicate waist of Selena Skinner. The two found themselves in close proximity, close enough to sense each other's breath and heartbeat. Selena's face flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. After all, Sue's striking appearance was undeniable. Although she was already 28, she had only experienced love once. Before Selena could regain her composure from the shock, Sue swiftly leaned down, accurately capturing her luscious red lips with his own. With a score of 90 for looks and a charmingly innocent demeanor, Sue had never intended to pursue this. Yet Selena had presented herself so invitingly. How could one resist such an opportunity? Initially, Selena instinctively attempted to break free, but Sue's strength was overwhelming. After several futile attempts, she gradually surrendered her resistance. Thus, they immersed themselves in a passionate French kiss, akin to dry kindling meeting a roaring fire. After a moment of tender entanglement, Sue reluctantly released the enchanting woman in his embrace. Following a sumptuous meal in the RV, Sue drove his sports car at breakneck speed towards the villa with Selena by his side. Upon entering, the long-suppressed desires within Sue erupted like a volcano. He lunged at the delightful D-cup beauty before him with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. The following day, Selena awoke, scarcely able to believe that she had spent the night with Sue. Glancing beside her, she found that he had already departed, leaving only a note instructing Pep Dor to ensure that Selena was well taken care of. Selena had never resided in such an opulent and magnificent villa. Everything about it was novel and unfamiliar to her. Under the attentive care of the servants, time slipped away unnoticed until nightfall, when she finally rose to prepare for her departure. Meanwhile, Sue had already boarded his private jet, en route to Phoenix to rejoin his team. However, his unexpected absence did not go unnoticed, and Popovich summoned Sue to his office for a reprimand. Sue accepted the scolding, assuring that it would not happen again, though Popovich remained skeptical of his words. Yet, he knew that a lack of reprimand would only embolden Sue further. "Go back," Popovich dismissed him with a sigh. Upon his return, Sue was met with a chorus of teasing and jest from his teammates, particularly David Robinson, who eagerly approached with a question. "So, Sue, how was that female reporter?" Faced with the curious gazes of those around her, Sue merely allowed the corners of her mouth to lift slightly, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile, and refrained from speaking, instead raising her thumb in a gesture of approval. Observing this, her teammates cast envious and jealous glances in her direction. It is worth noting that during the previous interview, they had also borne witness to the captivating presence of a certain journalist named Celine Skinner. Not only did she possess striking beauty, but her figure was also elegantly curvaceous, making the thought of spending a night with such a stunning enchantress utterly unforgettable. So you paid no heed to those envious and jealous individuals, and he made his way to the gym for training. Training was imperative. Blitz's incessant chatter had become unbearable, and his ears were nearly calloused from it. As Sue engaged in training, Blitz promptly ceased his verbal banter. Observing this, a smile crept upon Blitz's lips, for it appeared that dealing with Sue required the finesse of wit. Chapter 55. A kick and a punch. On the evening of December 14th at 7 p.m. A grand showdown was set to unfold at the Western Conference Arena in Phoenix, featuring the undefeated San Antonio Spurs against the formidable Phoenix Suns. During the recent offseason, the Suns orchestrated a significant trade, sending their talented point guard Jason Kidd to the New Jersey Nets in exchange for the equally formidable Stephon Marbury. Since joining the Phoenix Suns, Stephon Marbury has exhibited remarkable prowess, currently boasting an impressive average of 24 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assists per game. Under his leadership, the Suns have achieved a commendable record of 14 wins and 9 losses. In addition to Marbury, the Suns are bolstered by 2 other formidable players, Shawn Marion and Anthony Hardaway. This season marks Shawn Marion's 3rd year in the league, demonstrating rapid improvement with averages of 1 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 8 steals, and 1 blocks. As for Anthony Hardaway, a former 3rd overall pick in 1993, he once led the Orlando Magic to the finals alongside the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, only to be swept by the Houston Rockets, led by Hakeem Olajuwon, and thus missed the championship title. Fans had high hopes for the Orlando Magic. Yet following the management's controversial decisions that forced Shaquille O'Neal's departure to the Los Angeles Lakers, the narrative shifted dramatically. O'Neal went on to secure 2 consecutive championships with the Lakers, earning 2 Finals MVP awards. Meanwhile, Hardaway remained with the Magic, leading the team to diminishing returns until his eventual trade to the Phoenix Suns, where he formed a formidable backcourt duo with Jason Kidd. However, after just 1 season, Hardaway faced a season-ending injury in his 2nd year. This season marks his 3rd with the Suns, and having recovered, he has been performing exceptionally well, averaging 24 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals. The trio's outside shooting prowess poses a significant challenge for Coach Popovich, as his only reliable perimeter defenders are Sue Yu and Bruce Bowen, while Tony Parker's defensive skills are rather mediocre. Ultimately, after deliberation with his coaching staff, Popovich decided to assign Bruce Bowen to contain Shawn Marion, while Sue Yu would guard Stephon Marbury. Anthony Hardaway would face Tony Parker, with Tim Duncan on standby for any necessary help. This strategic arrangement laid the groundwork for San Antonio's path to victory. As the match commenced, Sue Yu relentlessly applied immense defensive pressure on Stephon Marbury, occasionally resorting to rough fouls. This aggressive approach ignited Marbury's spirit. After being struck, he charged forward, intent on landing a punch on Sue Yu. However, in the blink of an eye, Sue Yu evaded the blow and retaliated with a punch of his own, striking Marbury. Sue Yu's punch aimed directly at Stephon Marbury's nose, causing his nasal bridge to be misaligned. Infuriated, Stephon Marbury was about to charge forward. Sue, attack to your left. Blitz reminded him. In a swift motion, Sue Yu evaded Stephon Marbury and delivered a decisive kick, causing Marbury to collapse onto the court, motionless, as if lifeless. The incident left everyone present in stunned silence, especially those who rushed over to mediate the escalating situation. The speed at which the two engaged was astonishing. Team physician. The head coach shouted in alarm, urging the medical staff to attend to Marbury. Meanwhile, Sue Yu looked down with disdain at the unconscious Marbury, even gesturing with a downward-pointing finger. Such brazen behavior incited the ire of the Phoenix Suns players, who were poised to retaliate, but were intercepted by Tim Duncan, David Robinson, and other members of the San Antonio Spurs. "What's the matter? Planning to gang up?" David Robinson remarked dismissively. The players of the Phoenix Suns stood agape. At that moment, Sue Yu addressed the obstructed Suns players, saying, "What's wrong? Do you all wish to end up like him?" He pointed at the fallen Marbury. Instantly, the Suns players exchanged glances between Sue Yu and the unconscious Marbury, prompting them to take a collective step back. They had clearly witnessed Sue Yu's swift and decisive moves that had effortlessly toppled Marbury in mere moments. As Marbury was carried off on a stretcher for treatment, the referees hurried to review the play. Simultaneously, the large screen replayed the incident repeatedly, showcasing how Sue Yu had easily sidestepped Marbury's initial strike before executing a flawless combination to incapacitate him. Sue. Many female fans in attendance were captivated by Sue Yu's striking demeanor, chanting his name fervently. This, however, provoked a backlash from numerous fans, leading to a heated exchange of profanities from both sides. If Marbury were aware of the commotion, he would likely be seething with rage. Ultimately, after deliberation, the referees decided to eject Sue Yu, while Marbury received only a technical foul. Coach Popovich was highly dissatisfied, arguing that it was Marbury who initiated the conflict, making Sue Yu's expulsion unjust. If anyone should be ejected, it should certainly be Marbury, he asserted. Su, however, remained silent as he walked towards the player tunnel. Under the watchful eyes of teammates and fans. Good thing I foresaw this. A smirk crept onto Suyu's face as he returned to the locker room. Although ejected, he maintained his composure, feeling that the most embarrassing moment belonged to the unconscious Marbury. Suyu. Blitz was at a loss for words, lamenting the missed opportunity to rack up points. Blitz, do you expect me to just stand there and let him hit me? Suyu could not help but retort, Su, can't you remain calm? Once the match concludes, we can certainly find someone to teach him a lesson or even eliminate him. Blitz interjected. No, Blitz. Matters on the field should be resolved on the field. Su replied softly, acknowledging that he is, after all, human, possessing the full spectrum of emotions. The events that transpired on the field need not be resolved off of it. However, should others attempt to stir trouble off the court, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Stephen Marbury. Oh, Stephen Marbury, it would be wise for you to refrain from causing disturbances off the court. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing the divine. Blitz. Perhaps you could transmit a bit more to me, otherwise. Before Suyu could finish speaking, Blitz interrupted. Su, you have done enough. With your skills combined with my foresight, you are invincible. What about the firearms? Suyu couldn't help but ask. Isn't it me? I won't let you perish. Blitz replied confidently. Chapter 56. Perhaps I should simply find a brick and end it myself. Without Suyu, the San Antonio Spurs appeared somewhat flustered. Ill-prepared for the unfolding scenario. Particularly in their offensive strategy, they encountered significant difficulties. The team's interior duo, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, faced an all-too-familiar double-team defense. Confronted with such stringent defense, both Duncan and Robinson resorted to their usual tactic of passing the ball to their perimeter teammates. However, in the absence of Suyu, a reliable scoring anchor, the previously promising outside shooters seemed to have collectively lost their way, repeatedly missing their shots. The sound of the ball clanging against the rim echoed in a series of sharp, resounding clangs. Such dismal performance undoubtedly emboldened the Phoenix Suns, who grew increasingly audacious in launching relentless double-team assaults against the Spurs' interior. Inside the paint, Duncan and Robinson found themselves struggling under the relentless pressure as every catch, pivot, and shot became exceedingly arduous, their frustration palpable. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first half. Despite the Spurs' valiant defensive efforts to stay close on the scoreboard, their two prominent big men could not effectively breach the opponent's defense, ultimately trailing the Suns by 3 points with a score of 41-44. With faces marked by disappointment, the Spurs players slowly made their way back to the locker room. As they pushed open the locker room door, an astonishing sight met their eyes. Suyu, having been ejected, was seated there, blissfully indulging in a feast, appearing as though he had been starved for days. Upon seeing his teammates return, Suyu showed no surprise, simply moving his food to a corner and continuing to devour it, seemingly unfazed by both his ejection and the team's deficit. After all, this match held no bearing on him. Not only had he been expelled from the game, but he had also inadvertently sidelined the Suns' key player, Stephon Marbury. In that moment, Suyu was entirely absorbed in the realm of culinary delights, oblivious to the gazes of others. In no time, he had swept away every morsel of food, contentedly patting his belly and audibly letting out a loud belch, an indelicate display indeed. The sudden sound immediately captured everyone's attention, and the teammates simultaneously turned their heads, casting peculiar glances at Suyu. However, Suyu seemed oblivious to the scrutiny, continuing his course with nonchalance. He slowly rose to his feet and ambled toward Popovich with a languid gait. Upon reaching Popovich, Suyu casually remarked, "Coach, this match is of no concern to me, so I shall take my leave." Without awaiting Popovich's response, he turned and strolled towards the locker room, leaving a group of stunned teammates and a visibly displeased Popovich standing in place, as Suyu gently pushed open the grand door of the changing room. Just as it was on the verge of fully opening, his movements abruptly halted as if he had been ensnared by an unseen spell. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the cohort of teammates behind him, a mocking smile gracing his face. In a tone laced with jest, he remarked, "I must say, how is it possible that you could lose to a team so bereft of its core players? In my opinion, you might as well find a brick and end it all yourselves." With that, he strode out of the changing room without a backward glance. Suyu's words, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantaneously stirred ripples upon the surface. The San Antonio Spurs, who had been bewildered and powerless in the first half against their opponents, now emerged as if awakened from a deep slumber. In an instant, a fierce determination ignited in their eyes, as they eagerly prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Observing this transformation, Popovich couldn't help but smile, pondering to himself, indeed, CU possesses a unique ability. A mere handful of words can revitalize this group of young men. As anticipated, the second half commenced with the Spurs exhibiting a remarkable metamorphosis. On both offensive and defensive fronts, they displayed an unprecedented tenacity. Particularly in defense, the players coordinated seamlessly, providing no respite for the Phoenix Suns. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Suns had managed a mere 11 points throughout the entire period. In contrast, despite struggling with their perimeter shooting, the Spurs, bolstered by the formidable dominance of their twin towers in the paint, amassed 20 points in that quarter, successfully overturning the score. As they entered the pivotal fourth quarter, the Spurs did not relax their grip despite their lead. Rather, they maintained a high-intensity pressure on both ends of the court. Ultimately, after a fierce contest, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Phoenix Suns with a decisive score of 105-93, extending their winning streak to an impressive 20 consecutive victories, with an unblemished record of 20 wins and 0 losses. When the final buzzer sounded, the Spurs players erupted like a volcano, joyfully leaping in celebration, their cheers resounding deafeningly. Each face radiated uncontainable joy and excitement. "Let us go find Sue and settle the score," David Robinson shouted, his eyes gleaming with a mix of anger and anticipation. Before he finished speaking, he led the charge towards the locker room, with his teammates hastily following suit, even disregarding the reporters waiting for interviews on the sidelines. Upon bursting into the locker room, everyone swiftly retrieved their phones from their lockers, their fingers flying as they dialed Suyu's number. However, to their astonishment, the cold, mechanical voice on the line delivered the unwelcome news. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Damn it. Sue has actually turned off his phone. David Robinson couldn't help but curse, just as they were at a loss for what to do next. Tim Duncan suddenly had a brilliant idea and exclaimed, "No worries, let's send him a text. When he turns his phone back on, he'll see it, and we can all unleash our frustrations together." This idea was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other teammates, prompting everyone to swiftly compose text messages brimming with playful jests directed at Suyu. In an instant, the locker room resonated with the rhythmic tapping of keys, interspersed with occasional grumbles. Meanwhile, Suyu had already retreated to the hotel gym, determined to compensate for the points lost due to his expulsion by engaging in rigorous training. Chapter 57. The Fortunate Suyu Dam. After the match concluded, Stephen Marbury, who had been knocked unconscious by a kick from Suyu, finally regained consciousness. The vivid image of being struck down by Suyu ignited a fiery wrath within him. Subsequently, he joined his team in addressing the media, unleashing a torrent of vitriol against Suyu. The reporters were thrilled by the spectacle. On the other side, the players of the San Antonio Spurs, having completed their post-match interviews, hurried back to the hotel, racing to Suyu's room. They rang the doorbell but received no response. "He must be in the gym," Tony Parker suddenly realized and alerted the group. Without hesitation, they dashed to the gym, where indeed, they found Suyu drenched in sweat from his strenuous workout. "Sue, we won, and you owe us a proper apology," David Robinson exclaimed. With David's prompt, the other teammates joined in the collective admonishment of Suyu. In the face of their rebuke, Suyu remained remarkably composed, pausing his workout to grab a towel and wipe away the sweat. "Winning is enough. You all can return now, so as not to disturb my training," he replied casually. The San Antonio Spurs teammates were taken aback. Continuing, Suyu added, "We have a back-to-back game against the Utah Jazz tomorrow night, so you should all hurry and rest." Upon hearing Suyu's words, the Spurs players finally grasped the situation. They needed to rest instead of berating Suyu. However, Tony Parker, slightly slower on the uptake, looked at Suyu and asked, "So, Sue, you're still training here?" His implication was clear. Why was Suyu still training instead of taking a break? Suyu cast a bewildered glance at Tony Parker. "Tony, you truly are a novice," Sue exclaimed, aware that his actions on the court would undoubtedly result in a suspension, rendering him unable to participate in tomorrow night's back-to-back game. After delivering this remark, David Robinson promptly pulled Tony Parker away. Suyu gazed at the silhouettes of his teammates before immersing himself once more in his training. Suyu was acutely aware that a suspension was inevitable. However, he also understood that it would not be prolonged, especially with the much-anticipated Christmas showdown approaching. This season's Christmas clash was set to feature the San Antonio Spurs versus the Los Angeles Lakers. It is safe to say that fans were brimming with excitement for this titanic encounter. In fact, David Stern had begun promoting the match long before. Meanwhile, Greg Popovich promptly convened his assistant coaches to discuss potential adjustments to the team should Suyu face suspension. Popovich even harbored concerns that Suyu might miss the Christmas battle altogether, as the Spurs' ability to triumph over the Lakers, led by the formidable OK duo, remained uncertain without him. Fortunately, the following morning at 9 a.m., the NBA officially announced the incident involving Stephen Marbury and Suyu from the previous day's game between the Spurs and the Phoenix Suns. The league imposed a penalty, suspending both players for 3 games. The victim, Stephen Marbury, was particularly disgruntled, having been knocked out by a kick, yet facing the same 3-game suspension. At that moment, David Stern could hardly contain his frustration towards Marbury, wondering why he would provoke his lucrative star. Thankfully, his star possessed exceptional prowess. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. For Suyu, this incident proved to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Not only would he be able to participate in the highly anticipated Christmas showdown, but he also deftly evaded the grueling schedule that followed. The San Antonio Spurs were about to face a series of daunting challenges. First, they would embark on a back-to-back journey to confront the Utah Jazz, stationed high in the Utah Plateau. Next, they would have to swiftly travel to the Denver Plateau for a match against the Denver Nuggets. Following that, they would return home to face the formidable Western Conference rivals, the Portland Trail Blazers. It is no exaggeration to assert that the 3 consecutive battles leading up to the Christmas showdown were of nightmarish difficulty for the Spurs. Setting aside the formidable strength of their opponents, the relentless string of away games, particularly the back-to-back challenges in 2 high-altitude arenas, posed an exceedingly rigorous test of endurance for the Spurs players. Even more daunting was the fact that the clash with the Utah Jazz would be a back-to-back affair. However, due to his suspension, Suyu found himself insulated from this torturous stretch of games. Remarkably, this suspension incident also unexpectedly garnered him a considerable influx of female admirers. It was solely due to Suyu's remarkably graceful kick when he faced off against Stephon Marbury that he garnered such admiration. Upon the team's arrival in Utah, a throng of enthusiastic female fans awaited him at the airport. Clad in jerseys emblazoned with Suyu's name and number, they held high banners in support of him, creating a truly spectacular scene. As Suyu's figure emerged into their view, a deafening chorus erupted. Su, Su, Su. The waves of cheers rose and fell like the tides, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. Meanwhile, the other players of the San Antonio Spurs could only watch enviously, their hearts brimming with admiration and jealousy. Faced with such fervent supporters, Suyu's face radiated a brilliant smile as he instinctively quickened his pace toward the charming fans. After all, these devoted admirers had braved the cold to welcome him, and it would be rather ungracious not to say a word. Thus, he warmly approached the crowd of fans, engaging in delightful conversation, thoroughly enjoying their playful interactions as they playfully bumped into him. The excitement surged as the fans squealed with delight upon seeing their idol approach, their exhilaration impossible to articulate. Soon after, Suyu began to sign autographs and take photographs with each of them, a series of gestures that left the fans immensely satisfied, radiant smiles blossoming on every face. Even during the autograph session, a few mischievous fans seized the moment to sneakily poke at Suyu. Yet he not only remained unperturbed but laughed joyfully in response, internally wishing for more such playful encounters. Simultaneously, he caught sight of his teammates' faces, a mixture of envy and jealousy, which secretly delighted him, causing the corners of his mouth to lift even higher. After all, being attractive does attract numerous female admirers. The players of the San Antonio Spurs could only grumble in discontent. Initially, Suyu had disembarked the plane with ease, but upon exiting the airport, he found himself laden with an abundance of gifts from his fans, which he graciously accepted. Naturally, he intended to reciprocate their kindness, entrusting Pep Dor with the task of arranging gifts of luxurious cosmetics for these dedicated fans in the coming days. Chapter 58. Consecutive defeats on the plateau. The thunderous cheers swelled like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Energy Solutions arena, as if it might lift the structure from its foundation. At that moment, the massive electronic screen displayed the score clearly, 102-89. The Utah Jazz triumphed over the San Antonio Spurs by a margin of 13 points, decisively ending the Spurs' 20-game-winning streak and delivering them their first defeat of the season. 3 hours prior, as the match approached, the dynamic duo of Utah, during their pre-game interview, confidently proclaimed their intent to halt the San Antonio Spurs winning streak within the confines of their Energy Solutions arena. Despite the relentless passage of time, the age of the Utah duo has not diminished their tenacity on the court. Karl Malone continues to exhibit remarkable athletic prowess this season, averaging an impressive 22 for points, 8, 6 rebounds, 4, 3 assists, and 9 steals per game. His esteemed counterpart, John Stockton, equally relentless, consistently contributes 13 for points, 3, 2 rebounds, 8, 2 assists, and 2 steals per outing. Such dazzling performances serve as undeniable evidence that this once dominant pairing remains formidable, their prowess undiminished. Conversely, the visiting San Antonio Spurs face a multitude of challenges. Firstly, this contest falls on the heels of a back-to-back game, inevitably impacting the players' stamina. Secondly, they find themselves competing in an away game situated at high altitude. In stark contrast, the Utah Jazz enjoy a distinct advantage, benefiting from favorable conditions in terms of time, terrain, and team morale. Consequently, prior to the commencement of the game, prevailing sentiments suggested that the Utah Jazz's chances of victory were steadily increasing. With a sharp whistle, the match officially commenced. Despite the Utah Jazz enjoying the advantages of home court, favorable conditions, and even the absence of their opponent's prolific scorer, Suyu, who typically averages over 20 points per game, the overall strength of the San Antonio Spurs remained superior. From the outset of the first quarter, the Spurs displayed formidable dominance, orchestrating relentless offensive assaults centered around their twin towers in the paint. With remarkable teamwork and efficient offensive strategies, the Spurs amassed an impressive 31 points in the opening quarter, akin to an unstoppable torrent. Simultaneously, their defense proved exceptionally robust, successfully limiting the Jazz's scoring to a mere 20 points. Consequently, at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Spurs had established a commanding 11-point lead, prompting a satisfied smile from Coach Popovich, who understood the significance of a strong start and felt that maintaining such momentum would likely lead to an inevitable victory over the Jazz. However, the course of the game soon deviated from Popovich's expectations. As both teams entered their rotations, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Spurs bench players faltered, revealing noticeable weaknesses on both offensive and defensive fronts. Seizing the opportunity, the Jazz mounted a frenetic counterattack, scoring from multiple angles and swiftly erasing the previously significant deficit, even taking the lead. By halftime, the Jazz found themselves ahead by 3 points, with a score of 56-53. Witnessing this turn of events in the locker room, Suyu could only shake his head in dismay, recognizing that the unfolding situation boded ill for their prospects. If they failed to establish an advantage in the first half, compounded by the evident fatigue of the players, reversing the tide in the second half would prove exceedingly challenging. As anticipated, despite Popovich's motivational efforts and tactical adjustments during the halftime break, the issue of fatigue began to plague the Spurs as the second half progressed. Confronted with the Jazz's rapid offensive tempo and tenacious defensive strategy, the Spurs struggled to keep pace. By the end of the third quarter, the scoreboard indicated a 9-point deficit for San Antonio. As they entered the crucial fourth quarter, matters deteriorated further, with the Jazz capitalizing on every opportunity to extend their lead. The Spurs resembled a sailboat adrift without power, struggling to navigate through tumultuous waters. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Popovich reluctantly opted to strategically concede the game, pulling his starters with just over 5 minutes remaining to conserve their strength for future contests. Ultimately, the Spurs succumbed to a final score of 89-102, a 13-point loss that marked the end of their winning streak, leaving their record at 20 wins and 1 loss. The following day, major sports newspapers focused on the Jazz's successful termination of the Spurs' winning streak, with headlines dominating the news. However, merely a day later, the Spurs faced the Denver Nuggets on the road. With the absence of key perimeter defender Suyu, the remaining defensive stalwart, Bruce Bowen, left the Spurs' once sturdy defense vulnerable. In contrast, the Nuggets' 3 perimeter players were in fine form at home, unleashing a barrage of offensive firepower. Throughout the game, their coordinated efforts resulted in consistent scoring both inside and out. The Spurs' perimeter defense crumbled under such overwhelming pressure, failing to contain their opponent's scoring. When the final buzzer sounded, the score was fixed at 102-95, with the Nuggets triumphing by a 7-point margin, handing the Spurs their second consecutive defeat and bringing their overall record to 20 wins and 2 losses. The recent consecutive defeats of the San Antonio Spurs have swiftly ignited a fervent wave of discussion among media journalists and passionate fans alike. with a cacophony of voices rising in unison. Some have vehemently asserted that without Suyu, the Spurs are akin to a ship devoid of its captain, unable to navigate the turbulent seas of competition. Others have bluntly declared, without Suyu, this team is utterly inconsequential. However, amidst the relentless tide of external criticism and skepticism, the atmosphere within the heart of the San Antonio Spurs remains surprisingly tranquil, as if such remarks hold no sway over them whatsoever. This calm can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the team has recently endured a series of away games, culminating in 2 consecutive matches at high altitude that have drained the players' stamina to its limits, leaving them little room to heed the external clamor. Secondly, Suyu's absence has rendered the team noticeably disoriented on both offensive and defensive fronts. Yet, despite these challenges, all members of the Spurs, including Suyu, exhibit an undeniable exhilaration, for after an arduous and protracted journey on the road, they are finally set to return home. After all, no hotel can compare to the comfort of one's own nest. Chapter 59, Here I Come, Los Angeles. On the evening of December 19th at 7 p.m., the iconic Alamodome, home to the San Antonio Spurs, prepares to host a thrilling matchup against the Portland Trail Blazers. The long-awaited return to home turf has left fans eagerly anticipating the clash. Even before the game commences, the arena is enveloped in a crescendo of deafening cheers, the collective roar reminiscent of a tide threatening to breach the dome and ascend to the heavens. This electrifying atmosphere not only ignites the spirits of the home players but also imposes immense psychological pressure upon the visiting Trailblazers. Yet, undaunted by the formidable home advantage and the resounding support, the Trailblazers exhibit no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, they are poised and ready, their eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. In their eyes, the Spurs, stripped of Suyu and reeling from 2 consecutive losses, appear far from being worthy adversaries. It is essential to note that the Trailblazers are currently riding a wave of 4 consecutive victories. They are resolute in their belief that they can maintain their steady performance, advancing with caution, and thus, victory in this contest seems assured. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game officially commences. The Trailblazers, bursting with confidence, take to the court, with players eagerly attempting shots from the perimeter. However, their impatience proves detrimental, as their shooting touch is as frigid as an iron block in the depths of winter, with the ball clanging against the rim time and again, the sound of missed shots echoing throughout the arena. They are on the verge of becoming Portland's own blacksmiths. The San Antonio Spurs astutely seized upon their opponent's vulnerabilities. Under the guidance of their stalwart leader, Tim Duncan, they launched a swift counterattack, firmly asserting control over the game. Tim Duncan, a veritable bastion in the paint, demonstrated his remarkable physical prowess, executing powerful leaps to score despite the relentless defense posed by the adversaries. Even when confronted by double or triple teams, Duncan displayed unwavering resolve, opting for aggressive drives that frequently culminated in successful baskets. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, signaling Duncan's successful conversion of a 2-1 play. This evening, Duncan's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, showcasing his overwhelming dominance in the first quarter with an impressive tally of 5 successful shots out of 6 attempts, complemented by a flawless 6 for 6 from the free throw line. He concluded the quarter with a remarkable 16 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block, propelling the team to a commanding 31-15 lead at the end of the first quarter, establishing a solid foundation for victory. As the game transitioned into the second quarter, the Portland Trail Blazers head coach sought to exploit the Spurs' vulnerability in their bench players, hoping to narrow the score gap into single digits. It is worth noting that, despite the Spurs' formidable performance this season, they were not without their weaknesses. Their most significant shortcoming lay within their bench unit, which often resulted in negative effects whenever they took the court. However, the reason for the Spurs' impressive 20-game winning streak was undoubtedly their exceptional starting lineup. Throughout the season's opening matches, the Spurs starters had outscored their opponent's starting units by an astounding average of 27 points, a statistic that is truly terrifying. Yet, in this particular game, the Trail Blazers coach's strategy completely backfired. As the second quarter commenced, the Spurs bench players did not become the liability the Portland coach had anticipated. Instead, led by Travion Graham and Malik Rose, the bench players grew increasingly emboldened, relentlessly expanding the point differential between the two teams. As the whistle for the first half resonated, the outcome became decidedly apparent. At this juncture, the San Antonio Spurs held a commanding lead of 21 points, effectively ushering the game into a state of irrelevance. Despite the valiant efforts of the Portland Trail Blazers in the second half to reverse their fortunes and close the gap, the Spurs stood resolute like an impregnable fortress, steadfastly safeguarding their territory and granting their opponents no opportunity to narrow the deficit to single digits. Regardless of the Trail Blazers' struggles, the Spurs maintained unwavering control over the game's dynamics, consistently preserving a lead of no less than 10 points. With the final whistle's echo, the match reached its conclusion. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Portland Trail Blazers with a significant score of 109-89, thereby ending their two-game losing streak. Their overall record now stands at 21 wins and 2 losses, firmly securing their position atop the Western Conference. In the luxurious confines of his private cinema, Suyu reclined comfortably in an exquisite armchair, relishing the delectable dishes before him, while his unwavering gaze remained fixed on the expansive screen, fully engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. As the final whistle sounded, this remarkable contest drew to a close, simultaneously heralding the conclusion of Suyu's suspension. Suyu could not help but extend his tongue to gently caress the slightly upturned lips adorned with a contented smile. His eyes, already sparkling with intensity, now shimmered with a brilliance akin to that of dazzling stars. Softly, he murmured, "Here I come, Los Angeles." Upon hearing Suyu's soliloquy, Blitz found himself quietly pondering. Given his understanding of Suyu, he felt that the latter's excitement was not solely due to the impending highly anticipated Christmas showdown against the championship-winning Los Angeles Lakers. In truth, Blitz's suspicions were not unfounded. While Suyu was indeed brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming Christmas battle, his exhilaration stemmed not only from the chance to compete against the two-time champions, the Lakers. What truly ignited Suyu's uncontainable joy was the enduring reputation of Los Angeles as the City of Angels, renowned for its abundance of exquisite beauties. With each thought of this enchanting city, Suyu found it increasingly difficult to quell his restless heart, his emotions soaring higher. At that moment, it seemed as though countless captivating women were beckoning to him. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Pep, quickly arrange the itinerary. I must fly to Los Angeles at once." "Certainly, boss." Upon receiving the directive, Pep Dort did not dare to delay. He swiftly turned and set about preparing the necessary arrangements. That very evening, Suyu boarded a private jet en route to Los Angeles. Chapter 60, The City of Angels, Los Angeles time ticked away, and the much-anticipated Christmas showdown that had fans eagerly awaiting was steadily approaching, set for the 25th. Undoubtedly, this Christmas battle garnered the attention of countless fans, featuring 2 immensely thrilling, electrifying games. One match showcased the Philadelphia 76ers facing off against the Toronto Raptors, where Allen Iverson and Vince Carter would once again clash in a fierce rivalry. The other match saw the Los Angeles Lakers taking on the San Antonio Spurs, with Kobe and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal pitted against Tim Duncan and David Robinson in a pinnacle contest. It was clear that both encounters were steeped in history and rivalry. Last season, the Philadelphia 76ers had triumphed over the Toronto Raptors to reach the Eastern Conference Finals, with their series stretching to a full 7 games. Both Allen Iverson and Vince Carter delivered performances of the highest caliber, with Iverson averaging an impressive 33.7 points, 4 rebounds, 6, 9 assists, and 3.1 steals, while Carter boasted averages of 34 points, 6, 5 rebounds, 5, 6 assists, 1, 9 steals, and 2 blocks. The Los Angeles Lakers advanced by triumphing over the San Antonio Spurs, who suffered the misfortune of being swept from the competition. It can be said that the Spurs were resolutely determined to win this match, even though there were a full 5 days until the game. The entire Spurs team boarded a flight to Los Angeles on the morning of the 20th. Of course, Suyu had already arrived in Los Angeles earlier. In light of this, Popovich expressed his discontent, and upon seeing Suyu in Los Angeles, he engaged in a lengthy reprimand. As Suyu listened with one ear and let the words flow out of the other, he could not help but assure Coach Popovich, "I promise there will be no next time." To which Popovich responded with silence. In the end, Popovich chose to show mercy and let Suyu off the hook. Suyu swiftly turned and departed, his footsteps briskly carrying him towards the parking lot as if propelled by a gust of wind. Despite his return being for the purpose of participating in team training, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return to his villa in Los Angeles as soon as the session concluded. For him, the night was the true realm of possibilities, brimming with infinite potential. Just as Suyu was nearing his car, a sleek sports vehicle, a whirlwind of figures led by David Robinson surged in closely behind him. As Suyu approached his car and reached for the door handle, David Robinson dashed forward, blocking his path with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and inquired, "Hey, Sue, do you have any exciting plans for tonight?" Sue did not even lift his eyelids and responded without hesitation, "Of course there is." With that, he waved his hand to signal David Robinson and the others to clear the way, urging them anxiously, "Hurry up and get out of the way. Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, those beautiful women will be snatched away by someone else." Upon hearing this, the eyes of David Robinson and his companions instantly brightened, as if they envisioned countless beauties beckoning to them. Immediately, they gathered around Suyu, pleading in unison, "Sue, take us along." After a moment's hesitation, Suyu finally nodded in agreement. "All right, let's get in the car quickly. But the rest of you will have to figure out your own transportation." No sooner had he finished speaking than he deftly slipped into the driver's seat of the sports car. Meanwhile, David Robinson cast a fierce glare at the other teammates, warning them not to even think about contesting him for the passenger seat. After successfully intimidating them, David Robinson smugly settled into the co-pilot's seat. With the sound of the car door closing, Suyu pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the sports car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the parking lot. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle vanished at the end of the road, racing towards Suyu's private villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, David Robinson cast a skeptical glance at Suyu in the driver's seat and said, "Sue." Suyu crossed his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at him askance, preemptively stating, "David, are you really going to go out hunting for beauty looking so unkempt? No wonder you struggle to attract the women you desire." He continued, "Come on, let my professional makeup team give you a proper makeover." Hearing this, David Robinson seemed to wake from a dream, nodding vigorously in agreement. He obediently stood still, allowing Suyu's makeup team to work their magic. Before long, after a meticulous transformation, David Robinson appeared completely reborn, exuding a refreshing aura. When the other teammates arrived at the villa and saw this, they could no longer contain their curiosity and excitement, eagerly requesting the makeup team to create new looks for them as well. In an instant, the once rugged basketball players were transformed into a group of suave male models. Looking at this striking ensemble of partners before him, Suyu nodded in satisfaction and then led everyone directly to the garage, waving his hand generously, proclaiming, "Brothers, feel free to choose any car here as your ride for tonight." Having spoken, Suyu paid no heed to the others, swiftly retreating into his sleek sports car. With a low, rumbling roar, he sped towards the largest bar in Los Angeles like an arrow released from a bow. Moments later, his vehicle came to a smooth halt before the establishment. He alighted with grace and sauntered through the bar's entrance. Instantly, his impeccably styled hair and strikingly handsome visage captured the attention of numerous ladies present, their gazes filled with admiration, all fixated upon him. Yet, in the face of such fervent adoration, Suyu remained remarkably composed, refraining from hastily engaging with the women. Instead, he leisurely approached the bar, ordered a fine drink, and sipped from his glass with an air of nonchalance, while subtly surveying his surroundings with keen eyes. At that moment, his gaze unexpectedly locked onto a voluptuous blonde in a distant corner. Upon closer inspection, he felt a stirring within. Not only was she stunning, but there was also an undeniable familiarity in her features. Without a hint of hesitation, Suyu set down his glass and strode purposefully towards the blonde. Chapter 61. Peter, are you not prepared to shed some blood for the Christmas battle? OMG. Tony Parker's eyes widened in envy as he watched Suyu effortlessly depart with the beautiful woman in his arms. He stood there, a wave of despondency washing over him. Look at him, effortlessly whisking away a stunning beauty, while he, on the other hand, had yet to even find a target. As time inexorably ticks away, Tony Parker stands helplessly, witnessing his teammates one by one finding their desired companions and departing the bar in pairs. Some of his teammates even cast smug glances in his direction, as if flaunting their conquests. Meanwhile, he is left standing alone, a picture of desolation. The following day, as the sun rises, major media outlets in Los Angeles erupt with shocking headlines. Boldly proclaimed, San Antonio Spurs players indulge in late-night revelry, ignoring the Los Angeles Lakers. The article vividly recounts the scene of Spurs players, led by David Robinson and Suyu, frequenting nightclubs, even providing photographic evidence of their departure. The piece bluntly criticizes these players for seemingly disregarding the imminent Christmas showdown. This report instantly ignites a fervor online, with fans from both sides engaging in a vociferous war of words. Spurs supporters expressed their outrage at the behavior of their players, condemning them for being irresponsible and choosing to revel at such a critical moment. Conversely, Lakers fans seize the opportunity to mock the Spurs players for their arrogance, arguing that their mere achievement of a 20-game winning streak has led to a sense of entitlement, as if they no longer consider their rivals worthy of respect. Some zealous Lakers fans even resurrect last season's sweeping victory over the Spurs to assert that the Lakers' superiority far surpasses that of San Antonio. Naturally, Spurs fans are not inclined to remain silent in the face of such derision, and they swiftly mount a counterattack. Damn it! Our criticisms of the team are internal matters. What business is it of you outsiders? In no time, fans from both sides engage in a verbal skirmish even before the game has commenced. Meanwhile, the group of players, led by David Robinson and Suyu, faces stern repercussions from Coach Popovich. With a grim expression, Popovich announces an additional 20 sessions of high-intensity training for them. He bellows, "If you have so much energy for nightclubs, then channel that excess into your training." Upon hearing this punishment, David Robinson groans in despair, muttering grievances about the meddlesome media. "Damn it, I could just strangle those troublemaking journalists." Standing beside him, Suyu shoots him an exasperated glance, retorting, "What good is merely talking?" David Robinson, left speechless and burdened with a grim expression, could only close his mouth in resignation. Meanwhile, Suyu took decisive action. He instructed Annie to conduct a thorough investigation to uncover which media outlets were stoking the flames behind the scenes and commanded that, if feasible, they should be acquired outright. Should acquisition prove impossible, alternative strategies must be devised to undermine them. After all, those who dared to provoke him were clearly courting disaster and seeking their own demise. Upon receiving her orders, Annie wasted no time and immediately immersed herself in the urgent investigation. Before long, she reported to Suyu that her extensive inquiries had revealed the instigators of the incident were subsidiaries of 3 major media companies based in Los Angeles. Suyu cast a glance at Blitz perched upon his shoulder and declared, "Blitz, I am counting on you. I shall ensure they pay a hefty price." Blitz, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, its electronic eyes flickered slightly as they fixed their gaze upon Suyu. In a grave tone, it stated, "Su, your training attitude has been somewhat lackadaisical of late." Upon hearing this, Suyu instantly comprehended Blitz's implication. His countenance shifted to one of mild embarrassment, and he promptly nodded in acquiescence, exclaiming, "Very well, Blitz, I acknowledge my fault. From this moment forth, I vow to curtail my leisure outings and dedicate more of my energy to training." Witnessing Suyu's earnest admission and commitment, Blitz nodded in satisfaction and unhesitatingly initiated action. Simultaneously, Suyu swiftly contacted Annie, issuing directives for her to proceed with the tasks as originally planned. Thus commenced a thrilling commercial showdown that day, engulfing the entirety of Los Angeles, with the 3 illustrious media conglomerates bearing the brunt of an unprecedented upheaval. The market experienced tumultuous fluctuations, with stock prices soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster. Seizing the chaotic situation, Annie decisively engaged in extensive acquisitions of numerous subsidiaries belonging to these 3 media companies. Shortly thereafter, she ruthlessly undertook a comprehensive reshuffling and reorganization of these firms, expelling the existing management and staff without exception. Although rehiring personnel would demand considerable time and effort, this was the price for inciting his wrath. Not even the foot soldiers executing orders were spared. Suyu does not take the initiative to provoke others. Yet one should not provoke him either. "Boss, I have successfully completed the acquisition as per your instructions," came Annie's excited voice from the other end of the line. "Excellent." Annie continued to intensify the acquisition efforts. Suyu unhesitatingly issued a new directive. Upon hearing this, Annie was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired, "What? Are we to continue?" Indeed, this time, the acquisition pertains to shares of the 3 major media corporations. Suyu responded with unwavering decisiveness. No sooner had his words left his lips than Annie instantly grasped his intention. Promptly, she sprang into action, diligently orchestrating the subsequent acquisition affairs. Merely a few days later, through exceptional strategy and remarkable execution, Suyu successfully became the major shareholder of the 3 leading media companies in Los Angeles. Thank you, Blitz. Without your assistance, this acquisition would not have unfolded so smoothly and swiftly. Suyu expressed her gratitude to Blitz, the formidable intelligence, without delay. It was undoubtedly Blitz that facilitated the swift acquisition of shares in the 3 major media companies in Los Angeles. Simultaneously, and, who had been closely monitoring the unfolding events, found herself increasingly in awe of her enigmatic boss. She recognized that Su Yu possessed an extraordinary business acumen and decisive decision-making ability, enabling her to effortlessly command the situation. Meanwhile, Peter Holt observed everything keenly and promptly dialed Su Yu's number. "Su, was all of this orchestrated by you?" Peter inquired directly. "Of course, Peter. Who else could it be? If they dared to provoke me, they must inevitably face the consequences." Su Yu unabashedly exuded confidence and dominance. Upon hearing this, Peter Holt could not help but nod in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, Su. I never imagined you would resolve matters with these three major media companies so swiftly. However, those companies are indeed unfortunate. Why provoke anyone but you? They are in for quite an ordeal." As he spoke, Peter Holt even took a moment to silently mourn for the three media companies, as if he had already foreseen their grim fate. "By the way, Peter, are you planning to make a splash in the Christmas showdown?" Su Yu seized the opportunity to inquire. Peter Holt, Chapter 62, Reward, 50,000 USD. On December 25th, in the vast expanse of country, the annual Christmas celebration shone like a brilliant lighthouse, illuminating the entire nation. This day is undoubtedly of immense significance, bustling with fervor and joy for the people of country. Consequently, David Stern meticulously orchestrated a spectacular Christmas showdown to complement this grand occasion. Typically, only the most popular players or formidable teams within the league graced this stage. In this season's Christmas showdown, the four participating teams not only possessed extraordinary strength but also boasted at least one beloved superstar adored by fans. Moreover, the previous verbal skirmish between Los Angeles fans and those of the San Antonio Spurs heightened the intensity of this year's Christmas clash. As the referee's whistle echoed, the first two teams to take the stage were the Philadelphia 76ers and the Toronto Raptors. From the outset, the star players Allen Iverson and Vince Carter swiftly found their rhythm, unleashing their respective scoring frenzies. The court became a dazzling display of athleticism. Iverson, with his lightning speed and nimble dribbling skills, repeatedly breached the defense, effortlessly executing layups. Meanwhile, Carter showcased his astonishing leaping ability and exceptional shooting touch, raining three-pointers that swished through the net. The two superstars, each refusing to yield, exhibited their prowess, providing the live audience and countless fans watching from their screens with an unparalleled visual feast. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the whistle, the first quarter of the match came to a close. Ultimately, after a thrilling contest, the Philadelphia 76ers held a narrow lead over the Toronto Raptors, with a score of 21-20. As the second quarter commenced, the dynamics of the game shifted with the introduction of the bench players from both teams. The Raptors' substitutes surged onto the court like tigers descending from the mountains, unleashing an impressive display of vigor. With their seamless coordination and incisive offense, they swiftly overturned the score within a mere 2.5 minutes. Seizing this opportune moment, the Raptors head coach made a decisive substitution, promptly bringing the starters back into play. Under the guidance of Vince Carter, the team firmly grasped the lead, maintaining it until the conclusion of the first half. The score settled at 46-42, with the Toronto Raptors advancing into the second half with a slender 4-point advantage. Meanwhile, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the atmosphere in the visiting locker room was somewhat tense. The entire San Antonio Spurs team was intently watching the first half game footage of the Philadelphia 76ers and Toronto Raptors. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, the door slowly opened, and Coach Popovich stepped inside. Observing his players, they all lifted their heads in unison, their gazes fixed upon him. Popovich surveyed the room and cleared his throat, stating, "Gentlemen, I have just received some excellent news. Our owner has expressed unprecedented importance regarding the upcoming Christmas showdown. He has made it clear that if we secure victory in this match, not only will each player receive a generous bonus of 50,000, but every staff member present will also share in this joy. So let us give it our all." His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement throughout the locker room. The atmosphere erupted with enthusiasm, with all but one, Su Yu, beaming with uncontainable excitement. After all, a bonus of 50,000 in 2001 is no trifling sum. It is worth noting that even a typical family, after a year of hard labor, would find it difficult to earn such an amount, especially for those in roles such as assistant coaches and trainers, whose earnings often fall significantly below that of the minimum salary players. Let us go. We must win this game. Come on. Whether we can claim that 50,000 depends entirely on you. The assistant coaches and fitness trainers shouted in unison towards the players. Their gazes were firmly fixed on the athletes on the court, their eyes brimming with anticipation and encouragement. The fervent cheers from the crowd invigorated the players, who were eager and ready to prove themselves. Rest assured, we shall give our utmost effort. Indeed, this is not merely about your $50,000, but a shared aspiration for all of us. We must secure victory tonight and avenge our sweep in last season's playoffs. In an instant, the morale of the entire team soared like a rocket, with players exuding confidence and determination. Observing this, Popovich couldn't help but glance at the composed Suyu seated in the corner. Peter had not only informed him of this news, but also jested about how Suyu had picked his pocket. Upon hearing this, Popovich burst into laughter. It seemed that having Suyu on the team was indeed advantageous. At the very least, he could reach into the owner's pocket. Even with his familiarity with Peter, he wouldn't dare attempt such a thing, nor could he bring himself to speak of it. Clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention, Popovich signaled for the players to look over. He promptly unveiled the tactical board, reiterating the strategy for the upcoming Christmas showdown. Time ticked away as the much-anticipated Christmas clash between the Los Angeles Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs approached. Amidst the announcer's introduction and the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, Lakers players emerged one by one from the tunnel. When the iconic Shaquille O'Neal made his entrance, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, chanting, "MVP, MVP, MVP." The Big Diesel, basking in the adulation of the audience, stepped onto the court. As Suyu gazed intently at the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Unable to contain his excitement, Suyu instinctively licked his lips, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, yearning for the action to commence. He then murmured to himself, "Blitz." At some, Suyu accumulated a total of 41,735 points from the competitions and training over the past few days, in addition to the remaining points from before. Speed, 87 to 90. Jumping, 82 to 83. After enhancing his attributes, Suyu felt an overwhelming surge of power, feeling capable of performing 7 times in one night without issue. Following a grand opening ceremony, both teams engaged in their warm-ups. Once the warm-ups concluded, the starting players from both sides removed their jackets and stepped onto the court. The on-site commentator took the opportunity to introduce the starting players to the fans present and those watching on television. The starting players for the San Antonio Spurs included Tony Parker, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The starting players for the Los Angeles Lakers consisted of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Rick Fox, Samaki Walker, and the great Shaquille O'Neal. With a sharp whistle, the game was about to commence. Chapter 63. Kobe, rookie, just you wait. With a resounding crack, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs their first offensive possession of the match. Quick as a flash, Tony Parker seized the ball and raced across half-court. Just past the halfway line, Tony Parker passed the ball to Suyu at his side. In the fleeting moment when Suyu received the ball, his defender, Kobe, immediately sensed the gravity of the situations, adopting a defensive stance with eyes as sharp as a hawk, fixated on Suyu. Prior to the game, Coach Phil Jackson had stressed the utmost importance of keeping a vigilant eye on Suyu, ensuring he would not be afforded any opportunity to shoot. Yet, Suyu had no intention of initiating an offensive play himself. After all, he had yet to refine his one-on-one skills to a top-tier level. Instead, he merely held the ball, biding his time until Tim Duncan established his position in the low post. With a swift maneuver, Tim Duncan found his place in the low post, extending his arms wide to effectively shield his defender, Samaki Walker, behind him, and then reached out for the ball. Understanding the cue, Suyu deftly lofted the ball, delivering it securely into Duncan's grasp. Without hesitation, Suyu darted to the corner, with Kobe shadowing him closely. From the sidelines, Coach Popovich couldn't help but allow a slight smile to surface. It was noteworthy that in the previous season, Tim Duncan struggled to command the low post. The moment the ball reached him, he would invariably face double teams, particularly from perimeter defenders. However, with Suyu, a formidable asset, on the team this season, Kobe was reluctant to collapse the defense. Tim Duncan seized the moment without hesitation, launching an aggressive assault against the retreating Samaki Walker. With a powerful thrust, he drove forward, forcing Walker to yield under the immense pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Duncan swiftly pivoted and leaped, executing a soft hook shot. With a satisfying swish, the ball nestled securely within the basket. The score stood at 2-0. Tim Duncan's graceful hook shot marked the team's inaugural points. On the Los Angeles Lakers bench, Coach Phil Jackson observed this unfolding scene, instinctively raising his hands and placing them gently over his heart. At that moment, an unmistakable seriousness began to emerge on his previously serene visage. It is well known that while Shaquille O'Neal, the dominant center, was nearly impossible to thwart one-on-one due to his unparalleled strength and authority, Tim Duncan possessed an equally formidable prowess in the power forward position. This superstar from the San Antonio Spurs had consistently haunted the dreams of countless opponents with his steady and efficient performance. This season, with Su Yu's addition, Duncan had been invigorated, greatly enhancing his offensive efficiency. Remarkably, even with a reduction in his average number of attempts compared to the previous season, Duncan's scoring had risen, accompanied by a notable increase in his shooting percentage. Reflecting on this, Phil Jackson couldn't help but silently lament how splendid it would be if Su Yu could join the ranks of the Los Angeles Lakers. Just imagine a lineup featuring Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe, and Su Yu. It would likely send tremors throughout the entire league. As the camera returned to the court, the Los Angeles Lakers resumed play, passing the ball to Derek Fisher, who leisurely dribbled past half-court. Once across the line, the imposing figure of Shaquille O'Neal charged towards the low post with the swiftness of a freight train. Like a colossal tank, he backed against David Robinson, effortlessly pushing aside his opponent with his formidable physique, securing an advantageous position with ease. From his elevated vantage point, Derek Fisher, quick-witted and agile, flicked his wrist, sending the ball like a bullet into Shaquille O'Neal's vicinity. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal transformed into a ferocious beast, unleashing a powerful offensive thrust against the steadfast David Robinson. The sheer force of his charge seemed capable of shattering any obstacle, leaving even the battle-hardened Robinson somewhat overwhelmed. At that critical moment, Tony Parker rushed back from the perimeter with astonishing speed, appearing like a phantom before O'Neal, applying considerable defensive pressure. Simultaneously, another stalwart, Tim Duncan, sensed the precarious situation and hurriedly made his way over, forming an impenetrable triad that ensnared O'Neal within their clutches. Faced with such a tight defensive formation, O'Neal opted against a direct confrontation. His keen eye scanned the court, spotting the unguarded Derek Fisher. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to him. Understanding the cue, Fisher sprang into action, leaping swiftly for a three-point shot. Just as he did, a shadow darted in from the side like a bolt of lightning. A player clad in black surged forward, leaping high with outstretched arms, and with all his might, swatted the ball away just as it left Fisher's fingertips. The sound echoed like thunder as the ball was sent careening out of bounds. Derek Fisher stood momentarily stunned, despite his modest height of 6 feet 1 inch, which rendered him shorter even for a point guard. He was rarely blocked due to his careful shot selection and higher arc. More crucially, his team boasted 2 superstars, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. How was it possible that, with O'Neal drawing 3 defenders, someone still managed to contest his shot? Fisher's eyes widened in realization. It was Su Yu. Shouldn't Su Yu be defending Kobe? How could he come over to intercept himself? Derek Fisher's face was filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Yu was immersed in the exhilaration of his speed at 90, thinking to himself, "Wow, this blitz is simply delightful at 90 speed." Blitz replied, "Of course. 100 speed is even more exhilarating." Su Yu was undoubtedly aware of this, yet reaching level 90 required a daunting 100,000 points for each advancement. The challenge was immense. Moreover, he decided to pause the acceleration of his progress and focus on elevating all other attributes to 90 first. Well done, Su. Brilliant work, Su. The players of the San Antonio Spurs rushed over to celebrate Su Yu's recent defensive achievement. Su Yu regained his composure and exchanged high-fives with his teammates. Not far away, Kobe silently observed this scene, his eyes aflame with intensity as he regarded Su Yu. To Kobe, it felt like a profound disrespect to overlook him. A formidable scorer averaging 26.8 points per game, in favor of defending Derek Fisher. Rookie, just wait. Chapter 64. Phil Jackson calls a timeout just 1 minute into the game. The Los Angeles Lakers prepared to inbound the ball once more, directing it back to Derek Fisher. However, the moment Fisher received the ball, Kobe, one of the team's leading figures, extended his hand, demanding the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Fisher passed it to him. The swift delivery of the ball prompted Su Yu, tasked with guarding Kobe, to take a half-step back, affording Kobe ample space to attempt a three-point shot. Su Yu's actions were akin to adding fuel to the fire, intensifying Kobe's fury. Without hesitation, Kobe launched a three-point shot. In response, a smirk appeared at the corner of Su Yu's mouth. Indeed, throughout the season thus far, Kobe had been averaging an impressive 26. 8 points per game as a prolific scorer. However, his three-point shooting percentage this season had been relatively low, standing at a mere 25. He averaged only 1.7 attempts per game, making 0.4. Thus, Suyu naturally allowed Kobe to take the three-point shot. Simultaneously, through the analysis of blitz strategies, Suyu became acutely aware that Kobe's shooting accuracy while contested by defenders was superior to that of an open shot. It was as if Kobe, while guarded, possessed an additional buff. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the front rim. Positioned beneath the basket, Tim Duncan and David Robinson swiftly established their positions, denying Shaquille O'Neal any opportunity to seize an offensive rebound. Ultimately, Tim Duncan securely protected the rebound, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly and precisely passed the ball to Tony Parker. Upon receiving the ball, Tony Parker surged forward like a bolt of lightning, accelerating rapidly. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash racing across the court, leaving spectators breathless. At this moment, the Los Angeles Lakers players were clearly caught off guard, unable to react in time. Meanwhile, Tony Parker, akin to a high-performance vehicle from France, unflinchingly pressed the accelerator to the maximum. He darted towards the opponent's basket as if in an uninhabited realm. Simultaneously, Kobe, who had been defending Suyu, recognized the imminent danger. He understood that if Tony Parker were allowed to attack the basket unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Thus, disregarding his focus on Suyu, he swiftly abandoned his opponent and lunged towards Tony Parker, attempting to disrupt his offensive rhythm and buy his teammates more time to return on defense. From the sidelines, Zen Master Phil Jackson observed this scene, his anxiety palpable. He immediately rose from his seat, exclaiming loudly, "Don't leave, Su." Prior to the game, Phil Jackson had meticulously watched all 18 games in which Suyu had participated this season. Through careful observation and analysis, he was astonished to discover a startling fact. Whenever Suyu received an open shot opportunity on the court, his shooting percentage astonishingly reached a staggering 100. The statistics were so alarming that coach Phil Jackson specifically cautioned Kobe before the game to ensure that Suyu was not afforded any easy shooting opportunities. However, the dynamics of the basketball court are perpetually fluid and unpredictable. At this moment, due to Tony Parker's swift advance, Kobe was compelled to relinquish his defense against Suyu and focus entirely on curbing Parker's offensive thrust. Consequently, Suyu found himself in an unassailable position, entirely unguarded. With unwavering focus, Tony Parker swiftly delivered the ball to Suyu with remarkable speed. It is worth noting that in the previous 3 games, Suyu's absence had resulted in a substantial decline of 3 assists in his statistics. On the court, Suyu resembles an additional machine for racking up assists. Thus, whenever Suyu finds himself in a position of openness, Tony Parker does not hesitate to pass the ball to him. I graciously accept this assist. The moment Suyu receives the ball, a brilliant green light instantly emanates from the floor beneath his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu leapt into action like an arrow released from its bow. His body gracefully paused in mid-air for a brief moment before he decisively released the ball. Just as the sphere slipped from his fingertips, Suyu, brimming with confidence, instinctively commenced his celebration. The celebration of Suyu has finally arrived at the Staples Center, blossoming in its grandeur. However, the fans within the arena were not impressed. As they witnessed this audacious rookie celebrating prematurely, a wave of discontent surged within them, prompting them to prepare to jeer and suppress Suyu's exuberance. Yet, before these jeers could escape their throats, a sharp swish echoed through the air as the ball, seemingly guided by fate, flawlessly nestled into the embrace of the net. This spectacular three-pointer rendered the fans, who had intended to boo, utterly speechless. The jeers they had prepared were abruptly lodged in their throats, unable to be voiced. In that moment, the fans at the Staples Center finally comprehended why this rookie was so beloved. The arena momentarily fell into a hushed silence, only to be broken by jubilant cheers from the San Antonio Spurs bench. The Spurs substitutes were ecstatic, exuberantly celebrating Suyu's remarkable three-pointer. Even the esteemed coach, Greg Popovich, could not restrain his applause. Despite his general disfavor for three-point tactics when employed by opponents, he felt genuine joy and satisfaction witnessing such a splendid display from his own player. At that moment, Popovich's double standards were on full display. With that three-pointer swishing through the net, the score instantaneously transformed to 5-0, establishing a favorable start for the San Antonio Spurs. Timeout. Zen Master Phil Jackson immediately called for a pause. This unexpected timeout astonished both the spectators and countless fans watching from home. It is well known that Phil Jackson rarely calls for a timeout, especially not just a minute into the game. Even more intriguing is that it is usually the opposing coach, Popovich, who opts for an early timeout, as the Los Angeles Lakers starting players hurried back to the bench. Zen Master Phil Jackson gravely instructed, "We must accelerate our defensive transition." Hearing their coach's directive, the starters nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards Kobe, his expression serious and tinged with discontent, stating, "Kobe, what did I emphasize before the game? You must not allow Suyu an easy shot. Just look at that last play. Why did you leave him open? Don't you realize that giving him space is tantamount to gifting them points? This Su has played a full 18 games, and whenever he receives an open shooting opportunity, his accuracy is a staggering 100%. In the aforementioned scenario, even if Tony were to break through for a layup and secure 2 points, one must never allow Su to take that 3-point shot. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The words of Zen Master Phil Jackson left the Los Angeles Lakers players astounded. They were well aware of Suyu's sharpshooting prowess. Yet they were taken aback by his staggering 100 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc. Truly outrageous. Understood. Kobe gritted his teeth in response. Having just been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the rookie Suyu during the recent offensive and defensive exchange. Chapter 65. A resounding 5-0 offensive surge as the brief timeout concluded. Both teams returned to the court. "Phil, why do I sense your considerable respect for this Spurs team?" Assistant coach Ford seized the opportunity to inquire. After all, Zen Master Phil Jackson was not one to call a timeout lightly. However, this match had exceeded all expectations. "Ford, this season, our most formidable adversary is likely to be the Spurs. If we can overcome them, a three-peat is within our grasp. But should we falter, our aspirations for a third consecutive championship would vanish." Zen Master Phil Jackson replied, revealing the depth of his concern regarding the San Antonio Spurs. At that moment, assistant coach Ford realized just how significant this matchup was to Zen Master Phil Jackson. He glanced toward the San Antonio Spurs on the court, musing to himself, are they truly that formidable? After all, they had swept the Spurs 4-0 in the previous season. Ford did not believe that the addition of two rookies could completely transform the Spurs into a formidable force capable of defeating them. Back on the court, the Los Angeles Lakers resumed their play with the ball being passed to Derek Fisher, who swiftly dribbled across half-court. As he crossed the line, Fisher flicked his wrist gently, and the ball soared like a well-trained bird, landing accurately in the hands of Rick Fox. Steadying himself, Fox's gaze fixated on the paint, where the dominant Shaquille O'Neal had established a commanding position, raising his arms to signal for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Fox lofted the ball into the post. Shaquille O'Neal received the pass securely, but in an instant, he was met with a double team. Bruce Bowen darted in like an arrow, swiftly joining David Robinson to form a formidable defensive wall around the Big Shark. Under the immense pressure of the double team, O'Neal felt the weight of the situation. He attempted to force his way through with sheer strength, but Robinson resolutely held his ground against the initial surge. Left with no alternative, O'Neal was compelled to pass the ball out to the unguarded Rick Fox on the perimeter. The moment Fox received the ball, he exhibited no hesitation. He propelled himself off the ground with the force of a soaring eagle, leaping into the air and releasing a three-point shot. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, a harmonious blend of precision and power, culminating in a crisp release. Swish. With a crisp sound, the ball soared through the air like a shooting star, gracefully settling into the embrace of the hoop. A three-pointer. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. In an instant, the entire Staples Center was ablaze with fervor. Enthusiastic fans rose from their seats, waving flags and banners, their cheers and shouts resonating like thunder. This three-point shot was akin to a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought, landing precisely in the heart of the Staples Center and nourishing every devoted fan of the home team. The score now stood at 5-3. The San Antonio Spurs players, however, displayed little emotional reaction. After all, such a shot was simply a matter of chance. Moreover, Rick Fox's three-point shooting percentage this season was a mere 31.6. So his ability to make one shot did not guarantee he could make two or even three. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who, like a nimble cheetah, seized the ball and instantly accelerated, dribbling past half-court with remarkable speed. As he crossed the halfway line, Tim Duncan swiftly emerged from the paint, positioning himself in front of Parker to set a screen. Duncan's formidable physique resembled a moving wall, effectively obstructing the path of the defenders. Utilizing this timely screen, Parker burst forward like a released arrow, swiftly evading the defensive player and driving toward the basket. In the next moment, Samaki Walker appeared like a specter, quickly closing in for support. Observing this development, Parker paused momentarily, then reacted with agility. He skillfully drew Walker out, creating a mismatch on the court. Seizing the opportunity, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. With a deft change of direction, he effortlessly left Walker trailing behind and decisively took a mid-range shot. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the ball struck the front rim, producing a dull reverberation. Beneath the basket, David Robinson endeavored to secure a favorable position to seize the potential rebound. However, Shaquille O'Neal, resembling an immovable mountain, firmly occupied his space. O'Neal's formidable physique stood like a mobile fortress, leaving Robinson with no opportunity to gain an advantageous stance, regardless of his efforts. In the instant the ball ricocheted, O'Neal leapt powerfully, his arms extending high to secure the defensive rebound. Once his feet landed steadily, he swiftly passed the ball to Derek Fisher. Like a nimble cheetah, Fisher sprang into action, dribbling rapidly toward the opposing half of the court. On his flank, Kobe followed closely, akin to a shadow. The fierce determination gleamed in Kobe's sharp gaze, each of his movements brimming with aggression, ever poised to deliver a lethal strike at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the defender, Suyu, was equally tenacious, closely tracking Kobe's every move. He leaned slightly forward, his feet shifting rapidly in an attempt to keep pace with Kobe's rhythm. Yet, Kobe's speed was overwhelming. Despite Suyu's utmost exertion, he gradually fell behind, allowing Kobe to create a half-step advantage. Fisher surged forward with remarkable speed, reaching the free throw line and drawing the attention of the San Antonio Spurs defenders. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he delivered a no-look pass. The ball landed precisely in Kobe's hands, who immediately made his leap. Suyu, reacting swiftly, pushed off the ground with force, attempting to thwart Kobe's layup. However, Kobe seemed to have anticipated Suyu's intentions. He feigned the layup, effectively deceiving Suyu. As Suyu leapt, Kobe followed suit, effortlessly completing the counterattack layup. With this score, the tally reached 5-5. Upon returning from the timeout, the Los Angeles Lakers rapidly unleashed a 5-0 offensive surge, erasing the scoring deficit in the blink of an eye. Chapter 66, Old Man, Are You Out of Your Mind? After the basket, Kobe involuntarily cast a glance at Suyu, his eyes brimming with blatant provocation, as if to say, "You cannot defend against me." That challenging gaze pierced Suyu like a sharp arrow. Yet, Suyu remained as steadfast as a statue, unaffected by Kobe's taunts. His gaze was resolute and composed, reminiscent of a profound lake, undisturbed by ripples. He silently reminded himself not to provoke this individual. Once incited to anger, it was akin to unleashing a zone mode. In such a state, this person would transform into an invincible warrior, exhibiting extraordinary prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. Thus, ignoring him at this moment was undeniably the wisest course of action. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who swiftly dribbled past half court. Upon crossing the line, he deftly delivered the ball to David Robinson, who had sprinted from the paint to the arc. After receiving the pass, Robinson's attention quickly shifted to the corner where Suyu awaited. Like a nimble deer, Suyu darted along the baseline towards the opposite corner. Kobe, resembling a relentless hound, shadowed Suyu closely, his gaze betraying a fierce determination to prevent him from receiving the ball. In the next moment, Tim Duncan appeared like a formidable boulder, his robust figure suddenly interposing itself before Kobe. This obstruction served as an insurmountable barrier, abruptly halting Kobe's momentum. Suyu seized this golden opportunity, darting away from Kobe with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, sprinting determinately towards the corner. As he approached, the ball arrived in tandem. David Robinson flicked his wrist gently, sending the ball soaring towards Suyu in the corner. As Suyu deftly maneuvered to the corner, the ball soared towards him. The instant his feet made contact with the floor, a vibrant green light erupted around him, propelling him into a swift ascent. Yet, in the next moment, the luminous glow vanished. At that very instant, Kobe lunged towards Suyu like a ferocious beast, arms outstretched in an attempt to disrupt his shot. However, Suyu's gaze betrayed no hint of panic. He seemed oblivious to Kobe's encroaching presence, resolutely completing his leap and floating in the air as if time itself had momentarily halted for him. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a three-point shot. This time, Suyu relied not on his infallible skill. A subtle intuition whispered to him that this match would undoubtedly evolve into an intense tug-of-war. a battle fiercely contested. With a resounding thud, the moment unfolded. In this instance, Su Yu's three-point attempt was effectively disrupted by Kobe. However, beneath the basket, Tim Duncan firmly established his advantageous position, securing the offensive rebound amidst the pressing defense of Samaki Walker and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. His eyes were intently fixed on the ball, which soared high. His muscles taut and poised, ready to leap and seize this critical offensive rebound. As Walker and O'Neal swiftly converged from both sides, striving to thwart Duncan's actions. The moment the ball descended to an appropriate height arrived, Tim Duncan exerted a powerful thrust from his legs and sprang into the air like an arrow released from its bow. His elongated and powerful arms reached their maximum extension, deftly capturing the ball with precision, successfully claiming the offensive rebound. Just as Duncan prepared to jump and shoot again, Samaki Walker and Shaquille O'Neal, as if in perfect harmony, unleashed their four large hands like a dark net, completely obstructing Duncan's shooting space, leaving him with no avenue for a shot. Realizing the precarious situation, Tim Duncan swiftly made the decision to pass the ball, delivering it accurately into the hands of Tony Parker at the arc's top. Simultaneously, Su, stationed in the corner, was not idle. Utilizing a screen set by David Robinson, he dashed towards the 45-degree three-point position on the perimeter. Tony Parker promptly passed the ball, which landed securely in Su Yu's hands. At the moment the ball made contact with Su Yu's palm, a radiant green light once again blossomed beneath his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu leapt, suspended in the air, and released the shot. As the ball left his hands, he instinctively struck a celebratory pose in anticipation. The early celebration by Su Yu once again unfolded at the Staples Center, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Just moments after Su had missed a three-pointer, and with less than 10 seconds elapsed, he dared to take another shot while prematurely reveling in his anticipated success. The eyes of the entire crowd were riveted on the ball, gliding gracefully through the air. With a crisp swish, the ball nestled securely into the embrace of the hoop, bringing the score to 8-5. Su Yu's three-pointer found its mark, propelling his team to regain the lead. The fans at the Staples Center were taken aback, many even clutching their heads in disbelief. Had he truly made another premature celebration three-pointer? It seemed he had once again outshone them. Here, in the illustrious Staples Center, this rookie had left the crowd in awe. This certainly weighed heavily on the spirits of the fans, and even the Los Angeles Lakers players felt the sting. A chorus of cheers erupted from the San Antonio Spurs bench. Meanwhile, CU South teammates on the court gathered around him, exchanging high fives in celebration. On the Lakers bench, Zen Master Phil Jackson's gaze was intensely fixed on the court. As he witnessed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed deeply, and he couldn't help but shake his head slowly in resignation and concern. His penetrating gaze instinctively drifted across the court to the opposing bench, where Popovich sat. Internally, Phil Jackson muttered to himself, how on earth did he select this player? It was simply terrifying. Once he found himself open, it was as if a scoring switch had been flipped. What troubled Phil Jackson even more was that this player was part of the San Antonio Spurs, who boasted a formidable twin tower presence in the paint. These towering figures were like insurmountable mountains, staunchly guarding the basket, while Su Yu relentlessly struck from the perimeter. This combination of interior and exterior play rendered the Lakers utterly defenseless. Just a few exchanges into the match, Phil Jackson realized he had grossly underestimated the San Antonio Spurs. They were like a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. In that instant, Phil Jackson unhesitatingly marked the Spurs as a five-star danger in his mind. Timeout. Phil Jackson called for another pause in the game. During this interval, he instructed a heightened level of defensive pressure on Su Yu. As the game resumed, Su Yu looked bewildered, glancing towards Popovich on the Lakers bench, as if to inquire, "Old man, what is wrong with you?" Chapter 67. Tied. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the first quarter concluded, with the San Antonio Spurs leading the home team Los Angeles Lakers by 29-22, a 7-point advantage. Su Yu, despite the apparent advantage in the score, the first quarter of the game was excruciating for Su Yu. On the court, as soon as he gained possession of the ball, or even in a state of being unguarded, opponents swiftly converged upon him from all directions like a relentless tide, forming an impenetrable double team. The defenders from the Los Angeles Lakers were akin to well-trained hounds, persistently clinging to Su Yu. They obstructed every conceivable path for his dribble with their robust physiques, their long arms acting like iron gates, disrupting every shooting motion he attempted. Each time Su Yu sought to make a subsequent move, the opponents would deftly intercept him, offering no opportunity for dribbling or shooting, as if intent on erasing his presence from the court entirely. Nevertheless, Coach Popovich resolutely kept Suyu on the floor. In Popovich's eyes, Suyu represented a pivotal piece in this intense chess match, playing an essential role as bait. As long as Suyu remained on the court, the defensive focus of the Los Angeles Lakers would instinctively shift toward him, thereby significantly alleviating the defensive pressure on the other players of the San Antonio Spurs during their offensive plays, granting them ample opportunities for open shots and successful breakthroughs. When the final buzzer of the first quarter echoed, Suyu retreated to the bench. At that moment, Coach Popovich approached briskly, gently placing his hand on Suyu's shoulder, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Su." These simple words encapsulated a profound acknowledgement of Suyu's selfless dedication on the court. Suyu slightly lifted her head to glance at Coach Popovich, remaining silent but gently nodding in acknowledgement. Soon after, Tim Duncan approached Suyu and extended his hand, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With a smile, he remarked, "Su, thank you. This is truly my first time playing against the Lakers, and I have never experienced the thrill of double teaming. It feels absolutely exhilarating." Suyu was uncertain whether Tim Duncan had come to flaunt his prowess or for some other purpose. In any case, he found it exceedingly uncomfortable. Suyu suddenly turned his head, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Tim Duncan. With deliberate emphasis, he declared, "Tim, you cannot win this match. I am going to give you a beating." Tim Duncan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Su, don't be ridiculous. We are good teammates after all." Although he held a higher status within the team, it was confined solely to the basketball court. At that moment, he felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that Suyu might indeed follow through on his threat. After all, they were in America, where the power of wealth was formidable and money could indeed buy influence. Who could say if Suyu, in a fit of rage, might resort to hiring someone to take care of him? The thought sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. Suyu exclaimed, "I don't care. Tim, look at this match. Those guys were originally double-teaming you, and now, lo and behold, they're all rushing to double-team me instead. If it weren't for me bearing this defensive pressure for you, would you have so many opportunities to score effortlessly? If we end up losing this game, you will be in serious trouble." Suyu could hardly manage such burdens, especially after a loss in the game. At that moment, David Robinson could no longer contain himself, his hearty laughter resonating like a resounding bell. "Su, you are absolutely right. If we lose this match, I wholeheartedly support you in teaching Tim a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of ingratitude." As he chuckled, he playfully winked at Tim Duncan, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Tim, exasperated, cast a glance at David, silently questioning why he too had to stir up trouble. Yet, David appeared oblivious to his gaze, continuing to laugh uproariously. At that juncture, Popovich chimed in, "Indeed, Tim, Su makes a valid point. Look at Su. He has endured immense pressure for the team. You must not let his efforts be in vain. In the upcoming second quarter, I expect you to penetrate the Lakers' interior defense decisively, dismantling their fortifications and demonstrating the prowess of our Spurs." With his arms crossed and a stern glint in his eye, Popovich's words weighed heavily on Tim, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, pressure begets motivation. After merely 3 minutes of the second quarter, Tim returned to the court with renewed vigor. At that moment, Suyu continued to draw the majority of the Lakers' defensive attention, igniting Tim's latent energy like a spark. He shot an impressive 6 out of 9 from the field and converted 6 out of 8 free throws, achieving 2 3-point plays, amassing an astonishing 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block in a single quarter. Under his leadership, the San Antonio Spurs extended their lead to double digits by halftime, commanding a score of 61-48, a 13-point advantage over the Los Angeles Lakers. This outcome left the fans at the Staples Center and viewers at home utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Initially, many anticipated a balanced and fiercely competitive match. Instead, it turned into a one-sided affair that left everyone speechless. After the halftime break, the previously subdued Shaquille O'Neal suddenly awakened like a lion, unleashing unprecedented power. As the second half commenced, he executed consecutive 3-point plays. David Robinson found himself overwhelmed and was quickly assessed his 4th foul. In response, Popovich reluctantly substituted him out. With Robinson off the court, the San Antonio Spurs deflated like a punctured balloon, their performance on both offense and defense plummeting. Seizing the opportunity, the Los Angeles Lakers, led by Shaquille O'Neal, outscored the Spurs 28-21 in the quarter, cutting the deficit by 7 points. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 76-82, with the Los Angeles Lakers trailing the San Antonio Spurs by 6 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers, playing on their home turf, surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. In mere 3 minutes, they unleashed a whirlwind offensive, scoring 8-2, swiftly erasing the deficit. Timeout. Coach Popovich was compelled to call a halt. During the pause, he promptly substituted in his starting players, while the Lakers also brought forth their starters, signaling an early onset of the decisive battle. With the sound of the whistle, the brief intermission came to an end, and players from both teams returned to the court. The score was now tied at 84. The San Antonio Spurs regained possession. Chapter 68. See you. Just wait for me. Defense. 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 Amidst the roaring cheers of the fans in Staples Center, the Spurs commenced their inbound from the backcourt, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who skillfully dribbled across half-court. Upon crossing the line, Tim Duncan swiftly emerged from the paint, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Parker. Parker, attuned to Duncan's rhythm, followed closely. The moment Duncan executed the screen, Parker darted towards the paint like an arrow released from its bow, capitalizing on Duncan's obstruction. Samaki Walker, eager to provide quick support and thwart Parker's advance, instinctively moved. However, in that split second, Duncan, having set the screen, ghosted towards the basket. It is worth noting that Duncan had already amassed an impressive 39 points in this match. He resembled a formidable scoring machine, exhibiting overwhelming dominance on the offensive end. In Walker's subconscious, the threat posed by Duncan was undeniably greater. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Walker abandoned his attempt to assist Parker and lunged towards Duncan, intent on halting his advance. Observing this, Parker wasted no time. He leapt into the air like an eagle taking flight, suspended in time, and released a mid-range shot. Bang! With a resounding sound. It was regrettable that the shot missed its mark. In this match, Tony Parker's shooting performance was indeed dismal, managing only 2 successful attempts out of 9. This was one of the reasons why the Los Angeles Lakers continued to double-team Suyu. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal firmly secured the rebounds, and once his feet were planted on the ground, he swiftly passed the ball to Derek Fisher. Upon receiving the ball, Derek Fisher intended to initiate a fast break, aiming to catch the San Antonio Spurs off guard. However, in the next moment, Tony Parker displayed his exceptional defensive awareness. He promptly positioned himself in front of Derek Fisher, momentarily delaying him and allowing his teammates to regroup on defense. This brief interruption caused Derek Fisher to lose the opportunity for a fast break, prompting him to proceed with a measured dribble across half-court. As he crossed the midcourt line, the sharp-eyed point guard, Derek Fisher, scanned the court and quickly spotted Rick Fox's perfectly timed movement on the wing. Without hesitation, he launched the ball with force, sending it soaring towards Rick Fox. Rick Fox skillfully caught the ball, while Shaquille O'Neal rushed to the low post, firmly establishing a favorable position. Rick Fox swiftly lobbed the ball into the waiting hands of the dominant O'Neal. The moment O'Neal received the pass, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, like 2 streaks of black lightning, charged in to tightly double-team him. Forced to pass, Shaquille O'Neal flicked his wrist and quickly dished the ball to the open Samaki Walker. The fans in the Staples Center erupted in excitement, rising to their feet with clenched fists and expressions brimming with anticipation. After all, throughout the entirety of this match, the Los Angeles Lakers had remained in a state of trailing, never having led even for a single second. Bang! With a resounding thud, Samaki Walker surprisingly fumbled the opportunity, failing to convert a close-range shot that ricocheted violently off the rim, soaring high into the air. His eyes widened in disbelief, a look of shock etched across his face, as he realized he had squandered this rare chance. David Robinson swiftly leaped, securing the rebound with assured hands. Upon landing, he promptly passed the ball to Tony Parker, who surged forward like a cannonball, his speed and agility enabling him to dart past the layers of Los Angeles Lakers defenders with the grace of a whirlwind. As he approached the arc, Tony Parker's gaze locked on Suyu. With a delicate flick of his wrist, the ball shot across the court like a bolt of lightning, landing perfectly in Suyu's hands at the left side of the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu prepared to take the shot. But no score would come easily. Kobe Bryant, like a fierce predator, glared at the ball with piercing intensity. With a sudden spring from his feet, he lunged forward with the speed of a released arrow, closing in on Suyu. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though Suyu possessed a premonitory instinct. Just as Kobe was about to reach him, his hands danced with dexterity, skillfully maneuvering the ball to his left before leaping once more, suspended in the air. releasing a three-pointer. A split second later, a shadow darted in from the side, hurtling towards the ball with fierce determination. An arm shot up, hand poised like a razor-sharp blade, decisively swatting Suyu's shot out of bounds. With a thunderous crash, the immense force of the play sent Suyu crashing to the floor. Suyu fell heavily to the ground, a pained expression etched across his face. "Su, are you all right?" Tony Parker, closest to Suyu, hurried over with genuine concern. At that moment, the other players of the San Antonio Spurs buzzed around like bees. However, David Robinson was visibly displeased, believing it to be a foul, and immediately approached the referee for clarification. Yet, the referee remained unresponsive, as if the cylindrical rule of protection did not apply to Suyu this evening. How frustrating. Suyu disregarded his teammates. His face flushed with anger as he struck the ground in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up from the floor, silently rising. At that moment, his eyes blazed with intensity, fixed directly on the imposing figure of Rick Fox, who was blocking his path. Rick Fox felt a chill run down his spine under the fierce gaze of Suyu, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. He had witnessed, through replay, how Suyu had knocked Stephen Marbury unconscious with his powerful strikes. Faced with Suyu's fiery glare, a sense of trepidation washed over Rick Fox. Would he come over to confront me? However, Suyu had no intention of attacking Rick Fox. He understood that this was merely a facet of the game. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, inwardly vowing, "You all shall pay for this." Chapter 69. The first lead the San Antonio Spurs executed an out-of-bounds play, passing the ball to Tony Parker. With a flick of his wrist, he seamlessly set up Bruce Bowen, who emerged from the corner thanks to a screen. A golden opportunity. After receiving the ball, Bruce Bowen leapt swiftly, akin to a graceful swallow, momentarily suspended in the air before resolutely launching a three-pointer. The sound of the ball striking the rim echoed, clang. Yet, the ball failed to find its way into the net. Damn it! Bruce Bowen cursed inwardly, lamenting the squandered opportunity. Meanwhile, the fans at the Staples Center erupted in elation, their cheers echoing as if victory was already within reach. However, in the next instant, their smiles froze. Just moments earlier, David Robinson had rushed out to set a screen for Bruce Bowen, prompting Shaquille O'Neal to follow suit. Once the formidable O'Neal vacated the paint, the interior of the Los Angeles Lakers became the domain of the San Antonio Spurs. Tim Duncan stood resolutely in the paint, an immovable mountain in a prime position. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, Tim Duncan soared like a fierce falcon, unleashing his strength to swat the ball far beyond the arc. The ball seemed to possess a life of its own, flying accurately into the hands of Tony Parker. Possession remained firmly in the grasp of the San Antonio Spurs. Clap, clap, clap. On the bench, Coach Popovich leapt to his feet, brimming with excitement, and applauded vigorously. He then hurried to the sideline, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Screen." As soon as Popovich's words fell silent, the recently celebrated Tim Duncan surged forth like a bolt of lightning, his singular aim to provide a screen for Tony Parker. Ever since Parker had mentioned his starting position, this pick-and-roll maneuver had become one of the signature tactics of the San Antonio Spurs. With Duncan's robust physique serving as a shield, Parker weaved through the opposing defense like a specter, once more penetrating into the paint against the Los Angeles Lakers. On this occasion, however, Duncan did not roll down. Observing this, Samaki Walker immediately lunged towards Parker. In response, Parker flicked his wrist, and the ball, seemingly enchanted, soared back into the waiting hands of Duncan, who had remained stationary at the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan leaped into the air, momentarily suspended, before executing a textbook mid-range shot. This season, Duncan's shooting percentage from mid-range had not been particularly impressive, sitting at a mere 32.8. The fans at the Staples Center held their breath, hoping against hope that this shot would not find its mark. With a resounding clang, the ball struck the rim and bounced away. Duncan's attempt had failed, prompting an eruption of cheers from the Staples Center crowd. Once again, the San Antonio Spurs offense had come up empty. At this moment, both the live audience and viewers at home were eager to see who would finally break the scoring drought. Beneath the basket, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal swiftly snatched the rebound and, without hesitation, passed the ball to Kobe Bryant. As Kobe received the pass, his defender, Suyu, was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. This time, Kobe was determined to take the shot himself. Thus, Suyu decisively activated his defensive analysis skill, and this would be the final time he employed it in the match. In a remarkable display, Suyu has, for the first time in a competitive setting, exhausted all 10 uses of the defensive analyst, simultaneously employing the skill to effectively curtail Kobe's performance. As it stands, Kobe has managed a dismal 5 successful shots out of 17 attempts, yielding a meager shooting percentage of 29.4. However, his low accuracy is not solely attributable to Su Yu's defensive prowess. Rather, Kobe's shooting touch this evening has plummeted to frigid depths, as evidenced by his failure to capitalize on 3 open opportunities during the game. Swiftly, Kobe maneuvered the ball to the left side of the three-point arc. Upon reaching the perimeter, he unhesitatingly positioned himself against Su Yu, showcasing his formidable physicality. His back resembled an impenetrable wall, firmly pressing against Su Yu and making it exceedingly difficult for the opponent to budge. Subsequently, Kobe unleashed a series of forceful movements, persistently colliding with Su Yu, each impact resonating like a powerful assault. Su Yu gritted his teeth, bracing himself against Kobe's onslaught. In the next moment, however, Kobe astonishingly pivoted with the swiftness of a magician, darting towards Su Yu's vulnerable side with ghostly agility. Su Yu seemed to have anticipated Kobe's maneuver long before, swiftly responding by obstructing Kobe's path to the weak side. Kobe thought to himself, just how many game tapes has this guy watched? Throughout the match, Su Yu successfully deciphered many of Kobe's offensive intentions. Faced with Su Yu's blockade, Kobe exhibited no hesitation. He leaped directly, his body arched backward in a perfectly executed jump shot posture. Simultaneously, Su Yu matched his determination, springing into the air with outstretched arms, resembling a majestic eagle poised to soar, exerting every effort to disrupt Kobe's shot. However, attempting to block Kobe's ball was utterly futile for Su Yu. The distance between his hand and the ball in Kobe's grasp seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Under Su Yu's interference, Kobe's shooting motion was undeniably altered. Yet he still managed to unleash the ball with astonishing hang time and remarkable finesse. The ball traced a graceful arc in the air, akin to a meticulously crafted gem, shimmering with captivating brilliance. Swish! With a crisp sound of the net, the ball settled securely into the hoop. The crowd erupted. In that moment, the entire Staples Center was engulfed in fervor. The fans' cheers surged like a tumultuous tide, escalating with each wave. The supporters in Staples Center chanted Kobe's name fervently. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. With this pivotal fadeaway jumper, the score reached 86-84, finally breaking the scoreless drought that had persisted for over 3 minutes. Moreover, this marked the first time the Los Angeles Lakers took the lead in the game. In an instant, the momentum of the home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, surged upward, while the visiting San Antonio Spurs, who had led for the majority of the game, found themselves overtaken in the closing moments. Timeout. Popovich immediately called for a timeout, aiming to quell the Lakers' momentum while also recalibrating his own team's state after a series of fruitless offensive attempts and being surpassed. Chapter 70. The Buzzer Beater. The brief pause has concluded, and both teams' players return to the court. The San Antonio Spurs initiate the inbound pass, delivering the ball to Tony Parker, who swiftly dribbles past the halfway line. Upon crossing the midcourt, Tim Duncan makes his presence felt in the paint, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Parker. The Lakers' defenders are already well acquainted with this duo's synergy. Samaki Walker promptly reacts, swiftly moving to provide assistance, thereby stalling Parker's advance. At that moment, David Robinson unexpectedly darts outside, while the imposing Shaquille O'Neal, who should have been guarding him, fails to follow. In that fleeting instant, Robinson seizes a prime opportunity for an open shot. Without hesitation, Parker flicks his wrist and delivers the ball accurately. Upon receiving it, Robinson also acts decisively, leaping effortlessly for a close-range shot. Alas, O'Neal only then realizes the predicament. But it is far too late. He can only watch as Robinson effortlessly completes an unguarded shot. With a swish, the ball settles into the net, and the score is instantly revised to an equal 86. Robinson's close-range basket aids in leveling the score. The Los Angeles Lakers resume play, delivering the ball to O'Neal in the low post. Although Duncan arrives just in time to assist, O'Neal manages to evade a double team from Robinson and Duncan, executing a delicate hook shot. With a swish, he propels his team back into the lead. When it comes to the Spurs, Duncan is undeterred, once again collaborating with Parker in a pick-and-roll. Parker attracts the defense before returning the ball to Duncan, who does not squander this opportunity, landing a steady shot. The score is tied at 88, as he brings his team back level. Subsequently, both teams exchange baskets, refusing to yield, as time ticks away, reaching the final 53 seconds. The score stands at 94 all. The Los Angeles Lakers call for a timeout. The brief respite concludes, and both teams return to the court. With the Lakers set to inbound the ball, it is passed to Derek Fisher, and the moment he receives it, Parker lunges at him. Fisher, unfazed, does not perceive any threat from the slender figure. In the next heartbeat, another figure darts in, and in an instant, Parker and this newcomer create a double team against Fisher. Derek Fisher was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of Suyu, who approached with unexpected swiftness. In a flurry of confusion, Derek scrambled to pass the ball. Yet Tony Parker and Suyu, with their deft hands, effectively sealed off all potential passing lanes. In the blink of an eye, Suyu deftly intercepted the ball from Derek's grasp. With a sharp sound, the ball slipped from Derek's hands, plummeting like a kite severed from its string. In a state of alarm, Derek rushed to reclaim the ball, but Tony Parker was quicker, darting forward to snatch it up. With remarkable agility, Tony sped towards the Los Angeles Lakers backcourt, with Suyu hot on his heels. Initially, Tony intended to execute a solo play, but upon noticing Suyu closely trailing him, he altered his plan. After advancing past the free throw line, he gently tossed the ball against the backboard, where it rebounded. In that instant, Suyu soared into the air, grasping the ball with fervor and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. With a thunderous sound, Suyu executed a powerful dunk, altering the score to 96-94. Thanks to this splendid steal, the San Antonio Spurs successfully reclaimed the lead. How splendid! Suyu and Tony Parker exuberantly exchanged high fives in celebration before swiftly refocusing on defense. On the Los Angeles Lakers bench, Coach Phil Jackson wore a furrowed brow, taken aback by the unanticipated turnover following his strategic timeout. Although he still had one timeout remaining, Coach Jackson preferred to let his players resolve the situation on the court. The scene shifted back to the game as the Los Angeles Lakers initiated play from their backcourt. The ball was promptly passed to Kobe Bryant, who dribbled across half court. Before he could fully cross the line, Suyu dashed forward like a gust of wind, applying defensive pressure on Kobe. However, Kobe remained unperturbed, leisurely dribbling the ball and dismissing Suyu's aggressive defense, for he had encountered such scenarios numerous times before. As they crossed half court, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal swiftly maneuvered into position. The Lakers' offensive powerhouse was ready to unleash the famed pick and roll with the 1-2 combination. Shaquille's massive frame effectively obstructed Suyu, creating space for Kobe to accelerate toward the basket. Observing this, David Robinson rushed in to provide assistance. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal quickly rolled toward the basket. In a flash, Kobe hurled the ball toward the hoop. Like a tank, Shaquille O'Neal surged toward the basket, leaping with all his might to seize the ball midair. No chance. Tim Duncan immediately came to double team, leaping high in an attempt to thwart Shaquille. With a resounding thud, the airborne Shaquille O'Neal, bearing down on Tim Duncan, forcefully slammed the ball through the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling that Shaquille had completed a 2-1 play. With both feet landing firmly, Shaquille let out a triumphant roar towards the crowd, igniting an eruption of excitement throughout the Staples Center. Tim Duncan, wearing a look of resignation, realized he had not only failed to stop Shaquille, but had also contributed to the 2-1 play. Shaquille then strode to the free throw line, confidently sinking the shot and propelling his team ahead in the final moments of the game. The score stood at 97-96 with just 6.9 seconds remaining. A timeout was called, marking the conclusion of Coach Popovich's last strategic pause. As Suyu returned to the bench, he turned to Coach Popovich and declared, "Coach, let me take the final shot. I assure you I can make it." His face radiated confidence. Just as Popovich was about to respond, Suyu interrupted. At this moment, no one desires victory more than I do. I've been targeted all night. This shot must be entrusted to me. Popovich, upon hearing Suyu refer to himself in such a manner, felt a surge of irritation, yet he considered granting this opportunity to Suyu, recognizing that this was merely a regular season game. "All right, I concede. However, should you miss, you will owe me 20 sets of training," Popovich replied. "Not a problem." Suyu responded, pointing at his teammates and staff. "You all just sit tight and prepare to collect that 50,000 bonus." In an instant, everyone was inspired by Suyu's unwavering confidence, rallying to support him. As the timeout concluded, the San Antonio Spurs prepared to inbound the ball, passing it to Tony Parker. Simultaneously, Tim Duncan and David Robinson executed a splendid pick, effectively shielding Kobe Bryant. "Hurry up and recover," Kobe shouted urgently. Suyu deftly evaded Kobe with a well-executed double screen, confidently receiving the pass from Tony Parker. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu leaped into the air. Simultaneously, The Los Angeles Lakers' Derek Fisher, Rick Fox, and Samaki Walker charged forward like ravenous wolves, determined to thwart Suyu's final shot. Suyu, however, remained oblivious. In order to execute his shot smoothly, he even leaned back in midair and released the ball. A certain success. Suyu, without a trace of hesitation, unleashed his signature skill. As the ball soared through the air, he did not even glance back, instead turning away and raising his hand skyward. If not now, when? With a swift swoosh, the ball nestled perfectly into the embrace of the net. Simultaneously, the game clock struck 0. A buzzer beater. All members of the San Antonio Spurs, including coaches and staff, surged toward Suyu on the court in a jubilant frenzy. Chapter 71. Truly my esteemed boss. The players of the Los Angeles Lakers stood in stunned silence, particularly the imposing Shaquille O'Neal, who had just executed a successful 2-1 play. It was known that his free throw percentage this season had plummeted to a mere 49. Yet, this same giant, with such a dismal free throw record, calmly sank the crucial shot at a pivotal moment, securing an additional 3 points and leading his team to a remarkable comeback. But who could have anticipated it? Just when everyone believed victory was within reach, the enigmatic Suyu emerged like a specter, overcoming 3 Lakers defenders to deliver a game-winning shot. It was akin to a thunderclap, catching the Los Angeles Lakers utterly off guard. To add insult to injury, Suyu celebrated prematurely, as if he had foreseen the successful outcome of his shot. This was nothing less than a brazen provocation and humiliation directed at the Lakers, inciting the fury of Shaquille O'Neal, who stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at Suyu, now enveloped by the Spurs players, and involuntarily muttered an expletive, "Damn." Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant exhibited a similar discontent. He had exerted every ounce of effort in this match, dedicating the entire game to tightly guarding Suyu, even resorting to double-teaming tactics. Yet, in the end, he too had fallen victim to Suyu's decisive shot. This left Kobe's spirits plummeting, as he could only watch helplessly as Suyu reveled in the euphoria of victory on the court. Simultaneously, fans of the San Antonio Spurs watching from home erupted into a frenzy of cheers, chanting Suyu's name over and over, as if it would never cease. Su, 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 catch me. With a gasp, the players and staff of the San Antonio Spurs joyously lifted Suyu high into the air, tossing him aloft like a rag doll. Initially, Suyu found the experience amusing. The sensation of being hoisted by the crowd was exhilarating. However, as he ascended higher, a twinge of fear began to envelop him. "Put me down," he shouted in terror, his voice betraying a palpable unease. Upon hearing Suyu's cry, the crowd finally ceased their actions, allowing him to return to the firm ground beneath his feet. Breathing a sigh of relief, Suyu patted his chest, then called out to those around him. "What are you doing? Do you intend to conspire against me, the hero of the game? Fear not, Su, we will surely catch you," Tim Duncan replied with a smile. "Indeed, Su, we would never let you come to harm," David Robinson echoed in agreement. At that moment, Al Horford approached, exuberantly enveloping Suyu in a warm embrace. For Horford, Suyu's last-second shot represented not merely a victory in the match, but a lifeline in his life. "Thank you so much, Su," Horford exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. It turned out that Horford's daughter had been gravely ill and required a considerable sum for treatment. Suyu's miraculous shot had secured the team's victory, which meant a substantial bonus for him, an unexpected boon for Horford in his time of need. "There's no need for thanks, Horford. Allow me to give you that 50,000, Suyu said with a smile. The moment he saw Horford, he recalled the conversation from the previous day, where his teammates had discussed Horford's predicament. Thus, he made the decision without a moment's hesitation. "No." Before Horford could finish, Suyu interjected. "You have no reason to refuse. This victory is for you." With that, he walked away, not granting Horford the chance to decline. Horford understood Suyu's intent, his eyes sparkling with emotion as he watched Suyu's retreating figure. Tim Duncan and David Robinson chimed in. "Horford, we'll contribute our bonuses to you as well." With that, they turned to leave, again not affording Horford the opportunity to refuse. "Thank you. Truly, thank you," Horford called after them, watching their departing figures with immense gratitude. Meanwhile, Suyu emerged into a throng of reporters, as if he were the center of the universe. Faced with this scene, he remained remarkably composed, smiling as he accepted the media's inquiries. For nearly half an hour, Suyu answered a myriad of questions from the reporters, detailing the course of the game, his feelings, and his aspirations for the future. Finally, as the interview drew to a close, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just emerged from a prolonged battle. Although slightly fatigued, His spirits soared with exhilaration as he strode back to the locker room with a lightness in his step. In the next moment, just as he pushed open the locker room door, a bucket of water cascaded down upon him like a torrential rain, leaving him drenched and resembling a soggy chicken. Sue! 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 The locker room was suddenly filled with exuberant cheers. It was the teammates and staff of the San Antonio Spurs celebrating, expressing their admiration and affection for Suyu in this unique manner. Soaked to the skin, Suyu joined in the jubilant chorus alongside his companions. At that moment, the locker room door swung open once more, revealing a figure at the entrance. As everyone focused their gaze, they recognized the team owner, Peter Holt. He was holding a box in his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. Sue, that final shot was absolutely spectacular, Peter Holt exclaimed as he approached Suyu directly. Thank you, sir, Suyu replied with a grin. Please, don't call me sir. I can't bear it. Peter Holt quickly waved his hand in dismissal. Ha ha ha. All right then, Peter. Upon witnessing this, Suyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He gazed curiously at the box in Peter Holt's hands, gesturing towards it as he inquired, Peter, could this possibly be our reward? Absolutely, Peter Holt replied without hesitation, simultaneously opening the box. In an instant, it brimmed with thick stacks of cash, dazzling to behold. Wow! The players of the San Antonio Spurs exclaimed in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the box overflowing with money, their faces radiating surprise and excitement. This is the reward I promised you before the game, and it also serves as a Christmas gift, everyone. Merry Christmas, Peter Holt said with a smile. Merry Christmas, boss. The players of the San Antonio Spurs responded in unison, their faces aglow with joyful smiles, expressing their gratitude for Peter Holt's generosity. So you gazed at Peter Holt with a smile and invited, Peter, do you have any plans? How about joining me for a meal in my RV? Peter Holt readily accepted, saying, of course, I have some time. I was hoping to ask you a few things as well. Then let us be off, Suyu replied. Suyu picked up his backpack and, accompanied by Peter Holt, exited the locker room. As they walked, they engaged in cheerful conversation, covering topics ranging from the match to life itself. Upon leaving the arena, Suyu suddenly recalled something. He halted, turned to Peter Holt, and jestingly remarked, Peter, since I didn't participate in the post-match interview, you shall cover the fine. No problem, Peter Holt replied readily. Truly, he is a splendid boss. Suyu patted Peter Holt on the shoulder and said, please, no more teasing, Sue. I simply cannot bear it. Ha ha. As they spoke, the two made their way towards the RV. Chapter 72, achieving victory back-to-back. In the luxurious motorhome of Suyu, Peter Holt exclaimed, wow, this steak is simply exquisite. As he savored the meticulously prepared steak by Suyu's private chef, Suyu gazed at Peter Holt's contented expression and chuckled. It's wonderful that you enjoy it. I was concerned that as a prominent figure, you might find it unpalatable. Peter Holt promptly waved his hand and replied, Sue, you are teasing me again. Suyu erupted into hearty laughter, then picked up the wine glass filled with red wine on the table, exclaiming, come, Peter, let us toast. Peter Holt also lifted his glass, and the two gently clinked them together before drinking it down in one go. While relishing their exquisite meal, the two engaged in delightful conversation. Peter Holt broached various business matters, expressing his desire to collaborate with Suyu. Suyu listened attentively, and then requested Blitz to assess the feasibility of the collaborative project. After a thorough analysis, Blitz provided a positive conclusion. Suyu promptly addressed Peter Holt, saying, Peter, there's no issue. I will discuss this with Annie shortly, and thereafter, you and Annie can negotiate the specific details. Fantastic. It's been a pleasure collaborating with you, Peter Holt exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, a delightful collaboration, Suyu responded. As they dined and conversed, time flew by. And before they knew it, over an hour had elapsed. Eventually, Peter Holt rose contentedly, bringing their enjoyable meeting to a close. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu, accompanied by his butler Pepter, drove to the airport and boarded his luxurious private jet, bound for San Antonio. The sports headlines were ablaze with the news. Suyu's last-minute victory over the Los Angeles Lakers and his premature celebration after making the decisive shot became the cover story, further amplifying his popularity. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the sports headlines across country heralded Suyu's last-minute triumph over the Los Angeles Lakers. Simultaneously, his celebratory gesture following the critical shot became the focal point of various sports reports. This moment was captured by countless cameras and rapidly disseminated across social media. igniting fervent discussions and admiration among fans. Suyu's appeal surged, with more supporters rallying behind the rookie, who had only just begun his journey. And some media even claimed he was the league's next face. Shaquille O'Neal? Kobe? Nevertheless, Suyu remained remarkably composed. Unfazed by the external clamor, he awoke and, as usual, commenced his intense training regimen, having made a promise to blitz. As night descended. The Alamo Dome in San Antonio was ablaze with lights. This evening, the San Antonio Spurs were set to face off against the Milwaukee Bucks in a back-to-back home game. When Suyu emerged from the player tunnel, the atmosphere ignited instantaneously. The roars of the fans resonated like thunder, deafening in their intensity. Su! 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 The chants surged, as if to uplift the entire arena. This cacophony of cheers filled Suyu with exhilaration. With a buoyant stride, he slowly made his way out of the player tunnel, a confident smile gracing his face. As he walked, he waved to the fans, acknowledging their fervent cheers. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into even more fervent applause, enveloping the entire arena in an atmosphere of wild enthusiasm. Oh my goodness, the pressure is immense. Following closely behind Suyu was David Robinson, who couldn't help but exclaim that Suyu's popularity had become rather extraordinary, surpassing his own and even approaching that of Tim Duncan. He had an inkling that Suyu might soon eclipse Tim Duncan. After all, Duncan's understated demeanor and playing style made it quite challenging to attract a larger fan base. David, go ahead, nudged Tim Duncan from behind, prompting David Robinson to jog out from the players' tunnel. The grand entrance ceremony concluded, and both teams swiftly commenced their warm-up routines. After more than 10 minutes, the starting players removed their jackets and stepped onto the court. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. Right from the outset, Tony Parker, who had not performed well in the Christmas showdown the previous night, took the initiative. He first assisted the formidable inside duo, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, each with a splendid play. Shortly thereafter, Parker executed a series of pick and rolls, seizing opportunities to shoot and confidently sinking the ball into the basket. With the whistle signaling the end of the first quarter, Tony Parker had achieved an impressive record of 4 successful shots out of 5 attempts, accumulating 8 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Thanks to his stellar performance, the San Antonio Spurs orchestrated a fluid and impeccable offense, scoring 27 points in the first quarter while limiting the Milwaukee Bucks to a mere 20 points. Thus, they concluded the quarter with a 7-point lead at 27-20. As the second quarter commenced, seemingly in unison, Bruce Bowen, who had also had a lackluster performance the previous night, capitalized on 3 opportunities for open corner three-pointers, converting each one. He netted 3 corner threes during the quarter, contributing 9 points and aiding his team in extending the lead to double digits by halftime. As the first half concluded, the San Antonio Spurs led the Milwaukee Bucks by 12 points, with a score of 57-45. However, despite the lead, Coach Popovich expressed dissatisfaction with the defensive performance in the first half, particularly regarding Glenn Robinson of the Milwaukee Bucks, who had impressively shot 9 out of 12, scoring 18 points with an astounding accuracy of 75. In light of this, Coach Popovich sought to devise a strategy to curtail Glenn Robinson's performance. Consequently, during halftime, he orchestrated a defensive scheme specifically targeting Robinson, deploying his 2 most formidable perimeter defenders, Bruce Bowen and Suyu. As per their established approach, Bowen was tasked with directly guarding Robinson, while Suyu provided timely assistance to disrupt Robinson's rhythm. As the second half commenced, Robinson found himself enduring relentless attention from both Bowen and Suyu, resulting in a significant decline in his shooting accuracy compared to the first half. Simultaneously, Robinson suffered a series of turnovers in the latter period. This development effectively stifled the Milwaukee Bucks' only potential avenue for a comeback, as the San Antonio Spurs thoroughly suppressed their efforts. In the ensuing moments, the Spurs maintained their composure, solidifying their lead and sustaining it until the final whistle. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed with a decisive score of 105-90, achieving a 15-point victory over the Milwaukee Bucks. This marked their second consecutive win, elevating their overall record to 23 wins and 2 losses, firmly securing their position at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, far ahead of their competitors. In this match, Suyu delivered a modest performance, with limited attempts, making 5 of 9 shots, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, and converting 1 of 2 free throws, amassing a total of 14 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Chapter 73. Of course, no problem, my boss. Following the conclusion of a back-to-back contest, the San Antonio Spurs, after a brief respite of merely one day, journeyed to the American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas, to face the formidable Western Conference adversary, the Dallas Mavericks. This Texas derby garnered significant attention. Rewinding to the summer of 1998, the Mavericks secured a trade for a budding second-year player, Steve Nash, concurrently selecting the talented Dirk Nowitzki from Germany in the rookie draft. Despite their foreign origins, the bond between these two players grew remarkably strong in their new homeland. However, their initial foray into the NBA was less than stellar, with both Nash and Nowitzki struggling to make an impact on the court. Each game seemed to affirm the Mavericks coach Nicholson's disheartening experiments. Undeterred by the challenges, Nash and Nowitzki found solace in one another. They trained together, mutually encouraged each other, and faced the jeers and skepticism of fans side by side. The elder Nash provided invaluable support to Nowitzki, not only by inviting him out for leisure, but also by introducing him to his circle of friends, which greatly comforted the introverted Nowitzki, allowing him to gradually open up. Furthermore, Nash offered guidance on handling the media's scrutiny and provided words of encouragement during Nowitzki's less favorable performances. Their bond was further strengthened by the presence of veteran Michael Finley, forming the renowned Texas Trio. Under the leadership of this trio, the Mavericks began to find their footing and display formidable prowess. Ultimately, in the 2000 to 2001 season, they successfully navigated their way to the playoffs, ending an embarrassing 11-year drought. In the first round of the playoffs, the Mavericks showcased their strength, triumphing over the Utah Jazz, led by the formidable duo of Stockton and Malone, thus embarking on a new chapter. However, they faced the San Antonio Spurs in the second round, suffering a gentlemanly sweep, losing 4-1. This matchup represented a quest for vengeance for the Mavericks, who had been eliminated by the Spurs in the previous season's playoffs. This season, the Texas Trio continued to deliver consistent performances, with both Nash and Nowitzki showing marked improvement. Nash averaged an impressive 17, 8 points, 3, 1 rebounds, and 9 assists, boasting a shooting percentage of 48.3 and a remarkable three-point shooting percentage of 45.5. Nowitzki contributed an average of 23, 4 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists, with a shooting percentage of 47.6 and a three-point percentage of 39.3. Finley, the team's stalwart, averaged 21, 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, with a shooting percentage of 46.3 and a three-point percentage of 33.3. The Texas Trio collectively amassed 62.8 points, leading the team to an impressive record of 19 wins and 5 losses, successfully securing the 4th position in the Western Conference, just half a game behind the third-place Los Angeles Lakers. In this highly anticipated Texas derby, Greg Popovich is resolutely determined not to suffer defeat. It is quite likely that the Dallas Mavericks will emerge as a formidable contender in the playoffs. Consequently, throughout the season, Popovich has meticulously orchestrated strategies aimed at curtailing the prowess of the Texas Trio. As time swiftly elapses, the moment for the grand entrance ceremony approaches. Amidst the announcers' introductions and the exuberant cheers of the crowd, the players of the Dallas Mavericks emerge one by one. When the final figure, Michael Finley, steps onto the court, an uproar ensues as the audience fervently chants his name. Finley, Finley, Finley. Embracing the adulation of the fans, Michael Finley strides onto the court. The grand ceremony culminates, yet the echoes of the audience's cheers linger in the air. Both teams commence their warm-ups, preparing for the impending contest. As Suyu concentrates on his warm-up routine, his gaze inadvertently sweeps across the sidelines. Suddenly, his eyes, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, fixate on a singular figure, Angelina Jolie. She radiates like a resplendent jewel, gleaming amidst the crowd. Her profound, captivating eyes resemble deep lakes, enticing one to become lost within their depths. With a regal nose and a subtly upturned smile, she exudes an air of confidence and allure, as if the entire world is under her command. Her features are exquisitely crafted, akin to a masterpiece, where every detail harmoniously coalesces into perfection. Moreover, Angelina Jolie's physique is nothing short of breathtaking. Possessing an ideal hourglass figure, with a slender waist and elongated legs, she effortlessly showcases unparalleled beauty. No matter the attire she adorns, the photographers present are evidently entranced by Angelina Jolie's charm, frequently directing their lenses toward her, capturing each smile and every graceful motion. Meanwhile, Suyu finds himself utterly captivated by her beauty. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively strides toward her. Upon noticing Suyu approaching, Angelina Jolie's smile blossoms even more radiantly, akin to flowers unfurling in spring, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Simultaneously, the photographers swiftly adjust their cameras, honing in on Suyu as he advances toward the front row where Angelina Jolie awaits. Suyu approached Angelina Jolie with a smile and said, "Hello, Angelina. I am a great admirer of your work. Would you be so kind as to grant me your autograph?" "Of course, my dear," Angelina Jolie replied with a warm smile. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. "My boss." Blitz promptly informed Suyu of the answer. It turned out that Angelina Jolie was an artist under DSNEV, and Suyu held a substantial stake of 23.6% in DSNEV, making him a bona fide major shareholder. "You were with DSNEV?" Suyu inquired. "Indeed, my boss," Angelina Jolie replied. "So, you came here for me, then?" Suyu's mind raced. "Of course, my boss," Angelina Jolie thought to herself, realizing with clarity that the young and handsome Suyu was one of the major shareholders of DSNEV. This revelation finally elucidated why the previously unremarkable Jessica Alba had suddenly reached the pinnacle of her career. Without a moment's hesitation, Angelina Jolie rushed over, exuding confidence in her beauty and figure. "After the competition, would you be interested in dining together?" Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu extended an invitation. "How wonderful!" Angelina Jolie exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Her aim had been achieved. No sooner had Angelina's words faded than Suyu embraced her without a second thought, his hand audaciously resting on her waist for a fleeting moment before he released her, grinning as he remarked, "That's the interest for our meal." Upon hearing this, Angelina playfully leaned closer to Suyu, her tone sweet and teasing. "I wonder how the boss plans to punish me tonight. I'm quite eager for it." With her words, Suyu's heart soared. He then flashed a smile, turning back towards the court, a scene that sent the media reporters at the sidelines into a frenzy. Chapter 74. The intense Texas Derby. Among the 20-odd players on the field, including all the gentlemen present, none were devoid of envy and admiration for Suyu. After all, who wouldn't wish for the chance to converse with a cinematic icon like Angelina Jolie, deemed one of the sexiest goddesses in film history? Not to mention, Suyu had the audacity to embrace her. As Suyu returned to the court to warm up, he immediately sensed the unfriendly glares from his teammates. Initially, he dismissed it, attributing it to a fleeting reaction. However, as time elapsed, 1 minute, then 2, their stares remained fixed upon him. Finally, growing somewhat impatient, Suyu exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Get on with your warm-ups." His voice carried a hint of irritation, as Suyu's words echoed. His teammates seemed to awaken from a dream, gradually regaining their focus and engaging in warm-up activities to prepare for the impending match. Meanwhile, Suyu himself felt a sense of urgency, wishing fervently for the game to conclude so he could share a dinner with Angelina Jolie. Once the warm-up concluded, the starting players from both teams shed their jackets and, brimming with energy, stepped onto the court. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the Texas Derby between the San Antonio Spurs and the Dallas Mavericks commenced. From the outset, the Texas trio displayed formidable prowess, taking turns to dominate the game with full force. Particularly notable was Dirk Nowitzki, the towering sharpshooter from Germany, who consistently struck from beyond the arc, piercing the heart of the opposing team like a finely honed sword. In just a few minutes, he propelled his team to a brief surge, igniting excitement among the fans at the American Airlines Center. The San Antonio Spurs, however, were undeterred by this momentum. The twin towers of Tim Duncan and David Robinson rose to the occasion, spearheading a vigorous counterattack. The teams exchanged blows, refusing to yield, with the score escalating in a fiercely competitive atmosphere. As the referee's crisp whistle signaled the end of the first quarter, the scoreboard illuminated the narrow lead of the Dallas Mavericks, 27-23, over the San Antonio Spurs. Yet, the intense atmosphere did not wane with the conclusion of the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, both teams remained utterly focused and committed, particularly on the offensive end. Each possession resembled a carefully orchestrated play, leaving the spectators in awe. The crowd erupted with cheers and shouts, completely immersed in the thrilling contest. As both teams continued to score, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with fans exclaiming in excitement, "OMG, this is the legendary Texas Derby." This quarter epitomized a fast-paced spectacle, with both teams seemingly invigorated, desperately accelerating their offensive tempo to maximize their scoring within the limited time. Players dashed across the court, passing with lightning speed, each shot imbued with confidence and determination. In the final moments of the first half, Suyu emerged, facing the staunch defense with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he launched a shot that arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. A buzzer-beating three-pointer, shooting from beyond the arc. Suyu secured a precious 3 points for the San Antonio Spurs. With this buzzer beater, the first half of the game came to a close. Both teams exhibited astounding scoring prowess in the quarter, culminating in a score of 35-32, thereby narrowing the gap to a mere point. With the Spurs trailing 58-59, Coach Popovich was taken aback by the formidable challenge posed by the Dallas Mavericks, particularly by their Texas trio, whose synergy was nothing short of seamless. Among this trio, the most troublesome for the Spurs was undoubtedly Dirk Nowitzki. Nowitzki's shooting range is exceptionally broad. Whether from mid-range or beyond the three-point line, he can effortlessly find the net. Even more impressive is his ability to draw opposing power forwards to the high post, where he skillfully exploits his exceptional shooting technique to breach the defensive line. Typically, defenders tasked with guarding power forwards are accustomed to low-post defense, and they find it challenging to adapt to the high-post style that Nowitzki employs. He is indeed a pioneer of the era that has seen big men stretching the floor, with few capable of effectively curtailing his impact. During the first half, Nowitzki's performance was nothing short of spectacular. He attempted 15 shots, successfully converting 9, including 2 of 3 from three-point range and 2 of 3 from the free-throw line. With such an outstanding display, Dirk Nowitzki amassed 22 points in the first half, leading the Mavericks and effectively containing the league-leading San Antonio Spurs. However, as the saying goes, you have your stratagems, and I have my means. The Spurs were certainly not content to rest on their laurels. Recognizing the Mavericks' offensive prowess in the first half, Popovich promptly instructed Tim Duncan to implement a strategy of relentless low-post attacks on Nowitzki in the second half. Yes, coach. Without the slightest hesitation, Tim Duncan responded immediately. After a brief pause, the players returned to the court. As the second half commenced, Tim Duncan executed Coach Popovich's strategy with the precision of a finely tuned machine, relentlessly attacking Dirk Nowitzki in the low post. This tactic proved immensely successful, as each of Duncan's offensive maneuvers appeared meticulously calculated. He adeptly leveraged his physical advantages and skills, repeatedly scoring before Nowitzki. Furthermore, Duncan's relentless assault placed significant pressure on Nowitzki's defense, causing his shooting touch to wane. With Duncan's stellar performance, the San Antonio Spurs managed to reclaim the lead in the third quarter. However, they were unable to create a substantial gap against the Dallas Mavericks, as Steve Nash emerged as a formidable force during that period. Like a keen blade, whenever the Spurs sought to extend their lead, Nash would rise to the occasion, sinking crucial three-pointers not once, not twice, but thrice. His efforts enabled the Mavericks to stay closely aligned with the Spurs on the scoreboard. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Spurs held a narrow advantage, leading the Mavericks by a mere 4 points, with a score of 90-86. Chapter 75, a direct strike to the heart of the Dallas Mavericks from the Spurs bench. Coach Popovich instructed, Tim, continue your relentless assault on Dirk. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Understood. Tim Duncan nodded affirmatively. Popovich then turned to Suyu, saying, Suyu, your task is to contain Steve. Suyu nodded slightly and immediately checked how many fouls he had committed in the match. Upon seeing the count of 2, a smirk crept upon his lips. Take that. Steve Nash. The audacious Suyu was about to unleash his prowess. Against a player of Steve Nash's frail physique, Suyu would undoubtedly charge in without hesitation, ready to collide with him forcefully, even at the expense of fouls. After all, he had ample leeway with only 2 infractions. However, to his utter surprise, at the onset of the fourth quarter, the San Antonio Spurs substitutes faltered repeatedly, allowing the Dallas Mavericks to seize the moment and execute a 7-2 scoring surge, overtaking the deficit. Timeout. This prompted Popovich to call for a pause in the game, subsequently substituting in the starters. Concurrently, the Mavericks also brought forth their primary players, both teams gearing up for the final showdown. Once back on the court, Steve Nash, as was his custom, attempted to create scoring opportunities through pick-and-roll plays with his teammates. Yet, in an instant, Suyu barreled toward him like a speeding tank, exuding an intimidating force. Unprepared for such a sudden and overwhelming impact, the slender Steve Nash was akin to a kite caught in a tempest, losing control and being knocked to the ground by Suyu's charge. The referee's whistle pierced the air, swiftly issuing a warning for Suyu's aggressive maneuver. Nevertheless, Suyu appeared unfazed by the official's admonition. His cold gaze remained fixed on the fallen Steve Nash, almost taunting him. Hisses erupted from the crowd within the American Airlines Center, expressing their vehement disapproval of Suyu's unsportsmanlike conduct. In the face of the boos and the referee's warning, Suyu did not relent. Instead, he escalated his intensity, leading one to ponder whether he was engaged in a basketball game or a rugby match. Due to Suyu's relentless attention towards Steve Nash, the latter found it nearly impossible to orchestrate an effective offensive strategy for the Mavericks. Under Suyu's stringent defense, Nash was left with no choice but to pass the ball continuously, while his teammates struggled to find suitable shooting opportunities. Ultimately, the Mavericks squandered an entire 24 seconds on a single offensive possession, failing to capitalize on the opportunity. Seizing this moment, the Spurs directed the ball to Tim Duncan in the low post, allowing him to isolate against Dirk Nowitzki. Although Juwan Howard rushed in to provide support, he could not deter Duncan. With remarkable strength, Tim Duncan elevated amidst the defensive pressure, scoring with a layup while drawing a foul 2-1. Yes, Duncan celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. He then approached the free throw line to execute his shot. Swish. With a resounding sound, the Dallas Mavericks scored 3 consecutive points, successfully regaining the lead. The ball was passed to Steve Nash, who swiftly dribbled past half court. Just as he crossed the line, he noticed a figure approaching, none other than Suyu. To be candid, at that moment, a flicker of trepidation surged within Nash regarding Suyu. Without a hint of hesitation, he resolved to pass the ball immediately. Nash quickly delivered the ball to Michael Finley on the side. Upon receiving the pass, Finley faced Bruce Bowen for a one-on-one confrontation. Despite Bowen's exceptional defense, which thwarted Finley's attempts to break through easily, Finley, leveraging his remarkable physical prowess and skill, forced a jump shot under Bowen's tight coverage. The ball arched gracefully through the air before swishing perfectly through the net. This basket allowed the Mavericks to level the score once more. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd at the American Airlines Center. The ensuing game became intensely competitive, with both teams exerting every ounce of effort, unwilling to yield. Under the leadership of Tim Duncan, the San Antonio Spurs relentlessly attacked the paint, consistently scoring. Although Steve Nash was somewhat restricted by Suyu, the other Mavericks players invariably stepped up at critical moments, tenaciously equalizing the score. As the clock ticked away, both teams exchanged baskets, maintaining a tight scoreline. The audience's emotions surged with the rhythm of the game, each point igniting waves of excitement. With just 3 seconds remaining, Michael Finley executed a sudden stop during a fast break, calmly sinking a mid-range jumper. This shot once again tied the game at 111-111. Coach Popovich opted against calling a timeout, choosing instead to observe how his players would handle the situation. The Spurs initiated their inbound play, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who dribbled past half-court. Once over, the other 4 Spurs players remained motionless, fully aware of the necessity to exhaust the 24-second shot clock. As the seconds dwindled, the clock approached its conclusion. At that moment, Suyu called for a pick. David Robinson swiftly moved to set a screen for Suyu, creating a barrier against the defender. Upon witnessing the situation, Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, utilized David Robinson's screen to dash towards the perimeter. Simultaneously, Tim Duncan swiftly emerged from the paint, effectively obstructing the defender assigned to Tony Parker. In that fleeting instant, the San Antonio Spurs unleashed simultaneous pick-and-roll tactics on both flanks, leaving the Dallas Mavericks somewhat bewildered. Seizing this opportunity, Tony Parker capitalized on the space created by the screen and surged forward with determination. In that very moment, with a flick of his wrist, he executed a seemingly magical pass, delivering the ball with precision to Suyu, who had emerged in the corner to receive it. The moment Suyu received the ball, he sprang into action like a detonated cannonball, leaping with remarkable agility, his body momentarily suspended in the air. It seemed as though time itself had frozen in his honor. Adopting a flawless three-point shooting stance, he launched the ball high into the sky. The sphere traced a graceful arc, akin to an arrow piercing through the clouds, striking directly at the heart of the Dallas Mavericks. With a swish, the ball found its mark, nestling securely within the embrace of the net. The three-point shot by Suyu rendered the entire American Airlines Center in a state of stillness. All that could be heard were the jubilant cheers of the San Antonio Spurs players. The score shifted to 114-111, with the Spurs successfully extending their lead to 3 points. Only 8 seconds remained in the match, leaving the Dallas Mavericks with little time. Timeout. The Mavericks head coach called for the final timeout to devise their last offensive strategy. Chapter 76, The Chosen One, Dirk Nowitzki. It must be said that Suyu is remarkably reliable in critical moments. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Suyu seems to be born for the grand stage. And now it remains to be seen how the Mavericks will orchestrate their final offensive play. Another commentator remarked from the sidelines. San Antonio Spurs bench. Well done, Sue. Great job, Sue. Sue. In a pivotal moment, Sue sank a crucial three-pointer, and upon returning to the bench, his teammates rushed to embrace him, exchanging high fives and showering him with praise. Among them, Tim Duncan was the most exhilarated. In this game, Tim Duncan exhibited extraordinary prowess, amassing an impressive 48 points. 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. Such statistics were nothing short of perfection. Had the team lost this match, Tim Duncan would undoubtedly have felt immense disappointment. While his teammates reveled in celebration, Coach Popovich remained composed, unclouded by the joy of the moment. He swiftly gathered the players to strategize the final defensive assignment. His voice was serious and resolute. We must limit their three-point attempts on this next play. If we can successfully defend, victory will be ours. Yes, Coach. The San Antonio Spurs responded in unison, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for triumph and unwavering determination. Simultaneously, Popovich made a decisive personnel change, substituting David Robinson for perimeter player Steve Smith to bolster the team's defensive capacity on the outside. After a brief timeout, both teams returned to the court, preparing for the final offensive play. The Dallas Mavericks, unwilling to back down, also made adjustments, replacing inside player Juwan Howard with the perimeter shooting-capable Tim Hardaway, thus forming a 1-4 small ball lineup. Consequently, all players on the court for the Mavericks possessed the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, placing greater pressure on the Spurs' defense. Go Dallas Mavericks! Go Dallas Mavericks! Go Dallas Mavericks! The fans at the American Airlines Center erupted in fervent cheers for their home team. As the referee's whistle echoed, the final 4.8 seconds of the match commenced. The Dallas Mavericks held possession in the front court. Dirk Nowitzki stood at the sidelines, poised to inbound the ball. His gaze was sharp, surveying the court in search of the optimal passing opportunity. Meanwhile, Steve Nash swiftly maneuvered, striving to elude his defender and receive the ball for an offensive play. However, Suyu shadowed him closely, like a phantom, allowing him no space to receive the pass. Additionally, another member of the Texas trio, Michael Finley, attempted to position himself for a catch, but he too was met with formidable defense. Bruce Bowen clung to him tenaciously, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break free. The San Antonio Spurs defense was exceptionally fierce, showing little regard for fouls. After all, they led by 3 points at this juncture, and even if fouls sent the opposing team to the free throw line, there was no possibility of an immediate equalization. This strategy rendered both Steve Nash and Michael Finley utterly incapable of receiving the ball, placing them in a passive stance. The fans at the American Airlines Center, witnessing this unfolding drama, were filled with anxiety. They vociferously cheered for their team, hoping for a miracle, yet the situation on the court grew increasingly dire. Nevertheless, the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks remained remarkably composed. A slight smile graced his lips, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. He understood that the San Antonio Spurs would undoubtedly focus on tightly guarding Michael Finley and Steve Nash, so he had devised a counter-strategy well in advance. Thus, during the recent timeout, the coach had made a pivotal decision, entrusting the final mission to Dirk Nowitzki. With precision, Nowitzki executed the inbound pass to the freshly substituted Tim Hardaway. Upon receiving the ball, Tim Hardaway immediately assumed a shooting stance. Alarmed, Steve Smith lunged forward in a desperate attempt to block him. Yet, in the very next moment, as Steve Smith closed in, Tim Hardaway deftly dribbled the ball a step to his left, effortlessly evading Smith's advance. Following this, Tim Hardaway gathered the ball again, adopting a textbook shooting posture. Observing this, Suyu, positioned closest to him, immediately abandoned his defensive assignment and rushed forward, determined to thwart Hardaway's shot. However, in the next instant, a figure surged toward Tim Hardaway with great speed. As Suyu focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover it was none other than Dirk Nowitzki. He couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. What on earth? It turned out that the destined champion was indeed Dirk Nowitzki. He observed as Nowitzki and Tim Hardaway executed a seamless hand-to-hand pass. At that moment, Tim Hardaway skillfully obstructed the relentless pursuit of Tim Duncan, preventing Duncan from interfering with Nowitzki's shot. Without the slightest hesitation, Nowitzki leaped into the air, his body momentarily suspended as if time itself had frozen in that instant. Then, with all his might, he launched the ball, which soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc as it flew directly toward the hoop. Although Suyu immediately discerned Dirk Nowitzki's intention, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as Nowitzki made his move. At the very moment the ball left Nowitzki's hand, the The game clock struck 0. Over 20,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on the ball, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The ball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc, akin to the brightest shooting star in the night sky. With a swish, it descended like a precisely guided missile, landing securely in the embrace of the hoop. A three-pointer. The score instantly transformed to a tie at 114. The atmosphere erupted, the cheers of the audience resonating like thunder throughout the American Airlines Center. Nowitzki raised his arms high, his face alight with confidence and exhilaration, becoming the focal point of the arena. His teammates surged towards him, embracing and slapping hands in celebration of this remarkable moment. Meanwhile, the players of the San Antonio Spurs appeared somewhat dejected and frustrated. They were but a step away from victory, yet Nowitzki's three-pointer had inexorably dragged them into overtime. Suyu could not help but murmur a curse under his breath. He lamented that had he recognized earlier that Dirk Nowitzki was the true savior of the final play, the outcome might have been entirely different. Chapter 77, the season's first 50. The San Antonio Spurs bench. Everyone, get your heads in the game. Coach Popovich's piercing gaze swept across each player. The score was merely tied. We still had overtime ahead. If you feel discontented, if you feel frustrated, then channel all that emotion onto the court. Do you understand? Upon hearing their coach's call, the players snapped back to attention. Determination etched on their faces as they responded in unison. Understood. Indeed, the coach was absolutely right. The game was not yet over, and overtime awaited. The players' feelings of dissatisfaction and frustration ignited like flames within them. They longed to prove themselves in overtime and fully unleash their emotions. Popovich watched the players' reactions with satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He knew that as long as the team maintained such fighting spirit, there was still hope in overtime. Without hesitation, he began to outline the strategies for the impending overtime, meticulously detailing every tactic and approach. The brief respite vanished in an instant, and both teams returned to the court, ready to face the final showdown. The lineups remained unchanged, with the starting players taking the floor. The jump ball players approached the center circle, standing on either side. With the sound of the whistle, the game officially commenced. With a resounding thud, Tim Duncan unsurprisingly won the jump ball, directing it back to his own half, granting the San Antonio Spurs the first offensive possession. Tony Parker swiftly retrieved the ball and hastily dribbled past half court. As he crossed the line, his gaze shifted towards the paint, where Tim Duncan and David Robinson had both established position in the low post, successfully blocking their opponents behind them. Tony Parker passed the ball to Bruce Bowen, who deftly delivered it to David Robinson. This strategic move was orchestrated by Coach Popovich. In the overtime period, Popovich instructed his players that the primary objective was to exploit the fact that their opponent, Dirk Nowitzki, had already accumulated 5 fouls. The Dallas Mavericks, in turn, sought to prevent Nowitzki from defending Tim Duncan, thereby assigning him the task of guarding David Robinson. Thus, the ball found its way to Robinson in the low post. Upon receiving the ball, David Robinson unleashed an aggressive assault on the beleaguered Nowitzki, akin to a ravenous cheetah. Faced with Robinson's fierce onslaught, Nowitzki found himself at a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly in an attempt to use his body as a barrier against Robinson's relentless attack. However, no matter how valiantly he fought, he could not match Robinson's power. Just as Nowitzki was being pushed back, Robinson astutely recognized a prime opportunity for offense. He turned swiftly, like a flash of lightning, preparing to take a jump shot. At the very moment he was about to leap, he hesitated briefly. This momentary pause struck like a bolt of lightning across the night sky, catching Nowitzki off guard. Assuming Robinson was about to shoot, Nowitzki leapt without hesitation, aiming to block the shot. Yet, all of this was part of Robinson's cunning strategy. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as he suddenly propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the airborne Nowitzki. With a resounding clash, the two collided mid-air. The referee's whistle echoed like thunder, signaling a foul on Nowitzki. Simultaneously, Robinson was sent to the free throw line, marking a significant blow to the Dallas Mavericks. Just as overtime commenced, Nowitzki, who had just propelled his team into this extra period, found himself burdened with 6 fouls and was compelled to leave the game. This loss of a key player was bound to have a profound impact on the team's morale and combat effectiveness. Well done, David. Good play, David. The members of the San Antonio Spurs rushed over to commend Robinson for drawing the foul. Robinson then approached the free throw line to execute his shots. The first attempt clanged off the rim, while the second swished through the net. With one successful free throw out of 2, he secured a point, bringing the score to 115-114. As the Dallas Mavericks resumed play, with Dirk Nowitzki taking a breather, The burden of offense fell squarely on the shoulders of Steve Nash and Michael Finley. However, Steve Nash found himself ensnared by the tenacious defense of Suyu, rendering him unable to showcase his true prowess. In a moment of desperation, the ball was passed to Michael Finley. Without hesitation, Finley opted for a one-on-one against Bruce Bowen, attempting to leverage his individual skills to breach the opponent's defense. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him this time, with a resounding clang. Finley's contested shot failed to find its mark. Underneath the basket, David Robinson swiftly secured the rebound and, without delay, sent the ball soaring to Tony Parker. With remarkable agility, Parker promptly launched the ball towards the sprinting Suyu in the front court. Suyu deftly caught the incoming ball and swiftly dribbled towards the interior of the Dallas Mavericks defense. Upon witnessing this, the Mavericks defenders pounced upon him like hungry wolves. In the face of their aggressive approach, Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence. With a flick of his wrist, he skillfully passed the ball to the unguarded Bruce Bowen at the perimeter. Without a moment's hesitation, Bowen leaped into the air, suspended in time, and released a three-point shot. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air before finding its way into the net with a satisfying swish. With this successful three-pointer, the score elevated to 118 to 114. The San Antonio Spurs quickly unleashed a 4-0 offensive surge at the onset of overtime, catching the Mavericks off guard. However, the Mavericks did not yield easily. They promptly reorganized their offense in an attempt to close the gap. Yet, the sound of a missed shot echoed, signaling that their efforts were fraught with difficulty. Ever since Dirk Nowitzki departed the court, the Mavericks' offense seemed to have lost its anchor, descending into chaos. Meanwhile, the Spurs seized this opportunity to launch another rapid counterattack. This time, Tony Parker penetrated the Mavericks' interior like a bolt of lightning, successfully drawing the attention of the Mavericks defenders. Parker cleverly passed the ball to the unguarded Suyu in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Suyu executed his shot without hesitation, his movements flowing seamlessly as if he had rehearsed them countless times in his mind. The ball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. 3 points scored. This decisive three-pointer effectively sealed the fate of the game. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 127 to 118, securing a 9-point victory and marking their third consecutive win, bringing their overall record to an impressive 24 wins and 2 losses. In this match, Tim Duncan achieved his first 50-point game of the season, amassing an astounding 50 points, 16 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. Meanwhile, Suyu contributed 24 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks throughout the game. Chapter 78, a game that set 2 records. San Antonio Spurs locker room. Where's Sue? David Robinson's voice suddenly resonated amidst the clamor of the jubilant locker room. The players, initially basking in the joy of victory, paused in surprise upon hearing his words. They exchanged bewildered glances, realizing it had indeed been some time since they last saw Suyu. David Robinson scanned the room, his brow furrowing slightly. He found Suyu's absence perplexing. After all, this victory in the Texas Derby was hard-earned, and everyone was celebrating to the fullest. How could Suyu possibly be missing? As the confusion lingered, Tony Parker suddenly slapped his forehead, as if struck by a revelation. I just saw Sue come out of the shower. He must have gone on a date, he remarked. Date? The word rippled through the room like a stone cast onto a tranquil lake, stirring a wave of excitement. The mention of a date instantly conjured images of Suyu embracing Angelina Jolie during warm-ups. In an instant, the elation from their victory faded, overshadowed by envy towards Suyu. After all, who wouldn't want to date a glamorous Hollywood star like Angelina Jolie? At that very moment, the object of everyone's envy, Suyu, was holding hands with his employee Angelina Jolie, guiding her to a lavish RV outside the arena for a candlelit dinner. Throughout the meal, Angelina occasionally cast her alluring gaze towards Suyu, causing his heart to race. Angelina Jolie had been utterly captivated by his charm and financial success, not to mention his remarkable performance on the court. To her, Suyu had become a tantalizing temptation, and she wished nothing more than to claim him as her own. Suyu could not help but exclaim, Angelina, please, not now. Let me finish my meal first. His voice bore a hint of exasperation, for he had just exerted himself to the utmost on the field for a full 49 minutes. Now, he was both weary and famished, yearning to satiate his hunger as swiftly as possible. Yet, Angelina Jolie's hands were anything but still, as she insisted on teasing the young Suyu. Angelina dismissed his plea entirely. Instead of retreating, She became all the more spirited in her playful provocation. She even leaned closer to Su Yu's ear and whispered, "Dear boss, you enjoy your food while I indulge in my own amusement. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Su Yu was suddenly engulfed by a sense of helplessness. He could only endure the tantalizing allure of Angelina Jolie while hastening his meal. Once satiated, without a word, he seized Angelina Jolie with the ferocity of a starving tiger pouncing on its prey and strode toward his sleek sports car. Initially startled, Angelina Jolie swiftly wrapped her arms around Su Yu's neck, allowing him to carry her effortlessly. Upon reaching the car, Su Yu placed her in the passenger seat, then swiftly took his place behind the wheel. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, headed straight for his villa in Dallas. Upon arrival, Su Yu eagerly flung open the car door, hoisting Angelina Jolie onto his shoulder as if she were a sack of flour, and strode purposefully into the house. The moment they crossed the threshold, they ignited with a fervor akin to kindling meeting flame, entwined in an inseparable embrace. Time slipped away unnoticed in their passionate fervor, and before they realized it, the clock had struck past 4 in the morning. After an intense and exhilarating encounter, Su Yu finally succumbed to slumber, cradling Angelina Jolie in his arms. The morning sun filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting golden rays across the room. Su Yu turned over in her sleep and slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Angelina Jolie beside her, who remained blissfully asleep, her eyes tightly shut. As Su Yu stretched lazily, preparing to rise from his slumber, he inadvertently produced a faint sound. This subtle noise roused the peacefully sleeping Angelina Jolie beside him. With bleary eyes, she gradually opened them, and as she shifted slightly, the covers slipped away. Instantly, Su Yu's gaze was captivated, and an overwhelming surge of desire surged within him. Before Angelina Jolie could fully comprehend the situation, Su Yu lunged at her like a famished wolf, and in an instant, they found themselves entwined once more. This fervent encounter persisted for quite some time, lasting until just past 1 in the afternoon, when Su Yu finally rose, thoroughly satisfied. He hastily attended to his grooming, donned his attire, and departed from the villa steeped in an air of intimacy. Upon returning to the team, his teammates gathered around him, bombarding him with inquiries about his date. Notably, David Robinson approached with particular eagerness, sniffing around Su Yu like a hound, seemingly attempting to discern some sin of the experience. Su Yu was taken aback by David Robinson's actions, forcefully pushing him away while exclaiming, "David, keep your distance." To this, David Robinson could only respond with a stunned expression. Meanwhile, Angelina Jolie slowly awakened from her slumber around 6 in the evening, her gaze slightly dazed. She lingered in bed for half an hour before finally rising to partake in the dinner prepared by her servant. Subsequently, she was driven to the airport to return to New York. Concurrently, the number of high-quality movie scripts and endorsements available to Angelina Jolie surged dramatically, eliciting a smile from her, for this was precisely the outcome she desired. However, she often found herself reminiscing about that fateful day and night. As for Su Yu, he continued his journey through the regular season. On the 29th, the San Antonio Spurs faced off against the Denver Nuggets at home. This match was laden with the desire for retribution, especially for Su Yu, who had been sidelined due to suspension during their previous encounter. From the onset of the game, Su Yu demonstrated an intense competitive spirit, unleashing his full potential as he darted across the court, deftly evading his opponents in search of optimal shooting opportunities. Swish! With a crisp sound, he netted his first three-pointer. Almost immediately, swish, swish. 2 more followed, as Su Yu's three-point shots fell like rain, turning the Alamo Dome into a veritable downpour of threes. The crowd erupted in awe at Su Yu's astonishing performance, cheering fervently for him. Over the course of the game, Su Yu's display was nothing short of remarkable. He attempted 21 shots, successfully landing 17, with an astounding 12 of 15 three-pointers, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 80. Ultimately, Su Yu amassed a staggering 46 points, along with 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block, showcasing a comprehensive stat line. Under Su Yu's leadership, the San Antonio Spurs obliterated the Denver Nuggets with a final score of 109-74, avenging their previous defeat and securing their 4th consecutive victory, thereby elevating their overall record to 25 wins and 2 losses. Moreover, Su Yu set 2 records in this game. His personal highest single-game score reached 46 points, while he also shattered the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a single game, now standing at 12, surpassing the previous record of 11 held by Dennis Scott. Henceforth, the record for the most three-pointers made in an NBA game will be attributed to to Suyu's remarkable achievement of 12. Chapter 79. The Rookie Showdown. My dear, congratulations on your victory. As Suyu and his teammates walked back through the player tunnel, a woman clad in black with golden hair, resembling a delicate butterfly, suddenly darted toward him amidst the crowd's gaze. As Suyu focused his gaze, he was instantly captivated by the familiar fragrance wafting towards him. He immediately recognized the woman before him as Jessica Alba. Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, opened his arms wide and confidently caught the approaching Jessica Alba. A subtle smile graced his lips as he gently inquired, "Jessica, what brings you here?" Jessica Alba embraced Suyu tightly, as if wishing to merge him into her very being, utterly unconcerned by the sin of sweat that lingered on him. With a playful pout, she replied, "I've missed you." However, Jessica's feelings were far from simple. In truth, beyond her longing for Suyu, a significant reason compelled her to this place: the immense pressure brought upon her by Angelina Jolie. As a wealthy benefactor, Suyu has naturally become the object of pursuit for numerous women. Meanwhile, the enchanting Angelina Jolie has also shown a keen interest in Suyu. Faced with such formidable competition, Jessica Alba is unwilling to relinquish her claim to Suyu without a fight. Thus, the scene of Jessica Alba visiting the set unfolded. Her appearance not only surprised Suyu but also evoked envy among his teammates. With Angelina Jolie in the forefront and Jessica Alba behind, the teammates could only express their admiration and longing. Suyu gently released Jessica Alba, softly patting her back as he tenderly said, "Jessica, would you mind waiting for me by the RV outside the arena?" Jessica Alba nodded slightly, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Of course, darling." With that, she gracefully turned and made her way towards the RV outside the arena. Upon reaching the entrance of the large RV, she noticed Pepdor, Suyu's butler, standing beside the vehicle. She politely greeted him, "Good day, Mr. Pep." Pepdor smiled warmly, responding enthusiastically, "Hello, Miss Jessica. It is a pleasure to have you here. Please, do step inside." Jessica Alba elegantly ascended the steps and entered the RV. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with ample space that exuded a sense of relaxation. Once seated on the sofa, her gaze fell upon Pepdor, and curiosity prompted her to inquire, "Mr. Pep, I wonder if you have entertained other women before?" Pepdor's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "Miss Jessica, regarding that matter, I believe it would be best for you to ask the boss directly." Clearly, he was not inclined to elaborate on such inquiries. Understanding his stance, Jessica Alba refrained from pressing further, recognizing that some matters were better addressed with Suyu directly. Thus, she patiently awaited his arrival on the sofa. After more than 20 minutes, Suyu, having changed his attire, approached the RV with a light-hearted stride, his mood visibly uplifted. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, Jessica Alba, like an agile leopard, suddenly leaped towards him. She enveloped him in a tight embrace, as though her very being wished to meld with his, catching Suyu slightly off guard. "Jessica, it's only been a few days. Why have you become so clingy?" Suyu teased with a smile. Jessica Alba looked up at him with playful reproach, her voice soft as she responded, "Isn't it because of you, dear? You're so wealthy and handsome. If I don't cling to you a little, who knows when another woman might whisk you away." Hearing her words, Suyu realized the truth in her sentiment. He couldn't help but chuckle, charmed by Jessica Alba's adorable nature. "Rest assured, Jessica, as long as you remain by my side, I would never let you go." Suyu gently caressed Jessica Alba's hair and solemnly remarked. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Jessica Alba's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers in full bloom during spring. With joy, she exclaimed, "Really, my dear? You mustn't deceive me." Suyu smiled and nodded, offering her an affirmative response. Subsequently, the two indulged in a sumptuous feast, satisfying their appetites to the fullest. After their meal, they returned to Suyu's grand villa. Upon entering the room, Jessica Alba eagerly took Suyu by the hand, seemingly impatient to share a delightful moment with him. Blitz was left speechless. This fellow, who had promised to train diligently, was instead indulging in a lackadaisical routine. Of course, Suyu was not entirely neglecting his training, as he made it a point to dedicate time to practice each day, regardless of circumstances. Nevertheless, in Blitz's eyes, Suyu ought to train for 10 hours daily. As dawn broke the following day, Suyu rose early to engage in his training regimen. Upon completing his workout, he refreshed himself with a shower and promptly roused Jessica Alba from her slumber. Together, they enjoyed a delightful lunch before he escorted her to the airport, as she had work commitments the following day. After bidding her farewell, Suyu returned to the team's training facility, gearing up for a back-to-back clash against the Memphis Grizzlies, marking the last game of December. Anticipation among the fans for this matchup was palpable, as it showcased the rookie showdown, Paul Gasol versus Suyu. In the eyes of the spectators, the title of Rookie of the Year was poised to be contested between these two talented players. Paul Gasol, aware that his statistics and performance lagged behind Suyu's, placed significant importance on this game, recognizing that a direct confrontation and victory over Suyu could enhance his chances of claiming the esteemed accolade. Hence, he was fervently determined to secure a win. As seconds ticked by, the moment of the game approached. With the announcer's introduction and the resounding cheers of the crowd, the players of the San Antonio Spurs made their entrance onto the court, one after another. When Suyu emerged as the third player to take the stage, the Alamodome erupted into an exhilarating frenzy, with the crowd fervently chanting, "Su! Su! Su!" as Suyu stepped onto the court amidst a chorus of cheers. The grand ceremony concluded, and both teams' players continued their warm-up without pause. Once the warm-up was finished, the starting players shed their jackets and approached the court. The announcer seized the moment to introduce the starting lineups to the fans present and those watching on television. The San Antonio Spurs starting players were Tony Parker, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The Memphis Grizzlies starting players included Jason Williams, Grant Long, Shane Battier, Stromal Swift, and Pau Gasol. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially commenced. Chapter 80. Tony Parker's consecutive 4 points with a sharp crack. Tim Duncan unexpectedly made the first contact with the ball, tapping it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs the first offensive possession of the game. Tony Parker dribbled the ball past half-court, and as he crossed the line, Tim Duncan surged forward like a fierce tiger, swiftly positioning himself beside Parker to set a screen. This maneuver caught the Memphis Grizzlies off guard. They had clearly not anticipated such tactical coordination from the Spurs. In the lead-up to the game, the Memphis Grizzlies had collectively believed that Suyu would be the focal point of the Spurs offense. After all, if Suyu aimed to claim the Rookie of the Year title, his most formidable competitor would undoubtedly be Pau Gasol. However, they were entirely unaware that Suyu held Gasol in little regard. To be more precise, Suyu was not particularly enamored with the accolade of Rookie of the Year. His true aspiration lay in the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy, a symbol of the utmost honor. Moreover, given Suyu's current average statistics in the team's performance, he did not believe anyone could wrest the Rookie of the Year title from his grasp. Should such an event occur, he would suspect foul play. Suyu was not averse to engaging with those who resorted to underhanded tactics. After all, in his previous life, LeBron James was often accused of employing numerous off-court maneuvers. Yet such antics seemed trivial in comparison to what Suyu faced. Suyu is utterly unconcerned about others engaging in clandestine maneuvers. As soon as the opponent makes a move, he will promptly subdue them, leaving them utterly defenseless. In a dazzling display of skill, Tony Parker deftly utilized a screen from Tim Duncan, swiftly evading the defensive player, Jason Williams, and driving towards the basket. Stromal Swift, however, did not immediately step up to challenge. Seizing the moment without a hint of hesitation, Parker launched into the air, suspended momentarily before releasing a mid-range shot. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, and with a satisfying swish, it found its home in the net. The score stood at 2-0, with Tony Parker being the first to etch his name on the scoreboard. The entire Alamodome erupted with excitement, as fans fervently cheered for Parker's remarkable mid-range jumper. As the Memphis Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball, it was passed to Jason Williams, who dribbled past half-court. At that very moment, Parker charged at him like a ravenous tiger, exuding an air of intensity, evidently intent on imposing physicality on Williams. Yet, Jason Williams remained remarkably composed, even somewhat dismissive, as he planned to toy with Parker in retaliation for the earlier basket. Unbeknownst to Williams, Parker's aggressive advance was merely a ruse. The true threat emerged from the sidelines. As Suyu surged forward with remarkable speed, Parker's fierce approach was a calculated strategy to divert Williams' attention, granting Suyu the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the flank. Just as Williams contemplated his response to Parker's challenge, his teammate Grant Long dashed in from the opposite side, calling out urgently, "Jason, pass the ball." Yet, by the time Long's voice reached Williams' ears, it was already too late. Suyu, like a flash of lightning, swiftly approached Jason Williams, forming a formidable double team alongside Tony Parker. The duo's four hands, akin to an impenetrable fortress, completely obstructed Jason Williams' passing lanes, rendering him incapable of distributing the ball. In response, Jason Williams quickly decided to tightly clutch the ball, prioritizing its protection. However, in a split second, Su with precision and speed, reached into Jason Williams' embrace and successfully made contact with the ball. Immediately, Su seized the ball with all his might, attempting to wrest it from Jason Williams' grasp. Unyielding, Jason Williams fortified his hold on the ball, and thus began an intense struggle between the two. The referee, observing the scene, silently counted 1, 2, 3. With a sharp whistle, the referee called for a jump ball. Nice. Su instantly released his grip, raising a fist triumphantly in the air. Well done, Su. Tony Parker, positioned closest, dashed over to high-five Su. A thunderous cheer erupted within the Alamo Dome, echoing like a tidal wave. Even Greg Popovich on the bench couldn't help but nod in approval, reflecting. Initiating a double team on the ball handler right from the start is indeed a brilliant tactic. Subsequently, both Jason Williams and Su took their positions at the free throw line, standing on opposite sides, ready for the jump ball. With the sound of the whistle, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Su and Jason Williams reacted almost simultaneously, leaping into the air with remarkable agility. With a resounding clap, it was no surprise that the taller Su triumphed in the jump ball. The ball was secured by David Robinson, indicating that the San Antonio Spurs successfully defended against the Memphis Grizzlies' initial offense. Back on defense. Back on defense. Jason Williams urged his teammates as he hurried to return. After all, with the addition of Tony Parker, a veritable Ferrari, the Spurs had significantly increased their fast break opportunities this season compared to the last. However, Jason Williams underestimated Tony Parker's speed. The moment Parker received the ball from David Robinson, he surged forward toward the Memphis Grizzlies' backcourt, as if propelled by oil under his feet. Su, unwilling to be outdone, closely trailed behind, creating a minor disturbance for the Memphis Grizzlies' defensive players. The players of the Memphis Grizzlies dared not focus all their attention solely on Tony Parker. The accuracy of Su's long-range shooting is undeniable. The opportunity has arisen. Tony Parker, ever quick-witted, seized the moment and accelerated with agility. In no time, he reached the free throw line. Jason Williams, upon noticing, could not restrain himself and lunged forward, attempting to intercept Tony Parker. However, in the blink of an eye, Tony Parker executed a graceful 180-degree turn, effortlessly evading Jason Williams. Following this, he leapt off one foot, his movements fluid as water. With a swish, the ball kissed the backboard before finding its way into the net. The score transformed to 4-0. Tony Parker's defensive counterattack contributed yet another point for his team. With this basket, he had already accumulated 4 points, setting a promising tone for his team. Chapter 81. The singular brilliance of Tony Parker. The Memphis Grizzlies initiated a backcourt inbounds pass, delivering the ball to Jason Williams, who dribbled past half-court. During this dribble, he paid keen attention to Su's positioning. Meanwhile, Jason Williams directed Grant Long to reposition Su to the corner of the court, effectively rendering Su unable to execute any double-team defense against him. However, at the moment Grant Long surged toward the corner like an arrow released from a bow, Su unexpectedly altered his direction, charging fiercely towards Jason Williams. In response, Jason Williams exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly reacted by launching the ball toward Grant Long, who was racing to the corner. Just as the ball was about to leave Jason Williams' grasp, he suddenly noticed that the previously aggressive Su had, like a magician, retreated his steps. It turned out that Su's earlier charge was merely a ruse. He had no intention of genuinely double-teaming Jason Williams, and unfortunately, Jason Williams had fallen victim to his ploy. Disaster. Jason Williams could not retract the ball in time and could only watch as his pass sailed towards Grant Long. Observing the incoming pass, Su felt a thrill of triumph. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he leapt high, his single arm clutching the ball with the strength of a vice, intercepting what was intended for Grant Long. Tony, run. Su shouted without hesitation, his voice reverberating across the court like thunder. Upon hearing Su's call, Tony Parker sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of lightning towards the front court. Jason Williams, in a state of urgency, turned to pursue Parker, but despite his frantic sprint, he could not bridge the distance between them. Meanwhile, Su, stationed in the backcourt, launched the ball towards Parker, who was racing ahead. The ball soared through the air like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc before perfectly arcing over Jason Williams' head and landing securely in Parker's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Parker accelerated like a fully fueled race car, charging towards the unguarded backcourt of the Memphis Grizzlies. With a swift motion, he executed a layup in transition, scoring 2 points for his team. The score surged to 6-0. Parker's consecutive 6 points widened the gap for his team. A deafening cheer erupted in the Alamodome, celebrating not only Parker's scoring but also Suyu's impressive steal. Applause erupted from the bench as Coach Popovich acknowledged Suyu's exceptional play. Such enticing defense was a rarity indeed. The more Popovich observed Suyu, the more he grew fond of this player. Meanwhile, Jason Williams, having committed a series of errors, appeared dazed. Although he had not been directly stripped of the ball in the previous play, being forced into a jump ball was still a misstep on his part. As a point guard, consecutive mistakes were inexcusable. Each error was a gift to the opponent. Williams glanced towards the bench, silently hoping for a timeout. But the Grizzlies' head coach remained indifferent, choosing not to halt the game in this precarious situation, leaving everyone wondering what emboldened him. With the ball back in play, it was passed to Jason Williams, who maneuvered cautiously across half court, his gaze half focused on the ever-watchful Suyu. He was genuinely intimidated. Suyu's defense was extraordinary. Once past half court, Paul Gasol broke free, not to set a screen for Williams, but to seek the ball. Under normal circumstances, facing such a situation, Gasol would have confidently taken on his opponent. However, tonight, he was up against the formidable twin towers of the San Antonio Spurs. And he felt the weight of that challenge. Jason Williams passed the ball to Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol received the ball at the high post, took a step inside, and paused momentarily. Instantly, the remaining teammates of the Memphis Grizzlies began to maneuver. Sean Battier, utilizing a backpedal combined with a screen, eluded Bruce Bowen and made his way toward the paint. Pau Gasol, quick to recognize the movement, flicked his wrist and promptly passed the ball. It landed squarely in the hands of Sean Battier, who had just cut into the lane, presenting a golden opportunity for the Grizzlies. Without hesitation, Sean Battier leaped for a layup. However, in the next moment, Tim Duncan soared from above, having just launched himself, and emphatically swatted Sean Battier's shot out of bounds. With the thunderous block completed, Tim Duncan could not help but shout towards the stands. This astonishing display left the fans momentarily stunned, such an unfamiliar sight of Tim Duncan. However, as realization set in, the crowd erupted in chants of MVP, MVP, MVP. Amidst the roaring applause, the Memphis Grizzlies prepared for an inbound play, passing the ball back to Pau Gasol at the high post. The Grizzlies sought to penetrate the interior once more, but this time, the San Antonio Spurs were well prepared, thwarting any chance for a drive. Faced with the lack of options, Pau Gasol decided to take matters into his own hands, advancing a step before attempting a mid-range shot. The sound of the ball hitting the rim echoed as Pau Gasol's shot missed its mark. Underneath the basket, Tim Duncan effortlessly secured the rebound and subsequently passed the ball to Tony Parker. Upon receiving the ball, Tony Parker surged forward like a gust of wind, swiftly crossing half court. The Memphis Grizzlies, upon recognizing Tony Parker, instinctively converged towards him, inadvertently leaving the trailing Suyu unguarded. Observing this, Tony Parker's lips curled into a smile as he deftly flicked his wrist, delivering a bounce pass directly into the hands of the unmarked Suyu. Suyu advanced 2 steps forward, halting steadily beyond the three-point line, before swiftly leaping into the air, suspended in a graceful arc as he released the ball for a three-pointer. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a flawless execution. The ball traced a beautiful trajectory in the air, and amidst Suyu's premature celebrations, it swished through the net, nestling securely within the embrace of the hoop. A successful three-pointer. The score instantaneously transformed to 9-0. Timeout. The head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies helplessly called for a timeout. After the break, the situation remained unchanged. The San Antonio Spurs continued to dominate the Memphis Grizzlies, who were utterly defenseless. In merely half a game's time, the Spurs concluded the contest. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed with a resounding score of 113-79, obliterating the Grizzlies by a staggering 34 points. They secured their 5th consecutive victory, bringing their overall record to 26 wins and 2 losses. What fans anticipated as a showdown between the 0-1 rookies turned out to be just that, but it was the 0-1 rookie Tony Parker who shone brightest. In this match, Tony Parker made 9 of 12 shots, converted 2 of 2 free throws, and amassed an impressive 20 points, 3 rebounds, 13 assists, and 1 steal. Chapter 82. A triumphant start to the new year in the San Antonio Spurs locker room. Tony, your performance tonight was extraordinary. It would be remiss not to treat us, David Robinson exclaimed excitedly. As his words fell, other teammates chimed in. A treat. A treat. Tony Parker inwardly groaned, fully aware that he could not escape the obligation of hosting tonight. After all, everyone was in high spirits, and his performance was indeed commendable, marking his first career double-double. However, he was acutely aware that although his rookie contract spanned 4 years, it totaled merely $3.95 million, and after taxes, his actual earnings for the year were under $500,000. While this amount was sufficient for Tony Parker, it did not afford him the luxury of extravagant spending on opulent items like his teammates. Moreover, the prospect of treating his teammates to dinner, while within his means, would incur exorbitant expenses. He vividly recalled the last time Tim Duncan hosted a meal, which astonishingly cost a staggering $55,000. Reluctantly, Tony Parker steeled himself to comply. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tony Parker began to indulge heartily, hoping to consume enough to offset the cost. However, human appetite is ultimately finite, and he soon found himself unable to continue. Just as he prepared to settle the bill, the waiter informed him that someone had already taken care of it. Tony Parker was taken aback, hastily inquiring, "Could you tell me who settled the bill?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Mr. David took care of it." Suddenly, Tony Parker rushed to David Robinson's side like a gust of wind, lowering his voice as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, David." His face reflected appreciation. Yet he seemed somewhat embarrassed, considering that he had promised to treat, only for David Robinson to settle the bill. David Robinson looked at Tony Parker, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, "If you wish to thank me, then let your performance on the court be your tribute. I aspire to secure 1 or 2 more Larry O'Brien championship trophies before my retirement." Tony Parker nodded earnestly, responding, "David, I will give my all to assist you and Tim in achieving victory, ensuring that your career is free of regrets." His gaze was resolute and filled with determination. Hearing Tony Parker's words, David Robinson felt a warm surge of emotion, and he heartily patted Tony Parker on the shoulder, laughing joyfully. "Excellent. Haha. David Robinson is filled with optimism this year, thanks to the arrival of 2 promising rookies, CU and Tony Parker, who have swiftly acclimated to the rhythm of the NBA and secured their positions as starters. Their contributions have been monumental in helping the San Antonio Spurs establish themselves firmly at the pinnacle of the Western Conference." Time has flown by, and the dawn of a new year has arrived. Bidding farewell to the memorable year of 2001, we embrace the hopeful prospects of 2002. Meanwhile, the clock has quietly struck 9 in the morning, and the NBA officially announced the players of the month for December. In the Eastern Conference, the accolade goes to Paul Pierce of the Boston Celtics, who averaged 27 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 6 blocks, leading his team to an impressive record of 11 wins and 5 losses in December. In the Western Conference, the honor belongs to Tim Duncan of the San Antonio Spurs, who averaged 3 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 8 steals, and 8 blocks, guiding his team to a stellar record of 12 wins and 2 losses, maintaining their status at the top of the Western standings. Upon learning of Tim Duncan's consecutive selection as the Western Conference Player of the Month, his teammates congratulated him at the training facility. Following practice, Tim Duncan graciously treated the entire team to dinner. As the clock hands silently pointed to 7 p.m. on January 2nd, the night enveloped San Antonio, and the Alamodome was ablaze with lights, filled to capacity. Here, the Spurs were set to commence their first game of 2002 against the formidable Detroit Pistons from the Eastern Conference. Thus far in the season, the Pistons held a record of 15 wins and 13 losses, placing them 6th in the East. At this juncture, their defensive system had yet to fully crystallize, with the defensive anchor primarily resting on the shoulders of Ben Wallace. This season, Wallace's defensive prowess has been nothing short of remarkable, averaging 6 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 steals, and 5 blocks per game. It is no exaggeration to say that Ben Wallace has single-handedly upheld the entire defensive structure of the Detroit Pistons. However, for the Spurs' Twin Towers, Wallace's defensive capabilities may prove to be negligible, considering his height is merely 206 centimeters. Despite Greg Popovich's prior awareness of Ben Wallace's exceptional defensive capabilities, he deliberately instructed his team's towering duo to assault the impenetrable defense of the Detroit Pistons. As the game commenced, the San Antonio Spurs Twin Towers unleashed a formidable offensive onslaught within the paint, resembling a ferocious beast ruthlessly tearing apart the Pistons' defense. In merely a half, the Spurs Giants inflicted a significant breach, leading to the complete collapse of Detroit's defensive structure. By halftime, They commanded a substantial 54-43 lead over the Pistons. In the first half, Tim Duncan shone with an impressive 6 of 9 shooting, complemented by 3 of 3 from the charity stripe, accumulating 15 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, David Robinson contributed significantly, hitting 4 of 5 from the field and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, totaling 10 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. As the second half unfolded, Popovich decisively altered the offensive strategy, shifting the focus to the perimeter. This tactical adjustment caught the Pistons completely off guard, disrupting their original defensive setup and rendering them incapable of effectively countering the Spurs' second-half maneuvers. In a dazzling display of shooting prowess, Tony Parker, and Bruce Bowen consistently sank three-pointers, exerting immense pressure on the Detroit Pistons' defense. The defenders of the Pistons, overwhelmed and struggling, were unable to contain the external offensive firepower of the San Antonio Spurs. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Spurs had erupted for 31 points in a single quarter, outscoring their opponents by 13 points and extending their lead to a commanding 24 points, rendering the outcome of the game all but certain as it slipped into garbage time. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Popovich began substituting in bench players to afford his starters some respite. Meanwhile, the Pistons clearly were unwilling to concede defeat by such a significant margin. They exerted every effort in the final quarter, showcasing remarkable intensity in both offense and defense. Although the Pistons managed to claw back 8 points in the last quarter, the outcome remained inevitable. With the sound of the final whistle, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Detroit Pistons with a score of 104-88, securing their 6th consecutive victory and marking a triumphant start to the new year, elevating their overall record to 27 wins and 2 losses. Chapter 83. Declining the All-Star Three-Point Contest. San Antonio Spurs Training Facility. Sue, why did you decline the All-Star Three-Point Contest? Tony Parker was taken aback by Suyu's decision to turn down this exceptional opportunity to enhance his visibility. It seemed that Suyu did not fully appreciate the significance of this chance. Suyu is truly oblivious to the blessings bestowed upon him. It may be better to let it go. Although he cannot partake in the three-point contest, he still has the opportunity to participate in the skills competition. Upon hearing Tony Parker's question, Suyu cast him a fleeting glance before confidently releasing the ball from his grasp. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, and with a crisp swish, it effortlessly nestled into the embrace of the hoop. With a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips, Suyu inquired, "Is there really a need for competition? If I participate, wouldn't that be tantamount to bullying others?" Indeed, Suyu had previously asked Blitz whether an open shooter could be utilized in the three-point contest, to which Blitz had responded affirmatively. Suyu mused to himself, "Is there even a need for a contest? They might as well present the All-Star Three-Point Contest award directly to him." Just as he contemplated agreeing, a thought flickered through his mind. No, the NBA All-Star event is an extraordinary venue for attracting attention, drawing numerous prominent figures, including the most celebrated Hollywood actresses, models, singers, and more. Suyu, a trivial three-point contest trophy versus a beautiful woman? The choice is obvious. Without hesitation, Suyu declined the invitation to the All-Star three-point contest. However, he could not escape the rookie game and the main All-Star match. In the rookie game, Suyu was certain to secure a place, and as for the All-Star voting, he currently ranked second in the Western Conference, trailing only behind Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers, with a chance to surpass him at any moment. This indicated that Suyu was destined to be selected for the All-Star team. If this came to pass, he would join the ranks of players like Shaquille O'Neal, who made the All-Star selection in their rookie season. Yet, Suyu seemed rather indifferent to this prospect. After all, the rookie game and All-Star events merely encroached upon his time to pursue beautiful women. He preferred to bask in the company of lovely ladies during the All-Star festivities, savoring the delightful atmosphere. If only he could apply for a withdrawal from the events, he mused to himself. However, he was acutely aware that such a request would likely be impossible. If Suyu were to seek a withdrawal, President David would be the first to refuse. It is worth noting that Suyu's popularity had soared to extraordinary heights, reminiscent of Michael Jordan's rookie season, especially with Suyu's audacious celebrations, which not only avoided backlash but left an indelible impression on fans. The impact was unforgettable, leaving them yearning for more. "Sue, you're a bit overly confident," Tony Parker interjected. "Of course, can a shooter lack confidence?" Suyu retorted. "I even wish to forego participating in the rookie game and the main All-Star match." He added, As Suyu's words pierced Tony Parker's heart like two forks, he found himself utterly disinclined to engage in conversation with Suyu at that moment. Just then, David Robinson approached, his face adorned with curiosity as he inquired, "Sue, what could possibly deter you from participating in the rookie game and the All-Star game? It is worth noting that even during my rookie years, I was unable to secure a spot in the All-Star game. What an extraordinary honor this is for you." Suyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "David, if you feel honored, that is your sentiment, not mine. During this time, I would much rather be with the ladies, relishing those splendid 3 days. After all, the All-Star weekend is bound to be filled with numerous beauties." With that, he instinctively extended his tongue and delicately licked his lips, as if already envisioning the joyous moments spent with the enchanting women. Suyu's words ignited a fervent desire deep within David Robinson's heart, much like a spark setting ablaze a kindling. He couldn't help but reflect that, if given the choice, he would undoubtedly opt to spend time with the ladies. After all, at his age, he was rather unlikely to be selected for the All-Star game. At that moment, Tim Duncan approached, wearing a serious expression, and addressed Suyu, saying, "Sue, can't you aspire to greater ambitions?" Suyu chuckled dismissively and retorted, "Not at all. Men simply adore power, wealth, and women." He paused briefly before continuing, "I am not particularly interested in power. As for money, I have ample. Now, what remains is merely women. Moreover, the so-called All-Star weekend holds little significance for me." Suyu's words rendered Tim Duncan momentarily speechless, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. "What are you all doing? Engaging in idle chatter? Is your training insufficient? You few, give me 5 more sets." Popovich's voice echoed from a distance. Suyu, David Robinson, Tim Duncan. Meanwhile, Tony Parker sought to escape, remaining silent, as it was none of his concern. However, just 2 steps in, he was seized by David Robinson, who inquired, "Tony, where do you think you're going?" Ultimately, the 4 were compelled to engage in additional training. On the evening of January 4th at 7 p.m., the Alamo Dome in San Antonio was set to host the San Antonio Spurs as they faced yet another formidable Eastern Conference adversary, the Indiana Pacers. Despite the Pacers boasting a record of 18 wins and 15 losses thus far, their roster was remarkably robust, excelling in both offense and defense. Notably, 6 players on their team had scored in double figures, making them a formidable opponent. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich exercised caution, urging his players not to underestimate their rivals. This season, Popovich aspired to clinch the top spot in the Western Conference to secure home court advantage in the playoffs, enabling them to face any Western team with the upper hand. "Yes, Coach," the San Antonio Spurs players responded in unison. As the announcer introduced the players amidst the cheers of the fans, one by one, the Spurs emerged from the players' tunnel. When Tim Duncan made his entrance, the entire Alamo Dome erupted in fervent chants of MVP. 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 Tim Duncan stepped forward, basking in the adulation. After the grand introduction, both teams engaged in warm-ups. Once the warm-ups concluded, the starting players shed their jackets and took to the court. The announcer seized the moment to introduce the starting lineups to the audience both in attendance and at home. The San Antonio Spurs starting lineup consisted of Tony Parker, Suyu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. The Indiana Pacers starting players included Jamal Tinsley, Reggie Miller, Jalen Rose, Jermaine O'Neal, and Jeff Foster. With a sharp whistle, the game officially commenced. Chapter 84. This old fellow, remarkably unperturbed. With a resounding clap, Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, deftly redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs the initial offensive possession of the match. Tony Parker swiftly retrieved the ball and advanced it past half-court. Upon crossing the line, Tony Parker glanced over at Suyu, who was already dashing toward the perimeter. However, in the next moment, Jalen Rose, tasked with defending Suyu, collided forcefully with him, leaving Suyu momentarily stunned and nearly sprawling to the ground. Goodness! Suyu swiftly steadied himself, but soon lost the opportunity to receive the pass as Jalen Rose closed in, intensifying the defensive pressure on him, as if determined to freeze Suyu out of the game entirely. Indeed, prior to the match, the head coach of the Indiana Pacers had repeatedly instructed Jalen Rose to strictly limit Suyu's opportunities, emphasizing that he must not be allowed to shoot freely. In the coach's view, failing to contain Suyu would spell the end of their chances, especially considering their interior defense struggled against the formidable twin towers of the San Antonio Spurs. Seeing that Suyu had no chance of receiving the ball, Tony Parker decisively passed it to Bruce Bowen on the opposite side. With remarkable quickness, Bruce Bowen caught the ball and, like a flash of lightning. Swiftly passed it to the low post David Robinson. Once he received the pass, David Robinson surged forward like a fierce beast, launching an aggressive attack without hesitation. Jeff Foster, witnessing the unfolding scenario, cursed under his breath but gritted his teeth, resolutely bracing himself against Robinson's relentless advance. After several powerful attempts, David Robinson found himself unable to make progress, prompting him to return the ball to the perimeter to Bruce Bowen. Without a moment's hesitation, Bowen passed it back to Tony Parker. He then swiftly moved to Parker's side, setting a screen. Parker, understanding the cue, darted away like an arrow, using Bowen's screen to shake off his defender, racing towards the Indiana Pacers' interior like a wild stallion. Not on my watch. Reggie Miller, sensing the urgency, immediately sprang into action to provide support. However, he underestimated Parker's prowess. With a deft change of direction, Parker glided past Miller with ghostly ease, continuing his charge toward the Pacers' paint. Jeff Foster, realizing the impending danger, hurriedly shifted to intercept, raising his arms like an impenetrable wall before Parker. Upon seeing this, Parker allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a masterful bounce pass, precise as a surgeon's scalpel, right into the hands of the unguarded David Robinson. Like an eagle soaring high, Robinson leaped into the air, his arm rising like a pillar of strength as he forcefully slammed the ball into the basket with one hand. Boom! With a resounding crash, David Robinson executed a one-handed dunk, marking the first score of the game at 2-0. Beautiful pass, Tony, Robinson exclaimed, landing on the court. He felt elated by the dunk, especially after having struggled to overpower Jeff Foster in the low post just moments before. Thanks to Parker's timely penetration, Foster was drawn away, creating an exceptional opportunity for Robinson to soar for the dunk. The Indiana Pacers executed a re-entry pass, delivering the ball to Jamal Tinsley, who deftly dribbled across half court. Upon crossing the line, Reggie Miller, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly utilized a teammate's screen, darting to the left corner at a 45-degree angle with an ethereal grace. Observing this, Jamal Tinsley, without a moment's hesitation, launched the ball with the force of a cannon. Upon receiving the pass, Reggie Miller sprang into action like a nimble cheetah, leaping into the air and momentarily suspending time itself. His movements were fluid and natural, embodying perfection in every aspect. In the next instant, a sudden figure surged forth like a black whirlwind from the sidelines. This figure, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens, charged towards Reggie Miller with astonishing speed and power. It was none other than Suyu. With remarkable agility, he navigated around the screen, pouncing towards Reggie Miller like a ravenous tiger ready to seize its prey. Suyu leaped high into the air, and with his left hand resembling a whip, he struck with the force of thunder towards the racket that Reggie Miller had just released. With a sharp crack, the ball spun out of bounds like a whiplash top. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that Reggie Miller was left utterly astonished, his body momentarily stiffening in midair, his face betraying disbelief. As Suyu landed gracefully, a playful smile graced his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Reggie Miller, seemingly mocking his overestimation of his own abilities. Reggie, thank you for adding another block to my tally. A hint of teasing laced Suyu's voice. Upon hearing this, Reggie Miller was rendered speechless. He yearned fervently for this match, longing to redeem himself. However, the coach's defensive strategy for the evening left him thoroughly disheartened. The coach believed that he held no advantage against Suyu, opting instead to assign Jalen Rose to guard him. By the way, Reggie, weren't you seeking revenge last time? Why have you lost your nerve tonight? Suyu's words echoed in Reggie Miller's mind once more. Suyu's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Reggie Miller could hardly restrain himself from telling Jalen Rose that he was determined to confront Suyu. Yet, he held back, recognizing that the game had only just commenced. Turning away, he prepared to inbound the ball. However, Suyu had no intention of letting Reggie Miller off the hook, persistently whispering provocations as if seeking to infuriate him completely. Nonetheless, Reggie Miller remained unfazed by Suyu's taunts, maintaining his composure as if impervious to the intended provocation. Suyu could not help but think to herself, this old fellow, astonishingly, does not seem angry at all. Regrettably, in the hidden alley of Su and Yu, the Indiana Pacers executed a re-inbound. The ball was passed to Jamal Tinsley, who skillfully brought it to the top of the arc. Shortly thereafter, Reggie Miller, utilizing a screen, surged towards the 45-degree three-point line. Suyu swiftly circumvented the screen, charging toward Reggie Miller. However, this time, he was momentarily deceived. As Miller received the ball, He feigned a shooting motion, yet refrained from leaping immediately. Once he took to the air, Miller deftly sidestepped to his left, then leaped, hanging in the air before releasing a three-point shot. Damn it, Suyu cursed, caught off guard. With a clean swish, the ball nestled securely in the net. The score shifted to 2-3. Reggie Miller, a smirk of derision adorning his face, cast a taunting glance at Suyu. Just as he was about to speak, Suyu abruptly dashed away, denying Miller the opportunity to mock him. Chapter 85. Fortune will not always favor you. The San Antonio Spurs resumed play, passing the ball to Tony Parker, who advanced it across half court. Ball. Tony. As soon as he crossed the line, Suyu emerged from the corner, this time denying Jalen Rose any chance to obstruct him. He dashed out, arms spread wide, effectively shielding Jalen Rose behind him. Tony Parker, showing no hesitation, promptly delivered the ball to Suyu. Upon receiving the ball, Suyu swiftly pivoted to face his opponent. Jalen Rose immediately adopted a defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently on Suyu. In Jalen Rose's estimation, Suyu was on par with the legendary quartet of shooting guards, and in certain aspects, he even surpassed them in terms of intimidation. Meanwhile, Suyu remained poised, casting a glance at the nearby Bruce Bowen, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Bruce Bowen promptly sprinted towards Suyu, positioning himself to set a screen. Suyu utilized Bruce Bowen's screen to slip past Jalen Rose and drive towards the basket. Here I come. Reggie Miller reacted swiftly, quickly providing defensive support. As Suyu observed Reggie Miller's lips curl into a smirk, he swiftly leaned against him and unleashed an all-out assault with relentless force. The tremendous impact rendered Reggie Miller momentarily speechless, leaving him to desperately brace himself against Suyu's onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 consecutive strikes, Reggie Miller could no longer withstand Suyu's fervent assault and was compelled to retreat. A golden opportunity. Suyu seized the opportunity and swiftly pivoted, penetrating towards Reggie Miller's weak side, catching him completely off guard as he surged past. Jermaine O'Neal attempted to provide assistance, but Tim Duncan reacted even more swiftly, effectively obstructing Jermaine O'Neal's path to defense, allowing Suyu to advance unhindered into the heart of the Indiana Pacers' defense. He then leaped high into the air, executing a one-handed slam dunk. The score now stood at 4-3. Suyu's one-handed dunk propelled the team to regain the lead. The Alamodome erupted in a frenzy, with the fervent crowd chanting, "Su! Su! Su!" As Suyu landed, he swiftly turned to face Reggie Miller. In an instant, he was beside Miller, slightly easing his pace while a smirk of derision graced his lips. He callously remarked, "Reggie, you're getting old. It's time for you to retire. This place isn't suited for someone of your age." Unfazed by Suyu's taunt, Reggie Miller retorted sharply, "Kid, don't even think about provoking me. And you? You're nowhere near the level that would make me consider retirement." The air crackled with tension as a fierce standoff ensued, neither willing to concede. However, in this exchange, Miller discerned a marked enhancement in Suyu's speed and leaping ability since their last encounter. This newfound agility allowed Suyu to move with greater swiftness and jump with ease, significantly disrupting Miller's perimeter shooting. Nevertheless, Miller's performance was extraordinarily hot tonight, as if he were favored by fortune itself. During the first half, 3 of his shots defied logic, bouncing off the rim only to miraculously find their way into the net. Thanks to Miller's stellar play, the Indiana Pacers remained closely matched with the Western Conference leading San Antonio Spurs, trailing by a mere point at halftime, 53-52. With a resounding bang, the locker room door swung open, and Suyu stormed in, his face a mask of fury. Frustration boiling over, he slammed his fist against his locker, as if to release all his pent-up dissatisfaction and anger in that moment. The sudden noise startled his teammates, who exchanged wary glances. Their gazes collectively landed on Suyu before shifting to David Robinson, seemingly urging him to calm down. Seeing the commotion, Robinson sighed resignedly and rose to approach Suyu. Standing beside him, he spoke gently. "Su, I understand your frustration, but sometimes luck is part of the game." Robinson was well aware of the source of Suyu's ire. It stemmed from his responsibility of guarding Reggie Miller in the first half. "I get that, David. But I'm just not okay with it." Suyu's voice was laced with palpable indignation and anger. Suyu was taken aback by the fact that Reggie Miller had scored a remarkable 18 points in the first half. With a shooting performance of 7 out of 12 from the field and 4 out of 7 from beyond the arc, Miller accumulated 18 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. David Robinson patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "Su, channel all that emotion into the second half. I truly doubt that Reggie will maintain such fortune. Frankly speaking, luck had indeed favored the Indiana Pacers during the first half. It is crucial to note that those three fortuitous bounces contributed a substantial 8 points. Had those lucky breaks not occurred, the San Antonio Spurs would now be leading by a solid 9 points. There is an immeasurable difference between leading by 9 points and merely by 1. Indeed, Sue, rather than dwelling on your frustration, it would be wiser to contemplate how to better contain Reggie in the second half, Tim Duncan interjected. His words served as a splash of cold water, prompting Sue to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he covered himself with a towel and closed his eyes. Immersing himself in reflective thought, he began to replay the first half in his mind, each moment unfolding like scenes from a film. Just as Sue focused intently on his thoughts, Coach Popovich and the assistant coaches entered. Popovich delivered a succinct summary of the first half, highlighting the team's shortcomings and emphasizing areas for improvement in the second half. The brief intermission swiftly passed, and both teams returned to the court. Upon his return, Reggie Miller, with a mocking grin, confronted Sue, remarking, "Rookie, I scored 18 points over you in the first half. Don't worry, Reggie. Fortune will not always be on your side. In the second half, I shall thoroughly restrict you." Sue retorted, his eyes filled with determination. "Ha ha. I shall score even more points in the second half and lead the Pacers to victory." Reggie Miller dismissed Sue's words with a chuckle, replying, "We'll see about that." With that, Sue immersed himself in defense. As the second half commenced, the Indiana Pacers initiated the play. Chapter 86, The Distant Three-Point Shot. With a resounding clang, Jamal Tinsley, like a bolt of lightning, utilized his teammate's screen to swiftly penetrate the San Antonio Spurs interior. His speed was astounding, leaving defenders bewildered. However, just as he prepared for a layup, David Robinson, like an insurmountable mountain, leapt high with his remarkable wingspan to contest Tinsley's shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim and missed its target. Thus, the Pacers' first offensive attempt of the second half ended in failure. Tim Duncan, ever quick to react, was like a nimble cheetah, swiftly extending his arms to effectively block Jermaine O'Neal from behind. Then, like a spring, he leapt up to securely gather the defensive rebound. Upon landing, without a moment's hesitation, he promptly passed the ball to Tony Parker. Upon receiving the ball, Tony Parker surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, dashing toward the Pacers' backcourt with the force of a whirlwind. His speed was dazzling, leaving spectators in awe. Closely following was Sue, their coordination seamless, which left the returning Pacers players in disarray, unsure of whom to defend. After all, Sue's three-point shooting percentage was formidable. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tony Parker barreled into the Pacers' interior. He leapt high, effortlessly scoring with a layup, thus securing the first points of the second half for the San Antonio Spurs. The score shifted to 55-52, widening the gap to 3 points. A thunderous cheer erupted within the Alamo Dome, as the audience erupted in applause and shouts of encouragement for Tony Parker. "Great job, Tony. Well done, Tony." The Spurs players on the court praised him, and even Coach Popovich on the sidelines nodded in approval at this defensive counterattack. Indeed, a beautiful play. Tony Parker's speed and decisiveness, coupled with Sue's precise outside shooting, created an unparalleled combination for the San Antonio Spurs in fast breaks. However, whenever Popovich contemplates this, he is overcome with regret regarding the contract signed with Sue. Their association could last no more than 3 years. Popovich sighed, wondering if Sue had foreseen this situation. He shook his head, realizing he must cherish these 3 years and strive for a championship title. The scene shifted back to the court, where the Indiana Pacers prepared to inbound the ball to Jamal Tinsley. Tinsley swiftly dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the midline, he glanced towards the corner where Reggie Miller awaited. Inside, Jeff Foster promptly moved to set a screen for Miller. Yet, Sue was already prepared, skillfully maneuvering around Foster's screen and pursuing Miller. Though Tinsley noticed Sue approaching, he opted to pass the ball to Miller. In an instant, to Tinsley's astonishment, Sue executed a leaping dive, effectively intercepting the pass intended for Miller, causing the ball to deflect out of bounds. The possession remained with the Indiana Pacers. Recovering from the floor, Sue rose swiftly, casting a cold glare at Miller and proclaiming, "Do not even think about scoring." Without allowing Miller a moment to respond, Sue turned and walked away. The Pacers prepared to inbound the ball again, directing it to Tinsley, who brought it to the top of the arc, again looking to Miller. Miller attempted to use a screen to shake off Sue, but Sue seemed to predict the timing of the screen, successfully evading it once more and charging towards Miller. This forced Tinsley to hesitate, refraining from passing to Miller. Meanwhile, inside, Jermaine O'Neal emerged to receive the ball. Tinsley promptly passed it to O'Neal, who, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the air, suspended briefly before releasing a mid-range shot. Although Tim Duncan rushed to contest the shot, he could not prevent O'Neal from shooting. With a resounding clang, O'Neal's attempt from mid-range missed its mark. Down low, David Robinson secured the rebound, quickly delivering the ball to Tony Parker. Upon receiving the pass, Parker accelerated towards the front court. Ball. Sue called out from ahead. Without hesitation, Parker flicked his wrist, executing a bounce pass to the advancing Sue. Sue took 2 steps forward, halting just over a meter from the three-point line. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gathered the ball, leaped, and executed an extraordinary long-range three-point shot. It was a guaranteed success. At the moment of release, Sue preemptively struck a celebratory pose. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air. With a swish, it landed precisely in the embrace of the hoop, a remarkable three-pointer from afar. The arena erupted in disbelief. Jalen Rose, tasked with guarding Sue, stood frozen, staring at his retreating figure. In that moment, he was utterly stunned. While he had witnessed such feats via video, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Meanwhile, the entire Alamo Dome pulsated with excitement as fans fervently chanted, "Sue! Sue! Sue!" A timeout was called. Faced with such a predicament, the Indiana Pacers head coach had no choice but to call a timeout, attempting to disrupt the momentum of the San Antonio Spurs. However, the Spurs' fervor was already insurmountable, and a mere timeout could not quell their energy. Upon returning from the break, the Spurs' offense surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the Pacers. Reggie Miller, who had scored 18 points in the first half, managed only 1 basket out of 7 attempts in the second half, effectively neutralized by Sue. Gradually, the Spurs widened the gap. As the clock ticked down to the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter and the lead stretched to 15 points, the Pacers coach raised the white flag, substituting out his starters, signaling the end of the contest. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Indiana Pacers with a score of 107-89, achieving an impressive 7-game winning streak and elevating their record to 28 wins and 2 losses. On the Pacers bench, Reggie Miller looked on with palpable frustration as he observed Sue being celebrated by the Spurs. He knew all too well that the pivotal moment in the second half had been Sue's extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Damn it, another loss. Chapter 87. Rear-ended following their victory over the Indiana Pacers, the San Antonio Spurs prepared for yet another Texas showdown against the Dallas Mavericks, the same team that had previously pushed them into overtime. However, the Spurs were exceptionally well prepared for this encounter, aiming to continue limiting Steve Nash while implementing various defensive strategies against Dirk Nowitzki, ensuring that he faced considerable difficulty throughout the game. With 2 of the Texas trio effectively contained, the Mavericks conceded defeat by the end of the third quarter. Ultimately, the San Antonio Spurs claimed a decisive victory over the Dallas Mavericks, winning 105-83, achieving a season sweep over them. After triumphing over the Dallas Mavericks, the San Antonio Spurs embarked on their 6-game road trip, with the first stop being the home of the New York Knicks. Just as the team was preparing to depart, Sue greeted Coach Popovich, and before awaiting a response, be it acceptance or refusal, he took the initiative to board his private jet, flying directly to New York. Popovich. New York, often hailed as the nerve center and economic heart of the nation, stands at the forefront of various sectors including finance, commerce, industry, art, and fashion. Moreover, agriculture and manufacturing are also among the state's principal industries. Notably, this illustrious locale is home to the largest city in the nation, New York City, as well as its most expansive port, New York Harbor. In such a bustling metropolis, the presence of beautiful women is, of course, inevitable. This allure was precisely the reason Sue chose to depart from the team early, taking his private jet to New York. After all, he was eager to avoid a repeat of his previous misadventure in Los Angeles. Upon arriving in New York, Sue selected a villa from the numerous properties available and dedicated himself to rigorous training within its confines. After all, life is an unending journey of effort, and without a robust physique, how could one aspire to be the best in the nation? That evening, clad in a bespoke Italian suit, Sue exuded a striking charm. His meticulously styled hair only added to his allure. As he entered the city's most vibrant nightclub, His towering height and striking features immediately captivated the attention of numerous women. They flocked to him, eager to strike up conversations. However, the women who approached him either lacked the necessary allure or exhibited an overly brazen demeanor, leaving Suyu utterly disinterested. To his dismay, a few men also approached, attempting to engage him in conversation, which nearly provoked an aggressive response from him. For goodness sake, were they blind? Couldn't they see he was an unabashed heterosexual? Suyu silently cursed, his mood thoroughly disrupted by this man. Moreover, after wandering around the establishment, he had failed to identify any captivating targets. Disheartened, Suyu tugged at his collar and resolved to leave this place. He briskly approached his supercar, opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and pressed the accelerator. Preparing to depart, just as he had driven a mere 100 meters, a sudden loud bang echoed. Goodness, he had been rear-ended. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. Infuriated, Suyu felt an urge to lash out. As he pushed open the car door, he noticed the driver of the vehicle that had collided with him hastily exiting and exclaiming, "Sorry, I truly didn't mean to." Oh, it was a woman? In an instant, Suyu's desire to confront diminished by half. As he observed the female driver, he was captivated by her appearance. Her golden locks cascaded like a silken waterfall, and her azure eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Her delicate features hinted at a youthful innocence, and her figure, accentuated by a low-cut blue dress, was alluringly graceful. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a fawn had leapt into his heart. He then spoke, "Excuse me, miss. Have I inadvertently offended you? Why is it that just as I exited the nightclub, barely having driven 100 meters, you rear-ended me? Could this be your unique method of flirting?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, the female driver appeared taken aback, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. With her hands raised in a gesture of defense, she quickly retorted, No, sir. Please don't misunderstand. I had no intention of flirting with you. Though you drive an extravagant car, I believe that with determination, I too shall one day afford such a luxury. Besides, I am an actress. My name is Blake Lively. Have you heard of the film Sleepless? I am the lead." As she spoke, Blake Lively proudly lifted her chin. Blake Lively? The name was familiar. In his previous life, Suyu had watched many of her films, and she was celebrated as the quintessential golden-haired goddess. Reflecting on this, Suyu couldn't help but lick his lips. Gazing at Blake Lively as one would at a prized catch. The gaze of Suyu startled Blake Lively, causing her to take a couple of steps back. "Surely, you must recognize me. I starred in that famous film, even though I was merely 11 back then, quite different from how I am now." 11? How old are you now? Suyu inquired, intrigued. 15, Blake Lively replied. In an instant, Suyu's interest waned. "Goodness, so you are underage. I almost fell for this little girl's charm." He urged her to leave. "Hurry along, and do not let me catch sight of you again." Truly, to possess such a splendid figure at merely 15, and why did fate present him with a prey so young? Suyu was not intimidated by the laws of the United States. Rather, he simply knew that dealing with minors was a precarious affair. Without acknowledging Blake Lively, Suyu swiftly entered his sports car and departed from the scene. Blake Lively, left in a state of confusion as she watched Suyu drive away, hurriedly made her way home. Upon her return, she could not escape the inevitable reprimands from her parents. After all, Blake Lively had taken her father's car for a joyride. And not only had she been caught, but an incident had also ensued. Meanwhile, Suyu, back at his residence, vented his frustrations by vigorously hitting a ball. Hilarity ensued as Blitz continued to mock Suyu from the sidelines. Suyu, in a fit of irritation, hurled the ball towards Blitz. Although it made contact, it failed to stifle Blitz's laughter. As Suyu endured Blitz's laughter, he continued his training. The following day, upon returning to the team's practice, he was immediately summoned by Popovich for a reprimand, which Suyu accepted with due humility. However, right after receiving Popovich's criticism, he returned to the gym only to face yet another round of admonishment from his teammates. "Su, you are being excessive. You went off to have fun without inviting us. Su, you are being selfish. Su, you must include me in your plans tonight. Suyu, my head is spinning." Chapter 88, a kind reminder. On the evening of January 7th at 7 p.m., Madison Square Garden in New York was bustling with activity, fully packed with spectators, as the New York Knicks prepared to face off against the visiting San Antonio Spurs. Go New York Knicks. Go New York Knicks. Go New York Knicks. The fans at Madison Square Garden were already fervently cheering for their home team even before the game commenced. This season, the performance of the New York Knicks has remained rather unremarkable. It seems that since the departure of the crownless king, Ewing, the fate of this team has been sealed. They have gradually been on a downward trajectory, despite having performed commendably in the previous season, securing the fourth position in the Eastern Conference. However, the new backcourt duo, Latrell Sprewell and Allen Houston, has failed to propel the team further. In the first round of the playoffs, they suffered a disappointing defeat against Vince Carter's Toronto Raptors, with a series score of 2-3, resulting in their unfortunate exit. This season, the performance of the backcourt duo remains impressive. Latrell Sprewell averages 19 for points, 3, 7 rebounds, 3, 9 assists, and 2 steals per game. Allen Houston, on the other hand, averages 20 for points, 3, 5 rebounds, and 2 for assists. One could even argue that their statistics surpass those of the previous season. Regrettably, despite their individual excellence, the team's overall record has been less than satisfactory, currently standing at 14 wins and 18 losses. This highlights that they are not suited to take on the mantle of leadership and bear the responsibility of leading the team to victory. Nevertheless, Coach Popovich did not underestimate these two players. On the contrary, he deployed defensive stalwarts like Suyu and Bruce Bowen, specifically tasked with shadowing them to curtail their impact. The two executed Popovich's game plan exceptionally, limiting Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell's effectiveness to a mere shooting percentage of 33.3. After successfully neutralizing the Knicks backcourt duo, the San Antonio Spurs comfortably concluded the game by the end of the third quarter. The fourth quarter turned into garbage time, prompting Popovich to substitute his starting players. Suyu seized the opportunity to enjoy the splendid view from the front row of Madison Square Garden. It is no exaggeration to say that the fans of the New York Knicks are undoubtedly the finest in the entire NBA. Their loyalty and enthusiasm for the team are truly astonishing. Whether in times of prosperity or adversity, they unwaveringly support their beloved team. New York City, as a vibrant metropolis rich in cultural diversity, perfectly embodies this variety through its fan base. Regardless of profession, age, or background, individuals invariably become devoted adherents of the New York Knicks. A notable characteristic of Knicks fans is their resounding cheers for the team. Whenever the Madison Square Garden hosts a game, it is always filled to capacity, with fans creating a cacophony of deafening cheers and jeers to rally the team. This fervent atmosphere not only immerses the audience in unparalleled enthusiasm, but also invigorates the players. Furthermore, Knicks fans are renowned for their remarkably creative slogans and songs. During games, these chants and anthems are often sung aloud, adding a distinctive flair to the arena. It is worth noting that, regardless of the score, Knicks fans never entertain thoughts of surrender. They wholeheartedly rally behind the team, demonstrating a commendable spirit of perseverance. This aspect evokes a tinge of envy in Suyu. Seizing the opportunity while Suyu admired the ladies, Blitz remarked, "Sue, this might just be the finest stage." Indeed, Blitz, it truly is. But let's revisit this in 3 years. Suyu concurred. However, the future remains unpredictable. Will the New York Knicks discover their cornerstone in these 3 years? Wouldn't that be in vain? After responding to Blitz, Suyu resumed his gaze towards the ladies. Just as his attention wavered, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. She possessed a radiant mane of golden hair, delicate yet youthful features, and a striking figure that captivated all who beheld her. As Suyu focused his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that the figure before him was none other than Blake Lively, the very person who had rear-ended him the previous night. Just as Suyu was contemplating this revelation, Blake Lively seemed to sense his scrutiny, turning her head at that precise moment, their eyes locking in an unanticipated connection. It turned out that this evening, Blake Lively was accompanying her parents to Madison Square Garden to witness the game. She had not anticipated that upon entering the arena, she would encounter the striking figure who had left such an impression on her. That self-absorbed individual was standing merely a short distance away. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, Suyu realized how remarkably handsome this individual was. Coupled with his stellar performance on the court, he had undoubtedly captured Blake Lively's attention. At that instant, as their gazes met, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Upon witnessing the scene, Suyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. A sudden recollection of the previous night struck him, and an idea sparked in his mind as he gestured as if he had been rear-ended. This unexpected action caught Blake Lively off guard, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she hastily turned her head away, unable to meet Suyu's gaze again. Yet, mere seconds later, Blake found herself unable to resist stealing another glance at Suyu. Upon realizing he was still observing her, A flicker of annoyance ignited within her. In a moment of mischief, she playfully stuck her tongue out at him. This delightful scene did not escape Su Yu's notice, and he erupted into hearty laughter. This young lady was quite amusing, and soon he felt compelled to tease her further, noting that the individuals beside her appeared to be her parents, sharing a striking resemblance of about 70%. With the sound of the whistle echoing, the match officially concluded, with the San Antonio Spurs triumphing over the New York Knicks with a score of 100-79, marking a remarkable victory by 21 points and extending their winning streak to 9 games, bringing their overall record to an impressive 30 wins and 2 losses. Su, where are you headed? Tony Parker called out to Su Yu as he made his way toward the front row. Su Yu remained silent and walked straight towards the front row. Blake Lively, observing Su Yu approaching, felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. What could he possibly want? Upon reaching Blake Lively, Su Yu ignored her and addressed her parents, saying, "Hello, are you two the parents of this young lady?" "Yes. But may I inquire what you wish to convey?" Ernie Lively instinctively positioned himself in front of his daughter, suspecting Su Yu's intentions, as his daughter was undeniably beautiful. "There's nothing of great consequence, merely a word of caution. Please refrain from allowing this young lady to drive. She damaged my sports car last night. Of course, I do not require compensation. I simply thought it prudent to offer a friendly warning." With that, Su Yu strode purposefully towards the players' tunnel. Blake Lively was immediately met with her parents' inquiries. Blake Lively, side chapter 89, a police San Antonio Spurs locker room. "Su, who is that stunning blonde? She's absolutely gorgeous." Upon returning to the locker room, David Robinson, brimming with excitement as if he had discovered a new world, threw an arm around Su Yu's shoulder, his curiosity evident. Before Su Yu could respond, Bruce Bowen rushed over like a whirlwind, eagerly exclaiming, "Su, you simply must take me along to the nightclub. I can be your bodyguard, ensuring your safety." Bruce Bowen's so-called bodyguard intentions were merely a facade. His true aim was to accompany Su Yu in his quest for romance. After all, considering the beautiful women Su Yu had been associated with, Jessica Alba, Angelina Jolie, and now this unknown stunning blonde, how could Bruce Bowen resist the temptation? If he could manage to win over just one of them, he believed he would have no regrets in life. Su Yu was well aware of the subtle intentions of David Robinson and Bruce Bowen. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied with calm composure, "Perhaps next time. I shall invite you when the opportunity arises. However, I must advise you to refrain from approaching that young girl. She is merely 15 years old." David Robinson and Bruce Bowen were momentarily taken aback by his words. In Country M, engaging in sexual relations with a minor is a criminal offense. And for sports celebrities like them, being implicated could lead to consequences far graver than mere legal repercussions. It could cost them everything they currently possess. Regaining his composure, David Robinson curiously inquired, "Su, how do you know this? You didn't happen to meet that girl at the nightclub last night, did you?" As soon as David Robinson finished speaking, Su Yu recalled the events of the previous night, his expression darkening with displeasure. It was truly an unpleasant experience. "I had intended to visit the largest nightclub in New York, but after half an hour there, I found no one appealing. The quality of the women was lacking. And to my dismay, I was even approached by men." At this point, Su Yu's words elicited laughter from David Robinson and Bruce Bowen. Su Yu paid no heed to them and continued, "As it turns out, I was destined to leave. No sooner had I settled into the car than, within a mere 100 meters, I was rear-ended, and the culprit was that young girl. If her age had not been disclosed, I might have considered inviting her home. However, once she revealed her age, my interest vanished instantly." David Robinson and Bruce Bowen nodded in agreement. "Well, Su, we shall go out tonight. After all, we have a flight at noon tomorrow," David Robinson declared. Just then, the voice of Popovich echoed, "You all will remain at the hotel tonight, especially you, Su. Consider it a punishment for your departure from the team." "Fine by me," Su replied nonchalantly. He had already lost interest in the nightlife of New York, and Popovich conveniently provided him with a reason to abstain. David Robinson and Bruce Bowen wore expressions of disappointment. Soon after, Popovich turned to Su Yu and inquired, "Su, do you have a moment to spare? I would like to have a private conversation with you." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, he promptly nodded and replied, "Of course I have time, coach. It just so happens that I have yet to invite you to my RV to savor the culinary delights prepared by my private chef." A flicker of surprise crossed Popovich's eyes as he graciously accepted Su Yu's invitation and accompanied him to the RV. As Popovich stepped inside, he was greeted by an enticing aroma that enveloped him. Curiosity piqued. He glanced around and was met with a table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Eagerly, Popovich took a seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to indulge in the delectable offerings. With the first bite, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded in enthusiastic approval, exclaiming, "Wow, this flavor is simply extraordinary. Sue, your personal chef possesses remarkable culinary skills." Suyu gazed at the contented expression on Popovich's face, feeling a sense of joy within himself. With a smile, he remarked, "Coach, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Do indulge a bit more." Popovich, unabashed, continued to relish the feast before him. As the two enjoyed their culinary delights, they engaged in cheerful conversation. After satisfying their appetites, Popovich leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he turned to Suyu and inquired, "Sue, do you have any plans for your career?" Suyu responded without hesitation, "Of course, coach. My aim is to secure numerous championships." Upon hearing this, Popovich felt a surge of joy within. Sensing a glimmer of hope for his persuasion to succeed, he quickly replied, "Then Sue, you should definitely stay with the Spurs. I will build the team around you, and Tim, as long as the two of you are here, I firmly believe we can achieve many championships." Upon hearing Popovich's words, Suyu's doubts were finally resolved. He understood Popovich's intentions, which were ultimately aimed at the future 3 years hence. After all, the rookie contract he had signed was structured as a 3-1, with the final year being a player option, meaning Suyu could decide whether to remain with the team in that last year. At that moment, Popovich was filled with regret, secretly pondering why he had agreed to the player option clause in the first place. Then Suyu continued, "Coach, I have a question for you. If I decide to stay, who exactly will be the core of this Spurs team?" Without a moment's hesitation, Popovich answered, "Of course, it will be a dual core, just like the legendary OK duo of yesteryear." His tone was imbued with confidence, as if he was entirely certain of his response. However, Suyu countered without reservation, "No, coach. Individual honors like MVP and Finals MVP can only be awarded to one person. The notion of a dual core is simply untenable." His words struck Popovich's heart like a piercing sword. Suyu then spoke, "Coach, I understand what you're thinking. Your foremost priority will always be Tim. This Spurs team will forever revolve around him, not around me, Suyu. Therefore, coach, 3 years from now, I will seek a team where I can be the focal point." Upon hearing these words, Popovich wore an expression of helplessness, unable to persuade him to stay. Shortly thereafter, Suyu added with a smile, "However, coach, it is still too early to discuss this. Our most pressing concern right now is securing this year's championship, wouldn't you agree?" Popovich instinctively nodded in agreement. The two then engaged in a discussion about the current season's circumstances, a conversation that lasted over an hour before they finally returned to the hotel to rest. The following midday, all members of the San Antonio Spurs boarded a plane bound for Boston, preparing to face their second opponent of the away trip, the Boston Celtics. Chapter 90. The Boston Twins Boston International Airport. A plane arriving from New York gradually descended, and as the cabin doors opened, a group of tall and robust men emerged. They were none other than the players of the San Antonio Spurs. "Sue, did you not sleep well last night?" Tony Parker noticed Suyu's exhausted demeanor. Suyu shook his head and remarked, "It's somewhat uncomfortable. The sleep on the plane pales in comparison to my private jet at home." Tony Parker felt as though countless daggers had pierced his heart in that fleeting moment. Perhaps it was best not to inquire further, as Suyu had completely outshone him. The entire San Antonio Spurs team exited the airport and boarded the bus, which promptly made its way to the designated hotel. Upon arrival, Suyu retrieved his room key and, without hesitation, dashed back to his room. As he opened the door, he immediately tossed his luggage aside and flung himself onto the bed to catch up on sleep. Just before succumbing to slumber, Suyu instructed Blitz not to allow anyone to disturb him. Thus, he indulged in a deep sleep for 3 glorious hours. Upon awakening, Suyu could not help but exclaim, "Refreshing." He then inquired, "Blitz, how long have I been asleep?" 3 hours, Blitz replied. "And several people came by to knock on your door during that time." Suyu nodded slightly, showing little concern for who was knocking at his door. He then proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face before donning a set of athletic attire. Afterward, he exited his room and made his way toward the hotel gym. Upon entering the gym, he swiftly immersed himself in his training, the various equipment resonating rhythmically under his command. As time elapsed, beads of sweat cascaded down, saturating his workout clothes. After a rigorous 2.5 hours, he finally paused, dragging his drenched attire back to his room. Originally, Siyu had intended to extend his training session, but as he continued, an unexpected rumble from his stomach signaled his hunger, accompanied by a sense of discomfort. Thus, he resolved to momentarily cease his training, returning to his room to take a shower and change into fresh attire before nourishing himself to replenish his energy. After which he would proceed to the temporary training facility rented by the team. Just as Siyu reached the threshold of his room, a voice suddenly called out, "Su?" He focused his gaze and realized it was assistant coach John, standing a short distance away. "Hi, John," Siyu greeted with a smile. Assistant coach John hurried over, his face etched with concern, exclaiming, "Su, where have you been? We've been knocking at your door for ages with no response." Siyu explained, "Oh, I was just asleep. Perhaps too deeply to hear you knocking." It was then that Assistant John noticed Suyu's clothes, drenched from exertion, and inquired with astonishment, "Have you just returned from training?" "I just came back from the gym," Siyu replied. "I see. You should hurry and take a shower, lest you catch a chill," Assistant John advised with concern. "All right. Thank you, John. By the way, is there something you need to discuss with me?" Siyu inquired. "Regarding the strategy meeting for tonight's match. I suspect Greg will have quite the discussion with you shortly," Assistant John remarked, giving Suyu's shoulder a reassuring pat. "But fret not. I shall speak with Greg on your behalf." "Thanks, John," Siyu responded gratefully. "No need for thanks, Su," Assistant John replied as he turned to seek out Popovich. Upon hearing Assistant John's words, Popovich's irritation subsided considerably. However, he soon summoned Siyu before him for a thorough admonition. Siyu remained indifferent to Popovich's teachings, allowing them to flow in one ear and out the other. He merely understood that he needed to inform the team before he went to bed next time. Without further ado, Popovich, in a rather irritable manner, dismissed Suyu after offering his guidance. Observing Suyu's demeanor, Popovich realized that he was not truly absorbing the advice. However, he could tolerate Suyu's temperament, recognizing that it was not a grave issue. After all, Siyu had played nearly 30 games without significant mistakes, establishing himself as the most consistent performer on the team. Thus, Popovich could overlook these minor flaws. Additionally, the fact that Siyu headed to the gym to train immediately upon waking was commendable in Popovich's eyes. He regarded Siyu not only as the most reliable player on the team, but also as the most diligent. Regrettably, such a player could only be retained for 3 years. Indeed, as Siyu had expressed, the player who held the most significant place in his heart was undoubtedly Tim Duncan. Therefore, it was inevitable that Siyu would depart after 3 years, given his character. Hence, in this limited time, Popovich aimed to make the most of Suyu's talents to secure more championships for the San Antonio Spurs. "Yes, coach." As Siyu concluded his words, he promptly turned and dashed away, heading straight for a meal. After satisfying his hunger, Siyu made his way to the temporary training facility for practice. He trained diligently until past 11 p.m. before returning to the hotel to shower and rest, preparing for the impending clash the following evening. The next night at 7 p.m., darkness enveloped the city, and the lights began to twinkle. Outside the TD North Station Garden in Boston, the venue was ablaze with illumination, bustling with throngs of people. The arena resembled an enormous beehive, drawing countless fans eager to witness the spectacle. Upon entering, one would find the seats already filled to capacity, the atmosphere resonating with fervent excitement. The audience, donned in the green attire of the Boston Celtics, waved an array of banners and flags, fervently cheering for the forthcoming match. In this sea of green, an intense competition was about to commence as the Boston Celtics prepared to face the San Antonio Spurs on their home turf. This season, the dynamic duo of Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker had been performing exceptionally well, their seamless collaboration and spectacular displays serving as the cornerstone of the team's prowess. This marked the 4th season of their partnership, and with Paul Pierce's gradual ascent, he had delivered the finest performances of his career thus far, averaging 26, 6 points, 6, 9 rebounds, 3, 2 assists, 1, 9 steals, and 1 block per game. He had established himself as one of the league's most formidable scorers. Boston Celtics fans were effusive in their praise for Paul Pierce's exploits, believing that this young star had finally emerged as Larry Bird's rightful heir, poised to lead the team back to its former glory. So far this season, under the leadership of Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker, the Celtics had achieved a record of 20 wins and 13 losses, currently occupying the 4th position in the Eastern Conference, showcasing their formidable strength and competitiveness. As the announcer introduced the players amid the deafening cheers of the crowd, the the Celtics athletes emerged one by one from the player tunnel, smiling and waving to the enthusiastic fans. Following the conclusion of the introduction ceremony, both teams promptly engaged in warm-up exercises. Once warm-ups were complete, the starting players removed their jackets and stepped onto the court. The announcer took the opportunity to present the starting lineups. For the Boston Celtics, Kenny Anderson, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, Antoine Walker, and Tony Batty. For the San Antonio Spurs, Tony Parker, Sue Yu, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. As the whistle sounded, the match commenced in earnest. Chapter 91, the second 10-game winning streak of this season. With a sharp crack, Tim Duncan made the initial contact with the ball, deftly directing it back to the backcourt, thus granting the San Antonio Spurs the first offensive possession of the game. Tony Parker swiftly retrieved the ball and, like a bolt of lightning, raced it across the half-court line. Upon crossing the mid-court, Sue Yu, positioned in the corner, dashed toward the 45-degree three-point line with the speed of a released arrow. His opponent, Joe Johnson, recognizing the urgency, pursued him without hesitation. However, just as Johnson was on the verge of catching up to Sue Yu, the latter executed a sudden halt and, like a nimble eel, pivoted back with astonishing agility. This unexpected reversal caught Johnson off guard, causing him to lose his defensive stance in an instant. Parker, seizing this golden opportunity, launched a pinpoint pass akin to a cannonball. After all, he had no intention of missing out on the chance to secure an easy assist. Among the San Antonio Spurs, CU was Parker's most prolific assistance provider. Whenever CU found himself unmarked, Parker would invariably deliver the ball to him without a moment's hesitation. And CU never disappointed. He consistently caught the ball with poise and released his shot in the shortest time possible. This occasion was no exception. Sue Yu expertly received Parker's pass. And at the moment the ball touched his hands, a brilliant green light emanated from his feet. The skill open shot specialist had been activated. Sue Yu leaped into the air, suspended in time, and released a three-point shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc as it soared towards the hoop. In that very instant of release, Sue Yu had already begun his celebration, a confident smile illuminating his face. With a swish, the ball, as if possessing a will of its own, gracefully nestled into the embrace of the net. A three-pointer succeeded. The score instantaneously transformed to 3-0. Sue Yu initiated the scoring for his team with a precise three-pointer, a shot that detonated like a powerful bomb within the confines of the TD Garden. The once boisterous arena fell into a stunned silence as Sue Yu celebrated prematurely, leaving the fans utterly astonished by this unexpected spectacle. It was as if the entire TD Garden had been muted, with only the jubilant shouts of Sue Yu and the San Antonio Spurs players resonating through the air. Merely 2.5 seconds later, the fans at TD Garden regained their composure, unleashing a wave of discontent towards Sue Yu's premature celebration, their boos rising like a relentless tide. Yet, undeterred by the cacophony, Sue Yu remained unfazed. In the process of retreating on defense, he even gestured towards the stands, making a thumbs-down sign. This act undeniably added fuel to the fire, inciting the ire of the TD Garden crowd even further. The boos escalated, a deafening chorus that seemed intent on drowning Sue Yu in its fervor. To the fans, he was merely a fledgling rookie, and one could only assume that such a barrage of jeers would weigh heavily upon him. However, Sue Yu's performance transcended their expectations. This was particularly evident when the Boston Celtics deployed fellow rookie Joe Johnson to guard him, a player known for his formidable defensive prowess. Sue Yu effortlessly eluded Joe Johnson's defense with a simple change of direction or a screen maneuver. Joe Johnson could only watch in disbelief as Sue Yu glided across the court like a specter. He then confidently received the ball and immediately activated his skill. The open shot sharpshooter. Swish, swish, swish. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air before plunging into the net like a missile, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the TD North Shore Garden, seemingly mocking the Boston Celtics. Each successful shot struck like a hammer, resonating painfully in the hearts of Celtics fans, who could only helplessly witness their opponents wreak havoc on their home turf. Sue Yu stood beyond the three-point line, his movements flowing like a stream, each shot imbued with unwavering confidence. His celebratory gestures grew increasingly extravagant, seemingly a deliberate provocation to the Boston Celtics fans. How could he be so accurate? Was he incapable of missing? The spectators at TD Garden murmured among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet, Sue Yu answered their doubts with undeniable proof. Of course he would not miss. As the buzzer sounded to conclude the first quarter, Suyu boasted an astonishing three-point shooting percentage of 100. He had made all 6 of his attempts, amassing 18 points in that quarter alone, leading his team to a total of 34 points and securing a 13-point advantage. The San Antonio Spurs commanded a remarkable start, leading the Boston Celtics 34-21. On the Celtics bench, a fervent call rang out. "Guard him closely. We cannot allow him to run rampant on our home court." Did you hear the jeers from our fans? They are booing not only Sue, but also you. The Celtics coach vehemently rebuked his players, who were filled with a burning frustration. As the second quarter commenced, they intensified their defensive efforts against Suyu, denying him the ball and any opportunity to shoot. Suyu remained unfazed, for he was not the sole focus of the team's offense. Instead, he played the role of a decoy, drawing the majority of the Celtics' attention, allowing Tim Duncan and David Robinson, the formidable duo, to forge ahead. Under their leadership, the Spurs extended their lead to 20 points before the halftime break, effectively ushering the game into garbage time. In the second half, the Spurs maintained their composure, offering the Celtics no chances whatsoever. By the end of the third quarter, San Antonio still held a commanding 20-point lead. Consequently, in the fourth quarter, Coach Popovich decided to substitute out the starting players. Suyu's performance in this match was recorded at 23 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. Lost in thought on the bench, Suyu was roused by a gentle tap on the shoulder from Tim Duncan, prompting him to look at Duncan in bewilderment. "Having you around is truly a blessing. I play with such ease this season, more comfortably than ever in my career," Tim Duncan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, as Tim Duncan articulated, having Suyu as a formidable presence, particularly when he ignites an explosive performance, compels the opponents to abandon their defenses against others and focus solely on him. Duncan relished his time in the low post. In this game, Tim Duncan amassed 25 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks in merely 3 quarters. "You must repay me handsomely. It would be best if you bring home a championship as a token of gratitude," Suyu replied. "Absolutely. This year, we are destined to seize the championship," Tim Duncan affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing these words, Suyu couldn't help but smile confidently. With the sound of the whistle, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Boston Celtics with a resounding score of 103-80, marking their 10th consecutive victory and elevating their overall record to an impressive 31 wins and 2 losses. This also signifies the Spurs' second 10-game winning streak of the season. In the office of the Boston Celtics general manager, the phone rang. Danny Ainge, with a serious demeanor, answered the call. But the voice on the other end transformed his expression like a sudden summer rain. The caller was none other than Arnold Jacob Auerbach, famously known as the Red Auerbach. Red Auerbach's significance to the Boston Celtics is nothing short of historic. Under his leadership, the Celtics secured 9 championships, including an unprecedented 8 consecutive titles. He demonstrated remarkable talent in team management and tactical arrangements, bringing in and nurturing several Hall of Fame players such as Bill Russell, Larry Bird, and Kevin McHale. Furthermore, he was the first in league history to field an all-black player lineup and appointed a black coach, showcasing his audacity and innovation in tactical planning and roster management. His decisions and foresight not only shaped the team's tactical framework but also propelled the diversification of the basketball realm. Additionally, Red Auerbach's influence on the Celtics extended to the construction of team culture and spirit. He emphasized a playing style characterized by defense, teamwork, and efficient offense, establishing a unique team culture that has been a key factor in the franchise's subsequent glories. Lastly, Red Auerbach's personal image and his iconic victory cigar have become an integral part of the Boston Celtics' identity. Thus, his standing within the organization remains unassailable, akin to that of an emperor. "Danny, did you watch tonight's game?" came Red Auerbach's voice over the phone. "Sorry, coach, our performance was quite dismal tonight." Danny Ainge quickly apologized, fearing Auerbach would cast blame upon him. He too found the game difficult to watch, as the team displayed no capability to retaliate. "What do you think of that rookie from the Spurs?" Auerbach inquired. "Are you referring to Sue? He's an impressive rookie. His addition has significantly alleviated the offensive pressure on Tim this season. We couldn't even double-team Tim during the game due to Sue's shooting ability from the perimeter," Ainge candidly replied. "Have you considered trading for him?" Auerbach asked, prompting a moment of stunned silence from Ainge. Trading for him? He had never truly considered that they had built their team around the twin stars, Anthony Walker and Paul Pierce, and that this season had yielded commendable results. For a moment, Danny Ainge found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Danny's prolonged silence, the Red Priest spoke with a hint of gravity. Danny, you cannot possibly have overlooked this, can you? In that instant, the Red Priest grasped why the Boston Celtics had languished for so long. Their vision had been severely lacking. They had failed to recognize a raw gem in Su Yu. After merely observing Su Yu in this game, the Red Priest was convinced that acquiring him was imperative. And in his eyes, the Celtics' twin stars could even be sacrificed to secure Su Yu. Apologies, I had not contemplated this issue yet. Please enlighten me, coach. Danny Ainge humbly inquired. We must trade for him at all costs. The twin stars could be offered in exchange. He may very well be the pivotal player for the resurgence of the Boston Celtics, replied the Red Priest. Understood, coach. I shall arrange it immediately. The following morning, Danny Ainge unhesitatingly dialed the number of R.C. Buford, the general manager of the San Antonio Spurs. On the other end, R.C. Buford's voice revealed a tinge of surprise. He was evidently taken aback by Danny's outreach. Buford was quite satisfied with his team's current roster, a sentiment shared by the legendary coach, Greg Popovich, who praised the existing lineup. They believed their squad possessed sufficient strength to contend for the championship, rendering any trades unnecessary. However, as Danny continued to speak, R.C. Buford's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Danny's target was Su Yu. Even more astonishing was Danny's willingness to offer the twin stars, Paul Pierce and Anthony Walker, in exchange for Su Yu. Faced with such a staggering proposal, R.C. Buford found himself momentarily flummoxed. He was acutely aware of Su Yu's prowess and potential, yet trading away the twin stars for such a player was an exceedingly difficult decision. After all, the twin stars were all-star caliber players. Realizing he could not make an immediate decision, Buford decided to placate Danny Ainge, assuring him that he would consider the trade proposal. Once the call ended, R.C. Buford promptly contacted Popovich. At that moment, Popovich was in a hotel room in Boston, packing his belongings in preparation for the team's flight to their next destination, the Philadelphia 76ers. Hey, Buford, why are you calling so early? Popovich inquired. Greg, it's a big deal. I just received a call from Danny Ainge. He proposed trading the entire Boston Celtics team for Su Yu. What? Popovich instantly became alert. He wants to trade the whole team for Su Yu? Indeed, that is precisely the case. The voice of R.C. Buford resonated with a hint of anticipation. I perceived it as an opportune exchange, trading so you could potentially secure an all-star caliber player such as Paul Pierce or Anthony Walker, a remarkable deal. Upon hearing this, Popovich was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Danny Ainge's discerning eye. After only a single encounter, Ainge held Su Yu in such high regard that he was willing to offer his twin stars for a trade. However, when Popovich heard Buford's final inquiry about the possibility of a swap, his expression grew grave. Buford, have you lost your senses? Popovich admonished sternly. Su is an invaluable asset to our team. His potential and talent are boundless. How could we possibly trade him away? Clearly startled by Popovich's reaction, R.C. Buford hastily replied, I understand, Greg. I will promptly decline Danny Ainge's proposal. Be swift about it. Popovich retorted brusquely before ending the call. After setting down the phone, a slight smile crept upon Popovich's lips as he murmured to himself, they can forget about acquiring my Su Yu. With Su Yu and Tim Duncan, he envisioned the championship tantalizingly within reach. Meanwhile, R.C. Buford, having hung up, immediately contacted Danny Ainge to convey their decision. They had deliberated thoroughly and were exceedingly content with their current roster, thus no trade was necessary. Upon hearing this, Ainge felt a wave of disappointment, which he subsequently shared with the Red Cloak. Hearing this, the Red Cloak's lips curled into a smile. That Greg fellow has quite the discerning eye. Chapter 93. Next encounter, I shall emerge even stronger. On the evening of January 11th at 7 p.m., the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia is set to host a clash between the San Antonio Spurs and the Philadelphia 76ers. This season, the 76ers appear to have exhausted their fortune from the previous year, as they have faced considerable challenges thus far, with their two key players, Allen Iverson and Dikembe Mutombo, both suffering injuries. Just as Allen Iverson returned from injury, Dikembe Mutombo faced his own setback. It is crucial to note that Iverson serves as the offensive linchpin for the 76ers, while Mutombo is the cornerstone of their defense. The absence of either player profoundly impacts the team's performance. Consequently, the 76ers have managed a disappointing record of 15 wins and 20 losses, with a recent stretch of only one victory against 3 defeats. The solitary win was largely due to an explosive performance from Iverson, who recorded a triple-double with 30 points. 10 rebounds, 12 assists, and 4 steals, shooting 10 of 22 from the field, 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, and 10 of 11 from the free throw line. In stark contrast, the San Antonio Spurs entered the game brimming with confidence, convinced of their impending victory. Especially considering the 76ers' lackluster performance and the Spurs' recent achievement of a second 10-game winning streak. However, the unfolding of the game was entirely unexpected. As the whistle blew, the 76ers, led by Iverson, unleashed a formidable offensive surge akin to a powerful tide. Meanwhile, the Spurs' formidable frontcourt duo, Tim Duncan and David Robinson, found themselves in unprecedented difficulty during the opening quarter. Duncan managed only 1 field goal from 4 attempts, scoring a mere 4 points and collecting 4 rebounds. While Robinson fared even worse, missing all 3 of his shots and scoring only 1 point from the free throw line. As a result, the Spurs could only muster 16 points in the first quarter, trailing the 76ers, who led 24-16 by 8 points. Despite adjustments made by Spurs coach Greg Popovich in the second quarter, shifting the offensive focus to perimeter players like Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker in an attempt to unlock their scoring potential, the 76ers coach seemed to anticipate this strategy. They unleashed a ferocious defense against Ginobili and Parker, smothering Ginobili to the extent that he had little opportunity to receive the ball. Consequently, the Spurs' outside shooting was significantly curtailed. Nevertheless, Ginobili displayed remarkable ingenuity, swiftly communicating with Parker to revert to their traditional offensive approach. Redirecting the ball to the interior duo, Duncan, living up to Ginobili's expectations, seized scoring opportunities and gradually regained his rhythm, netting 9 points in the second quarter. Despite Duncan's commendable performance providing a glimmer of hope for the Spurs, they could not narrow the gap. Instead, the 76ers extended their lead, capitalizing on contributions from multiple players. Popovich had initially believed that by limiting Iverson, he could slow the 76ers' offensive tempo. Yet he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of other 76ers players, particularly Eric Snow, who delivered a stellar performance with 10 points in the second quarter, proving to be a scoring asset for Philadelphia. By halftime, the 76ers held a commanding 52-41 lead over the Spurs, delivering a significant blow to a team that has dominated the league standings this season. In the locker room of the Philadelphia 76ers, the atmosphere was electric, with players brimming with excitement. As Allen Iverson returned, he immediately shouted to his teammates, "The victory in this game belongs to us. We must seize it." His voice resonated with confidence and determination as he was resolute in claiming this match, seeking to avenge a previous defeat. Indeed, the players of the Philadelphia 76ers responded in unison. As the brief intermission came to an end, both teams returned to the court. In the second half, Coach Popovich deployed a dual defense to contain Allen Iverson, placing Bruce Bowen in front and having CUF flank him. However, they vastly underestimated Iverson's speed. Aside from his height, Iverson possessed a physique of exceptional caliber. With a mere change of direction, he evaded Bowen, and CUF was unable to provide timely assistance, watching helplessly as Iverson drove into the lane. With Tim Duncan's defense looming, Iverson executed a smooth floater, the ball cascading into the net with precision. Score: the Philadelphia 76ers, under Iverson's leadership, withstood wave after wave of assaults from the San Antonio Spurs, who could never narrow the gap to single digits. As the adage goes, a single surge of energy can lead to exhaustion. With time dwindling, the morale of the Spurs diminished markedly. Despite Popovich's various attempts to alter the course of the game, he ultimately raised the white flag with just over 6 minutes left, conceding defeat. In the end, the Philadelphia 76ers triumphed at home with a resounding score of 101-87, ending the Spurs' 10-game winning streak and delivering their third loss of the season. The Spurs' overall record now stood at 31 wins and 3 losses. Post-match, the Wachovia Center erupted in thunderous applause, a tribute undoubtedly directed towards their star, Allen Iverson. In this game, Iverson shot 14 out of 31 from the field, made 9 out of 10 free throws, and amassed a game-high 37 points, alongside 4 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 steals. Nearby, CUF, upon hearing the raucous cheers, felt a surge of displeasure. He glanced at Iverson, who was smiling and being interviewed, silently vowing to remember this defeat. "Next time we meet, I will be stronger." In that moment, CUF's resolve to improve grew profoundly intense. Perhaps this is what they mean by failure being the mother of success. Bryce, who had been beside CUF, noticed his expression and couldn't help but smile, feeling elated. That's the spirit, Suyue. Following this, Suyue trudged down the player's tunnel with heavy steps. Chapter 94. The Formation of the Training Trio. Clap, clap. In the early hours of the night, around 1 a.m., the training facility temporarily rented by the Spurs in Philadelphia remained brightly lit. It was here that Suyue engaged in fervent training, unwilling to accept the recent defeat. He had skipped the post-game press conference and consequently incurred a fine from the league, making him the season's top offender in penalties, quietly contributing to the league's coffers. "Sue, that's enough for now. Let us practice again tomorrow," Blitz gently interjected, mindful that it was already past 1 a.m. and that Suyue would accompany the team for the fourth game of their six-game road trip against the New Jersey Nets. Since the Nets exchanged their star point guard for Phoenix Suns during the off-season, the team has undergone a remarkable transformation this season. It's worth noting that last season, the Nets managed only a dismal record of 26 wins and 56 losses, while Stephen Marbury's statistics appear impressive, averaging 23, 9 points, 3, 1 rebounds, 7, 6 assists, and 1, 2 steals. Numbers can be deceptive. In contrast, Jason Kidd, who was acquired from the Suns, averages 14, 7 points, 7, 9 rebounds, 10, 1 assists, and 2, 1 steals. On the surface, Marbury may seem more skilled based on statistics alone, yet on the court, Kidd's prowess far surpasses that of Marbury. Indeed, Jason Kidd is arguably the most versatile point guard in the league today. Kidd excels on both offensive and defensive fronts, with his most notable attribute being his exceptional court vision and awareness. Even with modest scoring capabilities, he consistently identifies the most opportune moments to make plays. His ability to read defenses greatly exceeds that of most players, allowing him to deliver pinpoint passes that can effortlessly dismantle opposing defenses and set up his teammates for easy scores. Additionally, Kidd possesses a keen understanding of rebounding. He accurately predicts where the ball will land when opponents shoot. The fact that a point guard standing at only 193 centimeters can average 7, 9 rebounds, including 2 offensive rebounds, speaks volumes of his tenacity. On the defensive end, Kidd's performance is equally commendable. His defensive prowess extends beyond mere one-on-one matchups, as he plays an essential role in help defense. With his excellent positioning and vast experience, he makes every offensive possession for opponents exceedingly challenging. On the court, Kidd operates like a commander, continuously adjusting his position to better contain the opposition's performance. Under Kidd's leadership, the New Jersey Nets have transformed from a team that only secured 26 wins last season to one that has achieved an impressive record of 24 wins and 11 losses in just 1/3 of the current season, positioning themselves as the second-best team in the Eastern Conference. Upon hearing Blitz's words, Suyue nodded in acknowledgement, and then, drenched in perspiration, he returned to the hotel, took a shower, and retired to bed. The following morning, shortly after 6, Suyue struggled to open his eyes. As soon as he did, the memories of the previous night's defeat flooded back to him, and the sense of powerlessness left him feeling utterly nauseated. It was akin to the anguish one feels when a loved one falls ill, requiring a substantial sum for treatment, yet being unable to provide the necessary funds. Suyue despised this sensation. After being reborn, he took command of his own life, yet this feeling left him exceedingly agitated, repulsed, and nauseated. He was determined not to endure such an experience again. He aspired to become stronger. Thus, Suyue promptly awoke, refreshed himself, changed his attire, and proceeded to his fitness training. After an arduous 2.5 hours of rigorous exercise, Suyue was compelled to cease his training, for the team mandated a gathering at 10 o'clock to board the bus to the airport. Suyue, weary from exhaustion, returned to his hotel room, where he performed a brief ablution and donned a fresh, tidy outfit. Subsequently, he swiftly organized his luggage and took a moment to rest, alleviating his physical fatigue. Time passed swiftly, and as the designated gathering hour approached, Suyue grasped his belongings and made his way to the lobby on the ground floor of the hotel. A glance revealed the large bus parked on the left side of the hotel, prompting him to advance without hesitation and find a secluded corner to sit. Before long, his teammates began to arrive one after another. Once everyone had gathered, the driver promptly started the vehicle, setting forth towards the airport. Suyue, battling against drowsiness, persevered until he reached the airport. As soon as he boarded the aircraft, he quickly secured a window seat, donned his headphones, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep slumber, resembling a deflated balloon. "Sue, did you not sleep last night?" inquired Bruce Bowen, seated beside him, his curiosity piqued by Sue's appearance. Tony Parker, sitting nearby, shook his head, indicating his own ignorance of the situation. At that moment, assistant coach John turned around and remarked, "Su returned from extra practice just before 1 a.m. last night. When I stepped out of my room this morning, I saw him dragging his drenched clothes back to his own quarters." As John's words settled in, Bruce Bowen and Tony Parker were left agape, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at the slumbering Suyu. Particularly for Tony Parker, a fellow rookie, the expression on his face was one of sheer disbelief. As though he had encountered a ghost. John continued, "It seems Su is quite affected by last night's defeat." Upon hearing this, Bruce Bowen and Tony Parker felt a rush of heat to their faces, overwhelmed by embarrassment. They both bore significant responsibility for the loss in the previous game. Bruce's performance was dismal, hitting only 1 out of 6 shots, and in the second half, he allowed Allen Iverson to exploit him defensively. Tony Parker fared even worse, struggling on both ends of the court against Iverson, making only 2 out of 9 attempts, with 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, tallying a mere 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Consequently, after their defeat, they returned to the hotel and slept soundly without a shred of shame. Hearing assistant coach John's comments, Tony Parker felt a surge of embarrassment and immediately resolved to train diligently upon arriving in New Jersey. He could not afford to fall behind. Tony Parker consistently regarded Suyu as his rival, albeit in a spirit of healthy competition. Thus, upon reaching New Jersey, Tony Parker became a steadfast companion to Suyu. Suyu did not inquire much about what had transpired with Tony Parker. He merely cast a fleeting glance in Parker's direction before resuming his training. Shortly thereafter, within half an hour, another individual arrived at the training facility, Bruce Bowen. Knowing that the two were likely engaged in their practice, he too felt compelled to join in and not slack off. He inherently possessed advantages, particularly in defense and perimeter shooting. Should these skills falter, he would easily find himself supplanted. Reluctant to relinquish his starting position, he decided to participate in the intensified training session. Thus, the trio of enhanced training was officially formed. Chapter 95. Pre-game on the evening of January 14th at 7 p.m., the air was thick with anticipation at the Army Aviation Gymnasium in East Rutherford, where a full house awaited the clash between the New Jersey Nets and the current league leaders, the San Antonio Spurs. In the Spurs locker room, a fervent discussion unfolded. "Coach, I want a guard kid." Suyu eagerly volunteered. Suyu initially believed that Popovich would acquiesce, yet Popovich held his own convictions. After witnessing Tony Parker being overwhelmed by Allen Iverson in the previous game, Popovich was even more determined to cultivate Parker's skills. He did not intend to transform Parker into an external defensive player like Suyu or Bruce Bowen. Rather, Popovich aimed to acclimate Parker to the various elite point guards in the league, allowing him to experience their styles of play firsthand, thus fostering his growth and minimizing the likelihood of severe defeats. "Su, let Tony continue to match up against the opposing defender this game." Popovich's words left Suyu in a state of disbelief, and even Tony Parker was taken aback, fully aware of his glaring deficiencies in defense. Parker had endured a disastrous performance in the previous match against the Philadelphia 76ers, which culminated in the team's loss, with many attributing the blame to him. After all, he had been completely subdued by Allen Iverson in the first half, unable to retaliate. Now, in the upcoming match, the coach was assigning him to face another elite point guard, Jason Kidd. This undoubtedly posed a significant challenge, and Parker felt a twinge of apprehension. "Coach, perhaps we should let Su handle this," Parker quickly suggested, hoping to evade a direct confrontation with Kidd to avoid repeating the previous game's misfortune. Upon hearing Parker's words, Popovich's expression darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Parker and sternly remarked, "Tony, do you truly lack the courage to face top point guards simply because you were overwhelmed by Allen in one game?" At a loss for words, Parker found himself unable to respond to the coach's inquiry. Observing this, Popovich continued, "Tony, listen closely. You must rise from where you have fallen. You are our starting point guard for the Spurs, bearing significant responsibility. This is a rite of passage every rookie must endure. You cannot shy away from it. Do you understand?" Tony Parker nodded quietly, recognizing the wisdom in the coach's words. As a professional athlete, he understood that he could not allow a single defeat to undermine his confidence and courage. Upon hearing this, Suyu also grasped Coach Popovich's intentions and fell silent, instead focusing on adjusting his shoes. Popovich glanced at Suyu, wishing to offer further explanation, but upon seeing Suyu preoccupied with his footwear, he refrained from speaking. Since the loss to the Philadelphia 76ers, Popovich had sensed something amiss with Suyu. Uncertain whether this was a positive or negative sign, he observed closely, harboring a hopeful premonition that it might indeed bode well. If Suyu were to achieve his evolution in his rookie season, it would signify a monumental enhancement to the strength of the San Antonio Spurs. Notably, the Spurs had previously witnessed a player undergo such evolution in his debut season, Tim Duncan. In his rookie year, Duncan averaged an impressive 21 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 blocks, propelling the Spurs from a mere 20-win team to a formidable 56-win contender in the West. In fact, the following year, Duncan led the Spurs to a championship victory. Meanwhile, in the locker room of the New Jersey Nets, discussions were underway. Which team in the current NBA landscape would not aspire to triumph over the San Antonio Spurs, who were dominating the league this season? Corey, you must keep a close watch on Sue. Allow him no opportunities for an open shot, Jason Kidd urged emphatically, patting Corey Keitles' shoulder with resolve. Corey Kidless nodded seriously in response. Don't worry, Jason. I will stay glued to him. Without pausing, Jason Kidd proceeded to engage with each teammate, diligently reminding them of various details and precautions. His demeanor suggested that he was, in fact, the true coach of the New Jersey Nets. This was undeniably true. Kidd's presence was profoundly significant for the team, serving as a second coach and substantially alleviating the workload of head coach Byron Scott. With an experienced and capable point guard like Kidd orchestrating on the court, Scott found his responsibilities considerably lighter. Jason Kidd, Byron, how about you share half of your salary with me? Byron Scott. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, seemingly endless, until it was nearly time for the game to commence. Amidst the fervent introduction of the commentator and the thunderous cheers of the fans, the players of the New Jersey Nets emerged one by one from the players' tunnel. Each player's appearance elicited a wave of enthusiastic applause and shouts, enveloping the entire arena in an atmosphere of exhilarating excitement. When the final figure appeared at the entrance of the tunnel, the ambience reached a fever pitch. It was Jason Kidd, the pivotal player for the New Jersey Nets. His entrance ignited a roaring fire of passion among the fans. Jason Kidd, Jason Kidd, Jason Kidd. The echoes of their chants reverberated through the arena like thunder. This chorus was not merely a tribute to Jason Kidd as an individual, but also an affirmation of his remarkable leadership in guiding the team to success. As devoted fans of the New Jersey Nets, they understood that the team's outstanding performance this season was entirely attributable to Jason Kidd's presence. He resembled a magical sorcerer, unleashing the team's potential with his wisdom and skill. Consequently, the fans held deep admiration and reverence for Jason Kidd. In their hearts, he was their deity. As the grand introduction ceremony concluded, both teams swiftly commenced their warm-ups. Following the warm-up, the starting players discarded their jackets and stepped onto the court. Seizing the moment, the commentator introduced the starting lineups to the fans in the arena as well as those watching from home. The starting lineup for the New Jersey Nets included Jason Kidd, Kerry Kittles, Keith Van Horn, Kenyon Martin, and Todd McCulloch. The starting lineup for the San Antonio Spurs comprised Tony Parker, Steve Smith, Bruce Bowen, Tim Duncan, and David Robinson. With the sound of the whistle, the match between the San Antonio Spurs and the New Jersey Nets officially commenced. Chapter 96. The elegant silhouette with a sharp crack. Tim Duncan was the first to touch the ball, redirecting it back to the backcourt, granting the San Antonio Spurs the initial offensive possession. Tony Parker dribbled across half-court, and as he crossed the line, David Robinson swiftly moved to set a screen for him. Utilizing Robinson's screen, Parker deftly evaded Jason Kidd, resembling a whirlwind as he surged towards the paint. Just as Parker took a small step inside, Todd McCulloch quickly shifted over, obstructing Parker's path forward. Unfazed, Parker deftly flicked his wrist, executing a splendid behind-the-back pass to David Robinson. At that moment, Jason Kidd, like a specter, suddenly sprang into action, successfully intercepting Tony Parker's pass. Jason Kidd had been awaiting this opportunity, fully prepared for the steal. After accomplishing the interception, he surged towards the San Antonio Spurs backcourt, like a cannonball fired from its barrel. Although David Robinson, the nearest player to Kidd, immediately attempted to defend, he was merely a center and, given his age, could not keep pace with Kidd. Robinson could only watch helplessly as Kidd stormed towards the basket, leaping to take his shot. In the next instant, a figure emerged behind Kidd, akin to a deity of war descending from the heavens, who forcefully swatted Kidd's layup away. The ball sailed out of bounds, yet possession remained with the New Jersey Nets. For a brief moment, Kidd stood in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend what had just transpired. How could this be? He had been blocked. Who had the audacity to block me? Kid quickly turned his head to see a player clad in a black jersey emblazoned with the number 22. It was Suyu. The San Antonio players flocked to Suyu, lauding his impressive block. However, the initiator, Suyu, remained unfazed, considering it merely a trivial feat. His demeanor showed no sign of elation. Observing the slight awkwardness among the San Antonio players, David Robinson promptly shouted, urging them to return to their defensive positions and focus on stopping the next play. Indeed, as Suyu swiftly returned to his defensive position, it was not that he was disinclined to respond to his teammates' calls. Rather, he found himself in an unusual state that day. He felt as if a powerful force was surging within him, eager to find an outlet for its explosive release. This sensation both unsettled and invigorated him. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the hoop, which, in his eyes, transformed into an expansive and mysterious sea. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in the atmosphere of the game, attempting to unleash that restless energy through his performance. The New Jersey Nets initiated an outside play. The ball expertly delivered into Jason Kidd's hands. Kidd brought the ball to the top of the arc, surveying the court, his gaze lingering on Suyu for a fleeting moment. Recently blocked by Suyu, Kidd couldn't help but divert some of his focus to this player. Prior to the game, Kidd had meticulously studied Suyu, perceiving him as a well-rounded player excelling in both offense and defense. Yet he believed Suyu's offensive prowess slightly overshadowed his defensive skills. However, that block completely altered Kidd's perspective. He realized that Suyu was not merely an outstanding offensive player, his defensive capabilities were equally exceptional. It became apparent that he was a player who excelled in both facets of the game, with no distinction between offense and defense. In that moment, Kidd marveled at Suyu's defensive awareness, feeling a tinge of envy towards Tim Duncan. As a rookie, he had faced one of the four great centers, David Robinson. And now, in the twilight years of Robinson's career, he encountered the rookie Suyu. Kidd signaled to Kenyon Martin, who promptly understood and dashed forward to set a screen. Utilizing Martin's pick, Kidd glided towards the heart of the San Antonio Spurs defense. Meanwhile, after the screen, Martin swiftly rolled to the basket. Tim Duncan, with quick reflexes, moved to intercept Kidd, while Robinson braced himself, ready to assist Martin. But in the next instant, Kidd executed a masterful pass that ignited the entire arena. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the ball, as if guided by fate, threaded through several players and landed securely in the hands of an unguarded Todd McCulloch behind David Robinson. Receiving the ball, McCulloch leapt effortlessly, completing a layup with ease. Score. The scoreboard read 0-2, with the New Jersey Nets taking the lead. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in a frenzy. What a sensational assist. Let us loudly proclaim his name. Jason Kidd, exclaimed the commentator as the crowd fervently chanted, Kidd, Kidd, Kidd. As the jubilant cheers resonated throughout the arena, Jason Kidd, retreating on defense, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. When it was the San Antonio Spurs' turn to inbound the ball, it was directed to Tony Parker, who dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the midline, Bruce Bowen emerged from the corner, and without hesitation, Parker swiftly passed the ball. Bowen, not pausing for a moment, promptly shifted the ball to Tim Duncan. The instant Duncan received the pass, the New Jersey Nets quickly doubled him. Although the Spurs boasted a long-range shooter in Suyu, their true cornerstone remained Tim Duncan. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan swiftly distributed the ball. It found Tony Parker, who was unguarded beyond the arc. Yet Parker's three-point shooting percentage this season hovered at a mere 39, prompting him to refrain from an attempt. At this moment, Suyu dashed from the corner, extending his hands for the ball. Parker, without a hint of indecision, passed it to him. Ignoring the defense posed by Corey Kittles, Suyu leaped, suspended in the air, and released a three-point shot. Corey Kittles leaped with all his might, striving to disrupt Suyu's shot. Simultaneously, as Suyu launched the ball, Kittles scrutinized his form, refraining from premature celebration. In an instant, he envisioned the ball striking the rim. With a swift swish, the ball nestled perfectly into the net. The score shifted to 3-2. Following his successful shot, Suyu silently turned away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette for Kittles to behold. Chapter 97. The kind-hearted Suyu Jason Kidd promptly approached Corey Kittles, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Corey, you defended remarkably well. Kittles nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the audacity of his opponent to shoot over him, he found himself unable to harbor anger. A strange chill had washed over him, as if to convey that no matter his efforts, he could not contain this rookie. As the New Jersey Nets prepared to inbound the ball, it was passed to Jason Kidd, who advanced it past half court. Casting a glance towards Suyu in the corner. The opening exchanges of offense and defense had indeed been impressive. It seems I underestimated you, rookie from the Spurs. But basketball is a team sport. I will lead the New Jersey Nets to triumph over you, Kidd silently vowed. Had Suyu been aware of Kidd's internal challenge, he would have dismissed it with a scoff, perhaps retorting, "Are you foolish? I am not the leader of this team. Tim is. You should direct your challenge at Tim." Tim Duncan, in all honesty, remained indifferent to the situation, perhaps even relishing it. This indifference is precisely why he held a fondness for Suyu, like a magnet. He effortlessly drew the attention of his adversaries, thereby alleviating the weight of expectation. Jason Kidd skillfully maneuvered the ball, swiftly advancing it to the arc's apex. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, Kidd sent the ball soaring accurately into the hands of Corey Kittles, who had emerged from the corner. Suyu, tasked with defending Kittles, made no effort to impede his reception. Instead, he prepared himself to respond the moment Kittles secured the ball. Suyu pounced upon Corey Kittles with the ferocity of a wild beast, unleashing a fierce defense that applied immense pressure on him. His left hand lunged towards the ball in Corey's possession, a sudden and startling assault that caught Corey off guard. In a flurry of instinct, he swiftly passed the ball back to Jason Kidd, as if it were a searing hot potato. Jason Kidd securely caught the ball, and then gestured towards Corey Kittles with a simple yet clear signal. Understanding the unspoken communication, Corey immediately sprinted over, ready to engage in a pick-and-roll collaboration with Jason Kidd. A pick-and-roll? A fleeting thought raced through Suyu's mind. With a discerning gaze, he saw through the maneuvers of Corey Kittles and Jason Kidd, and without hesitation, he released Corey Kittles and charged directly at Jason Kidd. However, at the very moment Suyu sprang into action, Tony Parker seemed to anticipate his intentions, darting towards Jason Kidd like a bolt of lightning. The synergy between the two was flawless, as if they had rehearsed this countless times, leaving Jason Kidd no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Suyu and Tony Parker had converged upon Jason Kidd, encircling him in a double team. Caught in this sudden trap, Jason Kidd found himself ensnared, as though an insurmountable wall had risen around him. Yet, who was he? He was none other than Jason Kidd, the premier point guard of the present day, renowned for his swift reflexes. Instantly, he raised the ball high and flung it away, aiming to pass to a teammate. In the next moment, with a resounding slap, the ball was intercepted by a powerful hand, belonging to none other than Suyu. Suyu had long since become a defensive analyst. After much effort, he managed to form a double team against Jason Kidd, ensuring that Kidd could not pass the ball out. The intercepted ball soared with astonishing speed towards the New Jersey Nets backcourt. Although Suyu sprinted after it, he was regrettably outpaced by the rolling ball. Ultimately, the ball rolled out of bounds, still belonging to the New Jersey Nets. However, the Nets had merely 4.2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Noticing this, Popovich leapt from the bench, eager to direct his players to implement full-court pressure to thwart the remaining 24 seconds. Yet, before Popovich could utter a word, Suyu had already called out, "Full-court pressure." Hearing his command, the San Antonio Spurs immediately sprang into action. A smile crept onto Popovich's lips at this sight. Beep. The San Antonio Spurs executed their full-court pressure, forcing the New Jersey Nets into a